Chapter 1. The classroom was filled with laughter and joy, and Hinata Satoru was in a state of panic. He observed a man with a receding hairline encouraging the students to introduce themselves. With each student's self-introduction, waves of laughter and applause resonated throughout the room. Is the browser history still intact? How did I end up in the world of Naruto? Or is this the first lesson of the new school year? As Hinata Satoru scanned the classroom, his anxiety only intensified upon recognizing several familiar faces. The student in the front row who proudly declared, "My father is the Hokage," seemed destined to become a future bounty unit in the underground black market, his head being exchanged for a reward by a top-tier money enthusiast. In the middle of the second row sat a rather arrogant white-haired boy, donned in a black mask. If memory served him correctly, he would become a unit of chakra measurement, a product of the law of causality, who would be reduced to a mere I during the third great ninja war years later. Behind him was a bespectacled boy known for his reckless behavior. Due to a romantic entanglement leading to a massacre, he stirred a bloody storm in the ninja world, ultimately meeting a grim fate that left him as nothing but ashes. The more Hinata Satoru observed, the more alarmed he became. These formidable characters from the original narrative all faced tragic ends. Having just crossed over, his fate could be even direr. His gaze shifted once more to the individual currently introducing himself. That person's teeth gleamed like a flashlight. With aspirations of fully embracing youth, he appeared to be the sole figure among commoners who could defy fate, nearly kicking his way to the grand finale. His dancing skills had garnered high praise from a certain Uchiha, earning him the title of the strongest in physical combat. Yet, alas, he would spend the remainder of his life confined to a wheelchair. As for the other classmates, Hinata Satoru recognized few. They were mere cannon fodder, the most expendable among the expendables, destined to be cut down in the coming war, with only a handful surviving to the story's conclusion. If only he were part of the main family, he could rely on the protection of the many branch family members. As long as he didn't court disaster, he might just scrape by to the end. However, according to the memories of his original self, he was not only a branch family member, but also an outcast, both parents deceased, making him the most disregarded type within the Hyūga clan. It's over, the game is up. This was a nightmarish beginning. Hinata Satoru's eyes were devoid of life. You say you've crossed over, but to a world where lives are as insignificant as blades of grass. And on top of that, in a timeline with the highest mortality rate, just before the third great ninja war. He could scarcely imagine how he would survive the battles of the Kanabi Bridge and the Kaiki Mountain. Just as despair settled in, a gentle voice snapped him back to reality. "Hinata Satoru, it's your turn to introduce yourself." He lifted his head to find the instructor, Fujino Daikichi, beaming at him, while the other students' eyes turned toward him. With no choice but to brace himself, Hinata Satoru stood up. "My name is Hinata Satoru from the Hyūga clan. I enjoy ramen and grilled meat, and my dream is..." He hesitated for a moment. "To live until the end." The classroom fell silent, with astonished and skeptical gazes directed at him. "Live until the end? What kind of statement is that?" Fujino Daikichi chuckled awkwardly, running a hand over his thinning hair. "It appears that Hinata Satoru is quite fond of reading manga. The concept of an ending only exists in comics, and I hope that during your studies, you won't get lost in the world of manga." "Yes," Hinata Satoru replied dismissively and sat back down. That was close in a moment of nervousness. He had blurted out his true thoughts, but it seemed no one had taken notice. After the remaining classmates finished their self-introductions, Fujino Daikichi cleared his throat and said, "Well then, class, the self-introduction segment has concluded. Next, we will begin our first lesson. Please open your textbooks to learn about the will of fire." Hinata Satoru flipped through the red textbook on his desk, filled with nothing but lofty praises for the will of fire, devoid of any substance. Fujino Daikichi passionately elaborated on the will of fire, while most students listened intently. Yet, Hinata Satoru felt restless, flipping through pages, and after a long scrutiny, he discerned the two words, pyramid scheme. Am I trapped in some sort of brainwashing center? Is this the extent of Konoha's political propaganda? The entire book preached about how everyone is one big family, urging the protection of children and the village, demanding total sacrifice for the village. and yet am only 6 years old, and they expect me to go to the battlefield and sacrifice myself? What kind of madness is this? In his previous life, while watching anime, Hinata Satoru had never realized the absurdity until he found himself within it. After the initial panic, he gradually calmed down. Fujino Daikichi's voice continued to resonate in the classroom, but Hinata Satoru's gaze drifted outside the window, his mind racing with plans for the future. Today marked the first day of his ninja school journey, and it was imperative to devise a meticulous training regimen for the sake of his dream, or rather, his goal of surviving until the end. Click! Hinata Satoru pushed open the creaky wooden door, revealing an old courtyard, the house left to him by his parents. Although not particularly spacious, it was well equipped. After a day filled with the meaningless teachings of the will of fire, his hopes for practical combat and ninjutsu classes had been dashed. None were provided. He had no memories of his mother, who seemingly perished during childbirth. His father, a branch family genin, had died while protecting the main family during a mission. It was thanks to this that he inherited his father's house as a child, gaining the qualification to attend ninja school. As a branch family member, he bore the mark of a caged bird on his forehead. His future trajectory was likely to mirror his father serving as a protector for the main family and ultimately sacrificing himself in glorious duty. A headache. Hinata Satoru rubbed his temples. Not every branch family member had a head of the main family as an uncle. His monthly living stipend was only 1,500 ryo, which, after accounting for basic needs, left little for his training. Some individuals who spoke of breaking free from fate enjoyed carefree lives, reveling in the best of the Hyūga clan's privileges, while many branch families, like his own, struggled to make ends meet. With a sigh, Hinata Satoru dismissed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Now was not the time to ponder such matters. After a full day of classes, his stomach was already growling with hunger. Checking the remaining ingredients in the kitchen, he planned to eat dinner before considering his training regimen. Life was already bleak enough, he couldn't let his stomach suffer as well. Just as he prepared to wash the iron pot, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. As his hand approached the pot, it began to tremble uncontrollably. Simultaneously, all the metal objects in the kitchen vibrated, as if performing a grand symphony of metal. Hinata Satoru stood frozen in the midst of it all, a voice echoing in his ears. Electromagnetism, LV1. Electromagnetism? Hinata Satoru stood dazed for a long moment, only slowly regaining his senses. I've awakened electromagnetism, the same electromagnetism that is one of the four fundamental forces? At that moment, he sensed a change within his body. An indescribable sensation of elation surged from every cell, invigorating his entire being. He suddenly recalled that the body's continuous redox life activities generate weak bioelectric currents, with each cell acting as a miniature biological battery. In simpler terms, every individual possesses a unique magnetic field, a biological magnetic field. Could it be that this invigorated feeling stemmed from the awakening of electromagnetism, greatly amplifying his biological magnetic field, which then reflected back onto his physical form? Hinata Satoru remembered that many unscrupulous merchants in his past life would falsely claim that their insoles or undergarments contained Tianshan magnetic stones, capable of augmenting the human biological magnetism, promising miraculous effects such as prolonging life and curing cancer. That was a clear case of an intelligence tax, but now, his situation seemed to genuinely involve an enhancement of his biological magnetic field. Could it be that I can actually manipulate electromagnetism? Hinata Satoru swallowed hard, tentatively extending his palm toward the kitchen, directing it at a knife leaning on the cutting board. It trembled slightly before wobbling its way toward him. Though its trajectory resembled that of a drunken driver, Hinata Satoru could hardly contain his joy. Electromagnetism. It's truly electromagnetism. In his previous life, he had been a science student. Electromagnetism was certainly not foreign to him. Magneto was remarkable, but he had merely scratched the surface of electromagnetism, at best earning the title of King of Iron. As one of the four fundamental forces, electromagnetism was far beyond the realm of ninjutsu. Are you familiar with the sister of the railgun? The one who could pierce a cruiser with a single coin. Using the force generated by electromagnetic fields to accelerate metals, imparting them with immense kinetic energy that is the essence of an electromagnetic cannon, utilizing electromagnetism to bombard heavy atomic nuclei, causing them to split into two or more nuclei, releasing neutrons to initiate a chain fission reaction, commonly known as handcrafted nuclear bombs. Light possesses wave-particle duality. Utilizing electromagnetism to distort photons can create vast holographic projections. Illusion techniques would pale in comparison. Electromagnetic interference disrupts the brain's electrical signals, directly manipulating one's visual, auditory, and tactile perceptions. This is the essence of true puppetry. Celestial bodies are imbued with magnetic fields. If the electromagnetic force exerted is sufficiently formidable, one could even seize a planet with bare hands. A collision between Mars and Earth would pale in comparison, leaving one astounded by the possibilities. If we delve deeper into the imagination, can you truly claim to be yourself? No, you are merely an aggregation of countless minuscule atoms, and all your actions are but the results of these atoms in perpetual motion. Your past, present, and future are all defined by this reality. Harnessing electromagnetic forces to manipulate atomic movement grants one mastery over all changes. Gazing into the vastness of the cosmos, one becomes omniscient and omnipotent. Indeed, you are a deity, and the deity is you. In simpler terms, as long as one possesses a profound control over electromagnetic forces, there exists virtually no limit to what can be achieved. Hinata Gaku inhaled deeply, suppressing the shock and exhilaration within. Fortunately, as a science student prior to his transmigration, he was not left bewildered by the treasure trove of potential at his disposal, such as the unpredictability of life, akin to a large intestine enveloping a small one. Just that morning, he had been fretting over reaching the grand conclusion of his journey, and now he had acquired an ability that could only be deemed a terrifying anomaly. Once he steadied his emotions, Hinata Gaku began to test his command over electromagnetic forces. The kitchen was replete with metallic items, providing ample materials for his experimentation. After a series of tests, he grasped the extent of his abilities at the LV-1 level of electromagnetic prowess. His control was limited to manipulating easily magnetized metals, allowing him to utilize magnetic fields to a preliminary degree, encompassing but not limited to magnetization and discharge. Moreover, the continuous use or development of electromagnetic powers would augment his experience points. His recent endeavors had granted him a modest increase of 2 experience points, yet he remained far from the 2,000 points required for advancement to LV2. Hinata Gaku smacked his lips, feeling no disappointment. After all, most ninja tools were composed of metals that easily succumb to magnetism. With his current capabilities, he might stealthily seize the lives of lower-ranked ninjas. Can you believe it? Imagine enjoying a hot pot while singing, only to suddenly lose one's head. After concluding his experiments, Hinata Gaku felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The faint chakra within him had significantly dwindled. As a member of the esteemed Hyūga clan, chakra refinement techniques were widely disseminated, and his father had left behind manuscripts concerning chakra extraction. Thus, he had practiced chakra refinement prior to enrollment, possessing a modicum of chakra. The expenditure of electromagnetic force primarily drained mental and physical stamina. The most tangible manifestation of this was, of course, chakra, as it represented the union of mental and physical energy. Hinata Gaku uttered a soft exclamation as the chakra he had just consumed began to replenish rapidly, even more vigorously than before. He soon realized that his biological magnetic field, amplified by the electromagnetic forces, had surged significantly, and the mental and physical energies required for chakra refinement were intrinsically linked to the biological magnetic field. Under such augmentation, his chakra reserves naturally flourished. Consequently, Hinata Gaku contemplated maximizing the development of his abilities. With a considerable distance remaining to reach LV2 electromagnetic power, he had no immediate hope for advancement. Thus, his goal at this stage was to leverage his inherent conditions to maximize the efficacy of his electromagnetic capabilities. Could the Byakugan, the bloodline limit of the Hyūga clan, be synergized with electromagnetic forces? If one were to wield advanced electromagnetic power, the Byakugan might seem superfluous. However, Given his current electromagnetic level, the Byakugan appeared to hold considerable potential. His ability to see through objects extended approximately 1 kilometer, and with continued training, this range would only increase. This meant that within a kilometer radius, no foe could escape the wrath of his electromagnetic cannon in undeniable area of effect. Moreover, the gentle fist technique seemed compatible with electromagnetic forces. The traditional gentle fist strikes the meridians, obstructing the flow of chakra in opponents. Yet, with the acceleration and charging provided by electromagnetic forces, a single strike could spell disaster. As for the 8 trigrams air palm, while others unleashed air blasts, he would wield an electromagnetic barrage. Indeed, there was much to explore. Hinata Satoru stroked his chin, a deeper smile forming in his eyes. Gurgle. At that moment, his stomach audibly protested, and as he glanced out the window, he belatedly realized that night had completely fallen. Having awakened his electromagnetic powers and conducted experiments, he had lost track of time, and his stomach had declared a full-fledged strike. Perfect, he'll make dinner as part of my training. Hinata Satoru chuckled as he rolled up his sleeves, turned on the faucet to wash the vegetables, and a knife on the cutting board quivered before soaring into the air, autonomously chopping the vegetables he had rinsed. Outside, the night had deepened, and amidst the silence, the kitchen window reflected his diminutive figure alongside the levitating knife. At dawn, after a night of restless excitement, Hinata Satoru struggled to rise and make his way to the Ninja Academy. His enthusiasm over awakening electromagnetic powers had left him virtually sleepless, resulting in his Byakugan resembling that of a raccoon, the white pupils overshadowed by dark circles like a layered cake. "Hey, Satoru, why do you look so drained today?" Beside him, Akamichi Anko observed curiously, savoring a glutinous rice ball in hand. "It's nothing." After a moment's contemplation, Anko leaned closer to Hinata Satoru and whispered, "What did you mean yesterday when you mentioned reaching the grand conclusion?" Hinata Satoru pondered briefly before replying, "It's something quite remarkable." "Ah." Noting his reluctance to elaborate, Anko pouted and ceased her inquiries. Gazing at the colorful rice balls in Anko's hand, a vision of her transformed into a sweet potato decades hence crossed Hinata Satoru's mind, eliciting a wave of discomfort. Though Anko was not conventionally beautiful at present, she was certainly attractive. How could she possibly evolve into an old aunt in the future? By the way, let me remind you to eat fewer rice balls. Why? Anko bit into her rice ball, casting a sideways glance at Hinata Satoru. Will that cause me to miss the grand conclusion? Hinata Satoru considered it might be better to miss it. Akamichi Anko. Just as she was about to respond, an uproar erupted in the classroom. Someone exclaimed, "The homeroom teacher has arrived." Instantly, the chaotic classroom fell silent, and everyone straightened in their seats. Fujino Daiki approached the podium with a textbook in hand. Smiling as he announced, "Classmates, today's morning lesson will primarily focus on theoretical concepts, while the afternoon will entail practical training in shuriken throwing. I hope everyone will engage earnestly in their studies." Shuriken throwing class? Hinata Satoru's brow furrowed. It was the perfect opportunity to assess his control over shuriken using electromagnetic forces, having trained extensively with kitchen utensils just the night before. Classmates, please turn to Chapter 1, Section 3 of the textbook The Will of Fire, as we continue yesterday's lesson. All right, Hinata Satoru, upon seeing the analysis of The Will of Fire in the textbook, began to feel drowsy. He decided to cover his head with the book and lay down on the desk, falling into slumber. Fujiwara Daiki, witnessing this scene, felt his eyelids twitch in irritation. Yet he seemed to recall something and shook his head slightly. As a branch of the Hinata clan, the consequences of negligence could be dire. He glanced toward another part of the classroom, where a boy with a bandaged forehead and snow-white pupils was intently studying the textbook. His expression one of earnestness. Fujiwara Daiki smiled slightly, remarking, "Compared to him, classmate Iroha is certainly more studious." Time passed, and Hinata Satoru stretched languidly. Feeling invigorated, he no longer felt the weakness of having just awakened. Instead, he was filled with vitality, and he pondered that perhaps during his rest, the electromagnetic force had adjusted his biological magnetic field, allowing for a quicker recovery. although he could not yet actively control his biological magnetic field. He speculated that once he mastered electromagnetic techniques to a higher level, he might be able to manipulate his biological magnetic field, endowing his life force with remarkable vigor, akin to that of the first Hokage. Capable of rapid healing from injuries in the afternoon, Fujiwara Daiki led the students to the playground for training in shuriken throwing, covering aspects such as wrist power and throwing techniques. Hinata noticed that most of the children from noble families were rather distracted, whereas those from common backgrounds listened with rapt attention. The reason lay in the fact that the scions of noble families had often undergone training from their elders before enrollment, while the common children found it challenging to access such knowledge. Starting from a disadvantage in any era, commoners were akin to chives, Hinata lamented. Although the school year had just begun, some students already possessed impressive chakra levels, their biological magnetic fields considerably more robust. In contrast, the common students seemed like mere fireflies. Among them, the most vigorous was a white-haired boy at the front, causing Hinata to frown slightly. Kakashi Itaki's biological magnetic field was surprisingly strong. He was likely nearing the chakra levels of Genin. No wonder he was a prodigy who became 8 J-nin at the age of 12. All right, that concludes the explanation. Fujiwara Daiki clapped his hands. Next is the throwing training, and I will be recording your scores. Shunmei, you are first. Yes, the black-haired girl replied timidly as she stepped out from the crowd to stand next to Fujiwara Daiki. A wooden target was set up about 10 meters away, alongside a bamboo basket filled with shuriken. Shunmei picked up a shuriken, recalling Fujiwara Daiki's earlier explanation, and hurled it toward the wooden target. Thwack! The shuriken struck the outer circle. 6 points. Not bad. Shunmei threw a few more. 5 points, 6 points, 7 points. Fujiwara Daiki nodded approvingly. Good, next. Hinata observed the shuriken throwing, his fingers subtly moving, causing several shuriken at the edge of the bamboo basket to tremble slightly. The shuriken's weight was quite light. According to Newton's second law, acceleration is inversely proportional to mass, making it easier to manipulate than a kitchen knife. Just then, a gasp erupted from the crowd. What on earth? Hinata looked over to see Kakashi holding several shuriken in each hand, throwing them simultaneously without the slightest pause. His movements were fluid as water, and all shuriken found their mark. Incredible. Fujiwara Daiki smiled and nodded. Indeed, his fundamentals are exceptionally solid. His shuriken throwing technique is already on par with typical Genin. Truly worthy of being the son of the White Fang. Kakashi Itaki, full marks. Next I'll go a girl with long black hair, suddenly sprang forth from the crowd. Taking the spot where Kakashi had just thrown, she too threw with both hands, her actions seamless, and all her shots hit the target. Undoubtedly a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Rin, full marks, Fujiwara Daiki declared with satisfaction. Must you be so competitive? Hinata thought, his eyelids twitching in his eyes. Uchiha Rin had transformed into the embodiment of competitiveness. In his previous life, he had already grown weary of such overachievers. He never expected to encounter another one in the world of Naruto. Uchiha Rin shot Kakashi a cold glance before returning to her position, while Obito, excited, shouted, "Hey Kakashi, did you see that? This is the power of our Uchiha clan. Just wait. I will definitely defeat you." Kakashi completely ignored him. Hinata looked at Obito in silence, and the others stared at him as if he were a fool. Who would have imagined that such a character would eventually become a major antagonist? Next, Uchiha Obito. It's my turn. Obito strode forward, eager to showcase his strength. Just you wait and see. I've secretly trained my shuriken, throwing for a long time. Clearly, Uchiha Rin's performance had bolstered his confidence immensely. He took a shuriken and hurled it with all his might, leading to a shocking outcome. The shuriken flew past the target. Missed 0 points. Fujiwara Daiki said wearily that I don't believe it. That was just a fluke. It has to be a fluke. Obito, flustered, threw another shuriken, only to miss again. 0 points. Fujiwara Daiki remained speechless. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Obito before shifting his focus elsewhere. Uchiha Rin, exasperated, turned her face away, nearly wanting to dig a hole in the ground. Her expression seemed to convey, "Don't look at me. I am not related to him. That was a mistake. A mistake. This is definitely not my true level." Obito protested, throwing another shuriken. 0 points. Another throw. 0 points. Ha! Laughter erupted like thunder around him. Obito's face turned crimson, resembling a pepper ready to burst, his teeth grinding audibly. I refuse to accept this. He hurled his final shuriken with all his might. Thwack! The shuriken embedded itself firmly in the bullseye. The air fell silent. Obito stood there in shock for a moment before bursting into laughter. I told you that was a fluke. This is my true strength. Did you see that? He turned around, only to find everyone staring at him like he was a fool. Uchiha Rin facepalmed, thinking to herself, for the sake of the Uchiha clan's reputation, should I consider eliminating this guy early? What are you all doing? I clearly hit the bullseye. Obito stammered. Fujiwara Daiki, exasperated, said, Obito, take another look. Obito turned around, his eyelids twitching violently, his mouth agape, as if he could swallow an orange. How is this even possible? To his shock, he realized that he had not hit the target intended for the test, but had struck the target of another group of students several meters away, who were holding their shuriken in disbelief. Staring at him in confusion, in the corner. Hinata Satoru's lips curled into a subtle smile, but he glanced at the exasperated Obito, silently reflecting, Obito, you can't blame me. You have always been the best test subject for any foolish act you commit. Besides, I'm merely igniting your motivation to study and steering you away from early romantic entanglements. It's for your own good. By employing a control variable method, he discovered that he possessed a measure of control even over shuriken flying at high speeds. Henceforth, ninja tools would pose little threat to him. Observing the animated Obito, Fujiwara Daiki raked his fingers through his Mediterranean-like hairstyle, feeling an overwhelming headache. How did the Uchiha clan produce such a peculiar character? Enough. Next, Hinata Iroha. From the crowd emerged a boy with a bandaged forehead and pure white eyes, stepping forward to throw shuriken. 10 points, 9 points, 10 points. Impressive, just shy of Kakashi and the others. After all, he was from the Hinata clan. But why is his forehead bandaged? Someone whispered. Don't you know? It was a chilly moment for Hinata Iroha of the Hinata clan, as his expression hardened and he instinctively clenched his fist before returning to his designated spot. Fujino Dakichi nodded in satisfaction. Through his observations over the past few days, he discerned that although Hinata Iroha was not the most gifted, he undoubtedly was the most diligent among them. For the branch family of Hinata, hard work was their only avenue to success. Next up was Hinata Satoru. He stepped forward, grasping several shuriken and weighing them in his hands. 7 points, 7 points, 7 points, 10 points, after a series of sevens. He finally managed to hit a 10th. The crowd began to murmur quietly. Despite being from the same Hinata family, he seemed to lag significantly behind Iroha. The gap with Kakashi and the others was even wider. After all, not everyone was a genius. Moreover, did they notice that he almost scored an 8 on his earlier throws? Clearly, luck was not on his side either. Hinata Satoru maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the whispers surrounding him. Hinata Iroha cast a glance at Satoru before withdrawing his gaze. Although they belonged to the same Hinata family, they rarely interacted in daily life, and Satoru's performance hardly warranted his attention. After school, shortly after Hinata Satoru returned home, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found a guardian from the branch family standing there. The individual, adorned with a ninja headband, presented him with a slightly bulging envelope. Hinata Satoru, this is your living allowance for the month. Satoru accepted the envelope, which bore his name and the specified amount. Thank you. The guardian nodded and vanished from sight. This branch family guardian was specifically assigned to deliver living expenses. Satoru would only see him once a month, and their interactions rarely included any additional conversation. As Satoru opened the envelope, he discovered a modest stack of 15 bills. 1,500 ryo, but he felt a slight headache. In a world where even a simple bowl of ramen cost 60 ryo, 1,500 ryo would indeed be a tight squeeze for a month. One of the most renowned clans in Konohagakure. The Hinata family revered their traditions and structure to an extreme degree, maintaining order, perhaps excessively so. Each clan member resembled a cog in a vast machine, silently treading along their designated paths. Yet, this was also a blessing. If he were from another branch family, his actions would likely be under the strict control of the main family. As it stood, he enjoyed a modicum of freedom. Regarding the cage burr upon his forehead, Hinata Satoru held little concern. Once his electromagnetic powers grew stronger, he could even decompose matter at its source. A mere curse mark would pose no challenge. The immediate priority was to find a way to enhance his strength. The following day dawned that it was the weekend, and there were no classes to attend. Hinata approached a nearby river. The shimmering waters reflected his visage alongside the surrounding forest, the banks of the Nanha River. Perhaps the most famous river in Konohagakure, the love-hate saga between the Uchiha and the Senju clans, as well as the entire history of the village, could all be traced back to this waterway. Today, an unfamiliar fishing boy arrived at the river. With a splash, Hinata rolled up his trousers and stood in the river, aiming carefully before making a swift grab. No avail. Only water splashed onto his face. The Nanha River's expanse was vast, coursing through all of Konohagakure, with its upstream located within Uchiha territory. Currently, Satoru was fishing at a distance far enough that he need not worry about any Uchiha seeking trouble. His choice to fish was naturally driven by the desire to improve his diet. Following Naruto's example to catch fish and treat himself to a hearty meal seemed delightful, especially during this crucial period of growth, where nutrition was essential. Yet his fishing endeavor was not merely about catching fish. Surrounding his body were two metal rods, each the size of chopsticks, slowly flying around him. These he had fashioned from fine iron rods. Upon detecting a target, the iron rods would swiftly launch themselves, aiming to pierce the fish. Additionally, as he moved through the river, small metallic ores gradually adhered to his calves. The riverbed served as a gathering place for metal ores. Naturally occurring metals would accumulate there due to the erosive flow of water. Nestled in the southern region, with a temperate and rainy climate and surrounded by mountains, the Hokage rock was carved from a massive cliff face. This unique geographical environment meant that the Nanha River, as the largest river in Konohagakure, likely harbored substantial deposits of metallic ores, certain precious ores, if taken to the ninja tool shop for recycling, could yield some monetary return. Hinata employed magnetic attraction to continuously sift through metal, effectively combining his need for sustenance with his quest for income. Furthermore, he aimed to level up his skills. Over the past few days, he had nearly completed his testing. The experience points required for upgrading his electromagnetic powers were akin to proficiency levels. The more complex the application, the faster the experience points accumulated. Conversely, if he continued to exploit a singular method, his returns would diminish. Initially, he honed his skills by controlling a kitchen knife for chopping, but as his proficiency grew, the experience gained from this approach waned. Now, he juggled 3 tasks at once, controlling 2 metal rods for fishing while simultaneously attracting metal from the riverbed. The rate at which his experience points surged was indeed impressive. Hinata spotted a target. A few meters away, beneath a large rock, several small fish congregated. Capturing them would provide a delightful meal. However, if he drew nearer, the fish would likely sense the ripples in the water and flee. Nevertheless, he had other methods at his disposal. Satoru held his breath. With a crackle, a current as thick as his thumb erupted from his toes, spreading through the water. The fish were paralyzed. Whoosh, whoosh, the 2 metal rods encircling him shot forth instantly. One struck true, piercing the belly of one fish while simultaneously skewering the tails of 2 others. A triple hit. Hinata expertly guided the heavy iron rod back to him. In that moment, due to his intricate application of electromagnetic force, a voice echoed in his mind. Electromagnetic experience points, 2. The current generated by his level 1 electromagnetic abilities was still rather feeble, apart from basic magnetization and discharge. It was challenging to achieve other applications. The release current was also insufficient to stun the fish instantly, necessitating the use of the iron rods for fishing. Nonetheless, Hinata felt quite content. This was one of the 4 fundamental forces, and the potential was vast. Thank you, Faraday. Thank you, Maxwell. Thank you, Tesla. Thank you to my middle school physics teacher. Without you, I wouldn't have caught this fish today. Amen. After toiling at the Nanha River the previous day, Hinata had accumulated a collection of metallic ores. While his aspirations were grand, reality proved quite the opposite. He had harbored hopes of striking gold, yet as he trudged onto the bank, his thighs to toes were covered in an array of peculiar items. Rusty shuriken and kunai, intertwined steel wires, and shapeless pots and pans cluttered his legs. Even more astonishing, he discovered a woman's undergarment. stuck to his backside like a snail due to the metal underwire. Whose handiwork was this from the Uchiha clan? His fishing spot lay downstream of the Nanha River, while the upstream area was within Uchiha territory. There was no doubt that these bizarre items originated from the Uchiha clan. However, aside from these oddities, Hinata had also acquired some remarkably pure metallic ores. Certain materials appeared promising. After amassing a collection, he planned to inquire about their recycling value at the ninja tool shop in the village. As far as he knew, the shop had a substantial daily demand for metals. Even if the recycling prices were low, it would still provide him with a source of income crucial for his upcoming training endeavors, which would undoubtedly be quite costly. After wandering around the hidden leaf village, Hyūga pinpointed a particular tool shop. Unlike other shops, this establishment was accompanied by a metallic smelting furnace, indicating a substantial likelihood of metal recycling. The proprietor was a middle-aged man with exposed shoulders and a robust physique. Taking a deep breath, Hyūga mustered his courage and approached him. "Hello, I possess some metal ores and was wondering if you might be interested in purchasing them." He presented the bag containing the ores to the man. The man furrowed his brow, instinctively inclined to dismiss the young boy. However, upon glimpsing the ores within the bag, he paused momentarily, then examined them closely. The metal ores ranged from the size of a fingernail to that of a fist, glimmering faintly in the light. Hyūga anxiously awaited the man's response. He was uncertain of the ore's value, but their high purity, easily attracted by his electromagnetic power, suggested they might be of interest to the tool shop. Indeed, after a thorough inspection, the man nodded. These ores exhibit commendable purity and are relatively easy to refine. If you have a considerable quantity, I could purchase some. Hyūga exhaled in relief. How did you acquire these ores? The man scrutinized him with suspicion. "That I found them by the river, that I often collect stones there. And over time, I accumulated a few." Hyūga replied nonchalantly, having prepared his explanation in advance. "That I see." The man nodded. Although he was not a ninja, he recognized Hyūga's Byakugan. "From the Hyūga clan, are you? You appear quite young, but coming from a prominent family. Perhaps your parents are powerful ninjas as well." Despite the limited quantity of ores, their quality was sufficient to warrant a purchase for the sake of appearances. Of course, he could never have guessed that Hyūga was an orphan. "Having lost both parents, I can offer you 300 ryo for these. If you find more in the future, feel free to return." "Thank you, sir," Hyūga replied with a smile. 300 ryo was a considerable sum, especially since his monthly living expenses amounted to only 1,500 ryo. Rounded up, he had just earned over 10,000 ryo a month. Can you imagine? He was not even 7 years old. It was still that same great river. Hyūga rolled up his pant legs and diligently searched for ores on the riverbank, laid 2 piles of items. One consisted of ores, while the other was also composed of ores, albeit of a different nature. The smaller pile contained selectively chosen ores of recycling value, while the larger pile was filled with an assortment of oddities, rusty pots and pans, iron wires, and other debris deemed worthless by the tool shop. Nearby, skewers of fish were roasting over a fire, rotating on their own, releasing an enticing aroma. Time to eat. After collecting from this stretch of the river, Hyūga stretched and approached the grilled fish. Relishing the feast, it was time to develop new abilities after ensuring his sustenance. Once he was satisfied, he pondered for a moment. He retrieved a coin from his pocket and tossed it high into the air. As the coin descended, the world around him seemed to shift into slow motion. Sparks flickered at his fingertips as he deftly flicked the coin. Whoosh! The coin, enveloped in arcs of electricity, struck a fish swimming in the river with lightning speed. Water splashed as the fish flipped onto its back, floating to the surface. The signature technique of the renowned sister cannon, the electromagnetic cannon. Having awakened his electromagnetic power without emulating the prowess of the sister cannon would surely be a disservice to the animated series he had watched in his previous life. However, at present, the LV-1 electromagnetic cannon could only be employed for fishing. Hyūga sighed. He was unaware of how his electromagnetic power compared to that of the sister cannon in the Academy City. Yet aspiring to develop an electromagnetic cannon at LV-1 was not impossible. It was merely lacking in power. For days, Hyūga had contemplated how to enhance the electromagnetic cannon. His Byakugan could perceive a range of up to 1 kilometer. allowing him to detect virtually any living being within that distance. That if he combined it with a long-range electromagnetic strike. Sir, the times have changed. Hand-to-hand combat was no longer feasible. He needed tools. Initially, he envisioned a firearm-like weapon, utilizing high-precision iron pipes and bullets, akin to an electromagnetic sniper rifle from his past life. However, he quickly abandoned this idea. First, the fabrication of such a precise weapon was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary tool shop. Even if it were possible, the price would be unaffordable for him at present. Secondly, considering the weapon's power, achieving his ideal effectiveness with LV-1 electromagnetic force seemed unrealistic. Once his electromagnetic level increased, this method might become optimal. His second idea involved creating a weapon similar to a crossbow. A narrow metallic rail in the center would apply electromagnetic propulsion to launch specially designed elongated arrows, maximizing magnetic field acceleration. Additionally, the bow's elastic potential energy could combine with the electromagnetic energy to achieve maximum lethality. Hyūga Woozwa's eyes sparkled with excitement. For his current level of electromagnetic power, this second approach was undoubtedly the most viable. The first method could be reserved for future use when his electromagnetic level rose, while the second could be utilized immediately. With a long-range attack method established, he realized he must also develop a close-range attack technique. As a renowned method of the Hyūga clan, the gentle fist was something he had no intention of emulating. He approached a sturdy tree, lowering his center of gravity and adopting the stance of the gentle fist. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently as a faint blue aura began to emanate from his palm. Once the energy had accumulated sufficiently, he struck. A resounding thud echoed as the blue energy burst forth from his palm, splintering the bark of the tree. The leaves of the tree quivered, scattering to the ground as the rapidly spreading blue energy rippled through the branches. If the Hyūga clan leader were present, he would undoubtedly be astounded, exclaiming, "Is this really the gentle fist?" Hyūga Woozwa gazed at his palm, which was slightly reddened and trembling. Just as I anticipated, compressing the magnetic flux to a certain extent would result in this intense electromagnetic pulse. An electromagnetic pulse weapon, also known as EMP, a concept frequently featured in various science fiction films. Its principle was not overly complex, by utilizing a rapidly expanding, strong, alternating magnetic field, it could strike nitrogen and oxygen atoms in the air, splitting and ionizing them, thereby generating a high-voltage current in circuits through electromagnetic induction, instantly breaching the circuit. The palm strike he executed, infused with a powerful high-voltage current, possessed formidable repulsive force. This was the reason for the leaves falling to the ground. I shall name this technique the magnetic burst palm. Its power was commendable. With sufficient chakra, I could transform each of the 64 gentle fist strikes into magnetic burst palms. However, Hyūga Woozwa frowned, observing his trembling palm. The force exerted is reciprocal. This technique demands significant physical strength. Given my current physical condition, I doubt I could complete even 18 strikes, let alone 60-4, but it seems I must enhance my physical fitness. Beyond fishing and mining, I can also utilize the prisoner fitness regimen from my previous life. In my past existence as a corporate drone, I had little time for exercise, so I purchased the entire set of books on prisoner fitness, acquiring a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Having settled on a direction, Hyūga Woozwa stretched, feeling invigorated. Thus, he joyfully resolved to mine for ores to fund the development of the electromagnetic cannon while practicing the magnetic burst palm through prisoner fitness. Hyūga Woozwa's antics were becoming increasingly outrageous. In a classroom, Fujino Daikichi gazed at Hyūga Woozwa, who was sprawled across his desk in slumber, feeling exasperated. Throughout his many years of teaching, he had never encountered a Hyūga student so lethargic. His impression of Hyūga Woozwa could be succinctly summarized: sleeping in class and relieving himself during breaks. Are you kidding me? You are a ninja from the prestigious Hyūga clan. In contrast, Uchiha Rin, also from a prominent family, excelled in all subjects, competing for the top spot with Kakashi. There is also Hinata Gaku, whose innate talent may be slightly inferior to theirs, yet her extraordinary diligence qualifies her as a genius in her own right. Only you, Fujino Daiki, has recently noticed a significant increase in his hair loss. At this rate, the Mediterranean Sea on his scalp is bound to expand. Alas, perhaps I should steep some goji berries in my thermos for the next class. If Hinata Satoru were privy to Fujino Daiki's inner thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim in indignation. Although I may doze off during class, I am diligent with my studies after school. The upgrade of electromagnetic force requires experience points. Do you think I spend my nights grinding levels only to cosplay as a character from Bladestorm during the day? Lately, I've been quite idle. The fish I've caught could sustain me for several days. I've amassed a considerable stash of minerals, just a step away from exchanging them for money. My electromagnetic experience points have also increased by a notch. Isn't that more gratifying than listening to your monotonous recitations? Comfortable, Hinata Satoru stretched languidly, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, only to turn and find Azuki, admiring him while enjoying some dumplings dough. Is class over? Satoru, you are incredibly brave, Azuki declared with admiration. Just before class ended, Fujino-sensei was staring at you for quite some time. No wonder I felt a chill creeping up my back while I was asleep. Satoru realized he could see that moment. He suddenly sensed a malevolent gaze and turned to see Hinata Iroha coldly observing him from her seat in front. Although they both belonged to the Hinata clan, Satoru's relationship with Iroha was far from amicable. Recently, Iroha had confronted him on multiple occasions, accusing him of tarnishing the Hinata family's reputation and even declaring her intent to challenge him, asserting that the Branch family was not merely a bunch of idlers as claimed by their classmates. Naturally, Satoru would never agree, as he feared he might accidentally strike her down. He had observed that Iroha's chakra levels had been rising rapidly, nearing the level of a lower-ranked ninja. Yet, crucially, that was still insufficient in his eyes. During this time, he too had not been idle. His level 1 electromagnetic experience points had surged significantly, and his physical prowess had improved markedly, allowing him to unleash his magnetic storm palm instantaneously. When pitted against her gentle fist, his magnetic storm palm would undoubtedly dominate. He genuinely feared that a misstep could leave Iroha incapacitated in recent times. Satoru had subjected his physical training to an almost rigorous standard. He had discovered that enhancing his physical attributes would augment his biological magnetic field, and an increase in this field would, in turn, amplify his control over electromagnetic forces. However, he gradually realized that this feedback had its limits, as if an invisible door obstructed his deeper exploration into electromagnetic forces. Satoru speculated that this must be a consequence of his level. The electromagnetic force at level 1 could only correspond to a finite amount of authority. It was impossible for it to amplify indefinitely. The levels corresponded to the authority granted by electromagnetic forces. Higher levels equated to greater authority, akin to the capabilities of manipulating nuclear weapons or pulling planets by hand, which were fundamentally reserved for advanced ranks. There was still a long journey ahead. After school, Satoru found himself once again at the Great River. The mining area he had previously explored was nearly exhausted, so he ventured to a more upstream location. The trifecta remained unchanged: fishing, mining, and leveling up. Standing in the turbulent waters, the surface reached his knees. Around him, two slender metallic rods slowly rotated. Unlike before, Satoru had secured two long iron plates with ropes behind him, submerging them in the river, which made his cumbersome movements even more arduous. This represented the 2.0 version of his efficient leveling up strategy. He had imbued the metal plates with magnetism to attract metallic ores from the riverbed, significantly enhancing his mining efficiency. Over time, Satoru's body had adapted to the old trifecta. The rate of increase in his electromagnetic force resembled a tortoise's pace. If he did not devise new strategies soon, he could not fathom how long it would take to level up. Thus, Satoru navigated the swift river, pausing whenever fatigue set in to recuperate. Once his stamina was sufficiently restored, he would commence another round to prevent being swept away by the current. He had developed a new ability: electromagnetic adhesion. His feet firmly adhered to the silt beneath the riverbed, stabilizing his body against the relentless flow of water. This newfound application slightly increased the rate at which his electromagnetic experience points accumulated. And so, after an indeterminate number of rounds, the sun gradually descended towards the horizon, painting the twilight sky in hues of orange and red. Satoru estimated that he had gathered enough for the day. He painstakingly made his way to the riverbank, intending to organize his oars when he faintly heard a series of sharp sounds emanating from the forest. Satoru was taken aback. Was it an illusion? No, the sounds, though soft, were undeniably real. Quietly activating his Byakugan, he clearly discerned a petite girl, perhaps several dozen meters away, diligently practicing her taijutsu against a wooden post. Her bandaged hand struck rhythmically and decisively against the stump. Satoru furrowed his brow. He recognized this individual, the girl who competes with Kakashi for the title of Scroll Queen in their class. He vividly recalled their encounter during the shuriken throwing test, where their rivalry was all too apparent. What was her name again? Uchiha Rin. Indeed, the Scroll Queen, still training at this late hour? Satoru clicked his tongue, attempting to move stealthily to avoid detection. It seemed he had ventured too close to the Uchiha clan's territory while mining. Having thoroughly explored the lower reaches of the Nanha River, he had unwittingly encroached upon the midstream area, dangerously close to the Uchiha homestead. Unable to restrain his thoughts, Satoru mused, as an Uchiha, why aren't you diligently training in the dojo? Why come to the forest? Did you think you could fish for experience points like I do? Just as he was cautiously retreating, a sharp exclamation suddenly pierced the air from the forest. Who goes there? As the voice rang out, a shuriken hurtled towards Satoru. Thud! The shuriken embedded itself in a tree trunk a few meters away from him. What a nuisance! Satoru's brow furrowed, that he had made every effort to minimize his movements. Yet it seemed he had still drawn attention. With the approaching nightfall, the banks of the Nanha River had grown eerily quiet, making his actions conspicuous in such a serene environment. Seconds after the startled shout, a slender figure emerged from the forest, holding a kunai and glaring coldly at Satoru. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into Uchiha territory? Strictly speaking, this place is still several hundred meters from the Uchiha enclave. Satoru remarked helplessly. You are. Uchiha Rin's expression shifted to one of surprise, and her grip on the kunai relaxed slightly. She had initially assumed that an unfamiliar ninja was attempting to sneak into the clan's territory under the cover of dusk. To her astonishment, it was merely a boy of similar age. Moreover, those eyes. I should have seen you before, right? Uchiha Rin frowned. She found Satoru familiar, yet could not place him. Satoru sighed, exasperated. Sister, if my Byakugan hasn't deteriorated into presbyopia, we should be classmates, right? Is that so? Uchiha Rin tilted her head, eye in her eyes. Only the strong mattered. She remembered only a handful of capable classmates, and among the Hinata clan, there seemed to be two. One was named Iroha, who had decent talent, while the other appeared to be a perennial underperformer, sleeping through class, and was humorously referred to as the Obito of the Hinata family. It seemed this was the very individual before her. What brings you here? Satoru replied awkwardly, gesturing to his clothes piled on the riverbank. Do you believe me if I say I came here to take a bath? Due to his mining activities, his pant legs were rolled up to his thighs, and his body was mostly wet. If he were to brandish a spear, he genuinely feared that Uchiha Rin might exclaim the classic line. What the heck? Yuanhua, are you cleaning the riverbed while bathing? Uchiha Rin cast a cold gaze at him. Beside Satoru's clothes lay a heap of rusted debris, including corroded pots and pans, iron wires, shuriken, and even undergarments. Was this guy a pervert? Uchiha Rin felt increasingly nauseated as the thoughts swirled in her mind. Hinata Wataru, still intent on offering an explanation, was taken aback when Uchiha Rin suddenly dashed towards him, her slender legs propelling her as she delivered a fierce kick aimed at his chest. Hinata Wataru barely managed to lean back, narrowly evading her assault. Why, dear classmate, I believe we have some misunderstandings, he stammered, his scalp prickling with anxiety. However, Uchiha Rin clearly had no intention of listening, her voice frosty as she declared. First, I detest being disturbed during my training. Second, I have no desire to bathe in the same river as others. The moment her icy words fell, she charged at Hinata Wataru once more. Hinata Wataru struggled to defend himself. He could understand the first statement, but the latter? What on earth was that supposed to mean? Uchiha Rin was indeed a remarkable enigma. The two engaged in a fierce clash by the riverbank, the sound of their physical confrontations echoing through the grove. Uchiha Rin's attacks were ruthless, each strike targeting Hinata Wataru's vulnerable spots, yet he managed to fend them off with surprising agility. Once could be chalked up to coincidence. Twice to luck, but 3 or 4 times. Uchiha Rin furrowed her brow slightly. Could it be that her recent laxity in training, practicing only 9 hours a day, had led to a decline in her abilities? You seem far more complex than you appear, she mused, her gaze towards Hinata Wataru growing more serious. Hinata Wataru felt a sense of unease. The proximity to the Uchiha clan's territory was too great. Any commotion could undoubtedly attract other ninjas. As dusk settled, enveloping them in a hazy twilight, they stood in mutual confrontation. Sister, perhaps I should come back another time to apologize. My mother is calling me home for dinner. I have made myself clear. Stop. Hinata Wataru decisively abandoned any further negotiation. Uchiha Rin suddenly felt a surge of pressure. As their fists and legs clashed, she found herself retreating along the riverbank. This guy, Uchiha Rin thought, her expression growing increasingly serious. After dodging another of Hinata Wataru's strikes, she leaped back and threw 2 shurikens. Hinata Wataru remained unfazed, deftly blocking them with his kunai. Uchiha Rin began to form hand seals with remarkable speed. Hinata Wataru's eyelids twitched. Was she invoking ninjutsu? This person had even mastered ninjutsu. Seizing the moment as she was distracted by her hand seals, he charged forward, his palm enveloped in a faint blue lightning aura, landing a solid strike against her chest. With a dull thud, Uchiha Rin was sent crashing back, tumbling into the nearby Nanha River, creating a splash. I'm sorry. My mother is truly calling me home for dinner. Hinata Wataru exclaimed awkwardly, wrapping the pile of oars in his coat and hoisting it onto his shoulder as he sprinted away. With a splash, Uchiha Rin emerged from the river, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief as she watched Hinata Wataru's retreating figure. At that moment, her chest felt as if it were jolted by electricity, tingling and numb, her clothes soaked and clinging to her body, outlining her silhouette. Had she truly lost? So easily. What was that strike? Gentle fist? Was that truly gentle fist? As Hinata Wataru's form faded into the night, Uchiha Rin, submerged in the frigid river, couldn't help but smirk. That I once thought Kakashi was unparalleled, yet it seems there exists someone even more formidable. Hinata Wataru, is it? How intriguing. The entrance of the ninja tool shop, Hinata Wataru pointed at the oars he had placed in a sack. How much will you pay for this haul? The quality of this batch is quite good, and there's a substantial amount. I can offer you 5,000 ryo. The man inspected the oars and quoted a figure that made Hinata Wataru's heart race. 5,000 ryo. Such a price was certainly not low. He was now closer to customizing the electromagnetic cannon. Due to his experiences from the previous night, Hinata Wataru decided to sell off his accumulated oars and take things slow for a few days. He had no idea how Uchiha Rin would perceive the events of last night, that a low emotional intelligence perspective would say that he had gone to the Uchiha clan's territory and engaged in a brawl. A high emotional intelligence perspective would state that he had engaged in a graceful and courteous contest with Uchiha Rin by the picturesque Nanha River at sunset, although the outcome resulted in her becoming a drenched mess. As for the worst-case scenario, Hinata Wataru had considered that IT would likely involve him arriving at school the next day to find his classmates regaling tales of his epic duel with Uchiha Rin by the grove. Hinata Wataru's gaze flickered. IT was evidently unrealistic to keep his electromagnetic abilities a secret, and he must prepare for the inevitable scrutiny, particularly from the clan elders. What are you thinking about, kid? The man at the ninja tool shop handed Hinata Wataru a stack of bills and, noticing his contemplative demeanor, asked with a grin, I was just pondering how kind you are, so I inquired elsewhere, and they offer me no more than 4,000 ryo. Hinata Wataru lifted his head, his pure white eyes radiating innocence. Is that so? The man scratched his head. How about you come work for me in the smithy? You seem to have quite the talent, and I can pay you a salary. Hinata Wataru's forehead twitched in annoyance. Haha, I was just joking. Just a jest. The man chuckled awkwardly. Really? How could I say something so foolish? With those eyes, you clearly belong to a prestigious clan. How could someone of such noble status work for me out of financial necessity? Surely, it must be for the sake of honing your skills. Upon arriving in class, Hinata Wataru did not find the bustling discussions he had anticipated. Instead, the classroom was unusually quiet, with everyone engrossed in their own activities. Oblivious to his presence, he glanced towards Uchiha Rin's seat, noting that she seemed disinclined to engage with him, her head down as if preparing for something. Hinata Wataru sighed in relief. and took his seat. Wataru, why do you look so dejected again? Akane blinked at him. Because I train earnestly every night. Really? Akane regarded him with a dubious expression. Hinata Wataru chose to ignore her. His current concern was how to present a perfect explanation for his abilities. By the way, Wataru, are you prepared for the practical assessment later? Akane suddenly inquired. Practical assessment? Hinata Wataru looked at her in shock. Surely you jest. The first semester is nearly over, and you are still unaware? Akane gazed at him in disbelief. Her mouth agape, as if she could fit an orange inside. Oh my goodness! My slacker desk mate has spent an entire semester without realizing the final assessments were upon us. Had he not been told, he would have remained oblivious to the impending evaluations that it seemed he could no longer afford to be lax. Hinata Wataru's expression shifted as realization dawned, and oh wonder the classroom was so unexpectedly quiet upon his entrance. It was the time for final assessments, and everyone was cramming. You even know you were slacking off? Akane rolled her eyes at him. The slacking off is not the same as that slacking off. Hinata Wataru chose not to elaborate. Akane sighed, chattering incessantly about something that you're bound to embarrass yourself. Many are hoping for misfortune to befall you, a member of the Hyūga clan. Do you know that many in the class are mocking your laziness? Sleeping through lessons just like a Bito, Hinata Wataru remained silent, his gaze flickering as he pondered something. Soon after, their homeroom teacher, Fujino Daiki, entered the classroom and, after addressing the necessary matters, organized the students to head to the training grounds for the practical assessments. He surveyed the students with pride, akin to surveying a lush field of chives. Under his guidance, many students had made significant progress, all poised for bright futures. However, when his gaze fell upon two individuals, his expression turned peculiar and resigned. Point one was Uchiha Bito, an undeniable oddity of the Uchiha clan. Thankfully, Uchiha Rin was there to salvage some dignity. Otherwise, I fear the students' impressions of Uchiha will undoubtedly shift. And then there's Hinata Iroha. While Obito may be somewhat dim-witted, at least he does not indulge in laziness and exhibits great enthusiasm during class. Yet that fellow Hinata Wuji, he is excessively lethargic. He spends the class dozing off and the breaks merely attending to nature's call. All day long, he engages in idleness. I have yet to witness him attentively participating in class. Look at Hinata Iroha. Despite being from the same clan, how can there be such a vast disparity in their abilities? Yagyu Daiki is thoroughly exasperated. How come this year's cohort is filled with such peculiarities? One Uchiha, one Hinata. Taking a deep breath to clear his mind of distractions, Yagyu Daiki calls out the names of two students. Koshinmei versus Kamikawa Yudo. Commence. After forming the necessary hand seals, the two engage in a fierce taijutsu battle, the sound of their physical clashes reverberating across the playground. Yagyu Daiki nods slightly. While most students have yet to master ninjutsu, this phase of combat primarily relies on taijutsu and shuriken throwing, and these two students possess a commendable foundation among the common folk. Before long, Kamikawa Yudo has his kunai pressed against Ko Shinmai's neck. Kamikawa Yudo wins. Yagyu Daiki nods, announcing the results of the assessment. Hinata Wuji quietly observes from the sidelines, uncertain of his actual prowess. However, recalling last night's battle with Uchiha Rin, Yagyu Daiki declares the next match. Hinata Iroha versus Yamashiro Aoki. Upon hearing this, a commotion erupts in the vicinity. It's Iroha. Yamashiro Aoki is surely in for a rough time. Indeed, after all, she's a bona fide Hinata ninja, not someone of dubious caliber who could be compared. Yamashiro Aoki, upon hearing his name, momentarily freezes. Only able to muster the courage to step forward, he holds no hope of defeating Hinata Iroha, as she ranks among the top talents in class, second only to Kakashi and Uchiha Rin. As expected, from the very beginning of the battle, Yamashiro Aoki finds himself at a complete disadvantage. With Byakugan activated, Hinata Iroha strikes with precision and ferocity, landing a palm strike against his chest that sends him hurtling backward. Is that the gentle fist? How impressive! Indeed, the speed at which he was defeated is utterly incomprehensible. Struggling to rise from the ground, Yamashiro Aoki feels a sharp pain in his chest as the flow of chakra within him becomes rigid and stale. Is this the power of the gentle fist? He clutches his chest, breathing heavily, gazing at Iroha in shock. Although he knew he would lose, the speed of his defeat is staggering. Of course, Iroha responds, clearly relishing the moment. Her chin lifted slightly. The strength of the gentle fist is beyond question, and within the Hinata clan, not everyone can master it. Sensing the underlying implication in Iroha's words, Hinata Wuji raises an eyebrow in disdain. At this stage, possessing Byakugan and the gentle fist indeed provides Iroha with a significant advantage over ordinary ninja. Yet in the later stages, the limitations of the gentle fist and Byakugan become glaringly apparent. Their potential is far too restricted, while the Sharingan boasts higher ceilings, and other bloodline limits possess considerable countermeasures against shadows. The gentle fist, however, finds itself lacking in both high and low capabilities that is it powerful. Yes, but it is merely that. The crux lies in the Hinata clan's stagnation, rigidly adhering to tradition without innovation or development of new abilities. In the entirety of the Hinata clan, not a single shadow-level powerhouse can be found. This is also why Hinata Wuji prefers to distance himself from the clan's ninja. The path he intends to tread is destined to diverge from that of the Hinata. Yagyu Daiki continues to call out names. And Hinata Wuji observes Kakashi's battle, flowing like water, effortlessly defeating his opponent with taijutsu, surpassing Iroha in every regard. Truly, he is this year's foremost talent. Hinata Wuji silently praises him. Under the guidance of Hitaki Sakumo, Kakashi has far surpassed his peers. With Kakashi's chakra levels currently measured, my own chakra capacity is approximately 1.2 units, and the vigor of my biological magnetic field grants me a notable advantage in chakra volume. Just as Hinata Wuji is deep in thought, a voice interrupts his musings. Hinata Wuji versus Hinata, Iroha. Hinata Wuji lifts his head to find Iroha gazing at him with indifference. Wow, a battle between two Hinata. This should be entertaining. Who do you think will win? Of course, it will be Iroha. That fellow Wuji spends all his time idling about and has never been seen in a serious light. How could he possibly defeat Iroha? Beside him, Akane tugs at Hinata Wuji's sleeve anxiously. Hey Wuji, don't let your pride get the better of you if you can't win. Just admit defeat. There's no shame in it. It's far more embarrassing to get injured. Hinata Wuji shoots her a glare. Oh, you have so little faith in me. In the crowd, Uchiha Rin's gaze sharpens, locking on a Hinata Wuji with intensity. Unlike the jeers of others, she knows that this fellow has been concealing his true capabilities. The two step onto the playground, forming the necessary hand seals. Hinata, Iroha's expression darkens as she states, Hinata Wuji, I recall that you have never trained in the gentle fist at the clan's practice grounds. I will show you what it means to be a Hinata. Hinata Wuji interrupts her directly. Iroha's expression darkens as she seals the jutsu and shouts, Byakugan, activate. Veins protrude grotesquely around her eyes, her pure white gaze fixed intently on Hinata Wuji. Aren't you going to activate your Byakugan? Not necessary, Hinata Wuji shrugs. Arrogant. Iroha strikes with a palm, the wind swirling violently around her hand. Hinata Wuji merely sidesteps lightly, evading the attack. Was that luck? Iroha frowns. She strikes again, her intentions sharper than before. However, to her astonishment, she finds that she strikes nothing but air. How is your speed so fast? Iroha exclaims in disbelief. Even she, despite her sluggishness, realizes that Hinata Wuji has merely relied on his physical reflexes to dodge her attacks. Not bad, Hinata Wuji replies nonchalantly. His routine of idling about and mining has significantly enhanced his physical capabilities beyond those of his peers, and as he dodges, he stimulates his muscles with electrical impulses for rapid contraction. To him, Iroha's attacks appear to unfold in slow motion. The disdain in his eyes dissipates, replaced by a solemn expression as Hinata, Iroha states, Hinata Wuji, I admit you've surprised me, but can you evade this next move? Oh, Hinata Wuji raises an eyebrow. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Assuming an unusual stance, Iroha's aura surges, her hands launching a torrent of attacks. Swiftly evading Iroha's onslaught, Hinata Wuji displays a hint of surprise. The 8 trigrams, 32 palms is typically mastered only by low-ranking ninjas. From this perspective, Iroha, who played a minor role in the original story, can certainly be regarded as a prodigy. After all, in the original narrative, he was already a jounin when he encountered the prince. and no mediocre ninja can ascend to the rank of Jounin in Konohagakure. Realizing this, Hinata Wuji offers a quiet compliment. Not bad. This slight praise detonates in Iroha's ears, causing her face to flush with indignation as she grits her teeth. How dare he humiliate me? Although anger surges within her, she finds herself unable to retaliate. Merely maintaining the 8 trigrams 32 palms has already pushed her to her limits. Once this sequence of gentle fist techniques concludes, she fears she will be utterly drained. Yet, if she halts her assault now, it would inevitably reveal a flaw, allowing Hinata Wuji to seize the opportunity. She had initially believed she could decisively overwhelm Hinata Wuji with this technique. But instead, she finds herself trapped in a predicament. After narrowly avoiding another strike from the gentle fist, Hinata Wuji slightly shifts his body, his right palm crackling with lightning, striking Iroha's chest in a flash. Blue arcs of electricity explode upon contact, accompanied by a deep thud as Iroha's body flies backward like a kite severed from its string. A profound silence ensues. Akane stands frozen, astonished. Uchiha Rin's eyes glitter with recognition. Is that the move? She is transported back to that night, when Hinata Wuji struck her chest, plunging her into the frigid waters of the Nange River. Yagyu Daiki's mouth hangs agape, as if he could swallow an orange hole. Iroha struggles to prop herself up, her chest throbbing with pain akin to being struck by lightning, her muscles trembling uncontrollably. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she glares at Hinata Wuji, gritting her teeth. Damn it. So you were merely toying with me all along. He never anticipated that those of his own kin, whom he had long looked down upon, would possess strength far exceeding his own. During the previous battle, he had boasted with bravado, but now it felt as if a resounding slap had struck him across the face. Was the fool truly myself? Iruha's cheeks flushed, stinging with embarrassment, as if Hinata Satoru's palm had not merely struck his chest, but had instead landed squarely upon his visage. This gentle fist. This is gentle fist. Hinata Satoru shot him a disdainful glance. Iruha was taken aback that he insisted that this was not gentle fist. Yet Hinata Satoru reaffirmed, this is indeed gentle fist. How could this possibly be gentle fist? My chest feels numb as if electrified, and with a single strike, I was sent flying so far. You dare claim this is gentle fist? But upon recalling how he had been effortlessly defeated, Iruha's gaze dimmed in an instant. I concede. Did I truly lose? Hondo gaped in shock. If someone were to stuff something bizarre in her mouth at that moment, she likely wouldn't even notice. Hinata Satoru has won. After what felt like an eternity in silence, Fujino Daiki finally announced the result of the match. Uchiha Rin's pupils constricted, although she was already aware of Hinata Satoru's formidable prowess. Witnessing him defeat Iruha so effortlessly still took her by surprise. His fellow, it seems that night was not his limit after all. Then a subtle smile crept across her lips. Not bad. Such strength is worthy of being my opponent. Obito stared blankly at Hinata Satoru as he walked back amidst a sea of astonished and admiring gazes. We had agreed to share the disgrace of our clans. You tarnished the Hinata name, while I tarnished the Uchiha. How is it that in the blink of an eye, you have transformed into a genius? While I remain the one bringing shame to the Uchiha, this is utterly unfair. When Hinata Satoru returned, Hondo, still in shock, asked Satoru, how did you manage that? Hinata Satoru raised an eyebrow, sighing. Where is the genius? I merely utilized the time others spent sleeping to study. Hondo pouted. I wouldn't believe you even if you claimed it. I've never seen you stay awake in class. Fujino Daiki quickly regained his composure and announced the participants for the next match. After years of teaching, he possessed far more experience than an ordinary ninja. I actually misjudged. That boy is no underachiever, but a prodigy. But how did he manage to defeat Iruha? That technique was too swift and did not resemble gentle fist at all. Fujino Daiki pondered, his expression shifting between contemplation and uncertainty. No, I must test this boy's limits further. After several student battles, he declared the next match. Next up, Uchiha Rin versus Hinata Satoru. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Goodness, it's an Uchiha against a Hinata. Uchiha Rin has always been a genius competing with Kakashi. Can Hinata Satoru measure up? It's hard to say. While he defeated Iruha, Uchiha Rin is far more formidable. Hinata Gaku felt a chill run down his spine. Among all present, he least desired to face Uchiha Rin. This was due to the experiences of that fateful night. Indeed, when the two stood opposed on the training ground, Uchiha Rin's first words were, "Hinata-su, do you remember that night by the Nanha River?" The training ground fell silent. Even Iroha, who had just been struck away by Hinata Satoru, was stunned, as all gazes turned in disbelief toward the two. Could it be one from the Hinata and one from the Uchiha? How thrilling! Some female classmates began to wildly speculate. Hondo glanced back and forth between Hinata Satoru and Uchiha Rin, wearing a mischievous smile. What am I underachieving desk mate and the Uchiha prodigy? The atmosphere grew tense. Hinata Satoru awkwardly scraped his foot against the ground, never expecting Uchiha Rin to so brazenly bring it up. What did she mean by that night by the Nanha River? Yet Uchiha Rin seemed indifferent to his thoughts. Her gaze sharpened as she swiftly threw several shurikens. In the air, the shurikens collided, forming an impenetrable black net that sealed off all of Hinata Satoru's escape routes. What a sophisticated throwing technique! Fujino Daiki couldn't help but marvel. This method of altering the trajectory of shurikens through collision was something even Uchiha Genin seldom mastered with such finesse. Faced with the onslaught, Hinata Satoru gripped a kunai to defend himself. To everyone's astonishment, regardless of the angle from which the shurikens attacked, Hinata Satoru effortlessly blocked or dodged them, as if the shurikens were afraid of him. Someone in the crowd muttered in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? Shurikens aren't he alive? How could they fear him? Haven't you noticed? Another person countered, it's not him avoiding the shurikens. It's the shurikens avoiding him. Upon closer inspection, the doubter's jaw dropped. He witnessed that whenever a shuriken was about to hit Hinata Satoru, it would inexplicably alter its trajectory and fly past him. This uncanny phenomenon allowed Hinata Satoru to evade the barrage of shuriken attacks with ease. Could it be? Uchiha Rin's eyes narrowed, a terrifying thought surfacing in her mind, followed by a look of confusion. Impossible! He is from Hinata clan. Such a thing should not be possible. Realizing the futility of her shuriken assault, Uchiha Rin ceased throwing them, gripping her kunai, and launched herself at Hinata Satoru like a speeding arrow. Simultaneously, Hinata Satoru also readied his kunai, and the two became locked in a battle of taijutsu. The more they fought, the deeper the astonishment on Uchiha Rin's face grew. Indeed, that night was not your limit. Backed by the Nanha River, she had been able to trade blows with Hinata Satoru. But now she was completely overpowered. Hinata Satoru sighed. Isn't it obvious? When it comes to sheer combat experience, I still lag behind Uchiha Rin by a considerable margin. Yet the advantages of my Byakugan and physical speed allow me to maintain a steady upper hand. If I were to activate my Sharingan, you would certainly not have it so easy. Uchiha Rin stubbornly muttered, her teeth clenched as she swiftly retreated, abandoning the thought of continuing a taijutsu clash with Hinata Satoru. Activating the Sharingan is far more challenging than the Byakugan. At this stage, engaging in a taijutsu duel with Hinata Satoru would yield her no benefits. Yes, she jumped back to create distance. Uchiha Rin quickly formed hand seals, and a scorching energy erupted from her mouth. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Ninjutsu. Fujino Daiki's pupils dilated. At this stage, any student capable of using ninjutsu was, without a doubt, a genius. Especially with a technique as powerful as the Great Fireball, which was classified as a C-rank ninjutsu. This is bad. The power of the Great Fireball was immense, and Fujino Daiki instinctively wanted to rush in to save Hinata Satoru. But in that fleeting moment of distraction, the Great Fireball's attack had already arrived. The orange fireball engulfed Hinata Satoru's position, the explosive flames scattering, raising the temperature of the entire training ground, leaving the air dry and scorched. Did I hit him? Uchiha Rin's eyes sparkled with hope. Soon, as the flames dissipated, no figure emerged from the rising smoke, and a soft voice came from behind her. Did I not tell you? The Great Fireball cannot kill. From behind, when Uchiha Rin's pupils constricted as she quickly adjusted her body to evade. However, it was too late. A thunderous impact struck her back as a blue arc of electricity erupted from her back, sending her crashing forward in a powerful thrust. Hinata Satoru shook his hand, gazing down at Uchiha Rin, who lay on the ground. This battle was undeniably perilous. Uchiha Rin's strength had posed considerable pressure on him. Fortunately, the lengthy preparation time for the Great Fireball allowed him to use the flames as cover to maneuver behind her, delivering a decisive blow. "Are you all right?" Seeing Uchiha Rin remain motionless on the training ground, Hinata Satoru approached her. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh! Uchiha Rin abruptly raised her hand, and a kunai shot toward Hinata Satoru in an instant. In the fleeting moment before the kunai struck, its trajectory abruptly altered, gliding in an arc past his visage. Magnet release. Indeed, you have awakened a dual bloodline. On the ground, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Uchiha Rin's eyes. In an instant, the crowd erupted in fervor. Dual bloodlines? Magnet release? What is that? Dual bloodlines. Fujino Daiki gaped in astonishment. Having taught for over 2 decades, he had only heard whispers of dual bloodlines, yet never witnessed one. To possess even a single bloodline limit sets one apart from the masses. But to wield two, that is truly terrifying. However, the moment the kunai's trajectory changed just before striking Hyūga Wujing was unmistakably vivid. This leads to only one conclusion. Magnet release. Is it, as a member of the Hyūga clan, having already awakened the Byakugan bloodline, the emergence of magnet release unequivocally indicates a dual bloodline. Fujino Daiki's gaze flickered. The significance of dual bloodlines is paramount and must be reported to the Hokage without delay. The crowd was in a state of unrest. Goodness, what is a dual bloodline? It must refer to possessing 2 bloodline limits. Who would have thought such a ninja could exist? Even the usually composed Kakashi displayed a hint of shock in his eyes upon hearing the term. Fixating on Hyūga Wujing on the playground. After being injured by Wujing, Irio's astonishment was incomparable as he gazed at the figure standing before Uchiha Rin. Impossible, absolutely impossible, in the nearly 1,000-year history of the Hyūga clan. No ninja with dual bloodlines has ever emerged. The Byakugan is already among the most formidable ocular techniques. How could anyone awaken another bloodline? He suddenly recalled the powerful strike that Hyūga Wujing had delivered to him earlier. Could it have been a technique derived from magnet release? Yet, he had never heard of magnet release possessing such capabilities. That is Wujing truly that formidable? Akkad glanced around, observing the shocked expressions of everyone around, and couldn't help but feel curious that in the Hokage's office, a pile of documents lay haphazardly on the desk as Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a serious demeanor and cigarette in mouth, diligently processed the papers. Suddenly, a shadow materialized beside the Hokage's desk, its face concealed by an animal mask and body shrouded in dark attire. "Speak." Without lifting his gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen uttered a single word, "Hokasama." The Umbu slightly bowed. The instructor of Class A at the Ninja Academy, Fujino Daiki, reports that one of his students from the Hyūga branch has awakened magnet release and possesses dual bloodlines. Sarutobi Hiruzen's movements abruptly stilled. A flicker of astonishment igniting in his eyes as he looked up at the Umbu. Is the information accurate? Is accurate. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into silence. He knew Fujino Daiki, who had taught at the Ninja Academy for nearly 20 years, making him one of the most seasoned instructors. With his discerning eye, he should not err in such vital intelligence. Thus, only one possibility remained. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly. That student of the Hyūga clan truly awakened dual bloodlines. But a frown creased his brow. It seemed rather improbable. While ninjas possessing dual bloodlines are indeed rare, they do exist. Historically, the Hidden Mist has seen dual bloodline ninjas. However, he had never heard of a dual bloodline emerging from the Hyūga clan. The Byakugan is already a formidable bloodline limit. It appears that no clan member has ever awakened another bloodline ability. Magnet release is a bloodline from the hidden sand, isn't it? Could it be that the child's parents? Cough, cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized he had lost composure. The Hyūga clan has never intermarried with outside clans, leading only to one conclusion. Genetic mutation? Provide me with all information regarding the Hyūga student and notify the Hyūga clan leader. Since he belongs to the Hyūga family, they must handle the investigation themselves. Understood. The shadow beside the Hokage vanished without a trace. Exhaling a long plume of white smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned back in his chair. A hint of weariness etched on his face. Dual bloodlines, if all goes well, could yield limitless potential in the future. What a pity that he is from the branch family to the Hyūga clan's estate. Having just completed today as assessment, Hyūga Woojing returned home, where the branch family guards promptly summoned him to the clan's ancestral hall. Hyūga Woojing remained unfazed. Their arrival was indeed swift, having exposed part of his capabilities. He would undoubtedly face scrutiny from the family. The use of electromagnetic abilities was unavoidable. Should he utilize them in the future, explanations would prove cumbersome that it would be wiser to rationalize the use of electromagnetic forces during this assessment. As for the consequences, Hyūga Woojing had already contemplated them. Given his status as a branch family member, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely refrain from intervening, leaving matters to the main family. As for Danzo, that old coot surely has no interest in meddling with a branch member. The priority of a caged bird pales in comparison to preventing calamity. Wouldn't that be akin to running naked before the main family? Thus, dear Sarutobi, you shall come to regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage. The interlude, I fear, will not come to pass. Following the branch family guards, Hyūga Woojing arrived at the main family's ancestral hall, the venue for meetings within the Hyūga clan, accessible only to high-ranking ninjas from both the main and branch families. This was Hyūga Woojing's first visit, and he couldn't help but gaze around in curiosity. Compared to other areas of the Hyūga clan, the decor here exuded an air of solemnity and authority. At the lower end of the hall, several tatami mats were arranged, with a few middle-aged men seated cross-legged, accompanied by a young man standing nearby. The branch family guard stepped forward and knelt, respectfully addressing the central figure. Clan leader, he has arrived. Clan leader? Hyūga Woojing curiously scrutinized the individual clad in a white robe. Though his temples bore strands of gray, his Byakugan remained vibrant as he fixed his gaze upon Woojing. This man must be the current clan leader of the Hyūga family. He had heard whispers of a Hyūga Mizuki. The young man beside him should be Hyūga Hizashi. However, within the current timeline, he had yet to assume the role of clan leader. Hyūga Woojing silently analyzed the situation, noting that Woojing displayed no hint of trepidation and instead appraised him. Hyūga Mizuki furrowed his brow and spoke first. You are Hyūga Woojing, correct? I have heard you awakened a second bloodline limit? Indeed, Hyūga Woojing nodded. Magnet release? Yes. A brief silence enveloped the ancestral hall. After a moment, Hyūga Mizuki solemnly inquired, in our clan's nearly 1,000-year history, there has never been a ninja with dual bloodlines. How did you awaken them? The others directed their attention toward Hyūga Woojing, awaiting his response. Hyūga Woojing shook his head. I do not know. When did you awaken? Hyūga Mizuki pressed further. When I received news of my father's death, I felt as though the sky was collapsing, and something within my mind erupted. I lay in bed for several days, and upon awakening, I realized something was different about me at that time. I was still unaware of my awakening of magnet release. It was only later that I gradually discovered I had acquired additional abilities. Hyūga Woojing recounted, his expression unchanged, while Hyūga Mizuki and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting continuously. Prior to Hyūga Woojing's arrival, all information regarding him had already been laid before them. They were well aware of his familial circumstances. His mother had perished during childbirth, and his father, as a branch family guard, died on a mission. The records mentioned that Hyūga Woojing had fallen ill after his father's passing, though the details were vague. So, he awakened under the tumult of emotions following his parents' departure. Why was he the only one to awaken? Genetic mutation. Hyūga Woojing maintained an impassive demeanor, though inwardly he scoffed. Having inherited the memories of his previous life, he naturally knew he had fallen ill after his father's death, which he could conveniently use as an excuse. The Hyūga clan does not intermarry with outsiders, and his identity and lineage are unequivocal. With his parents long deceased, there are no witnesses to contest his claims. Ultimately, genetic mutation remains the only plausible explanation. Coupled with the caged bird seal on his forehead, there is no way he could pose a threat to the main family. Thus, the outcome of this matter seems predetermined. Indeed, after a prolonged silence, Hinata Mizuki nodded, evidently in agreement with Hinata Satoru's assertion. Just as Satoru sighed in relief, Mizuki suddenly lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes intently upon him. Since you have already awakened a new bloodline, why have you never trained at the family practice grounds? or informed the clan? The atmosphere in the assembly hall grew strangely oppressive, as if the air itself had solidified, with the gazes of Mizuki and the surrounding elders firmly locked onto Satoru. After a moment of silence, Satoru replied, "I too wish to train at the clan's grounds, but most who train there are Chunin and Genin. I'm not even a proper ninja. How could I possibly compete with them? Thus, I can only train within the confines of my own home. The magnetic bloodline ability is something I have only recently developed. Prior to this, my understanding of bloodline limits was exceedingly scant, as my parents passed away early, leaving me to fend for myself without the energy to contemplate such matters." Upon finishing, Satoru fell silent, believing that in this situation, the best course of action was to feign ignorance and evoke sympathy. After all, he was merely a minor presence within the clan. Even if the main family possessed information about him, it would surely be minimal. Mizuki exchanged glances with several elders nearby. Indeed, they had investigated Satoru's circumstances long before. Were it not for the matter of the dual bloodlines, he would be among the most inconspicuous individuals in the clan, hardly noticed by anyone in daily life. Nodding, Mizuki's voice softened slightly, "Since you have awakened a second bloodline, you shall no longer live as you did before. From today onward, your living expenses will be tripled." "Thank you, esteemed clan leader," Satoru replied with a bow of gratitude, viewing this as an unexpected boon. Immediately after, Mizuki's expression sharpened, and she shifted her tone. "I have heard that you harbor a dismissive attitude towards the gentle fist and have audaciously altered its foundational techniques. Is this true?" The hall fell silent once more. Satoru remained mute. It was clear that this was a report made by Irika. Yes, that a flicker of displeasure crossed Mizuki's eyes as she frowned. "The reason our clan has stood firm in the ninja world for a millennium is due to the foundation of the gentle fist and the Byakugan. The fundamentals of the gentle fist cannot be altered. Do you understand?" Satoru pondered briefly before tentatively asking, "Esteemed clan leader, may I inquire if the gentle fist, which has sustained the Hinata clan for 1,000 years, has undergone any changes over the years?" Mizuki considered for a moment. While the gentle fist has evolved since its inception, it eventually solidified into the style most suitable for our clan, capable of adapting to all changes. It has remained thus for a century. Esteemed clan leader, from the notes left by my father, I learned of the tailed beasts. I wonder if the gentle fist can contend with them. What are you implying?" Mizuki's brow furrowed. Satoru hesitated before softly stating, "The gentle fist has its limitations." "Enough." Mizuki interrupted him with evident dissatisfaction. "The Hinata clan's continued existence relies on the foundations of the gentle fist and the Byakugan. Do not think that because you have awakened the magnetic release, you can pursue other paths that I tell you. The magnetic release pales in comparison to the gentle fist." The branch family guard beside Satoru trembled, his body bowing slightly as a look of helplessness and bitterness crossed his face, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He did not understand why Satoru had broached this topic. Knowing well how sensitive the elder members of the main family were regarding the gentle fist, Satoru sighed inwardly, setting aside the fact that the gentle fist lacks nearly any long-range capabilities. The soul technique possesses only limited reach. This alone restricts the potential of the gentle fist. Most importantly, the rigid training of the gentle fist has effectively severed the possibility for Hinata ninjas to develop other abilities of the Byakugan. A bloodline capable of several kilometers of vision has been confined to mere reconnaissance by the Hinata. The gentle fist may have once been the foundation of the Hinata clan stature in the ninja world, but now it serves as a shackle, akin to a bird in a cage. Only by breaking free from these shackles can the Hinata rise anew. Mizuki, growing impatient, waved her hand dismissively. "Very well, this matter ends here. You may return." "Understood." After Satoru and the branch family guard departed, Mizuki turned to the young man behind her, asking solemnly, "Hinata Hisashi, what is your opinion of that Hinata Satoru?" Hisashi, a favored descendant of Mizuki, had been groomed as an heir. After pondering, he replied, "Since he is the first dual bloodline ninja in Hinata history, his future development is bound to be promising. However, his lack of respect for the gentle fist may become an obstacle on his path." Mizuki snorted coldly. Abandon the study of the gentle fist in favor of some misguided pursuits will surely limit his achievements. After all, he is merely a branch family member. upon hearing the final remark. Hisashi opened his mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Outside the assembly hall, the branch family guard wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing anxiously at Satoru. Satoru, you are far too audacious. How dare you speak ill of the gentle fist in front of the clan leader? Satoru's gaze flickered momentarily. This was his first encounter with the upper echelons of the main family, and their stubbornness and corruption were glaringly apparent. They knew that the gentle fist could be improved, yet remained obstinately tied to ancestral methods. However, this was not without its advantages. Following today, the clan leader would likely continue to underestimate him, which might actually facilitate his development of electromagnetic abilities. Clearing his mind of distractions, Satoru scratched his head and smiled at the branch family guard. Thank you for your concern. Uncle Dot, by the way, I still don't know your name. Hinata Hiragi. You can call me Hiragi Uncle. All right, Hiragi Uncle. Hinata Hiragi seemed to recall something, gazing into the distance with a hint of nostalgia. Before your father's passing, he and I undertook missions together. Though we spoke little, it was clear he was a very honest person. That I have many tasks to attend to daily. Aside from distributing your compensation, it is difficult for me to engage with you extensively. However, should you encounter any issues in your training in the future, feel free to seek me out. Thank you, Hiragi Uncle, Satoru replied with a smile, aware that even if Hiragi did not follow the gentle fist system, he would still possess areas in which he could provide guidance. The following day, upon arriving at school, Satoru noticed a shift in the way his classmates regarded him. Shock, envy, admiration, and jealousy mingled in their gazes, all directed toward him. Satoru spotted Irika looking at him with a complicated expression. When their eyes met, she immediately turned away, unwilling to engage in eye contact. As he settled into his seat, he noticed Akane curiously leaning in closer. Hey Satoru, are you really the dual bloodline ninja they speak of? Of course, Satoru replied, casting her a sidelong glance. I never expected someone could possess two bloodlines simultaneously. It's truly astounding. I thought one was the limit. Have you been indulging in too many sweets? The Mist Village has had dual bloodline ninjas before. Though rare, they are not extinct. Perhaps you should read more. Had Akane been subjected to such sarcasm from Satoru previously, she would have retorted immediately. However, upon learning of his dual bloodline genius, she merely nodded quietly, responding with an O. Just then, Satoru noticed someone approaching and looked up to find Uchiha. There's something you need? Satoru's voice was soft, as he worried that Rin might still harbor grievances from their encounter by the Nange River and had come to seek trouble. Uchiha Rin spoke plainly. Let us have a match after school. Satoru, seriously? Is it really necessary to arrange a fight after school like a child? Noticing the inappropriateness of her phrasing, Rin reconsidered her words. I'm not satisfied with losing to you last time. I've learned some new jutsu since then. Let us duel after school. Satoru breathed a sigh of relief, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. Come on, a duel is a duel. What do you mean by have a match after school? Compared to Kakashi, you're far more suited to be a rival. Uchiha Rin stared directly at him. Do you want to use me as a training partner? Satoru chuckled bitterly inwardly. Truly, what an overachiever. Previously, I was competing with Kakashi. But now I realize that I am more formidable than him. Are you turning to challenge me? After pondering for a moment, Hinata Wujing gazed at her and mused. Do you wish to consider me as your opponent for training? An intriguing notion. I might entertain it. A smile brightened Uchiha Rin's face. So, does that mean you agree? Don't be so quick to rejoice, Hinata Wujing retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. I am willing to engage in a rematch. But should you lose, you must comply with one of my conditions. That a condition. Uchiha Rin's brows furrowed slightly. May I inquire as to what this condition entails? No. Hinata Wujing shook his head. That would defeat the purpose of having a wager. Uchiha Rin frowned. Oh, if you were to ask me to do something absurd, I would have to comply. Upon hearing this, Hinata Wujing's expression stiffened. If he had been drinking water at that moment, he might have choked on it, spraying it all over Uchiha Rin. He replied, adopting a contemplative demeanor. Uchiha Rin clenched her fists, her teeth slightly gritted, as a frown creased her forehead. Don't seriously consider that. I was merely jesting. Hinata Wujing chuckled awkwardly to sense the icy aura emanating from Uchiha Rin, as if she were poised to pounce and devour him whole at any moment. Red Bean glanced between Hinata Wujing and the silent Uchiha Rin, a smirk of anticipation and amusement playing on her lips. Rest assured, I can guarantee that this condition will not involve anything bizarre. If it seems excessive, you are free to decline outright, Hinata Wujing stated earnestly. Uchiha Rin pondered for a moment before lifting her head. All right, it's a deal. After school, Uchiha Rin followed Hinata Wujing to a secluded grove in the back mountains. The gentle flow of the Nanha River meandered through the trees, and the warm glow of the setting sun filtered through the treetops, casting a soothing light upon the fallen leaves, since she had been defeated by Hinata Wujing by the riverbank last time. Uchiha Rin insisted on battling again near the Nanha River, but of course, this time, the location was a considerable distance from the Uchiha clan's territory, ensuring they would not be disturbed. You usually train here? Why not go to the clan's training grounds? Uchiha Rin surveyed her surroundings, curiosity gleaming in her eyes as she regarded Hinata Wujing. Hinata Wujing sighed. In a prestigious family like the Hyūga, there are always a multitude of rules and restrictions. Here, I find myself with more freedom. Uchiha Rin thought of certain obstinate elders in her clan and nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is the very reason I chose to train by the Nanha River as well. She looked at Hinata Wujing and suddenly perceived some similarities between them. The golden rays of the setting sun danced upon the surface of the Nanha River as shimmering fragments flowed with the current. In the stillness, Uchiha Rin was the first to speak. Let us begin. No sooner had Uchiha Rin's words left her lips than she swiftly swung her hand, with a series of slicing sounds through the air. Several shuriken hurtled towards Hinata Wujing, targeting his vital areas. Wooden? Upon discerning the material of the shuriken, Hinata Wujing's pupils constricted. Had she anticipated my ability to manipulate metal and preemptively switched all her ninja tools for wooden ones? Realizing this, a look of gravity crossed his face as he executed a backward somersault, narrowly evading all the shuriken's assault. Uchiha Rin reached for her waist pouch and hurled another batch of wooden shuriken. These shuriken collided mid-air, altering their trajectories and forming an impenetrable net that swept towards him. Hinata Wujing's heart raced. She had incorporated Uchiha's throwing technique into wooden shuriken. It was crucial to note that the rebound coefficients of metal and wood were fundamentally different. The same throwing technique was exponentially more challenging with wood. Had she learned from her previous failure and sought to employ the same tactic with wooden shuriken? Hinata Wujing chuckled wryly. Truly, she was a relentless competitor. It was evident that Uchiha Rin had dedicated considerable effort to rehearse this maneuver with wooden shuriken in secret. Clutching a metal shuriken, Hinata Wujing retreated while blocking each incoming projectile. Fortunately, his reaction speed had significantly improved. Allowing him to adeptly handle such assaults, the glance revealed that the spot where Uchiha Rin had previously stood was now vacant, and the sound of air being sliced filled the space as her slender leg swept towards him. Her toes aimed at his chest. Hinata Wujing evaded by sidestepping, her foot barely grazing past him, the gust of her leg whooshing by. Are you getting serious? Sensing the pressure, Hinata Wujing dared not underestimate her. Activating his Byakugan and entering a combat stance. The sounds of their physical clashes echoed through the grove, shaking the leaves from the trees above, which fluttered to the ground. Why don't you use Gentle Fist? Uchiha Rin inquired curiously. I am not particularly fond of it. Gentle Fist is too rigid and limited in its applications, Hinata Wujing replied, raising his palm to block Uchiha Rin's sweeping kick with a powerful strike. He targeted her thigh, forcing her to retreat. However, if I deconstruct my technique and attack the weak points, it aligns better with my rhythm. Uchiha Rin nodded that if it were conventional Gentle Fist, the predictable attack patterns might not exert as much pressure on her. Yet Hinata Wujing's strikes were chaotic, each landing on her vulnerabilities, leaving her somewhat flustered. Finding no advantage in close combat, Uchiha Rin leaped back to create distance, simultaneously forming hand seals. Upon observing the sequence of seals, Hinata Wujing raised an eyebrow, slightly dismissive. You dare to use Fireball Jutsu again? Was last time's lesson not sufficient? However, Uchiha Rin seemed unfazed by his words, inhaling deeply as a blazing orange fireball erupted forth. Hinata Wujing's heart leaped. The fireball did not target him, but the ground between them. Due to the drastically reduced distance, the fireball struck the earth with explosive force, orange flames scattering the fallen leaves in all directions. The gray-black smoke mingling with fiery sparks as it suddenly engulfed Hinata Wujing. He had no choice but to leap back to evade it. Just as he escaped the fiery explosion's radius, a cold gust of wind surged from behind him. Before he could react, a slender arm wrapped around his upper body, immobilizing his hands and torso, while a wooden shuriken pressed against his throat. Uchiha Rin, gripping the wooden shuriken aimed at Hinata Wujing's throat, wore an expression of pride, her lips parting slightly. "I have one." Huh. She had exploited his underestimation of the fireball jutsu, causing an explosion on the ground that forced him to evade hastily. Then anticipated his landing position to launch a surprise attack from behind. Although the primary reason for his predicament was his own carelessness, Hinata Wujing couldn't help but admire Uchiha Rin's combat acumen, which rivaled that of an average genin. However, to think that such tactics would suffice to best me, your expectations are somewhat naive. That a smirk curled at his lips. Have you forgotten my other bloodline limit? Uchiha Rin's pupils constricted, as if recalling something, her gaze dropping slightly. An icy chill coursed up her spine as she beheld a metallic shuriken floating ominously at her throat, slowly rotating. When her voice trembled, the earlier pride dissipating. The moment your fireball jutsu detonated, I manipulated 4 shuriken to hover around us with my magnet release. The instant you showed yourself, those shuriken would assuredly claim your life. In simpler terms, I predicted your anticipation of my anticipation. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Rin searched her surroundings and indeed noticed the other 3 shuriken rotating slowly around her form. Magnet release was a truly fearsome ability. "I concede," she said, the wooden shuriken limply sliding away from Hinata Wujing's throat. The spark of vitality in her eyes dimmed, leaving only disappointment and disillusionment. "Hey, don't despair. After all, your Sharingan has yet to awaken. If you had it, the outcome might have been quite different." Concerned that the other might succumb to despair, Hinata Saru could not help but offer words of comfort. "You need not comfort me. I'm not yet so weak as to reach that point." Casting a cold glance at Hinata Saru, Uchiha Rin's gaze regained its previous intensity. "Speak. What are your conditions?" Uchiha Rin retrieved her wooden kunai and secured it back in her ninja tool pouch. Her cold stare fixed upon Hinata Saru. Before their battle, she had acquiesced to his demands. Having lost, it was only natural that she fulfill the contract. She prided herself on possessing such a sense of honor. However, let it be clear, if you dare to make any outrageous demands, Uchiha Rin bit her lip. "Even if it costs me my life, I will kill you." "Not at all. Not at all." Perceiving the chill in Uchiha Rin's voice, Hinata Saru chuckled, scratching his head. He then produced a blueprint from his pocket and handed it to Uchiha Rin. "Your Uchiha clan has a good relationship with the ninjutsu clan, does it not? One of the elders in the ninjutsu clan is among the greatest weapon merchants in the ninja world that I would like to request your assistance in customizing this item. I will pay you for it." Uchiha Rin was taken aback. She examined the blueprint, which depicted a weapon reminiscent of a crossbow, yet distinctly different from any she had encountered before. "Just this?" Uchiha Rin looked up at Hinata Saru in astonishment. "What do you expect?" Hinata Saru shot her a sidelong glance. He had already inquired at most of the ninja tool shops in Konoha, and to customize such a precise electromagnetic cannon was exceedingly difficult. The Uchiha clan, however, was closely allied with the ninja world's leading weapon merchant, making them one of the clans least lacking in ninja tools. In essence, he merely sought to leverage Uchiha Rin's connections. "Leave this to me. You need not worry about the payment. It's a trivial matter," Uchiha Rin declared with remarkable generosity. That's so. "Then I thank you, Rin." Hinata hesitated, feeling a bit shy at her words. He had previously inquired about the cost. To customize this set of weapons would require at least several tens of thousands of Ryo, and he had initially hoped to leverage their friendship for a discount. To his surprise, Uchiha Rin had outright refused any payment. This individual, could she possibly be a wealthy heiress? Hinata Satoru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Uchiha Rin inquired, puzzled by his gaze. "Nothing." Hinata Satoru swallowed hard. Uchiha Rin, with her slightly aloof demeanor and long black hair, caused his heart to race at an accelerated pace with just a glance at T that moment. A voice echoed in his mind. I must not become a hopeless romantic. However, a question lingered in Uchiha Rin's mind. I have one question. She hesitated. Why is your magnetic release so formidable? I recall that ordinary magnetic release cannot so freely control shurikens and kunai. Otherwise, Sunagakure would not be regarded as the weakest of the 5 great villages. Hinata pondered for a moment. I am uncertain. It seems that each magnetic release ability varies. Perhaps my magnetic release is more attuned to metallic objects like shurikens. Is that so? Uchiha Rin furrowed her brow. She had perused her clan's archives and possessed some understanding of magnetic release. The most powerful user of magnetic release in history was the 3rd Kazekage of Sunagakure, whose iron sand techniques could even subdue the One-Tail, earning him the title of the strongest Kazekage. However, that title was evidently inflated. His magnetic release was adept at controlling iron sand, but could only exert minimal influence over metallic weapons, making it impossible for him to wield control as deftly as Hinata Satoru. The potential for controlling metallic weapons was terrifying. Uchiha Rin could hardly fathom it. After all, which ninja would not carry metal shurikens or kunai? Had she not replaced all her tools with wooden ones today, she might have been defeated in an instant. Observing Uchiha Rin lost in thought, Hinata Satoru could easily surmise her musings. Yet if she were to discover that the ability he showcased was merely the tip of the iceberg, how astonished would she become? If the magnetic release were likened to a single leaf, then the electromagnetic force would be akin to a towering ancient tree. Whether considering the native magnetic release of the ninja world or the abilities he was currently developing, they were but insignificant leaves upon that great tree that fully master one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe was unimaginable in its potential for terror. Following his battle with Uchiha Rin, his experience points had surged to over 1900, leaving him only a few points shy of the 2000 needed for leveling up. Once he reached LV2, he should unlock a new electromagnetic ability. What could it be? Hinata mused with curiosity. Fortunately, a holiday was approaching, freeing him from attending ninja school, allowing him to pursue his breakthrough. Upon returning home, Hinata amassed a considerable stockpile of resources. Locking himself in his room to embark on an intensive training regimen aimed at elevating his electromagnetic power. Simultaneously, within the Hyūga clan, which had been steeped in tradition for nearly a millennium, a minor upheaval occurred that a clan member astonishingly awakened a 2nd bloodline limit. Magnetic release. This was unprecedented in the ancient and orderly Hyūga clan, initially met with skepticism among the clan members. However, as rumors spread, the number of believers swelled, compelling them to take the matter seriously. Hey, have you heard? A clan member awakened a 2nd bloodline limit and defeated a genius from the Uchiha clan. You only just heard? Wasn't it said to be a single strike that felled the Uchiha? Did the Uchiha not kneel and beg for mercy upon hearing of the double bloodline? Consequently, some sought out Irika. But regardless of their inquiries, he remained silent, though his demeanor suggested acquiescence. From that moment forth, the Hyūga clan was aflame with excitement. Can we also awaken a 2nd bloodline limit? Are there other bloodline abilities within the Hyūga besides the Byakugan? Such questions proliferated throughout the clan. Ultimately, it was the head elder of the main family who intervened, declaring that Hinata Satoru's situation was unique and not representative of the broader clan, thus quelling the fervor. Many clan members, curious about the double bloodline wielder, were astonished to discover that he seemed to have emerged from obscurity. They had never heard of him before in the training grounds and corners of homes. Branches of the family could often be seen whispering together about this newly awakened prodigy. It was not until a member of the main family passed by and cleared his throat disapprovingly that they hastily fell silent. Yet those branches could never have imagined that the very individual they spoke of was currently locked away in his room, undergoing a grueling training regimen. In the cramped quarters, the air was thick with the scent of sweat, and various metallic instruments lay scattered about. Exhausted and soaked in perspiration, Hinata Satoru gasped for breath, his eyes sparkling with joy that I did it. Just moments ago, he had suddenly heard a faint cracking sound emanating from within himself, followed by a voice whispering in his ear, Electromagnetic Force LV2. Next upgrade experience 6 Urozose as his level increased. Hinata Satoru was astonished to discover that his body seemed to be undergoing a transformation. This sensation was reminiscent of his initial awakening of electromagnetic force, yet now it was far more intense. The impurities in his body were being broken down by the electromagnetic force, releasing an exceptionally pure energy that nourished his very being. Despite enduring several days of arduous training, leaving his body sullied and filthy, Hinata Satoru now felt invigorated, as if he had been infused with vitality. Closing his eyes to carefully sense the changes within, he soon made a remarkable discovery. His biological magnetic field was far more vibrant than before. Hinata Satoru opened his eyes in delight. This revelation was monumental. He had previously recognized the significance of the biological magnetic field. Each individual's complex physiological activities generated a unique biological magnetic field. If this field were to be amplified, it would reciprocally enhance the vitality of the physical body. Hinata Satoru had speculated that if the biological magnetic field were to strengthen to a certain degree, it could catalyze the evolution of the body, propelling it into a higher echelon of life, that he now felt as if he had taken a small step towards that very path. Was this the ultimate direction of the electromagnetic force as development? At a higher echelon of life, after a moment of contemplation, Hinata Satoru took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness within him, and began to attentively perceive his own biological magnetic field. Although I can effortlessly manipulate the magnetic fields of metals, the biological magnetic field of living organisms remains impervious to my influence. Clearly, this pertains to a higher dominion of electromagnetic force, one that is beyond my current reach. Hinata Satoru furrowed his brow slightly. The biological magnetic field within him resembled a small flame that burned continuously, radiating warmth that nourished his physical form. Moreover, this flame would adjust according to his state, ensuring that his body remained in optimal condition. Akin to Hinata, Satoru mused aloud, as if he had been granted a perpetual restoration buff by a caretaker. This transcended the mere definition of a biological magnetic field. Let's call it the life magnetic field. After a brief contemplation, Hinata Satoru bestowed a name upon this newfound ability. The life magnetic field was evidently the manifestation of his awakened electromagnetic power at level 2. Additionally, he experimented further, discovering significant enhancements in both the strength and precision of his electromagnetic manipulation, while previously developed abilities also received considerable boosts. Level 1 electromagnetic force corresponded to the fundamental control of electromagnetism. Level 2 corresponded to the life magnetic field. What then could Level 3, Level 4, or even higher manifestations of electromagnetic power represent? Curiosity tinged Hinata Satoru's thoughts, filling him with anticipation for the future. The pathway of electromagnetic force resembled a pyramid composed of ascending steps, continually enticing him to explore and ascend to the ultimate pinnacle. In less than a week's time, Uchiha Rin delivered the custom-made metal crossbow to him. Hinata Satoru felt immense excitement, acknowledging that Uchiha Rin was indeed a person of his word, within such a brief period. The ninja tools he required had been crafted. After school, Hinata Satoru eagerly ventured into the forest on the back mountain, that he was determined to test the power of the electromagnetic cannon. When he conceived the idea of the electromagnetic cannon, his electromagnetic force was merely at level 1. Now, having ascended to level 2, he wondered if its power would exceed his expectations. Hinata Satoru opened the wooden box. Inside lay the eagerly anticipated ninja tool. Quietly resting, the IT resembled a metallic crossbow, but possessed significant differences. At the center of the bow's body was an acceleration track made of metallic substance, and the arrows were uniquely designed, long and slender, facilitating magnetic acceleration. Taking a deep breath, Hinata Satoru quelled his excitement and grasped a metal arrow to begin testing. The principle of the electromagnetic cannon could be described as remarkably simple. Metal projectiles are accelerated through a magnetic field, attaining an exceedingly high initial velocity. The crux of the matter lay in the acceleration process, known as electromagnetic propulsion. Hinata Satoru recalled the arms race between the Eagle Nation and the Rabbit Nation in his past life, which included electromagnetic cannons, with the primary technical challenge residing in the electromagnetic propulsion process to accelerate a projectile to its desired power required a substantial amount of current. The Eagle Nation was hindered by this limitation, unable to apply electromagnetic cannons to aircraft carriers that, in contrast, the Rabbit Nation overcame this technical hurdle, vastly surpassing the Eagle Nation in the application of electromagnetic cannons, drawing the bow and knocking the arrow. Blue currents coursed through his arm, constructing a propulsion magnetic field that altered the arrow's magnetic field for greater acceleration. Had he attempted this during his previous level 1 electromagnetic force, he would not have found it so effortless. Yet, under the influence of level 2 electromagnetic force, the process flowed seamlessly. With his Byakugan activated, the surroundings within a kilometer were laid bare before him. When electromagnetic propulsion reached its zenith, Hinata Gaku released his fingers, and a sharp crack echoed instantaneously, the arrow transforming into a blue arc that vanished from sight. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning streaked through the air. Hinata Gaku's mouth fell agape. The metal arrow nearly exceeded the limits of his Byakugan's vision, akin to a thunderclap, deeply embedding itself in a tree thick enough for 3 people to embrace. Within a kilometer, this shot posed a formidable threat to any ninja. He roughly calculated that the initial velocity of his developed electromagnetic cannon approached nearly 3 times the speed of sound. In comparison, the initial velocity of conventional anti-material sniper rifle bullets hovers around 850 meters per second, still a notable distance from 3 times the speed of sound, with initial kinetic energy far inferior to that of this arrow. In terms of attack range, approximately 1,600 meters, it matched the effective range of standard anti-material sniper rifles. Beyond that, both accuracy and power would diminish. Given his current limits, achieving this feat was remarkable. As his electromagnetic abilities grew stronger, he could potentially soar even higher. Perhaps he could even control the arrow's trajectory mid-flight, akin to a tracking sniper rifle. Have you ever encountered such a thing? Ninjas are typically fragile, possessing high attack, but low defense, caught off guard by a long-range strike. Except for the likes of the Third Reich, such a tank, even shadow-level powerhouses might find themselves retreating from its brilliance. Hinata Gaku exhaled a breath of relief. Cautiously retrieving the arrows, this ability would serve as a trump card for him in the future. On his way home, he felt considerably lighter in spirit. The shadow of the previous 3 battles had weighed heavily upon him, hindering his ability to relax even a fraction. Now, having developed a formidable low-tier electromagnetic cannon, his survival capacity had significantly increased, allowing his tightly wound nerves to ease somewhat, just as he was nearing home. However, he abruptly halted, his brow furrowed in the distance. He could discern a figure standing at the previously deserted entrance, seemingly waiting there all along, gazing at the face strikingly similar to that of the Zongtong individual. Hinata Gaku felt a vague sense of realization. The person smiled warmly at Hinata Gaku. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hinata Nichi. I have a word with you?" Hinata Nichi. Indeed, a chill ran down Hinata Gaku's spine. He passed by Hinata Nichi, opened the door, and turned to face him. "Lord Nichi, please come in and speak." Hinata Nichi followed Hinata Gaku into the room. Curiously surveying his surroundings, he noticed a corner filled with old metallic items. With no other furniture aside from simple living essentials, "I apologize for the untidiness. I've been preoccupied with training and had no time to tidy up," Hinata Gaku said, dragging out a chair and gesturing for Hinata Nichi to sit. Observing Hinata Gaku's maturity that belied his years, Hinata Nichi felt a pang of sorrow, sighing as he remarked, "With Yunlong having left for so many years, you must have endured considerable hardship." Hinata Gaku raised an eyebrow. Hinata Yunlong was the original's father, so it seemed Hinata Nichi was indeed acquainted with him. However, as an individual who had traversed into this world, Hinata Gaku's memories of him were rather faint. Noticing Hinata Gaku's silence, Hinata Nichi assumed he was lost in grief over his father's passing, and thus continued, "I have heard from our clan members that you awakened your second bloodline due to the overwhelming sorrow of your father's death." A slight twitch at the corner of Hinata Gaku's mouth betrayed his surprise. This was a fabrication he had concocted to evade scrutiny in Zongtong, yet it had evidently spread, reaching even Hinata Nichi's ears. "Why have I never seen you training with the clan members?" Hinata Nichi inquired. "That I awakened my second bloodline, which renders me an anomaly within the clan. It is better to cultivate alone Hinata Gaku replied. This truly reflected his inner thoughts, as his path diverged from that of his clan, making it prudent to maintain some distance. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than he heard Hinata Nichi's sigh, tinged with a hint of reluctance, saying, "Do you believe that having awakened your second bloodline makes you an anomaly?" "No, I once thought our clan was akin to a stagnant pool, forever unchanged, until I heard of you. You, with your awakened second bloodline, are certainly no anomaly. Rather, you are a variable, proving that the decaying ancient tree of the Hinata clan still possesses new vitality." Hearing this deeply nuanced statement from Nichi, Hinata Gaku's expression grew solemn. "Lord Nichi, is there a particular reason for your visit today?" Hinata Nichi's demeanor gradually softened, shaking his head. "No, I merely wish to see you, to behold the new leaves sprouting from this decayed ancient tree." "Perhaps I have been somewhat abrupt," he sighed again and rose from his chair. "I shall take my leave now. Should you require assistance in your training in the future, feel free to seek me out." Gazing at the retreating figure of Hinata Hinata Gaku's expression underwent a complex transformation. In the original narrative, Hisashi bore a profound hatred for his branch family status, to the extent that he had once revealed murderous intent towards Hinata, leading to punishment by his elder brother through the confinement of a caged bird. Ultimately, his fate culminated in sacrificing himself in place of Hayashi. Each of these details underscores his disdain for the decaying system of the Hyūga clan. Gaku felt a sense of certainty that Hisashi would seek him out again, even if it were merely for the sake of the variables he mentioned. New shoots sprouting from a decayed tree. Time flowed inexorably. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Gaku had ascended to become a senior student at the Ninja Academy, making significant strides in his abilities through daily training sessions with Uchiha. However, 6 months prior, he had abruptly realized that he could no longer gain experience points to be precise. The increase in his electromagnetic abilities was as slow as a tortoise, with almost no noticeable growth. Gaku sighed. The monotony of daily life rendered it exceedingly difficult to acquire sufficient stimulation for advancement. If he wished to level up, a change of environment was imperative. The pressure of the third great ninja war loomed ever closer. Despite possessing formidable advantages, failing to grow rapidly would be of no avail. Uchiha, peering through the steam rising from her bowl, regarded Hinata Gaku with a hint of surprise. You wish to graduate early?" Gaku nodded, contemplating his response. "Indeed, while the comfortable environment provided by the Ninja Academy is conducive to our training, true growth is challenging without the crucible of battle. I can hardly believe those words came from your mouth," Uchiha remarked, her expression laced with skepticism as she scrutinized Gaku. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Gaku retreated slightly, feeling anxious, as he intended to invite Rin to graduate early alongside him. Otherwise, even if he graduated, he would be unable to undertake missions without a partner, rendering his efforts in the academy futile. "Absolutely not." Uchiha burst into laughter. "I've been eager to leave this wretched school for ages. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have brought it up. That's a relief," Gaku said, exhaling a breath of relief. After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha added, "However, we still lack a third member. The two of us cannot form a 3-man cell. You needn't worry about that. I've also recruited Akamichi. Although her combat abilities may not be particularly strong, I believe she will pass the assessments without issue." "Akamichi, since she is someone you vouch for, I have no objections. It's certainly preferable to team up with someone familiar rather than a stranger." Uchiha nodded, but then a fleeting look of melancholy crossed her face as she recalled Kakashi. Approximately a year ago, startling news had swept through the village. Kakashi's father, Hatake Sakumo, revered as the White Fang, had faced scorn for abandoning a mission that had resulted in significant losses for the village. Soon thereafter, another shocking revelation emerged. White Fang had taken his own life. All prior gossip ceased abruptly. In the aftermath, Kakashi chose to graduate early, becoming the youngest genin in Konoha's history. However, fame as a prodigy came with its burdens. As rumors of discord between Kakashi and his teammates circulated frequently. Having graduated early, he lacked classmates to partner with, often being placed in unfamiliar teams, resulting in poor coordination and considerable resentment from his fellow genin. As the reminiscence faded, Uchiha smiled. They say he is on the verge of becoming a chunin. It's infuriating. He's been surpassing me for so long that I, Uchiha Rin, must step up now. The news of the trio's intent to graduate early stirred quite the commotion. But it soon subsided. Rin, without a doubt, had been competing with Kakashi until his graduation, while Goto, despite his habitual anger, held the prestigious title of a dual bloodline user. Even Akamichi's decision to graduate early drew ridicule from many classmates who deemed her overambitious. At the examination venue, as Goto stepped outside, he spotted Uchiha Rin waiting for him, arms crossed, stating plainly, "If we're discussing the speed of passing assessments, I finished 3 minutes ahead of you. Is that really necessary to compare?" Goto's lips twitched. He glanced back at the examination room. Now only Akamichi remained. That if she succeeded, their trio would be assured, alleviating any concerns about forming a team, with the basic theoretical assessments and body technique exams being of little concern. The early graduation process included a new segment involving combat against genin, requiring them to endure for a specified duration. For him and Uchiha Rin, this posed no issue, but it would undoubtedly be a considerable challenge for Akamichi. As time passed in this atmosphere, Goto began to feel anxious. His desire to team up with Akamichi stemmed from his own considerations. He sought to break the cage bird's curse, beyond his own strength. The most advantageous connection he could leverage was Orochimaru's research. In the original story, Akamichi was a disciple of Orochimaru, and partnering with her could potentially offer him access to that connection. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Akamichi emerged from the examination room, sweat beading on her brow as she offered Goto a faint smile. "I didn't let you down." "Well done," Goto praised, giving her a thumbs up. With only the three of them graduating together, forming a small team was inevitable. The only lingering question was which Nin the Hokage would assign to lead them. Who could it be? Goto pondered curiously. Arriving at the designated training ground at the appointed time, the trio awaited the arrival of their mysterious Nin instructor. "Goto, what sort of Nin do you think the Hokage will assign us?" Akamichi asked nervously. "I'm not sure." Goto shook his head, "but they certainly won't be weak." The quality of their small team was indisputable. With Goto's prowess, Uchiha Rin's genius, and Akamichi's selection as Orochimaru's disciple, her talent could not be underestimated. It would be unreasonable to assign them to an incompetent that moment. A figure cloaked in an oversized robe approached, exuding an aura that suggested a desire for solitude, complete with sunglasses obscuring his eyes. "Hello, I am your Nin instructor, Aburame Shibi." His voice was brief and powerful, devoid of any emotional inflection. Is it really him?" Uchiha Rin exclaimed in surprise. You know him?" Akamichi inquired, turning to Rin. "Of course. I have familiarized myself with the village's formidable ninjas," Rin replied, her eyes sparkling. "He is quite a renowned ninja from the Aburame clan, mastering the insect-based secret techniques to perfection. Whether in reconnaissance, combat, or support, his versatility is unmatched, earning him the title of an all-rounder ninja." "Insects?" Akamichi shuddered slightly. "It seems you all have done your homework on me." Aburame Shibi mused. "Now, let us begin with self-introductions. My name is Aburame Shibi. I have a fondness for insects and a disdain for creatures that consume them." With his entire being seemingly intertwined with insects and his demeanor reflecting a solitary nature, Goto quietly contemplated the challenges of working with this Nin. After a moment's reflection, he initiated his introduction. "I am Hinata Gaku, with no particular specialties to boast of it if I had to choose. I dabble a bit in taijutsu and ninjutsu. I enjoy ramen and grilled meat. And as for my dream, well, it's world peace." "World peace?" Akamichi's lips twitched slightly. "I recall you previously mentioning something about a grand finale during our enrollment." "Quite an intriguing notion." Aburame Shibi nodded, acknowledging Goto's words, though his tone remained shrouded in a somber atmosphere. "This the Hinata Gaku that Lord Hokage has instructed me to observe. A dual bloodline user and the original wielder of magnetic release. Each title carries its weight. For one from the branch family, your aspirations are remarkably lofty. An amusing little rascal, I am Uchiha Rin. I possess no particular dislikes or preferences, but if I must choose, it would be training in combat. For only the enhancement of strength fills me with exhilaration. Uchiha Rin's indifferent voice cut through the air, leaving both Goto and Akamichi feeling somewhat awkward. Uchiha truly are a proud bunch, Aburame Shibi remarked, the corners of his mouth barely twitching beneath the folds of his robe. Very well, she's just a child. I am Mitarashi Akamichi. Hondo weakly raised her hand, her voice trembling with timidity, while two prodigies from prestigious families stood nearby. Adding to her immense pressure, she had a penchant for sweet delicacies, particularly glutinous rice balls, and harbored a deep disdain for those who harmed their companions. Proficient in healing techniques and bleeding control, her bandaging skills were also quite exquisite. When her comrades were injured, she would attend to them, ensuring she wouldn't hold anyone back. A kind-hearted ninja, she was strikingly different from the two eccentric individuals preceding her. And Yunjue nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Thus concluded the self-introduction segment, leading into the impending combat assessment. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Yunjue summoned a swarm of ominous black insects that swarmed towards Hinata Wujing and his companions like a dark cloud, engulfing them entirely. This how it begins. Not even a warning. Hinata Wujing felt a shiver run down his spine as he attempted to escape the onslaught of insects. Suddenly, a cacophony of insect chirps erupted from behind him. In the blink of an eye, a horde of parasitic insects began to gnaw at his back. Being bitten by these creatures would drain his chakra. Behind the swarm, Yunjue adjusted his dark sunglasses and taunted, "Let me see what you're capable of with that blood-stained physique." However, as soon as he finished speaking, an arc of electricity erupted from Hinata Wujing's back, causing the biting insects to freeze mid-attack and fall to the ground with a burnt odor wafting in the air. Lightning release? Has this guy even mastered lightning release? Yunjue's expression shifted to one of surprise, in contrast to Hinata Wujing's composure. The other two were far less at ease. Uchiha Rin gripped her kunai tightly, striking at the encroaching swarm of insects. The sharp glint of her weapon sliced through the parasitic insects, severing them in half and leaving a carpet of insect remains beneath her. Yet this momentum was short-lived. Soon, she felt the sting of parasitic insects biting into her arm. These bugs are utterly revolting. Uchiha Rin's eyes reflected her disgust. Abandoning her offensive against the insects, she leaped into the air, escaping their clutches. Her hands formed a series of quick seals. Meanwhile, an overwhelming mass of insects surged towards her like a dense fog. Fiery chakra surged from her throat as Uchiha Rin inhaled deeply, unleashing a torrent of flames upon the black mist. Fire release, grand fireball technique. The massive orange fireball swiftly engulfed the pursuing insects, showering the ground with charred ashes that carried the scent of grilled meat. Landing gracefully, Uchiha Rin surveyed the battlefield littered with insect carcasses. Despite Hinata's earlier mockery that the grand fireball could not kill, it was undeniable that flames posed a significant threat to such diminutive creatures. Yunjue nodded approvingly from behind the swarm. Taijutsu A, ninjutsu A, with commendable combat response and quality. However, he glanced towards Hondo's position. Amid the writhing mass of insects, she could only rely on her kunai to fend off the encircling creatures. The red marks on her exposed arms bore testament to the insect's relentless bites. And after losing a considerable amount of chakra, her movements began to slow. A ninja squad is a team. No matter how exceptional one's individual abilities, neglecting teammates will ultimately lead to failure, Yunjue thought to himself, subtly shaking his head. Even A.J. Nin would find it exceedingly difficult to escape being surrounded by such parasitic insects. Their ability to endure this long was already commendable. Yet, in terms of teamwork, it was evident that there was ample room for improvement. A.S. Yunjue mentally assessed the group's conditions and devised plans for their subsequent training. The surrounding insects suddenly emitted a warning. As he raised his head, before he could discern what was happening, darkness enveloped him that a shuriken swiftly severed his throat. His pupils dilated in shock. How could this be? I had prepared my defenses. When did this happen? Just as the questions arose, they dissipated as his entire body swelled and exploded into countless black insects that scattered in all directions. That I've been saved, Hondo exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. Are you all right? Hinata Wujing helped her up. That I'm fine. It's just a few more marks on my arm. After all, I can heal, so it doesn't really matter. But where did the teacher go? Hondo curiously scanned their surroundings. Where the mass of black insects stood frozen in place, while Yun Jue had already vanished without a trace. That guy was never here to begin with, Hinata Gaku shrugged at a few hundred meters away. Perched awkwardly in a large tree, Yun Jue scratched his head in embarrassment. This was an enormous blunder. He had intended to instill a sense of awe, but unexpectedly, his insect clone had been eliminated. All of them were prodigies, especially Uchiha Rin. If he didn't showcase some skills, it would be difficult to command their respect. He had planned to use an insect clone to suppress them and temper their spirits, waiting for the right moment to make a grand entrance, reclaiming his clone amidst their shock and admiration at a perfect debut, or so he had thought. Yet, the insect clone had been dispatched, reflecting on the earlier words of Saratobi Hisashi. His expression darkened. Lord Hokage, I have disappointed you. Jue, I have a task for you. Please go ahead. Lord Hokage. 3 students of the Ninja Academy have graduated early. They are promising candidates, and I would like you to be their instructor. Lord Hokage, I am fine with killing, but guiding students is not really my forte. Sigh. Jue, I understand that the Yun clan prefers solitude, and you are particularly averse to social interaction, often undertaking missions alone. However, being a ninja is fundamentally a profession that requires teamwork, and mentoring students is also a form of training for you. Jue, do not let me down, all right? Yun Jue, troubled, ran his fingers through his hair. Teaching students was never his strong suit, and his meticulously planned grand entrance had utterly failed. But how could the insect clone have suddenly perished? He was perplexed, although it was merely a clone. Its power was sufficient to rival that of an ordinary J-Nin. The last image relayed back from the insects was a shuriken. Magnetic release. Even the strongest clone remained fragile. A mere poke would cause it to burst. And the insect clone was no exception. Yun Jue pondered deeply. Yet at such a distance, being able to manipulate a shuriken through the dense swarm of insects and deliver a fatal strike to the clone indicated that Hinata Gaku's magnetic release was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Such a stealthy ability was nearly impossible to counter. The pressing issue now was how to confront the 3 of them. Yun Jue felt a headache coming on. Where is Teacher Jue? In the training ground. Hondo searched frantically among the frozen insects, unable to locate Yun Jue's figure. Can't you tell yet? Uchiha Rin scoffed. He's just toying with us, sending out an insect clone to deceive us. His real self is probably hiding somewhere. Then, does that mean we're done? Did we pass the assessment halfway through? Hondo began her relentless inquiries. Just then, a figure clad in a large robe descended from a nearby tree, approaching the trio. With a wave of his hand, he recalled the swarm of insects and spoke, "You all performed admirably. Defeating one of my insect clones is quite an impressive feat. You have all passed the assessment." His voice remained as somber as ever, yet the previous calmness had dissipated. Huh, that was merely an insect clone. I thought our teacher was weak, Hondo exclaimed, wide-eyed. Yun Jue suffered a critical blow. Actually, it was just an assessment. You all passed with flying colors. Determined, Yun Jue attempted to salvage his dignity. Damn it, to lose face on the first meeting like this. How can I continue as their teacher? Next time, let us raise the difficulty of the assessment a bit. Shall we? I was just getting warmed up. This was rather dull. Uchiha Rin remarked coolly, stretching her shoulders. Yun Jue felt another blow to his pride. You little brats shouldn't be so arrogant. I despise children like you. Mentoring students is far too troublesome. I'd rather deal with insects. Uchiha Rin and Hondo simultaneously turned to Hinata Gaku, who pondered for a moment before replying. He is indeed quite weak, the oil-wielding ninjutsu practitioner. Sure felt his fists involuntarily clench, his hair trembling with pent-up fury as a tempest of anger surged within him, only to be doused like a flame by a sudden deluge of cold water. Very well, he uttered with a tone that began to wane in vigor, resembling a wilted cucumber. This assessment would be chalked up as my blunder. To make amends, I shall treat everyone to a barbecue, as a means of celebrating the establishment of the 3rd squad. Hooray! Barbecue! The gluttonous Hondo was the first to cheer, tears of joy streaming from the corners of her mouth. I am the barbecue restaurant of Konoha. Belonging to the Akimichi clan, Sure gazed at the towering piles of dishes before him, already questioning the purpose of existence. just 3 hours prior. In accordance with Konoha's tradition, he had invited the members to a barbecue to celebrate the formation of their new team. He had initially thought it to be a simple gathering, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. Quick, too fast. Is this truly the capacity of a human? The moment the barbecued meat was served, Hinata Gaku devoured it with abandon, as if a long-suppressed demon within him had been unleashed. The mountainous plates of grilled meat were rapidly dwindling under his onslaught. On the other side, Hondo was equally voracious, the quantity of meat visibly diminishing before their eyes. At this juncture, the two were sprawled on the couch, clutching their distended bellies in a state of blissful repose. That totals 20,000 Ryo. May I inquire who will settle the bill? The portly owner of the barbecue joint stood before the table, bewildered with his ledger in hand. 20,000 Ryo. Upon hearing the proprietor's declaration, Sherway felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him, leaving him petrified in his seat. You two? Sherway gritted his teeth, casting an accusatory glance at Wuyo and Hondo, who reclined on the couch, their expressions radiating satisfaction and contentment. How about I take care of it? Uchiha Rin suggested tentatively, taking a sip of her tea, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks, though she had no qualms about the expense. No. Sherway adamantly refused, trembling as he fished out a stack of crisp bills from his wallet, resolute in his determination not to burden his students with the payment. This was his last shred of dignity. His heart bled. Come again. The owner waved cheerfully at the door. As soon as they exited the barbecue establishment, Sherway promptly excused himself from the team under the pretext of a mission, fearing that lingering any longer would lead to an even greater disaster. That Sherway-sensei is rather amusing, isn't he? Quite different from the rumors. Uchiha Rin remarked, shrugging her shoulders. Indeed, he is quite entertaining. When I first laid eyes on him, I assumed he would be exceedingly difficult to get along with, but to my surprise, Hondo burst into laughter, completely disregarding her prior struggles amidst the swarm of insects. Hinata Gaku patted his swollen belly with satisfaction that it wasn't mere gluttony that drove him to consume so much. He was simultaneously nourishing his Byakugan bloodline and life force, resulting in an appetite that far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, and copious consumption also aided in enhancing his physical capabilities. That I can't help but feel that our instructor has a slight case of social anxiety. Gaku mused softly. Social anxiety? Hondo had never encountered this term before. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Wuyo. Well, it essentially means he struggles with social interactions. However, it seems that most of the oil-wielding clan tends to be like that. Hondo recalled Sherway's tightly wrapped appearance, with only a small portion of his face exposed, seemingly fearful of attracting attention, and suddenly found the term social anxiety to be remarkably fitting as expected of you. Wuyo, you've introduced me to yet another new term. Wuyo pondered, realizing that his upcoming career as a ninja was likely to be quite entertaining, filled with the irony of having a remarkably powerful instructor who was excessively socially anxious. In the Hokage's office, a series of knocks resonated. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen was engrossed in his paperwork when a man, enveloped in an oversized robe, entered, appearing somewhat dejected. Sherway, how did your new team fare? Are you satisfied with your members? They are all remarkably talented geniuses, but I am uncertain whether I can effectively guide them. Sherway, do not underestimate yourself. You are renowned as Konoha's versatile J-nin. Sarutobi smiled encouragingly. Sherway offered a wry smile and shook his head. Lord Hokage, you are well aware that my reputation as a versatile J-nin stems from my preference for solo missions over teamwork. The task of mentoring students is indeed a bit daunting for me. Setting aside his paperwork, Sarutobi sat up straight and regarded him with seriousness. Sherway, being a ninja is a profession that necessitates collaboration. Individual strength is ultimately limited. Their growth trajectories are still uncertain, and only you, as a versatile J-nin, are suitable for this task. This represents significant growth for both you and the team. That's so. Lord Hokage, you truly have my best interests at heart. Sherway nodded in understanding. Now, please provide me with a report on their current status. Sherway recalled the sharp-witted Hinata boy who had effortlessly eliminated his shadow clone and smiled. That Byakugan child, he is quite an intriguing individual, with an appetite that is astonishingly large. Hey Wuyo, Is this truly the post-graduation training life you envisioned? In a refuse-strewn area, Hondo grimaced as she covered her mouth and nose with a towel, vigorously prodding a clogged drain with a stick. Well, looking on the bright side, this could be seen as an exercise in fortitude, couldn't it? Wuyo, who was sweeping up garbage nearby, replied, "Is helping an elderly lady unclog a drain considered training?" Hondo sighed, "That I in recent days." Every mission they received seemed to involve tedious tasks like searching for lost dogs or clearing drains, and she found herself yearning for the days spent at the Ninja Academy, where the workload was manageable and devoid of such filthy labor. Why did I listen to Wuyo's tempting words and graduate? Wouldn't it have been better to just take it easy? Hondo gritted her teeth in frustration. The term taking it easy was one she had learned from Wuyo, perfectly aligning with her philosophy. However, glancing at Wuyo and Uchiha Rin, who were both from prestigious clans, made the prospect of taking it easy seem exceedingly difficult. She silently screamed in her mind. Wuyo, on the other hand, was unfazed. Completing D-rank missions was a prerequisite for undertaking higher-level tasks. However, he harbored serious doubts about whether Shiwei had intentionally taken on these menial tasks out of spite. What a petty ninja! As for his own training, it remained largely unaffected. On the mountain behind his residence, a shadow clone was diligently compensating for the effort he felt he was losing. The shadow clone training method had been acquired from Uchiha Rin. For her, D-rank training techniques were not particularly precious. After some time mastering the shadow clone technique, he was able to seamlessly balance training and missions. Hinata Wuyo felt an ever-present urgency. The impending Third Great Ninja War and the burden of the seal on his forehead constantly spurred him onward. Without strength, one was merely prey, and while the life of a Ninja Academy student was comfortable, it did not align with his ideals. Only through relentless progression could he find a sense of security. The main house's attitude toward him was complex. Regardless, the title of the first double bloodline ninja in Hinata's history would inevitably draw attention. From what he understood, it seemed that the pressure from the Hokage was the reason for his current stability within the Hinata clan. A caged bird, if external forces could not be dispelled in the short term, would have no choice but to pursue scientific endeavors. A significant part of his decision to include Hondo in the team was to establish a connection with Orochimaru. Considering that in the original narrative, Hondo had been taken on as his disciple, I truly hope we can undertake combat missions soon. Uchiha Rin's voice pulled Wuyo back to reality. He looked up to see her stretching her limbs, brimming with eagerness. "Why the rush?" Wuyo inquired. Uchiha Rin met his gaze, her dark eyes sparkling with anticipation. "The clan elders say that the Sharingan can only be awakened in life-and-death situations, and I am eager to attain that power." "That's quite intense," Wuyo remarked, his lips twitching slightly. And so, after consecutive completion of several D-rank missions, one day Hinata Sato and his companions were summoned by Oil Girl Shiwei to a training ground, after briefly outlining the task requirements. Shiwei solemnly inquired, "Do you all understand the demands of this mission?" While they comprehended the instructions, Akane hesitantly raised her hand. "But, Teacher Shiwei, is it not too challenging for us to undertake a B-rank mission on our first outing?" The scouts from the Hidden Leaf Village had reported signs of rock ninja activity near the border of the Land of Grass, seemingly in search of supplies, and their mission was to prevent the enemy from transporting those supplies back. Such tasks, involving clashes between ninja from two nations, invariably began at a minimum of B rank. The enemy's highest-ranking member is merely a chunin. If it were just me, I could complete this in an instant. "This is a trial for you all." How straightforward, Akane thought, her lips twitching slightly. Hinata Sato's gaze flickered. The discovery of rock ninja activity at the border signaled the ominous approach of war. It seemed the memories of the devastating Third Great Ninja War were not far off. Given their team's composition, his Byakugan's strategic significance, and Shiwei's versatility, it was evident that the task ahead would not be trivial. Uchiha Rin, however, was not overly concerned. She was merely eager to prove herself. "Then it's settled. You have half an hour to prepare your supplies, and we will regroup here in half an hour." After several days of travel, Hinata Sato and his team finally reached the location indicated in the intelligence report. Perched on a branch, they gazed out at a lush, green field. According to the latest intelligence, a convoy of rock ninja would be transporting supplies through this area. and their mission was to obstruct those supplies from being taken back. Hinata Sato concealed himself within the foliage, silently observing the changes around him. In this period of resource procurement, there was no doubt that preparations for war were underway. Severing the Rock Ninja's supply line might delay the impending Third Great Ninja War. And time was precisely what he lacked. With his Byakugan activated to its fullest extent, honed over more than a year of training, its range had expanded to 3 kilometers. Before long, a disguised merchant convoy came into view. Through the lens of his Byakugan, he could clearly discern the flow of notable chakra within them. "They're here," Hinata Sato whispered. 3 o'clock direction. 3 kilometers away. 5 individuals. For Chunin and 1 Jinin. 0.5 ninja. Akane instinctively swallowed. With Teacher Shuwei present, there should be no need for excessive concern. Right? She turned around, only to be greeted by a chilling realization. Where's Teacher Shuwei? She was just here. The thicket where they had hidden was now eerily empty, leaving only the silhouettes of the 3 of them. Forget about Teacher Shuwei. She must have moved to another vantage point to observe. For now, we must rely on ourselves. Hinata Sato took a deep breath to calm his emotions and turned to his companions. At this distance, they should pass by in about 10 minutes. Let's draft our battle plan first. Akane and the others listened intently. The Rock Ninja marched at the front of the formation, their caravan appearing to be an ordinary merchant convoy. Upon closer inspection, however, one could discern the concealed weapons and tools of a ninja beneath their travel-worn garments. This supply transfer was crucially successful. If they returned with the supplies, they would undoubtedly earn the favor of the Tsuchikage. Rock Ninja Yintu felt elated. Their team had departed from the land of the craftsmen, traversed the land of grass, and was now nearing the land of earth. As they passed a thicket, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A kunai suddenly shot out from the underbrush, hurtling straight towards him in ambush. Did they think such a feeble attack could harm him? Yintu's eyes gleamed with frost. He brandished his kunai to intercept the incoming projectile. Just as the kunai was about to be blocked, its trajectory inexplicably altered, curving in a bizarre arc and embedding itself firmly in his throat. His pupils dilated in shock as he gaped in disbelief. Attempting to speak, but only blood-red bubbles spilled forth from his mouth. Captain Yintu! Damn it! Enemy attack! Witnessing their captain's grim fate, the Rock Ninja squad quickly regained their composure after a brief moment of chaos. Tearing off their disguising cloaks to reveal their full ninja gear. Since they had already been ambushed, their identities had long been exposed. Maintaining their disguise would only complicate the battle as they shed their disguises. 3 figures suddenly burst forth from the grass, kunai in hand, charging towards the Rock Ninja. Byakugan, just 3 little brats, and they took down Captain Yintu. The towering Rock Ninja gritted his teeth, glaring at the cart. Gray Earth, guard the supplies. Leave these 3 little brats to us. Understood, replied the slender Chunin. Noticing that one of the remaining Rock Ninja had chosen to watch over the supplies instead of joining the fray, Hinata Sato felt a surge of relief. This meant their lineup was perfectly matched at 3 against 3, significantly alleviating the pressure. Rin and I will handle those 2 Chunin. Akane, you take on that Jinin. Roger. Hinata Sato faced the large Rock Ninja, whose muscular frame towered over him. With Hinata only reaching his waist, he swiftly threw several shuriken, manipulating their trajectories mid-flight, yet they were blocked by the opponent's kunai, inflicting only minor injuries. Little brat, is this how you killed Captain Yintu? The tall Rock Ninja glared at the bloodied wound inflicted by the shuriken. Controlling shuriken, a peculiar ability, and a wonder Captain Yintu fell for it. However, that was of no consequence now. Hinata Sato remained unfazed, utilizing electromagnetic force to alter the shuriken's flight paths. Though his ability was indeed peculiar, its primary effectiveness lay in the element of surprise. Once the opponent was prepared, its efficacy diminished significantly. Revealing this ability to claim the life of their strongest opponent was undoubtedly a net gain. Meanwhile, Uchiha Rin wore a grave expression, wielding her kunai to parry the swift strikes of a blade-wielding ninja. A sword user? How troublesome. She executed a backflip to evade a downward slash aimed at her midsection, spitting out in disdain. It must be said that sword-wielding ninjas were particularly effective against her type. Her kunai was too short for close combat, and employing ninjutsu would lead to rapid close-quarters engagement, causing the battle to stagnate. On Akane's side, the situation was equally perilous. The genin she faced had far more combat experience. Keeping her firmly subdued, with her attention redirected, Hinata Sato thought to himself, I can't delay any longer. I must finish this battle quickly to support them. The towering rock ninja seemed to read his thoughts. Chuckling, as long as I am here, you will never succeed in aiding them. It's time to end this. Secret technique. Rock armor technique. The rock ninja suddenly formed hand seals, and a multitude of rocks enveloped him like armor. His already imposing stature increasing even further, resembling a colossal stone giant. The giant opened his mouth, producing a rumbling sound akin to wine sweeping through a valley. Byakugan brat, you are from the Hyūga clan, aren't you? I refrained from engaging you in close combat earlier due to your gentle fist. In this state, your gentle fist will never breach my defenses. That he charged towards Hinata Sato, his rock-like fist aimed squarely at his head. Who said I was using gentle fist? Hinata Sato arched an eyebrow, slightly crouching, and unleashed a swift palm strike to the giant's side. Accompanied by a dull thud, the intense pain caused the rock ninja's pupils to constrict as he looked down to see a horrific sight. The area where Hinata had struck had completely vanished, leaving a blood-red void. My kidney! This thought barely crossed his mind before it was swallowed by the agony and terror. The rock armor began to crumble and fall away, revealing his flesh beneath. Is this gentle fist? The tall rock ninja's face turned ashen as he asked. Not quite, Hinata Sato replied after a moment's contemplation. This technique is technically the 2.0 version of magnetic palm. The first generation employed electromagnetic pulse principles, inflicting electrical burns and shock damage to the body. In the 2.0 version, Hinata Sato endeavors to amalgamate the gentle fist technique with his developed magnetic storm palm, employing the gentle fist to unleash the damage of the magnetic storm from within. This is also the reason why the opponent's rock armor is so vulnerable. The damage emerges from the inside out. Hinata Sato is not one to be constrained by formality. His pursuit and goal lie in the combination of various techniques to unleash greater power. With an internal organ critical hit compounded by a kidney flying through the air, the towering rock ninja, after emitting a cry of reluctant despair, finally collapses helplessly to the ground. Hinata Sato casts his gaze towards Uchiha Rin's location, only to observe that the battle there has reached a fever pitch, with the rock ninja pressing Uchiha Rin back relentlessly with his ninja blade. Upon witnessing his comrade slain by Hinata Sato, the rock ninja lets out a guttural roar of fury, bloodshot eyes filled with rage, and suddenly intensifies his assault, pushing Uchiha Rin into a perilous predicament. This is bad. A chill runs through Hinata Satoru's heart. Yet, amid the relentless barrage, a slight opening appears in Uchiha Rin's defense. An opportunity that the rock ninja seizes, swinging his ninja blade viciously towards her head, his eyes twisted with malice. Die. The scene seemed to freeze, leaving only the sound of flesh being pierced and the steady flow of crimson blood. The rock ninja's body appeared to be frozen, his pupils trembling incessantly as the blade swept past Uchiha Rin. Severing a lock of her black hair, he opened his mouth, attempting to articulate something, but only red foam erupted forth. A shuriken had been brutally lodged in his throat, blood dripping steadily from his tightly clenched fingers. In Uchiha Rin's cold, indifferent eyes, a crimson hue glimmered, and a dark tomo began to spin slowly. Hinata Sato arrived, swallowing hard. Are you all right? You were right, Sato. The Sharingan can only truly awaken in the face of life and death. Extracting the shuriken and discarding the blood, Uchiha Rin spoke flatly. Congratulations. Hinata Sato exhaled in relief, but his expression soon morphed into one of peculiarity, awakening the Sharingan at less than 9 years of age. Undoubtedly. Uchiha Rin is a true prodigy. Being so close to her, could he one day become a mere sacrificial pawn? Surely not. Where's Akane? Uchiha Rin inquired. Hinata Sato looked over, only to see a lower ninja engaged in combat with Akane. Suddenly besieged by a horde of black insects erupting from beneath his feet, consuming his flesh amidst anguished cries. The battle concluded. Akane wiped the sweat from her brow and slumped to the ground, utterly fatigued. Yamanaka Shimi appeared on the battlefield, observing the group with appreciation. You all performed remarkably well, completing the task perfectly despite facing an overwhelming number of enemies that know it was all Satoru and Rin's merit. I couldn't even defeat a single lower ninja, Akane lamented, feeling the stark disparity between herself and her teammates. No, Akane, you are already quite exceptional. The lower ninja you faced was already on the back foot. Even without my intervention, the victory was still yours. Akane remained silent, her head bowed, slightly. Shimi-sensei, let's check on the supplies gathered by the rock ninja, Hinata Satoru suggested to him upon reaching the location where the cart had halted. Hinata Satoru discovered that the rock ninja previously guarding the supplies had vanished, and an ominous premonition gripped his heart. He hastily lifted the tarp draped over the cart, only to be rendered speechless. Inside, there were only a few empty wooden boxes set up to prevent peeping techniques, with not a single item of supply in sight. We've been deceived. This cart was merely a fade. The actual supplies had likely been transferred away long ago using sealing scrolls. Yamanaka Shimi felt a weight in his heart. During the earlier battle, he had focused entirely on the safety of his students, only to discover that a mishap had occurred here. Hinata Satoru promptly activated his Byakugan, and through its perspective, he noticed a Chunin nearly a kilometer away, frantically fleeing while carrying a massive scroll on his back. It was indeed the rock ninja left behind to guard the supplies. At that distance, approximately 800 meters away, Hinata Satoru immediately indicated the position of the escaping rock ninja. Yamanaka Shimi gazed over, and amidst the vast grassland, a small black dot could be discerned, steadily diminishing in size towards the distant green horizon. Yamanaka Shimi quickly analyzed the situation in his mind, letting out a resigned sigh. This mission is a failure. I will explain to the Hokage that it was my oversight. You all performed exceptionally well. Wait, Shimi-sensei, can you elevate me using your swarm of insects? Just 5 meters will suffice. Yamanaka Shimi, momentarily perplexed, replied, given your weight, it is feasible to construct a platform with insects to lift you to that height. But there's no time to hesitate. Hurry, Hinata Satoru urged earnestly. All right, although uncertain of his student's intentions, Yamanaka Shimi had no choice but to trust him. Raising his palm, countless dark insects erupted from his body, coalescing into a black platform beneath Hinata Satoru's feet, swaying unsteadily as they lifted him up. A bit higher, Yamanaka Shimi increased the output of the insects, elevating Hinata Satoru to a height of 5 meters. What exactly are you planning? He gazed up at Hinata Satoru atop the black platform with a serious expression. Standing on the soft insect mat, Hinata Satoru took a deep breath, retrieving a scroll from his bosom, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. The first real battle for the electromagnetic sniper. Do not disappoint me. With a loud bang, the white mist dissipated, revealing a peculiar metallic crossbow in Hinata Satoru's hands, reflecting a faint glimmer. That's Satoru. You're finally going to use it. Below, Uchiha Rin's eyes shone with excitement. What is that? Yamanaka Shimi gazed in astonishment at the ninja tool in Hinata Satoru's grasp. Is it a bow? A crossbow? No, it's an electromagnetic cannon. Hinata Satoru inhaled deeply, knocking a metallic arrow onto the bowstring. Commencing the construction of electromagnetic propulsion, the arrowhead aimed at the minuscule black dot in the distance. Electromagnetic propulsion construction complete. Wind speed measurement underway. Air humidity calculation in progress. Gravitational acceleration assessment ongoing. Byakugan perspective correction. Target acquired. Holding his breath, Hinata Satoru loosened his fingers slightly on the bowstring. In an instant, accompanied by a sharp explosive sound, the metallic arrow transformed into a blue arc of lightning, vanishing from sight. Go, only my railgun, he roared inwardly. That was close. It seems they haven't pursued us. The fleeing Hayato glanced back, panting heavily. He had not anticipated that Iwa had been utterly eliminated. The terrifying Konoha brat had instilled fear. Upon returning to Iwagakure, he would certainly urge Lord Suchikage to heighten vigilance, particularly regarding the Byakugan brat. Hayato recalled the gruesome deaths of his 2 teammates, a chill creeping into his heart. This terrifying Byakugan child must not be allowed to live. Just as this thought flickered in his mind, A sudden surge of life and death crisis erupted from his back. He turned quickly, his pupils constricting. The metallic arrow, enveloped in lightning, shot toward him like thunder. The Hayato's eyes widened in horror. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Before he could even utter a cry, the arrow reached him, its terrifying penetrative force ripping through his body along with the scroll on his back, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. On the insect mat, Hinata Gaku lowered the bow he had raised, a slight smile gracing his lips as he whispered, audible only to himself, "Target eliminated." What just happened? At the moment that sharp explosive sound echoed, Akane instinctively covered her ears, her mind buzzing in confusion and disarray. She turned to see Uchiha Rin and Yamanaka Shimi staring in shock at the direction of the arrow's flight, their pupils trembling slightly. "Satoru, is this the ninjutsu you aim to master?" Yamanaka Shimi inhaled deeply, his astonishment mingling with a profound realization. Through the perspective of the insects, he perceived much more. The arrow exhibited no chakra fluctuations, its speed surpassing the reflex limits of conventional ninjas, with an ultra-long-range striking distance, further enhanced by the Byakugan's vision. This was a jutsu born for assassination, capable of altering the course of a war. Was this a technique developed from the combination of two bloodline limits? The combination of two chakras results in a bloodline limit, while the amalgamation of three chakras leads to a bloodline elimination. However, what transpires when two bloodline limits are combined? "Teacher Jouet, you may release me now." The voice of Hyūga Wudwa from above pulled him back to reality. After responding, he manipulated the insects to lower Hyūga Wudwa to the ground. "Wudwa, are you all right?" Upon observing Hyūga Wudwa's pale complexion and feeble demeanor, Yun Jiwei expressed her concern. "I'm fine." Hyūga Wudwa shook his head, explaining that he merely had overexerted his chakra and felt drained. A period of rest would suffice. "That's a relief." Yun Jiwei sighed in relief. "Let's check on that IWA ninja." Hyūga Wudwa's gaze flickered. In truth, given the strength of the previous arrow, he could manage to shoot at most 3 arrows in his current state. However, such a formidable technique was too astonishing to reveal his limits. It was imperative to eliminate the IWA ninja. Otherwise, should he return alive to a Wagakure, Hyūga Wudwa would inevitably face relentless assassination attempts. And what he lacked most at present was time for growth. As a branch family member, he could not betray Konoha. Thus, it was only natural that his value to the Hokage should be maximized. Even if he could not join the Hokage's faction, he could at least leverage the Hokage's power to balance the main family. With these thoughts, the group arrived at the location where the IWA ninja had met his demise. There, they beheld his body, along with the scroll on his back, violently torn apart, blooming a crimson flower upon the grass. Perhaps the process of death had been too swift, for his expression retained the terror of the moment before his demise. Vividly lifelike. What a pity! Had I aimed more accurately, I might have been able to kill him without damaging the scroll. Hyūga Wudwa felt a pang of regret over the loss of the supplies within the scroll. It was essentially the key to accessing a storage space. Once the scroll was destroyed, unless the location of a storage space was discovered, the supplies could not be retrieved. "Don't say that." Yun Jiwei's mouth twitched slightly as she promptly urged Hyūga Wudwa to cease his self-deprecating remarks. "The Bao technique you developed, paired with the power of the Byakugan, is truly terrifying, unprecedented, in fact. Even I would find myself at a disadvantage if faced with it from a distance. Your praise is unwarranted." "It is merely an inconsequential technique," Hyūga Wudwa replied, shaking his head. Yun Jiwei delivered a double blow to his modesty. "Very well," she replied listlessly, instructing him to clean up the battlefield, concluding that this battle had been satisfactorily completed. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Jiwei added, "Regarding the Bao technique developed by Wudwa, it should not be spoken of upon our return to the village. Do not disclose it to anyone, for the sake of maintaining secrecy around Hyūga Wudwa's information. And due to the cautious nature of his branch family status, it is best that as few people as possible are aware of this unheard-of Bao technique." "Understood." Uchiha Rin and Akane nodded solemnly. Upon returning to Konoha, Yun Jiwei granted the entire third team a period of rest before hastily making her way to the Hokage's office. Jiwei, how did the task I entrusted you with go?" Upon seeing her enter, Sarutobi Hizashi set aside his work and greeted her with a smile. "IT has been successfully completed. I asked that so." Sarutobi Hizashi nodded, offering a commendation. "It seems that under your leadership, this small team has grown rapidly." Taking a deep breath, Yun Jue said, "Hokage-sama, aside from this matter, there are certain things I need to report to you." She then proceeded to recount the events that transpired during the mission. Uchiha Rin has awakened the Sharingan. Hyūga Wudwa has developed a unique bow technique capable of killing an IWA ninja from nearly a kilometer away. Sarutobi Hizashi inhaled sharply, a look of gravity crossing his features. The former was not particularly alarming. A 9-year-old awakening the Sharingan, while rare, was not without precedent. However, the latter's bout technique was utterly unprecedented, a combination of two bloodlines. Could such a unique technique truly be developed? Does the main family know of this? Yun Jiwei shook her head. On the way back, I had a brief conversation with Wudwa. He mentioned that he has only recently begun to master this technique, and the main family is likely unaware that I asked that so. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded. Then, there is no need to inform them. Let it unfold naturally. The Hyūga clan has become too rigid and inflexible that if they were to learn that Hyūga Wudwa is training in bout techniques, it would likely incite discontent. That IT was beyond doubt that Hyūga Wudwa was a ninja of Konoha. In the impending war, his developed techniques may prove to be extraordinarily effective. Hearing this, Yun Jue took a deep breath and tentatively inquired, "Hokage-sama, are we on the verge of war?" Sarutobi Hizashi sighed, his expression filled with resignation. The second war has long since passed. The strength of each village has reached its zenith. Recently, scouts have reported that several villages seem to be making significant moves. It is merely a matter of who loses their composure first. I asked that so. Yun Jue nodded gravely. "Jiwei, your responsibility is to guide these students well. They're the village's hope?" "Yes, Hokage-sama." In the Uchiha clan's territory, within a forest, Uchiha Rin was engaged in intense training, striking a wooden post with her bare fists. Her crimson pupils displayed a spinning tomo, the sound of her strikes echoing through the empty woods. "Do you still prefer to train alone?" Uchiha Rin abruptly turned, spotting an elder clad in Uchiha garb standing behind her, his eyes sharp like those of an eagle. "Elder Shana, is there something you need?" Uchiha Rin's initial hostility softened slightly. Upon noticing Uchiha Rin's Sharingan, Uchiha Shana's eyes gleamed with fervor. "IT is indeed these eyes. Awakened at the age of 9? Rin, you are a true genius." Though Yun Jue is not weak, she will never unlock the true potential of these eyes. Abandon that small team. Withdraw under the pretext of injury, and I will teach you the true power of the Uchiha. A flicker of disgust crossed Uchiha Rin's eyes as she frowned slightly. "I appreciate your good intentions, Elder Shana, but it is there that I will grow the fastest." Uchiha Shana's gaze sharpened. "Is it because of that Hyūga boy named Wudwa?" "Elder, my affairs do not concern you." Uchiha Rin's disdain deepened, her eyes narrowing in hostility. Though she had awakened a second bloodline limit, a rarity indeed, she was still merely a branch family member. IT was surprising that he was so invested in her. Uchiha Shana shook his head slightly. "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not press you further." With that, he turned to leave, leaving Uchiha Rin in a state of confusion. A cold smirk flickered in his eagle-like eyes. He had not expected their bond to run this deep. Yes, albeit, the deeper the feelings, the more painful the destruction, and only thus would the true power of the Uchiha be born. On a morning following a restless night, Hyūga Wudwa rose from his bed. After all, it was his first experience with killing. He sighed deeply. Throughout his time in this world, last night had been the first time he suffered from insomnia. The gruesome images of the IWA ninjas he had slain lingered vividly in his mind. Ultimately, having undergone modern education, he still needed time to fully accept the harsh realities of the ninja world. Shaking his head, he dispelled the distracting thoughts. Now was not the time for such reflections. The third war, the caged birds, these felt like ferocious beasts with gaping maws chasing after him. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly. After finishing breakfast, just as Hyūga Wudwa was about to commence his training, there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Hyūga Hiragi waiting. "Uncle Hiragi, is there something you need? The clan leader is looking for you." Oh, let me tidy up. I will be there shortly. As they walked, Hyūga Haragi's gaze held a complex expression as he looked at Hyūga Woodwa's slender frame. Over this period, the reputation of Hyūga Woodwa as a prodigy had spread throughout the Hyūga clan. Yet he was acutely aware that genius was often a curse for branch family members. If one were an ordinary branch member, life would simply drift by without too much suffering. However, if one were to be a genius, subjecting them to that kind of helpless numbness would indeed be the ultimate torment. Hinata Satoru was oblivious to the thoughts of Hinata Hayashi. He was merely contemplating the intentions behind his clan leader's summons. The doors of the ancestral hall were pushed open, and once again, Satoru beheld the elder seated cross-legged upon the tatami mat, alongside the young man, Hinata Hizashi. Hayashi, you may withdraw, the elder commanded. Yes, Hinata Hayashi replied, bowing respectfully before silently exiting the hall. Esteemed clan leader, Hinata Satoru offered a slight bow. The elder's half-closed eyes opened just a slit, his gaze bearing down on Satoru with palpable pressure. I have heard that you have been associating closely with the Uchiha clan members, and that she has even sponsored your training with ninja tools. It is merely a matter of camaraderie. I am in the same team as her, so it is only natural for us to grow close. Hinata Satoru replied, his demeanor neither servile nor defiant. Very well, the elder huffed, shaking his head, that I do not care whether your closeness is the reason for being in the same team, or if being in the same team has fostered that closeness. I simply wish for you to understand that the training of the Hyūga clan's ninjas does not require the support of other families. This concerns the dignity of the Hyūga. Do you understand? The elder's piercing gaze felt like an invisible blade, pressing down upon Hinata Satoru. He remained silent. The elder shifted his tone, suddenly softening, that I understand that your savings may not sufficiently cover the cost of your training. Henceforth, you may receive an additional 10,000 ryo each month from the Hinata clan's treasury as support for your training, but a masterful application of both the stick and the carrot. Satoru scoffed inwardly. First, they instill fear through oppression, then they offer a morsel of sweetness to win hearts. This clan leader was indeed adept in the art of manipulation, that in fact, he no longer faced significant financial constraints. Even the bounty from his recently completed Barank mission was sufficient to sustain him for quite some time. Thank you, esteemed clan leader, Hinata Satoru expressed with a respectful tone, knowing full well that maintaining appearances was essential. Hinata Sueme nodded. I am aware that you have not been diligent in your training of the gentle fist. Nonetheless, I hope you will place greater emphasis on it. This is the secret technique of the Byakugan. Return after 3 days of contemplation and do not share it with anyone. Susanoo accepted the scroll thrown his way by the elder. Astonishment welled within him. The Byakugan was one of the clan's closely guarded secrets. Generally, only the main family held the right to practice it, while the branch family could only rely on their own insight. Hinata Sueme's actions, in a sense, had already breached protocol. Thank you, esteemed clan leader. Hinata Satoru feigned delight as he expressed his gratitude. Yes, you may go now. Once Hinata Satoru's figure vanished from the ancestral hall, Hinata Hizashi inquired with confusion, Father, why bestow upon him the training methods of the Byakugan? The elder lifted his gaze slightly, a profound glint suddenly appearing in his murky eyes. Hizashi, do you know that the Hokage sought me out yesterday? The Hokage sought you? Hinata Hizashi exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the elder confirmed with a nod. You must be aware of our unique situation. Even the Hokage must obtain the main family's consent to mobilize branch family ninjas. I initially presumed he sought 8 Nin from the branch family. Yet to my astonishment, it was this genin. What could the Hokage possibly want from him? He is but a genin. Even with his double bloodline, he cannot wield much influence. Hinata Hizashi questioned, perplexed. The elder shook his head. Uncertain. It likely pertains to an Umbu mission. It appears the Hokage places significant value on him. Indeed, after all, he is the first double bloodline ninja in Konoha's history, regardless of whether the Hokage intends to cultivate or utilize him. The branch family must first pledge allegiance to the main family. We shall simply go with the flow. Hinata Hizashi nodded slightly. Upon returning home, Hinata Satoru began perusing the training manual for the Byakugan. Within the Hyūga clan, typically only the main family holds the privilege to train in the Byakugan, while the branch family relies solely on their own comprehension. In the original narrative, Hinata Niji grasped the Byakugan during his time as a genin, earning the title of genius. Hinata Satoru, having previously neglected the training of the gentle fist system, was now rectifying that oversight. The break period granted by Yamanaka Shimi was 7 days, and today marked the second day. Hinata Satoru calculated that the time would suffice for him to develop new abilities through the Byakugan. The principles of training in the Byakugan were not overly complex. It involved rapidly releasing chakra from all the body's chakra points and spinning at high speed to form a half-spherical chakra dome. The challenge lay in mastering the technique for chakra eruption and controlling the high-speed rotation. The completed Byakugan had the capability to deflect attacks, regarded within the Hyūga clan as absolute defense. However, this ability evidently did not meet Hinata Satoru's requirements, prompting him to experiment with combining the Byakugan with electromagnetic force. After several days of diligent research, he gradually developed several novel applications of the Byakugan. While utilizing the Byakugan, he constructed repulsive force using electromagnetic power, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Metallic objects would be repelled even without direct contact, akin to an all-encompassing Shinra Tensei. Similarly, he could create attractive force, transforming into a human-shaped meat grinder. Alternatively, he could combine it with metallic ninja tools, such as a ninja sword, manipulating the sword while activating the Byakugan, akin to a meat grinder 2.0 version. If enemies attempted to flee, they would be ensnared by the rapidly spinning blades due to the influence of gravitational force. Hinata Satoru designated these 3 unique applications of the Byakugan as Byakugan Yin, Byakugan Yang, and Byakugan Sword Dance. As for constructing electromagnetic repulsion and attraction, Hinata Satoru's influence over non-metallic objects remained limited. However, if the enemy possessed metallic items, his control would significantly augment. With his electromagnetic force at LV2, the ceiling of his capabilities was quite evident, yet his experience points had already surged to 32,896,000, drawing him closer to LV3. The 7 days passed in the blink of an eye, ushering in the arduous life of missions once more. Hinata Satoru rose early from his bed and arrived at the designated training ground, where the Team S mission had been assigned by Yamanaka Shimi. Before meeting him, he was unaware of the task at hand. Upon his arrival, he spotted Uchiha Rin standing in the center of the training ground, her arms crossed as she regarded him coolly. "You are late." Hinata Satoru shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness that we agreed on 7 o'clock. "And it is barely past 6. As a ninja, arriving 2 hours early is the best training for cultivating one's resolve. Satoru, you lack ambition. Do you not realize?" Hinata Satoru promptly covered his ears, refusing to endure any further of this nagging from the self-proclaimed queen of lectures. With only 2 minutes remaining until 7 o'clock, Akane rushed over, panting heavily as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. "I am so sorry, everyone. I almost overslept." "No worries. I arrived quite late myself." Hinata Satoru offered a comforting word. "Akane, you lack ambition. Arriving early is—" Uchiha Rin frowned in displeasure, but as she began to speak, Hinata swiftly covered her mouth. That it was rare for Yamanaka Shimi to be a few minutes late. He surveyed the 3 individuals before him and pondered aloud. "This mission is rather special. Only Hinata Satoru and I will participate. The rest may train on their own until this task is complete." "What? Only Satoru and the teacher are participating? Then what was the point of me waking up so early?" Akane rolled her eyes, longing for the warmth of her bed. Uchiha Rin furrowed her brow. Why was only Satoru selected? "What is the duration of the mission?" "This is the Hokage's decision. As for the mission's duration, it will depend on the circumstances." "The Hokage?" Uchiha Rin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "If it is a direct appointment from the Hokage, could it possibly relate to an Umbu mission?" Yamanaka Shimi took a deep breath and spoke in a serious tone. "Satoru, you have 1 hour to prepare. The rest of you are dismissed. In the forest of the Land of Fire." 2 figures cloaked in black robes leaped through the treetops like phantoms, swiftly traversing the surrounding woods. Yamanaka Shimi landed on a sturdy branch, propelling himself upward with great speed. "Satoru, this mission is of great significance. The situation will dictate its course. The mission rank is tentatively set at Eta should any unforeseen circumstances arise. It may escalate to S. Hinata Satoru gasped in astonishment, looking at him wide-eyed. Yes, Yamanaka Shimi nodded gravely. You are aware of the underground black market, correct? Black market? Hinata Satoru furrowed his brow, recalling that it was a place known for issuing bounty missions. Where ninja heads were exchanged for monetary rewards, he was certainly no stranger to the black market. After all, the bounty on his classmate, Asuma Suratobi, was a staggering 35 million ryo. Oil woman Shimi murmured thoughtfully. The black market represents the shadowy underbelly of the ninja world, existing independently from the surface realm, where transactions that cannot be conducted openly take place. Due to its significance, the Land of Fire, along with several neighboring nations, has stationed Umbu scouts in the underground black markets. Approximately a week ago, intelligence from an Umbu operative embedded in the black market of the Land of Iron reported an unusually large transaction taking place there, involving sums exceeding 100 million ryo. Furthermore, the operative had detected traces of rock ninja in the vicinity of the black market. Rock ninja? Hinata Widow's gaze flickered. So, does the Hokage intend for us to investigate this matter? Indeed, the activities of Wagakure have become increasingly frequent, and the Land of Iron, being adjacent to both the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, presents a rare opportunity for a significant transaction in the black market. The Hokage suspects it may be linked to impending war. Hinata Widow's expression darkened. This was far from good news for him. Should war break out, his development time would be drastically curtailed, given his current strength. He feared he would not be adequately prepared to face the threats of war. Yet he recalled that during the Third Great Ninja War, it was Sunagakure that initiated hostilities first. Why, then, was a Wagakure so active now? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he let out a wry smile. And no wonder the clan head had shared the training methods for the Kaiten with him a few days prior. It must have been the Hokage's request for personnel. The Hokage was indeed seeking a branch family genin, which in itself was a subtle indication. However, upon further reflection, this task did seem quite fitting for him. Firstly, the significance of the Byakugan in reconnaissance missions goes without saying. And since the Umbu lacks any members from the Hyūga clan, he possesses the unique advantage of having the magnet release bloodline, enabling him to engage in long-range combat techniques. This functionality significantly enhances his capabilities. As for Oil Woman Shimi, her reputation as an all-round ninja means her skills are remarkably versatile. Their pairing would be the optimal solution. With this realization, Hinata Widow exhaled deeply. It appeared that Sarutobi Hizashi held considerable regard for him. The pressure from main family due to the mark on his forehead was undeniable, and leveraging the Hokage's influence to counterbalance the clan's authority was indeed a wise choice. After several days of travel, the two finally arrived in the Land of Iron. Just before entering the densely populated city, Oil Woman Shimi handed Hinata Widow a pair of round, thin discs. Widow, your Byakugan is too conspicuous and detrimental to the secrecy of our mission. Put these on. Hinata Widow accepted them, examining them with curiosity, his mouth agape. Are these colored contact lenses? No way. Even a ninja world has them now. Oil Woman Shimi scratched her head awkwardly. These are tools used by the Umbu to conceal the color of the pupils. Don't worry. While they may not be aesthetically pleasing, they are quite comfortable to wear. After putting them on, Hinata Widow blinked, noticing no change in his perception of the world. Once he adapted, he felt no significant discomfort. He took a mirror and saw that his pupils had transformed into the most common brown seen in the ninja world, appearing just like everyone else's. What a peculiar state of technology the ninja world has reached. Hinata Widow couldn't help but exclaim. Once they were adequately prepared, the two ventured into the capital of the Land of Iron. This nation is a quintessential samurai realm, with architectural styles that strongly reflect the aesthetics of the Warring States period. Along the streets, many armored samurai could be seen, sheathed in long katana. While samurai do not practice ninjutsu, their biological magnetic fields are surprisingly more potent than those of ordinary ninjas. Observing the samurai on the street, Hinata Widow couldn't help but click his tongue. The strength of their biological magnetic fields is closely linked to their physical prowess. Not a single samurai he encountered exhibited a weaker magnetic field than a chunin. With some powerful enough to rival jounin or chunin specializing in taijutsu, and no wonder the samurai could establish their nation amidst the onslaught of ninjas. Their physical strength alone surpassed that of many ninjas. taijutsu ninjas specializing in swordsmanship. It seemed, however, that he could easily outmatch them. Hinata Gaku shrugged. These samurai, clad entirely in metallic armor and wielding metal weapons, would hardly pose a challenge to him. In the capital, aside from the samurai, there were many civilians and travelers from other nations. After donning their disguises, Hinata Gaku and oil woman Shimi blended into the bustling city without drawing attention. After gathering some information, the two arrived at an inn. The innkeeper, a young woman, promptly led them to a secret room after oil woman Shimi provided the code. Upon entering the secret chamber, the innkeeper's demeanor shifted dramatically, and she bowed gravely to oil woman Shimi. Umbu codename Red Dove, I've been expecting you. Umbu codename Bug, oil woman Shimi replied nonchalantly. The innkeeper's gaze shifted to Hinata Gaku, revealing a look of confusion. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he interjected, I'm not Umbu. My codename ISNT Bug. He is not an Umbu member, oil woman Shimi clarified. Not Umbu. The innkeeper expressed her surprise. It was astonishing that the Hokage would assign such an important mission to someone outside the Umbu. And so young at that. Hinata Gaku glanced at oil woman Shimi, realizing that his teacher must hold a high position within the Umbu, possibly even as a special exception among them. Please provide me with the latest intelligence. Oil woman Shimi said succinctly. The innkeeper inhaled deeply, her gaze flickering that a few days ago, while we were gathering information about that transaction in the black market, we made a new discovery. The purchasing party has been confirmed as a Wagakure, and the transaction involves supplies, scheduled for 2 days from now. A Wagakure? Supplies? What kind of goods could be worth over 100 million Ryo? Hinata Gaku felt a weight settle in his chest. He recalled that his last mission had involved discovering rock ninja searching for supplies in the land of grass. He hadn't anticipated that they had already extended their reach into the land of iron. Such a substantial stockpile must surely be preparations for war. Oil woman Shimi furrowed her brows, equally troubled, and sighed. It seems the Hokage's concerns are justified. Iwagakure's movements are indeed preparations for war. Hinata Gaku pondered for a moment before asking, since the transaction is set for 2 days from now, can we disrupt it during this time frame? No. Before he could finish, Red Dove shook her head. Transactions in the black market are protected by its own forces that, if anyone attempts to interfere before the deal is completed, they will face an onslaught from all the ninja present in the black market. That's so. Hinata Gaku clicked his tongue, not having spoken lightly, with the enhancement from his Byakugan and magnet release. He was quite adept at causing disturbances. The atmosphere in the secret room grew tense. Provide me with the location of the black market and any relevant information. We must investigate the site. Oil woman Shimi instructed in a low voice. Understood. As they walked along the street, Hinata Gaku and oil woman Shimi strolled side by side. Shimi-sensei, who do you think is selling such a large quantity of supplies through the black market? Hinata Gaku pondered aloud. Oil woman Shimi replied. In the ninja world, certain large trading companies launder money through the black market. Additionally, many daimyos from various nations have their own channels in the black market. However, transactions of this magnitude are still quite rare. Hinata Gaku nodded, feeling that something about this situation was amiss. The land of iron was not a ninja nation. Why would anyone be offloading such a significant amount of supplies in the black market? The two continued their hushed conversation until they soon arrived at the black market indicated in the intel. They found a suitable spot in a nearby izakaya to begin their investigation. Their current identities were travelers from afar, making it unwise to enter the black market directly. Remaining concealed outside was the best option. Gaku, can your Byakugan see the situation inside? Oil woman Shimi inquired. Hinata Gaku estimated the distance and replied, in this range, it should be no problem. With that, he quietly activated his Byakugan. Through the eyes of the Byakugan, what appeared to be an unremarkable izakaya from the outside revealed a vast interior bustling with activity. Based on the chakra feedback, many samurai were present within, and oh wonder the land of iron boasted such a significant black market. It turned out that numerous samurai were mingling within. Hinata Gaku let out a soft sigh. The abilities of the Byakugan had reached their zenith in the unique environment of the land of iron. With the overwhelming number of samurai present, the chakra of the ninjas became as conspicuous as a searchlight. After eliminating a few scattered ninjas, he discovered a formidable group of ninjas in a hotel approximately 500 meters from the black market. Teacher Sherway, at the hotel located at the 3 o'clock direction. About 500 meters away, there are 7 ninjas gathered. Based on the chakra levels, it appears there are roughly 5 chunin and 2 jonin among them, with one of the jonin possessing a significant amount of chakra, likely an elite jonin. Yamanaka Sherway nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "It seems this is indeed the batch of IWA ninjas mentioned in the intelligence. Let us observe the situation for now." Hinata Gaku felt a sense of relief. The strength of this group of IWA ninjas did not seem particularly formidable, suggesting that the danger level of this mission was relatively low. Just as he was about to deactivate his Byakugan, an unexpected discovery caught his attention. "Wait, Teacher Sherway, something's not right. What is it?" Yamanaka Sherway asked, her heart tightening with concern. "About 600 meters from that hotel, there is a hidden jonin. Is he also from IWA?" Hinata Gaku shook his head solemnly. "No, he is definitely not affiliated with IWA. From his behavior, it appears he is surveilling us." "Surveilling?" Yamanaka Sherway inhaled sharply, her eyes narrowing. "This is not good news. It indicates that a third-party ninja force has emerged in the capital besides us." The direction of the mission suddenly became shrouded in uncertainty. Hinata Gaku's heart grew heavy as the earlier joy of discovering the IWA ninja team dissipated. If he hadn't been vigilant and conducted a thorough search, he might not have noticed this individual, whose stealth techniques were remarkably sophisticated. "Can you determine which faction this ninja belongs to?" Yamanaka Sherway inquired tentatively. "There's no way to tell," Hinata Gaku replied, shaking his head. "His counter-surveillance awareness is strong. The Byakugan can only perceive the flow of his chakra, but it cannot ascertain his identity." That's so." Yamanaka Sherway nodded. "Let us remain here and observe, adapting as necessary." "Indeed." Hinata Gaku took a deep breath, suddenly recalling an old saying. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It seemed they were now competing with the mysterious Jonin's faction for the identity of the unsuspecting prey. As dusk fell, the enigmatic Jonin began to move. "Teacher Sherway, he is heading toward the outskirts of the city. We should follow him." The two stealthily trailed the mysterious Jonin, maintaining a considerable distance due to his keen counter-surveillance awareness. They eventually arrived deep within the forest outside the city, and Hinata Gaku's eyes sharpened. Through the Byakugan, he observed where the Jonin had halted. The location appeared to be a stronghold, revealing numerous powerful chakra signatures. Yamanaka Sherway squinted slightly, as expected. This mission is far more complicated than it initially seemed. Just as they advanced toward the stronghold, Yamanaka Sherway suddenly raised her hand to block Hinata Gaku's path. "Wait, Gaku, there is something amiss." Hinata Gaku looked ahead and saw several black cursed bugs flying towards them, landing on Yamanaka Sherway's shoulder. While tracking, Yamanaka Sherway also released cursed bugs for reconnaissance. Her reputation as an all-purpose ninja was well earned. After absorbing the information relayed by the cursed bugs, Yamanaka Sherway's expression darkened. The cursed bugs had detected a sensory barrier ahead. "If we recklessly step in, we will be discovered." Hinata Gaku immediately scanned the area with his Byakugan. Sure enough, near the stronghold, he spotted several ninjas seated in meditation, seemingly maintaining the barrier. "Are we to retreat like this?" Hinata Gaku's heart sank. What should we do? He felt anxious, having discovered the enemy, yet being unable to gather intelligence. His Byakugan did provide a rough overview of the stronghold situation, but the distance was too great to discern the exact layout of personnel and chakra flow. What had the mysterious Jonin discussed upon returning? What was the nature of this faction, and what were their objectives? All remained a mystery. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata Gaku could not restrain himself any longer. "Teacher Sherway, my Byakugan can give us a general view of the stronghold situation. The number of their ninjas is substantial, far surpassing the IWA team in the capital. If we cannot uncover their intentions, this mission may very well end in failure, I understand." Yamanaka Sherway replied with a bitter smile. "However, given the current situation, if we approach recklessly, we will likely be ambushed by their ninjas." Hinata Gaku's gaze flickered as he assessed the range of the sensory barrier. determining it to cover a radius of 3 kilometers. Teacher Sherway, is it possible for you to use the cursed bugs to infiltrate and gather intelligence? Not feasible. Yamanaka Sherway shook her head that I already attempted that. The distance is too great. The maximum control range of my cursed bugs is 2 kilometers. Beyond that, they lose direction due to the inability to convey commands. I see. Hinata Gaku's brow furrowed. The cursed bugs can only be controlled within a 2-kilometer range. If they exceed that distance, they will become lost due to the loss of commands. Wait, if there were a way to substitute the final kilometer of designated communication, could we then control the cursed bugs to gather intelligence? After pondering for a moment, Hinata Gaku's eyes gradually brightened. Teacher Sherway, disregarding the need for a return, can you instill the instruction to scout for information 3 kilometers away into the consciousness of the cursed bugs? Yamanaka Sherway considered this and replied, if it's merely implanting a command, that is indeed possible. However, once the distance exceeds 2 kilometers, I will lose control of the cursed bugs, and they will be left to fate. Hinata Gaku took a deep breath. Then please select a few robust cursed bugs, for I have a plan. What plan? Yamanaka Sherway asked, surprised. The explanation is quite complex. First, please choose the cursed bugs. Yamanaka Sherway nodded, extending her left hand as several black bugs crawled from her sleeve to her fingertips. Hinata Gaku took 2 kunai and struck them together to create a few metal shavings. He then pinched a small amount of metal shavings and placed them on the back of the cursed bugs. His choice of location was clever, ensuring stability while not hindering the bug's flight. After completing this, Hinata Gaku turned to Yamanaka Sherway. Teacher, now embed the instruction to gather intelligence into the consciousness of the cursed bugs. All right, Yamanaka Sherway acquiesced. Though uncertain of Hinata Gaku's intentions, she had no choice but to trust him. The cursed bugs, having received the command, wobbled into the air, disappearing into the depths of the forest. After a while, Yamanaka Sherway sighed. I have lost control of the cursed bugs. Hinata Gaku remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead. Time passed slowly, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive, the air thickening as their breaths became labored. Yamanaka Sherway's expression transformed from initial hope to later anxiety, and now to disappointment, as so much time had elapsed. The cursed bugs had likely lost their way and could not possibly return with any information. The decision not to retreat stemmed from a desire not to dampen Hinata Gaku's spirits. Her student was so confident, she felt it unwise to voice her doubts. Ultimately, no one understood the cursed bugs better than the Yamanaka clan, and the 2-kilometer limitation was an unchangeable flaw. She contemplated this. Yamanaka Sherway's heart grew heavier. Just then, as if sensing something, she abruptly raised her head. Moments later, several small black bugs were seen fluttering toward them, wobbling in flight. Could it be that they had succeeded? Yamanaka Sherway's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Beside her, Hinata Gaku's lips curled into a faint smile. The metal shavings placed on the cursed bugs had served as a magnetic guide in his previous life. He had often heard of birds and insects migrating en masse before an earthquake, attributed to their sensitivity to geomagnetic changes. Some insects even utilize the magnetic materials within their bodies for geomagnetic orientation during migration. Although Hinata Satoru cannot alter the geomagnetic field, he possesses the ability to simulate certain variations of it from his position, subsequently guiding the parasitic insects through magnetic substances affixed to their bodies. This instinct is engraved in the DNA of these creatures, a biological imperative honed over millions of years of natural evolution. Meanwhile, the oil woman Shimi, absorbing the intelligence relayed by the parasitic insects, felt a flicker of insight in her eyes. Who would have thought it would unfold this way? 2 days later, outside the black market, a disguised rock ninja wrapped a scroll within his garments. Surveying his surroundings before approaching the inn, Lord Sansu. The supplies have been secured. Excellent, the jonin named Sansu replied approvingly. With such a substantial allocation of resources, Lord Suchikage would surely bestow generous rewards upon our return. It is time to head back. Having lingered in this forsaken land of the Iron Country for so long, one's body begins to rust. The 7-member team commenced their journey toward the capital. In the forest, the atmosphere among them was notably buoyant. Which seller could possibly have offloaded such a large quantity of supplies, allowing us to profit? Indeed, I never anticipated that our mere intent to procure some iron tools in the Iron Country would lead to such a bountiful discovery. Ha! Point One Rock Ninja laughed, lamenting that the identities of both parties in the black market transactions were shrouded in secrecy. Otherwise, he would have liked to express his gratitude. However, just as his words fell, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and the expression of the rock ninja froze in an instant. His mouth agape, his throat seemed to be severed by a sharp weapon, blood spurting forth. The rock ninja's throat convulsed, crimson foamy blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing the tragic demise of his comrade, Sansu's eyes widened in horror, and he unleashed a desperate roar. Enemy attack! At that very moment, accompanied by a flurry of sounds, several figures surrounded the rock ninja squad, with one at the forefront speaking coldly, and "Oh, need for thanks. If you truly wish to express gratitude, then surrender your lives. Who are you?" Sansu exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot, forcing out the words through gritted teeth. "Dead men need not know so much." The red-haired leader waved his hand, and a wave of golden sand surged forth like a tidal wave. Sweeping toward them, that Sansu's pupils constricted. "Magnet release? You are from Sunagakure." After using Earth Release to block the oncoming tide of sand, Sansu cursed furiously. "Does Sunagakure seek war with a Wagakure? How dare you ambush us on the road? Have you considered the consequences if Lord Suchikage learns of this?" "Consequences? As long as you all perish here, what consequences remain?" "Flame release, scorching vapor." The voice did not belong to Rasha, but rather to a female ninja, clad lightly, who waved her hand as an orange fireball surged toward a rock ninja attempting to fend off the sand ninja. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the rock ninja's bodily fluids evaporated instantly, leaving him in a state reminiscent of a mummy. Sansu's heart sank. With Rasha wielding magnet release and Yekara employing flame release, it seemed Sunagakure had dispatched two bloodline ninjas, and this time, danger loomed ominously. Meanwhile, a kilometer away from the skirmish, two figures concealed themselves among the treetops, observing intently. As anticipated, the sand ninja indeed came to ambush the rock ninja, Shimi mused. Indeed, who would have thought that the so-called large supply transaction was a ruse orchestrated by Sunagakure? Hinata Gaku raised an eyebrow, exclaiming in resignation. Upon uncovering this intelligence through his method, the revelation left everyone astounded. The mysterious seller who had offloaded vast quantities of resources in the black market was, in fact, from Sunagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages. This transaction resembled bait on a fishing line, luring unsuspecting fish into a trap. At the opportune moment, those lurking in the shadows would emerge, reaping both wealth and lives. Hinata Gaku couldn't help but think. Such schemes could only occur at noon, for morning or evening would surely bring misfortune. Sunagakure, ranked lowest among the 5 great shinobi villages in terms of strength, displayed such audacity, leaving Hinata Gaku genuinely surprised. However, upon reflection, it seemed unsurprising. After all, in the original narrative, the Third Great Ninja War was ignited due to the disappearance of the Third Kazekage, leading to a reckless declaration of war against Konoha, resulting in a humiliating defeat. Sunagakure has dispatched Yekara and Rasha. If we rashly intervene, our chances of success may be slim. Shimi's expression turned grave. If there were only one bloodline ninja, he was confident he could fend them off. But with 2, the outcome was uncertain. Do not worry, Teacher Shimi. Hinata Gaku smiled at him. We need not engage them directly. We merely need to disrupt their plans. Shimi suddenly seemed to recall something, chuckling as he scratched his head. "I almost forgot you possessed that." In the forest, the battle raged on. However, the defeat of the rock ninja was becoming inevitable. Under the combined assault of the 2 bloodline ninjas, the remaining rock ninjas found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught, falling one after another in tragic demise. Witnessing his comrades perish before him, Sansu's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze filled with fury. "Damn it! Even in death, I will make you pay." He quickly formed hand seals, slamming his palms into the ground as chakra surged violently from his body into the earth. Earth release, Sansu's technique. The ground beneath him erupted, splitting apart into two massive hemispherical walls that began to close inwards. An overwhelming pressure threatening to crush all the sand ninjas into dust. Futile. Rasha spoke coldly, raising his hand slowly. From beneath him, countless grains of sand surged forth, swiftly filling the chasm created by the split earth. Golden tendrils emerging to hold the closing walls of Byakugan in the rumbling chaos. The two engaged in a tense struggle. Debris fell from the enormous walls as cracks spread like spiderwebs across the surface. Susanoo still had a considerable amount of chakra left, allowing him to continue contesting with Rasha. Yet this was not a battle waged alone. He glanced back at his remaining comrades. In mere moments, his rock ninja allies had dwindled under the combined slaughter of Yekara and the sand ninjas. As the last rock ninja fell beside him, his bloodied hand clutched desperately at Susanoo's pant leg, his trembling gaze filled with fear, his throat convulsing. Lord Susanoo, damn it! It was as if something inside him shattered. Unleashing a torrent of power, Susanoo howled at the sky, blood tears streaming from his eyes. The massive wall, held down by Rasha, trembled violently as it began to close inwards. Damn it! Still resisting in your dying moments? Seeing that he could no longer withstand Susanoo's desperate counterattack, Rasha spat in frustration and leaped backward, aiming to escape the range of Susanoo's strike. Get back! This technique has tremendous power. Do not resist. With Rasha's support faltering, the golden tendrils of sand quivered briefly before shattering, and the massive circular wall thunderously closed, resembling a colossal grave, engulfing the sand ninjas who could not escape in time. The earth quaked, dust swirling in the air. Rasha narrowed his eyes, fixated on Susanoo's position. After using that technique, he had completely lost his ability to resist. Cautiously pondering, he chose not to engage directly, instead looking toward a sand ninja in his ranks as the dust began to settle. Go and kill him. Understood. The sand ninja named drew a kunai from his pocket, cautiously approaching Susanoo. As he drew nearer, he indeed found Susanoo half kneeling before the enormous hemispherical grave, gasping for breath, evidently stripped of any defensive capability. Die! A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he thrust the kunai toward the back of Susanoo's head. An unexpected turn of events, the kunai in his hand had yet to fall, and a wave of goosebumps surged across Tsun's body. A chilling sensation erupted from his tailbone, racing up his spine to his nape. Before he could react, a flash of blue light sliced through the air, and his head exploded violently, brain matter splattering everywhere. This horrific scene left everyone in shock. The sand shinobi stood frozen in place, dazed in the blink of an eye. They had not even comprehended what had transpired. After a brief moment of confusion, Shantao's eyes narrowed, and he immediately formed hand seals, channeling the scant chakra he had just restored into the ground. It was disastrous. He must not escape. An icy dread gripped Rasha's heart. The sand shinobi snapped back to reality and sprinted toward Shantao's position. However, the second arrow struck. This arrow bore even greater power, piercing straight into the unsuspecting crowd of sand shinobi, accompanied by the sound of shattering flesh and piercing screams. It first pierced the chest of one sand shinobi, then sliced through the abdomen of another. Finally, it impaled the thigh of a third, pinning him firmly to the ground. A triple shot. Who is it? Rasha's pupils constricted in sudden terror as he bellowed in madness. Just as his furious cry echoed, a chill ran down his spine, the terrifying coldness manifesting behind him. A primal instinct for survival compelled him to halt his steps, gathering all his strength to conjure a sand gold defense. The blue light whizzed past him, obliterating the lower limbs of a nearby sand shinobi, leaving his entrails spilling onto the ground. The air fell into a deathly silence, punctuated only by the agonized cries of the sand shinobi who had not succumbed immediately. Not a soul dared to act recklessly. The sound of gulping and swallowing reverberated in the stillness. The oppressive chill enveloped them, instilling a fear that the next moment could see the arrival of the blue light of death upon their heads, forcing them to watch helplessly as Shantao escaped from their very eyes. Only after a considerable time had passed, and with no sign of the blue light returning, did they finally exhale in relief. It must have left. One sand shinobi swallowed hard, stammering that I don't know. another replied. His eyes wide with fear as he cautiously wiped the sweat from his brow. Rasha dispersed his sand gold defense, coldly commanding, "Go investigate the situation. The enemy should have retreated." Yes, seeing Rasha abandon his defense. The remaining sand shinobi braced themselves and moved forward to investigate the ITSA bow and arrow. One exclaimed, raising the discovered object, a slender metal arrow, its shaft flat and distinct from conventional arrows. A bow? An arrow? Rasha narrowed his eyes. What kind of ninjutsu could render such devastating power to a mere bow, an arrow? Moreover, while they were engaged in combat, they had also been observing their surroundings. Finding no sign of any ninja within at least a kilometer radius. Could the attack have originated from over a kilometer away? How could that be possible? Rasha, I think you need to ponder how to explain this to Lord Kazekage. This mission has utterly failed. Beside him, Yetsong regarded him with indifference, their relationship always strained. Had it not been for the Kazekage's orders designating Rasha as the leader, she would never have heeded his commands. Rasha's expression darkened considerably. Shantao had escaped, which meant that Suchikage would undoubtedly learn of their actions today. The Sand Village would likely suffer greatly as a result. Who on earth is it? He muttered through clenched teeth that a kilometer away, perched in a tree. Hinata Wu lowered his metallic bow, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I in the forest." Yan Jue swallowed nervously, staring in astonishment at the bow-wielding Hinata Wu. Wu. That move was ruthless. From a distance of a kilometer, he had unleashed 3 arrows in rapid succession, slaughtering several sand shinobi. Such a feat left even him in awe, particularly the second arrow, which had penetrated the ranks of the sand shinobi. Killing 3 in one shot. Hinata Wu feigned exhaustion, his face pale as he stowed the large metal bow back into his storage scroll, shaking his head. "Wei-sensei, now is not the time for discussions. My chakra is nearly depleted. We should leave at once," agreed. Yanjiwei nodded, hastily tidying up the surrounding traces before he and Hinata Wu made their swift exit. Akati the inn, the proprietress, Honga, paced restlessly, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the two approach. "What is the outcome?" "It's over," Hinata Wu replied. "Over?" Honga's eyes widened. What did that mean? Had the mission been accomplished? Did the rock shinobi bring back the supplies? What on earth had transpired? She was overflowing with questions. "The mission has been resolved. Honga, once we return, I will report your contributions to the Hokage." After completing the mission, Yanji Wei felt significantly lighter and nodded at the proprietress. "I asked that all it took?" Honga gasped, still filled with questions. Had it not been said that the Sand Village was involved behind the scenes? Had it truly ended just like that? Neither of them bore a speck of dust, as if they had not engaged in battle with the enemy at all. Could it be that they merely took a stroll on-site and completed the mission? Yan Jue noticed Honga's confusion and chuckled. This mission was indeed greatly aided by Wu. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble. However, due to the confidential nature of the task, I cannot disclose the details of Wu. Honga gazed at the young ninja, beside her in bewilderment. He hardly looked like a chunin, yet he had played such a significant role. After bidding farewell to Honga, the two set out on their journey back to Konoha. On the way, Yanju Wei spoke solemnly. "Wu, this mission involves 2 major nations. Upon our return and report to the Hokage, it will undoubtedly be elevated to S-rank. S-rank. Hinata Wu's eyes sparkled. S-rank missions offered a bounty of at least 1 million ryo. That was a substantial sum. By the way, Yanju Wei paused before continuing. Upon our return, I will discuss with the Hokage the opportunity for you to select a forbidden technique from the Book of Seals. You should consider carefully what technique you wish to choose. Forbidden techniques? Hinata Wu pondered, as the scroll contained records of all-powerful forbidden jutsu, including one particularly famous technique he had long coveted. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at Konoha. Soon as they entered the village, Yanji Wei wasted no time and immediately took Hinata Wu to the Hokage's office to report on the mission. Upon hearing Yanji Wei's account, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes gradually lit up, repeatedly exclaiming, "Excellent! If Yanji Wei's report was accurate, then the aftermath of this mission would surely sow enmity between the rock and sand villages. 7 elite ninjas and supplies worth over 100 million ryo. Given his understanding of Inoki, that old stubborn, this grudge would certainly not go unanswered. In this way, Konoha would momentarily find itself in a position of security. Even if the ninja world descended into chaos and war erupted, it would be the sand and rock villages that clashed first, allowing Konoha to observe from the sidelines. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard, his gaze toward Hinata, Wu growing increasingly appreciative. The originally complex situation had, through his interference, transformed into an outcome most favorable for Konoha. Hinata, Wu chuckled awkwardly. In truth, his intentions were not aligned with Konoha. The reason he had allowed Shantao to escape was that he understood the Third Great Ninja War would ignite first with the Sand Village's reckless assault on Konoha, thereby heightening the tensions between the sand and rock, which should significantly delay the onset of the war. At least for now, the beleaguered Sand Village would have little inclination to trouble their elder brother. Thus, he could secure more time for his own development. Time was the one thing he lacked the most. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, speaking gravely. I have a general understanding of the mission's progression. This mission is elevated to S rank. Furthermore, he turned to Hinata Wu, pausing momentarily before continuing. Due to your outstanding performance in this mission, you are rewarded with the opportunity to select a technique from the Book of Seals. I hope you do not squander it. Hinata Wu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Finally, the moment had come. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a scroll from his drawer and handed it to Hinata Wu. This is the catalog of the techniques from the Book of Seals. Choose one that appeals to you, and I will take you to the place where the Book of Seals is truly preserved. Hinata Wu quickly scanned the catalog and soon selected the technique that captivated him. This one, he pointed out to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This one, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but furrow his brow. Why did you choose this technique? This opportunity is exceedingly important, and if wasted, it will be difficult to come by again. Yn Shirshiwi, upon seeing the ninjutsu selected by Hyūga Satoru, also grew anxious and hastily advised, Satoru, this technique demands an exceptionally high level of skill from the practitioner. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this choice? It would be a great pity to squander this opportunity. Hyūga Satoru gazed resolutely at Sarutobi Hiruzen and declared, I am certain, Hokage-sama, that I choose this ninjutsu. Very well, since you have made your decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, but I must caution you. To cultivate this technique, one must possess a vast reserve of chakra. Until you have fully mastered it, do not attempt to use it recklessly, or you may face life-threatening consequences. I understand, Hokage-sama, Hyūga Satoru replied solemnly with a nod. The technique he pointed to in the directory of the Book of Seals was destined to become the prince's signature ability, the multiple shadow clone technique. Shortly after departing from the Hokage's office, they encountered Uchiha Rin and Akane, who had been waiting for their return. That you finally completed your mission. After waiting so long, I feel like I'm about to rust. Uchiha Rin exclaimed with irritation as she stretched her shoulders. Hyūga Satoru chuckled and scratched his head, saying there were some unexpected changes during the mission, which elevated its rank to S-class, causing a significant delay. Once the bounty is redeemed, I'll treat everyone to a meal. S-class. Uchiha Rin gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. You and Shiwi-sensei completed an S-class mission. Indeed, Yn Shirshiwi affirmed with a nod, her tone serious. Moreover, Satoru played a leading role in this mission. Uchiha Rin gazed at Hyūga Satoru in astonishment. Even in her arrogance, she understood that with her own strength, she could hardly contribute meaningfully to an S-class mission. Akane was equally shocked, her mouth agape. And then, as if recalling something, she voiced her concern. Was the mission so perilous that no one was injured? Yn Shirshiwi shook her head, looking helplessly at Hyūga Satoru. She simply could not comprehend why he would squander such a crucial opportunity on the multiple shadow clone technique. It is worth noting that this technique, listed among the forbidden jutsu in the Book of Seals, was hardly remarkable, and its usage conditions were rather stringent. However, Hyūga Satoru could hardly contain his excitement. After bidding farewell to the others, he dashed to the forest where he typically trained, eager to experiment with a rather audacious maneuver. The cultivation of the multiple shadow clone technique was not particularly challenging. In comparison to the ordinary shadow clone technique, it posed little difficulty. In the original narrative, the prince, who was not even a genin, managed to master the technique after wandering the forest with the Book of Seals for an entire night, subsequently delivering a thorough beating to Mizuki. This speaks volumes about the relative ease of its cultivation. The reason it was categorized as forbidden was due to the overwhelming chakra drain incurred from simultaneously creating a multitude of shadow clones, which could lead to a ninja being completely depleted of chakra and ultimately rendered lifeless. Each shadow clone would consume half of the original chakra, leaving only a quarter if two were produced. The sheer chakra consumption of the multiple shadow clone technique is evident. Chakra is extracted from both physical and mental strength. And only those like Naruto, endowed with the Uzumaki lineage and the Nine Tails chakra, could continuously unleash such powerful techniques. Encountering Kakashi would result in depletion in no time. Unfortunately, I too am rather lacking in that regard. Hyūga mused with a smile. Although he lacked the Uzumaki lineage, he possessed the life magnetic field. Thanks to this phenomenon, his physical condition would naturally adjust to its optimal state, should he push his limits too far. The life magnetic field would work tirelessly to compensate for the losses. Furthermore, due to the robust feedback from the life magnetic field, his chakra reserves consistently exceeded those of similarly ranked ninjas, nearing the level of 8 J-nin. Under the influence of this buff, it could be said that the multiple shadow clone technique would have a long way to go before it could fully exhaust him. With this thought in mind, Hyūga took a deep breath and began his training in the multiple shadow clone technique. The flow of chakra was similar to that of the shadow clone technique. However, during its release, several intricate steps were involved, multiplying the pathways and significantly increasing the number of clones produced. The second Hokage was indeed a genius. I wonder how he conceived such a clever method of chakra flow. Hyūga marveled. When the chakra reached its zenith, he formed the necessary hand seals and proclaimed the classic incantation, multiple shadow clone technique. Boom! Boom! With a puff of white smoke, a multitude of identical versions of Hyūga appeared beside him, each staring wide-eyed at one another. Feeling as though he had been hollowed out, Hyūga experienced an unsettling void in his abdomen. Before he could act, a cacophony erupted around him. Hey, why do I open my eyes to find so many ugly fellows? You scoundrel, who are you calling ugly? Have you taken a look at your own reflection? Your eyes are as tiny as marbles. X10 do you wish to be beaten? X10 come at me, I'm not afraid. X20 overwhelmed by the chorus of insults from dozens of his own clones. Hyūga felt a headache coming on, but he hadn't anticipated that the multiple shadow clone technique would have such a downside. Upon reflection, it seemed the prince had often engaged in similar verbal sparring with his clones. Especially during his training with the Rasengan, a horde of shadow clones would mock the slower ones, nearly inciting a brawl. Hyūga had nearly laughed himself into a stupor while watching this unfold on television, yet now found himself amidst the same chaos. Silence! I summoned you into existence. I am the original, and you must heed my command. Hyūga shouted in exasperation, finally managing to quell the uproar. The original. Very well, if you claim to be the original, then settle this dispute. Who is uglier? Nonsense! Clearly he is the uglier one. His nose is practically reaching for the heavens. As the argument escalated among the clones, Hyūga produced a scroll and tossed it into the air as the white mist dissipated. A rain of shurikens, kunai, and other metal ninja tools cascaded from above, piercing the ground before the clones like a metallic shower. This spectacle stunned all the clones, plunging them into silence. Impressive. Hyūga exhaled deeply and spoke. Now, attempt to communicate with the metal ninja tools before you using your consciousness, and see if you can exert control over them. This how it works. Some clever clones experimented, gradually discovering the method. And amidst a sea of envious gazes, the shuriken before them wobbled and lifted into the air. Hyūga exhaled in relief. Just as he had anticipated, the multiple shadow clone technique could also utilize electromagnetic abilities. Having previously trained with the shadow clone technique to harness such powers, thus, he surmised that the multiple shadow clone technique should be capable of the same. With some clones having already mastered this, the others were not to be outdone, and soon began to compete with one another. How could I fall behind? I too will not be left out. It's time for you to witness true skill. Move. Move, move. Delighted by the clone's self-initiated competition, Hyūga Susanoo constructed a chair from the metal ninja tools and reclined casually, crossing his legs. Experience points surged. 56, 59, 61. Witnessing the rapid accumulation of experience points, Hyūga Susanoo felt invigorated. Just as he had envisioned, the multiple shadow clone technique allowed him to share the training experience with the original. Moreover, due to the nature of his special abilities, this experience could be gained without the need for the clones to vanish. To upgrade to LV2 of electromagnetic abilities, 6,000 experience points were required, and he currently possessed 5,021 points, only about 1,000 points short of the upgrade. If all went according to plan, this time leading up to the next mission should suffice for him to reach LV3. He recalled that, in the original narrative, the prince had summoned thousands of clones during his Rasengan training, and with the experience-sharing buff, his progress had soared like a rocket. Hyūga Susanoo was well aware of this, which was why he had opted for the multiple shadow clone technique. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed his mind, and he wore an odd expression. Would this count as exploiting a bug in the system? Regardless, Hinata Gaku lay comfortably in his chair, his face radiating relief. Unperturbed by the bugs that had plagued him, his mind not quite functioning normally. Around him, dozens of shadow clones shimmered like a lush field of chives, tirelessly emanating energy, their essence being drained by him. The capitalist .1 clone, with a sudden jerk of his hand, sent a shuriken flying askew, embedding it precisely into the clone that had just engaged in a heated exchange with him. Damn it! Are you trying to play tricks on me? The clone pointed an accusatory finger, but before he could finish his sentence, he was engulfed in a poof of white mist, dissipating into nothingness. After all, they were merely shadow clones. Their explosive nature upon being struck could not be altered. Hinata Gaku furrowed his brow, suppressing the influx of memories from his recent return, and formed hand seals to channel the chakra he had just regained. As the white mist vanished, yet another wave of vibrant chives sprouted forth. Having engaged in the technique of multiple shadow clones to exploit the bug for quite some time, Hinata Gaku finally felt a crisp sound resonate from within him, as if something had shattered. Electromagnetism LV3, 20,000 experience points until the next upgrade, had finally leveled up. Satoru took a deep breath, a faint smile gracing his lips. With the upgrade came an immediate enhancement of his physical form. Impurities within his body were continually decomposed and restructured, transforming into extremely pure life energy that nourished his flesh. Unlike before, this refinement was more thorough. Even his internal organs underwent the process, activating his Byakugan. His vision expanded from 3 kilometers to 4, and the images relayed back to him became much clearer. Is the rate of experience acquisition slowing down? It seems that with LV3's electromagnetism, exploiting bug for upgrades has become a tad more challenging. Noticing the deceleration of the experience points in his mind, Hinata Gaku could only smirk in resignation. Based on his previous experiences, as the level of electromagnetism increased, the experience gained from utilizing prior abilities would diminish. To level up swiftly, he would need to employ newly developed abilities. Feeling the authority of electromagnetism swell within him, Satoru inhaled deeply and slowly raised his hands. The surrounding chives froze, suddenly realizing they had lost control over the metal ninja tools before them. Their will to manipulate the tools was rendered powerless against that overwhelming force, akin to a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Shurikens, kunai, and other ninja tools surged into the air, gathering above Hinata Gaku. And in the astonished gaze of those chive clones, the surface of the metal tools gradually turned crimson. Simultaneously, the air around them began to grow increasingly hot. What is happening? Why does it suddenly feel so warm? The clones exchanged bewildered glances, their shock palpable. The surfaces of the metal tools had turned a fiery red, the intense heat causing the plants on the ground to begin wilting. The solid state transformed into liquid, hissing as it pooled into red-hot iron, coalescing into a massive sphere that writhed incessantly. Hinata Gaku took a deep breath, channeling the remaining chakra to mold the iron's shape. The incandescent liquid elongated, forming a slender blade with a gentle curve, followed by the details of the hilt and edge. Ultimately, The molten iron from nearly 100 ninja tools was transformed into an elongated ninja blade, its thin body radiating a chilling gleam. Gazing at his creation, a smile graced Satoru's pale face. This ninja blade shall be named Long Fong. Nearby, the clone stood in stunned silence. Hinata Satoru glanced over and snapped his fingers. I appreciate your hard work this time. I look forward to our next collaboration. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, all the clones simultaneously transformed into white mist, dispersing into the ether as the clones vanished. Satoru gritted his teeth. All the memories and fatigue from the clones returned to him, overwhelming him with a sense of being crushed, large beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Damn it, I didn't expect the impact of the retrieval to be so immense. It seems that exploiting bugs isn't as easy as it seems. However, I might manage the retrieval in batches to alleviate the shock. After catching his breath, Hinata Satoru sighed in resignation. With LV3 electromagnetism, the rate of experience acquisition has slowed. If I want to exploit bugs as before, I need the clones to utilize more advanced abilities. However, the fatigue returned with them will undoubtedly leave me utterly exhausted, incapacitated for days. Yet, if I have sufficient time to rest, I could periodically send out clones to reap the rewards in that case. The time required for me to reach LV4 would be considerably shortened. Gripping the now-cooled Long Fong ninja blade, Hinata Satoru attempted a few practice swings, reveling in the excellent feel of the weapon. This blade was forged from the fusion of hundreds of ninja tools, meticulously crafted by compressing molecular gaps. Its quality was exceptional, and being a product of his own making, its design resonated with him in every aspect. Electromagnetic furnace. This was the name Hinata Satoru bestowed upon the new ability he had developed at LV3 of electromagnetism. The so-called electromagnetic furnace utilizes magnetic fields to accelerate molecular motion, resulting in a rapid rise in temperature. The principle is not overly complex. Satoru recalled that in his past life, both induction cookers and microwave ovens operated on this principle. Junior high physics taught that temperature intensifies molecular motion. Similarly, the acceleration of molecular movement leads to a swift increase in temperature. This ability is not limited to metals. If a ninja were to step into the electromagnetic furnace constructed by Hinata Satoru, the uncontrollable collision of their body's molecules could ultimately lead to their being melted into a puddle of liquid. Hinata Satoru exhaled, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Having developed the electromagnetic furnace, I must be nearing the ability to manipulate matter at a fundamental level. The reorganization of matter is the ability Hinata Satoru yearns for most within the electromagnetism framework. It allows for the control of atoms on a microscopic level, rearranging them to create entirely new substances in his vision. If he could master this ability, he could eradicate the caged bird that has plagued him for so long, directly eliminating that which has threatened him. No one wishes to have such a thing on their forehead. The electromagnetic furnace can accelerate molecular motion, essentially brushing against the microscopic realm. At least from this moment onward, the door to the microscopic capabilities of the electromagnetism framework has swung open for him. After reaching LV3 in electromagnetism, Hinata Satoru roughly assessed his current strength in close combat. Due to the peculiar nature of his abilities, even formidable J-Nin would likely be no match for him. In ranged combat, under the bombardment of his magnetic storm sniper, conventional ninjas would fall like wheat, though it might be a bit costly. The following day, adhering to the agreement with Yamanaka Shimi, Hinata Satoru arrived at the task management office, intending to join a team mission. Satoru, you are late. To the entrance of the task management office, Yamanaka Shimi gazed at Hinata Satoru approaching in the distance, the usually expressionless face behind her sunglasses displaying a rare flicker of emotion. Apologies, I was held up by some matters. Hinata Satoru scratched his head sheepishly, having stayed up late testing his new abilities the previous night. Huh. Upon Hinata Satoru's entrance, Yamanaka Shimi suddenly exclaimed softly, a look of surprise flickering in her eyes. Beside her, Akamichi Anko and Uchiha Rin leaned in as if they had discovered something, scrutinizing Hinata Satoru with suspicion, their gazes appraising him from head to toe. What's wrong? Hinata Satoru instinctively took a few steps back, stammering, suddenly feeling like a pitiful little white rabbit, while the two girls beside him resembled predatory wolves. Satoru, you seem to have become even paler. Anko gritted her teeth, jealousy and envy etched across her face. Yes, it's that white with a rosy hue. Uchiha Rin's eyes narrowed, a chilling aura emanating from her. Could it be that you possess some hidden beauty secret? Whiter, rosy, Hinata Gaku felt like crying without tears. Who knew that the physical refinement from electromagnetism would yield such an effect? Given the current situation, if he didn't reveal the so-called beauty secret, it seemed unlikely that the two girls would let him off easily. I say this as a gift. Do you believe me? Hinata Gaku swallowed hard. I believe you're full of nonsense. Hand over that beauty secret. Uchiha Rin seized Hinata Wu by the collar with a firm grip. Beside her, Hongdo had also rolled up her sleeves, exuding an air of intimidation. You Wu, I suspected that your skin suddenly turning pale had something to do with you shifting the blame onto magnetic release. Now, you have no excuses left. Hurry up and hand over the beauty secrets. To everyone's surprise, even the typically aloof Uchiha Rin seemed defenseless against the allure of whitening, prompting Hinata Wu to cast a desperate glance towards Yunji Wei. Yet, Yunji Wei appeared disinterested, shrugging as she scanned the task bulletin for available missions. After perusing for a while, her gaze settled on a particular task, escorting a merchant convoy to the land of grass. Classified as a B-rank mission with a reward of 400,000 Ryo. Normally, B-rank missions do not offer such high rewards, but this one seemed to be an exception. The convoy was substantial, and the task had been designated for multiple teams to undertake, explaining the generous compensation. After a moment of contemplation, Yunji Wei decided to accept this mission that IT was the highest-paying job available to their team, even after accounting for shares taken by other teams. The reward remained quite considerable. Although she herself was not in need of money, it would certainly be a kind gesture to allow Hinata Wu and the others to benefit from a larger share. Hello, please register us for this task, Yunji Wei instructed, expressionless, pointing at the task on the list to the ninja in charge of the management office. Lady Ji Wei, I'll take care of it right away. The management ninja responded promptly, jotting down the details. Yunji Wei pondered for a moment before inquiring, have any other teams accepted this task besides ours? The person in charge thought for a moment. There should be another team, but I can't recall which one it is that that's so. Yunji Wei nodded, turning her attention back to Hongdo and the others. She observed Hinata Wu standing in disarray at the center. While Uchiha Rin and Hongdo, having failed to uncover the whitening secrets, seemed to be murmuring to each other, Sensing Hinata Wu's resentful gaze, Yunji Wei suddenly felt a chill. The task is already secured. We should make haste. She shuddered slightly as she spoke. The entrance of Konoha village. Hinata Wu looked ahead and spotted a sizable convoy at a distance. As they approached, a commotion of raised voices reached their ears. The group furrowed their brows and quickened their pace, only to be greeted by a surprising scene. A tall ninja clad in a green bodysuit was bowing repeatedly to one individual, uttering various apologies and pleas, while another ninja in a matching suit was pulling him away. Father, why apologize to this person? We can simply refuse the mission, Kai exclaimed. You don't understand. Without the reward from this mission, we want to be able to make ends meet. After chastising the ninja who was tugging at him, the tall ninja bowed again to the leading jonin, burying his head deep into his chest. Please forgive us. I assure you, I won't commit similar mistakes again. Upon recognizing the man's face, Hinata Wu was taken aback. Senior Dai, Wu, do you know that ninja? Uchiha Rin gazed at him in surprise. Beside her, Hongdo's expression shifted to one of concern as she explained to Uchiha Rin. Rin, that Might Dai, the father of our classmate Might Guy. Uchiha Rin responded, having little impression of Might Guy, merely finding him somewhat familiar. In fact, she rarely paid attention to classmates with lesser abilities. Just then, the jonin standing before Might Dai displayed an impatient demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. Enough. It's my misfortune to have you two in my team. IT was just a cargo crate that got toppled. We've already cleaned it up? Why the hostility? At this moment, Might Guy could no longer hold back, clenching his fist as he glared at the jonin. Kai. Might Dai grabbed him, speaking urgently. It's already difficult for them to take us into their team. It was my clumsiness, so you must apologize to Captain Ryuji. Kai, looking aggrieved, fell on the verge of tears, but we already cleaned it up. After grasping the situation, Hongdo's eyes flashed with anger. How unfair. Hinata Wu frowned, contemplating for a moment before striding over. Hey, have you all come to a consensus? Our merchant convoy is about to depart. If this continues, it will delay our schedule. Upon hearing the impatient voice of the convoy leader, the jonin named Tanai Ryuji offered an apologetic smile, somewhat embarrassed. I'm terribly sorry. We'll resolve this immediately. His gaze shifted to Might Dai and his son, transforming into one of disdain and contempt. Did you hear? The convoy is about to set off. You should hurry along. Don't hold up the convoy. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. Wait, Tanai Ryuji turned to see a frown form on his brow. Byakugan, Hinata ninja, what brings you here? Hinata Wu smiled gently at the flustered Might Guy and Dai. Kai, have you graduated? You're Hinata Wu. Upon recognizing Hinata Wu, Kai scratched his head awkwardly. I just graduated and haven't been assigned to a leading jonin yet. So, I came along with my father to do missions and help with expenses. I'm here to complete a mission as well, Hinata Wu replied with a smile. Kai, this is Hinata Wu. My classmate, father. You must have heard of him, the genius of the Hinata clan who awakened the second bloodline. Kai enthusiastically introduced Wu to Dai, though they hadn't interacted much during their school days. The dual bloodline prodigy was bound to leave a lasting impression on everyone. It's him. Might Dai exclaimed, clenching his right fist and slapping it into his left palm, relief washing over him. Hearing their exchange, Tanai Ryuji narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Hinata Wu. Although he hadn't heard of the dual bloodline, the earlier mention of a classmate made it clear that this young man was merely a freshly graduated rookie. Hey, you said you're here to complete a mission too? Ryuji fixated his gaze on Hinata Wu. This task is a multi-team mission. We've taken it as well. Is there a problem? Hinata Wu matched his stare. Moreover, he turned to Might Dai and his son with a smile. Since this team doesn't wish to retain you, why not join my team instead? Wu, that's not appropriate. Dai and Kai both looked flustered. Tanai Ryuji's eyes glimmered with coldness. Kid, do you have proof that you accepted this task? This is a B-rank mission. If I were your leading jonin, I wouldn't allow you to come over and make trouble. Before he could finish, a cold voice interrupted him. Are you instructing me on how to carry out my duties? Ryuji stared blankly for a moment, then turned to the source of the voice. Spotting a ninja clad in a large robe, sporting dark sunglasses, holding up a mission authorization form. This is our task authorization. Consider it proof. Additionally, I consent to their joining my team. Do you have any objections? Upon recognizing the newcomer's appearance, Tanai Ryuji trembled uncontrollably, fear evident in his eyes, stammering, I didn't realize it was you, Lady Jue. If I had known, I wouldn't dare voice any objections. Who would dare oppose Yunji Wei? Her reputation within the Konoha Jonin community was formidable. She was a force to be reckoned with. Regular jonin were mere fodder in her presence, and those who had battled her met with dire consequences. Often left in tatters, Tanai Ryuji looked at Hinata Wu with despair, wishing he had known Wu's teacher was Yunji Wei. Should I consider moving to another village? Seeing Yunji Wei approach, Hinata Wu sighed with relief. Smiling at Might Dai and Kai, since my teacher has already agreed, you are welcome to join my team. Might Dai hesitated, glancing at Tanai Ryuji, who appeared utterly defeated, wishing he could disappear. What are you looking at me for? If they want you to go, then go. If Yunji Wei sets her sights on me, I might not make it out alive. As Ryo Sato showed no signs of dissent, Might Guy suddenly felt a lump in his throat. In an instant, tears welled up in his eyes, and he couldn't help but step forward to embrace Hinata Satoru. Oh, thank you so much. The fervor of my youthful spirit has ignited once again. Hinata instinctively recoiled slightly, wary of Might Guy's tears staining his clothing. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the approaching Akane and Uchiha Rin. When did Satoru become so compassionate? Uchiha Rin displayed a complex expression. It seems I have underestimated this fellow. Besides his prodigious appetite and laziness, he is quite a sunny disposition. With Might Guy's large hand enveloping him, Hinata Satoru felt as though he could scarcely breathe. Guy senpai, please ease up. I am truly sorry. Satoru. Might Guy hastily released Hinata, stepping back with an apologetic look. Satoru sighed in relief, preparing to speak, only to see Mike Guy and Kai suddenly embracing each other, kneeling on the ground while sobbing loudly. Kai, did you hear? Someone actually invited us to join their team. Yes, Father, it's so moving. This is what youth is all about. Kai, let the eternal flame of our youth burn bright once more. Indeed, Father. The atmosphere abruptly turned awkward. As Uchiha Rin helplessly covered her face with her palm and sighed, I take back what I said earlier. Satoru, allowing these two oddballs to join the team surely won't lead to trouble. Will it? It shouldn't, right? Akane replied with an awkward smile. Although Kai's personality was somewhat eccentric, he was reliable in critical moments. Just then, the leader of the merchant caravan, Yamataro, stammered, can we set off now? In truth, he had been growing increasingly impatient, but upon witnessing the reverence displayed by the Jonin Ryo Sato towards the newly arrived oil woman Shimi, he was taken aback. This ninja named Oil Woman Shimi commanded such respect. Even a hint of fear from Ryo Sato. Her strength and status must be extraordinarily high. It was imperative not to offend her. Thus, he endured the dramatic display by Guy and Kai for the sake of the entire caravan. Noticing the eyes of those around her upon her, Oil Woman Shimi nodded. In the forests of the Land of Fire, a large merchant caravan traversed the path carved through the woods. However, within this caravan, two distinctly contrasting situations unfolded. Come, Lady Shimi, these watermelons from the Land of Grass are exceptionally sweet. Do try some. Lady Shimi, this is a specialty beef jerky from the Land of Iron. It's incredibly delicious. Lady Shimi, this is a throng of caravan members surrounded Oil Woman Shimi, fawning over her with an array of exquisite delicacies, while on the opposite side, Ryo Sato's team faced a starkly different reality. Biting into his dry rations, Kenji gazed enviously at the delights surrounding Oil Woman Shimi, his eyes practically turning green. These scoundrels from the caravan, they fawned over us before, and now they've all flocked to her. Kenji, keep your voice down. Ryo Sato shivered and quickly hushed him. If Oil Woman Shimi hears us, we'll be finished. Kenji shrank back. Ryo-sensei, is Oil Woman Shimi really that terrifying? You're a jonin, yet you seem so fearful of her? It's not fear, Ryo Sato whispered, surveying their surroundings, that it's respect. Respect for a powerful individual. You, as a chunin, wouldn't understand. Oil Woman Shimi has a formidable reputation among jonin. It is said she undertook life-or-death missions in the Umbu, earning the title of an all-around ninja, and no one has ever emerged unscathed from her hands. I genuinely didn't expect her to lead this team. Otherwise, I would never have dared to offend her. Having her fixate on you would be the most terrifying memory of your life. Upon hearing Ryo Sato's account of Oil Woman Shimi, Kenji shivered and swallowed hard. Meanwhile, Oil Woman Shimi frowned impatiently, ignoring the caravan members who were trying to curry favor with her. And oh wonder, even Jonin Ryo holds her in such esteem. It seems such trivialities are beneath Lady Shimi's notice. Indeed, Lady Shimi is so aloof. Is this a trait of the strong? The caravan members transformed into sycophants, showering Oil Woman Shimi with insincere praise, nearly making Hinata Satoru retch. Have you ever considered the possibility that Lady Shimi isn't ignoring you because she is socially anxious? Hinata Satoru understood all too well that beneath Oil Woman Shimi's seemingly invincible facade lay a severe case of social anxiety. She froze up in crowds. He was acutely aware that her inner monologue must be something along the lines of, "Why is everyone surrounding me? Do I have something on my face? Don't look at me. Don't look at me. I dislike this. Please leave." Taking a deep breath, Hinata's eyes sparkled with determination. "Allow me, a dutiful student, to rescue my teacher from this torment. If I do not descend into hell, who will?" Transforming into a social butterfly, Hinata Satoru rushed forward and snatched the watermelon offered by a caravan member. Wow, is this the legendary watermelon from the Land of Grass? It is indeed so juicy. Oh, and this beef jerky from the Land of Iron has such a rich aroma. I have a taste. And this, let me have that. The caravan members were taken aback, their faces reflecting a mix of confusion and anger as they watched Hinata devour the watermelon. However, with Oil Woman Shimi saying nothing, they felt hesitant to voice their displeasure. "Hey Rin, Akane, and Guy Senpai, come try this. Indulging in watermelon is a delightful experience. Hinata Satoru's face was smeared with watermelon pulp as he beckoned the others. Uchiha Rin and Akane were momentarily dumbfounded, jaws agape. Satoru is truly full of surprises. I hope the caravan members 1T get angry. The mission has just begun, and causing trouble would be a disaster, Uchiha Rin thought, exasperatedly rubbing her forehead, in stark contrast to the restrained demeanor of Akane and Uchiha Rin. Might Guy and Kai wasted no time, bounding over to Hinata Saru's side to join in on the watermelon feast. This is delicious. They were incredibly moved. Satoru had shared such a precious treat with them. Igniting the flames of their youthful spirits once more, discarding the remnants of their watermelon, Guy and Kai clutched each other's heads and wept. Ryo Sato's team watched this scene unfold, their eyelids twitching in disbelief, feeling as though their rations had suddenly lost all appeal. This can't be happening, right? This is food meant for Lady Shimi. How could this be allowed? Exactly. The caravan members gritted their teeth, and Inuyama Taro exchanged glances with them, whispering, since they are Lady Shimi's students, allowing them to eat is no different. As long as we leave a good impression in her eyes, she will ensure our safety during the journey. Hearing this, the caravan members nodded, a smile creeping onto their faces. Regardless, their goal had been achieved. After presenting such a bounty of delicacies and praising her extravagantly, Lady Shimi's favor must have been thoroughly won over. They believed that if any danger arose during the journey, Lady Shimi would certainly not stand idly by. With this thought, the members returned to their posts, thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Oil Woman Shimi's fists trembled within her oversized sleeves, finally relaxing as she exhaled a long sigh. Just a moment more, and she would have erupted, wishing to feed these people to the insects. It baffled her why, despite her clear disinterest, they continued to cling to her. Dealing with people was truly a hassle. Compared to that, killing was far simpler. Oil Woman Shimi shook her head in resignation. After calming her emotions, she turned her gaze towards Hinata Satoru, who was walking alongside Might Guy. Heartily enjoying the delicacies in hand, that a glimmer of curiosity flickered in her eyes. Surely Satoru had his reasons for inviting those two into the team. What could they be? After finishing the watermelon, Hinata Satoru tossed the rind behind him, wiping his mouth contentedly. Guy-senpai, Kai, are you full? We are. The two individuals comfortably caressed their bellies. With a bashful expression, gazed at Hinata Satoru. Satoru, I truly cannot thank you enough this time. Not only have you allowed us to join your team, but you have also provided us with such exquisite delicacies. I am at a loss as to how I might repay you. Dai, in expressing his gratitude, felt a tad too formal. After all, Kai is my classmate, and assisting you is merely the right course of action. Hinata Satoru revealed a pleasantly sunny smile and, after a brief pause, added, however, I do have a query regarding my training that I wish to consult you about. Dai-senpai. Training? I am merely a lowly genin. I fear I may not be able to guide you, Dai replied, somewhat hesitantly. Not at all. As long as you are willing to offer your guidance, that is sufficient, Satoru encouraged. Very well. As long as I can be of assistance, feel free to ask anything, Dai responded with a hearty laugh. Satoru's lips curled into a slight smile. It was indeed as easy as he had imagined. While others viewed Dai merely as an unremarkable genin, Satoru understood clearly just how formidable this perennial genin truly was. The strongest member of the merchant caravan was not YN Shimi, but rather Dai. Once he unleashed the 8 gates. In the original narrative, he had single-handedly dispatched the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist with a single kick, leaving the 3 survivors so terrified that they dared not set foot in the land of fire again for the rest of their lives. Point 1. Can only imagine the terror that Dai, upon opening the 8 gates, instilled in others. Earlier, when Satoru observed Dai repeatedly bowing an apology to the leading ninja, he felt a sense of incongruity. Through his electromagnetic perception, he sensed that Dai's biological magnetic field was as formidable as that of the sun. Without a doubt, he was the most biologically potent ninja Satoru had ever encountered, outshining even the Hokage in stark contrast. The arrogant J-nin seemed like a mere firefly. The intensity of one's biological magnetic field is intrinsically linked to physical power. It is evident just how terrifying Dai's physique must have become after training with the 8 gates. After a moment of contemplation, Satoru inquired, Dai-senpai, I have recently been focusing on my taijutsu. when my stamina is nearly depleted. I can vaguely perceive certain boundaries as if he paused, turned to Dai, some shackles restraining my physical power. Shackles? Kai interjected, a look of confusion crossing his face. That is there really such a thing? Why have I never encountered this in my training? Perhaps you simply haven't exerted yourself enough, Kai. Dai rolled his eyes, then turned his gaze back to Satoru, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Satoru, I never expected your talent in taijutsu to be this remarkable. You have already brushed against the boundaries of the 8 gates. The 8 gates, Satoru feigned ignorance as he looked at Dai. Dai, with a straightforward nature, had no intention of concealing anything, and he chuckled. Once your physical training reaches a certain threshold, you can sense the presence of shackles within your body, known as the 8 gates. Once these shackles are broken, one can unleash extraordinary power. Kai, upon hearing Dai's words, looked at him in astonishment. He had never heard of such things, and their ninja instructors at the academy had never taught this. Does my father still utilize such taijutsu? Of course, Dai replied, giving a thumbs up. This is the unique technique I have honed over 20 years, and I plan to teach it to you once you have developed further. But a surge of joy filled Satoru's heart, yet he maintained a composed demeanor, glancing at Dai with mild hesitation. While I can sense the shackles, forcibly breaking them could potentially cause some harm, correct? Indeed, Dai nodded, his expression growing serious as he regarded Satoru. To be honest, I do not recommend attempting to open the 8 gates at your age. But since you can perceive their existence, it indicates you have reached the threshold for training in the 8 gates. Dai had never entertained thoughts of keeping secrets. To him, the 8 gates were not some exceptionally rare technique. In his view, Satoru had aided him, and thus he felt indebted to repay the favor. Upon hearing Satoru's inquiry, Dai readily divulged all the key points regarding the training of the 8 gates, enlightening Satoru in an instant. Thank you for your guidance, Dai-senpai, Satoru expressed gratefully as he offered a slight bow. Please, I'm just a lowly genin. Being able to assist you brings me immense joy. Furthermore, you're the one who allowed us to join your team. So I should be the one expressing gratitude to you, Dai replied, flustered. Kai, Satoru then turned earnestly to Kai. I sense that Dai-senpai's teachings regarding the 8 gates are far more profound than they appear on the surface. You must learn from him diligently. Yes, that's so. But my father is just a genin. Kai hesitated, tugging at his hair. At this stage, he had yet to train in the 8 gates and held reservations about the technique. However, since Satoru placed such significance on it, he secretly made a note to pay closer attention. Taking a deep breath, Satoru, after gaining insight into the training methods of the 8 gates, suddenly felt a premonition within him. He sensed that once he completed his training in the 8 gates, his strength would undergo a dramatic transformation. He was unsure of the source of this feeling, but it arose purely from his intuition. It seemed that after this mission, he must find an opportunity to train in the 8 gates, he resolved internally. Having acquired the training methods for the 8 gates, Satoru returned to the center of the group, where Uchiha Rin curiously approached him. Satoru, were you just consulting Dai? But he is merely a genin. Due to the distance, she had only seen the tail end of the caravan, observing Satoru seemingly inquiring about something. Yet she had not caught the specifics of their conversation. Do not underestimate the genin of Konoha Gaku, Satoru replied with a profound gaze. Uchiha Rin looked puzzled. What is so remarkable about the genin of Konoha Gaku? Just as she was about to inquire further, Wyan Shimi suddenly halted, frowning as she gazed into the distance at a patch of forest. Teacher, what is it? Satoru asked. The insects have detected an ambush. Wyan Shimi replied in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Satoru furrowed his brow and activated his Byakugan. Instantly, his expression turned grave in the forest of the Land of Fire, noticing that Shimi's team had come to a stop. The members of the merchant caravan were momentarily taken aback. What is it? Satoru shrugged and said, there is an ambush point approximately 100 meters ahead, and if you prefer to avoid trouble, you may simply charge through. Ambush, the mention of this word sent waves of panic spreading throughout the merchant caravan, causing the entire group to halt in their tracks, blocking the path. The leader of the caravan swallowed hard, tentatively glancing at Wyan Shimidano. Do we need to detour? It matters not, Wyan Shimi replied expressionlessly. Matters not. The caravan leader was taken aback. What did that mean? Should they advance or not? They had provided so many precious delicacies to appease her, and she could not simply turn a blind eye. Just then, a group of ninjas suddenly burst forth from the trees ahead, armed with kunai, their faces twisted with malice, scars marking their exposed skin as they encircled the caravan with sinister grins. It seems we've been discovered, but no matter, you will not escape. With such a large merchant caravan, they were a prime target. Most members of the caravan were ordinary folk who had never encountered such a scene. They trembled in fear, nearly collapsing in fright. Are they rogue ninjas? How could there be so many rogue ninjas? We're doomed. Susanoo narrowed his eyes. Rogue ninjas typically referred to renegade or stateless ninjas, compared to ordinary ninjas. They were far more ruthless, surviving by plundering, and were the greatest terror for merchant caravans in the original narrative. The prince encountered Zabuza and Haku, a pair of rogue ninjas, during his first mission. Given the scale of this group of rogue ninjas blocking their path, it was likely the largest band in the vicinity. While Shimi's team had yet to act, the Ryuka team could no longer contain their impatience, their anger nearly boiling over after witnessing the caravan's various attempts to appease Shimi's team throughout their journey. Damn it, it's just a group of rogue ninjas. Let's take them down. A group of rogue ninjas dared to flaunt their prowess in front of him. Captain Ryoji Tanai took the lead, brandishing a kunai as he charged towards the encroaching band of rogue ninjas, seemingly intent on unleashing all the pent-up fury he had endured along the way. Observing their captain's bold advance, the remaining members felt compelled to follow suit, rallying with a shout as they surged forward. Little did they anticipate the sheer ferocity of Ryoji, a seasoned jonin. Indeed, with Ryoji's squad at the forefront, a sense of reassurance washed over them. It appeared that these wandering ninjas posed little threat. The merchant team collectively exhaled, their tension easing as they marveled at the scene, though their eyes occasionally darted towards the Jiwei squad, who had yet to make their move as he beheld the valiant Ryoji's squad. Hinata couldn't help but click his tongue in disapproval. It seems that Ryoji Tanai may be in for a rude awakening. Through the lens of the Byakugan, he discerned a hidden jonin among the ragtag ninjas, whose chakra levels indicated formidable strength. That Ryoji's underestimation of the rogue ninja was understandable. The ninja world widely acknowledged that the overall caliber of rogue ninjas fell short of that of village ninjas. Thus, Ryoji had deemed them mere punching bags, oblivious to the fact that among them lurked a true expert. After all, their squad lacked the Byakugan or the sensory abilities of Yunyujiwei, the Wu. Should we intervene? Uchiha Rin inquired, casting a glance at him. Let them bask in the limelight. We shall see how it unfolds. Satoru shrugged nonchalantly. Just then, the tides of battle abruptly shifted. Ryoji, who had been dominating the rogue ninjas, suddenly felt a chilling presence looming behind him. Startled, he swiftly sidestepped, but a sharp glint cut through the air, leaving a gash across his abdomen. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Ryoji staggered back a few steps. In that fleeting encounter, he realized that the attacking ninja was no less formidable than himself. How dare you? Is it such a delight for my subordinates to be slaughtered? The assailant, a rogue ninja, flicked the blood from his blade, his grotesque visage marred by a scar that slashed from forehead to chin, sending a shiver down Ryoji's spine. Cursed luck, I thought they were mere soft targets, only to encounter a tough nut. Before Ryoji could collect himself, the rogue ninja pressed the attack anew, wielding a massive blade that struck relentlessly against his kunai, the force reverberating through Ryoji's arm, forcing him to retreat further. Having evaded the rogue's lethal strike, Ryoji struggled to glance at his squad members, only to find them, lacking his support, overpowered by the rogue ninjas, who easily dominated the middle and lower ranks. Why did I even seek this spotlight? At that moment, despair gripped him, and thoughts of defeat loomed large. But we must assist them. Wu, Jiwei's squad member, Magneto Dai, hesitated, torn. Despite having been humiliated by Ryoji earlier, his kind-hearted nature made it difficult for him to stand by while fellow village ninjas faced peril. The merchant team, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, lost their earlier resolve, some even furtively packing their belongings, contemplating an early retreat. Hinata turned to Yunyujiwei, who regarded him with an expressionless gaze. Do not delay too long. With Jiwei's words ringing in his ears, Satoru shouted, charging towards the battlefield. Simultaneously, Magneto Dai and his companions surged forward, and under their combined might, The rogue ninjas began to falter. Satoru produced a scroll, releasing a cloud of mist that unveiled a gleaming kunai. Its blade elongated and sharp, his prized weapon, the long fong, forged during his recent electromagnetic enhancement. With a swift, decisive slash, the sound of metal clashing filled the air as the rogue ninja's kunai shattered mid-strike. A deep crimson line marking a path from his forehead to his chest. Taking a breath, Satoru assessed that without the Jonin restraining them, the remaining rogue ninjas were relatively weak, providing him the perfect opportunity to hone his swordsmanship. Mato Dai, enveloped in a whirlwind of energy, felt his muscles surge as he delivered a single kick that sent a charging Chunin flying. Incredible! Is this the power of my father? Kei gazed in awe at Dai, who flashed a thumbs up, his grin gleaming with pride. This is merely the fourth gate. Witnessing this spectacle, Ryoji was left stunned. He had not anticipated that Ji-Wei would remain inactive. A mere band of Chunin had completely subdued the rogue ninjas. In his moment of distraction, one of the rogue ninjas seized the opportunity, his rage boiling over as he lunged at Ryoji. In a hasty defense, Ryoji was struck by the overwhelming force, propelling him backward and causing blood to seep from his mouth. The pendulum of battle swung once more, sending the merchant team's spirits plummeting as if on a roller coaster. Truly impressive. Who would have thought that Ji-Wei's squad members possessed such strength? That watermelon-headed fool underestimated him. His prowess is indeed formidable. With their intervention, we should be safe now. Within the merchant team, Ji-Wei observed Hinata Gaku skillfully wielding his kunai, his brow furrowing slightly as he shook his head. This Wu, he needs to finish quickly. He is too slow to be practicing his swordsmanship. Drawing a deep breath, he raised his hand, and a swarm of dark insects erupted from his sleeves, swirling like a dense black fog. What is that noise? The merchant team turned, their expressions turning pale as they beheld the overwhelming tide of black insects buzzing ominously, rushing towards the engaged rogue ninjas. In an instant, agonized screams filled the air. Almost all the rogue ninjas found themselves ensnared by the relentless swarm, writhing on the ground in torment, their cries echoing in despair. Our teacher has made his move. We can no longer afford to practice our swordsmanship. Witnessing the enemy consumed by the parasitic insects, Satoru sighed in resignation, sheathing his kunai. Ryoji struggled against the onslaught of the rogue ninja's blade, his body reeling from the force of the blows. And he spat out a mouthful of blood at the critical moment. A buzzing sound filled the air as the relentless swarm enveloped the Jonin, coalescing into a massive black sphere, for which anguished cries emerged. Secret technique, insect sphere. Ji-Wei formed a hand seal, causing the black sphere to contract violently, silencing the wails abruptly. The battlefield fell into an eerie stillness, save for the faint buzzing of insects in the air. The merchant team's throats tightened as they stared at the remnants of the rogue ninjas, reduced to mere skeletons by the ravenous swarm. It over. Cheers! Ceramic cups clinked together in the air, producing a delightful, melodious sound. Hinata Gaku downed his drink, a flush creeping across his cheeks, as he gestured towards the table laden with grilled meat. Come. This round is on me. Everyone eat to your heart's content. I shan't hold back then, Wu, Akane exclaimed, using her chopsticks to lift a generous piece of grilled meat, a look of delight on her face as she devoured it. Nearby, Ji-Wei chuckled helplessly, unable to withstand the persistent pleas of Satoru and the others, ultimately conceding to join the gathering. After successfully escorting the merchant team to their destination, Ryoji's squad took only a small portion of the rewards for reasons unknown, leaving the majority for Ji-Wei's team. Satoru intended to honor his promise made during their S-rank mission, deciding to treat the squad members to a meal, while Dai and Kei politely declined. Thus, the four found themselves once again at the same barbecue restaurant. As Ji-Wei surveyed the familiar layout of the establishment, a headache began to form. It was here that his third squad had faced an embarrassing defeat. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ji-Wei felt as though the portly manager had been eyeing him with a knowing grin, as if he had discovered a Navi fool. Satoru said he was treating. Surely, he wouldn't deceive me, right? Ji-Wei shivered involuntarily. That day, Ji-Wei recalled the terror of being at the mercy of Satoru's insatiable appetite. as well as the humiliation of being unable to pay the bill at the barbecue restaurant. Satoru stuffed his mouth full of grilled meat, blissfully unaware of Jiwei's thoughts. Even if he had known, he would only have laughed heartily. After all, Jiwei had only taken a small share of the rewards from the previous S-rank mission, enough to last him a considerable time without needing to sponge off a meal. Moreover, this gathering served not only to strengthen their camaraderie, but also to fulfill other intentions he harbored. 8 Gates of Life. After acquiring the method from Might Guy, Hinata Satoru could hardly contain his eagerness to commence his training. A substantial intake of food would enable his physique to store sufficient energy to meet the demands of intense practice. Following the conclusion of the feast and bidding farewell to Akadama and others, Hinata Satoru ventured into a ninja tool shop, spending half a day customizing the items he required. The training method of the 8 Gates of Bypass was not overly complicated, rather than being classified as a form of body technique. It was more aptly described as a skill to transcend the limits of the human body, with the key to success resting upon possessing a sufficiently robust physical constitution. Consequently, Hinata Satoru resolved to embark on a rigorous regimen to enhance his physique. Arriving at the back mountain where he typically trained, he began to make simple arrangements. First, he laid down sheets of metal on the ground. While referred to as iron sheets, they resembled a sturdy flooring, a considerable investment that left him feeling a twinge of regret. Once secured, the open space appeared as if a seamless metallic floor had been laid. Subsequently, he donned a customized metallic suit designed for his physique, transforming himself into a figure reminiscent of a metallic warrior. However, this suit was not particularly ornate, revealing the seams of metal joining together. With preparations complete, he initiated the construction of an anomalous magnetic field using electromagnetic forces. Suddenly, an immense suction emerged from the metallic floor, causing Hinata Satoru to stumble, nearly losing his balance, as the metallic armor pressed against his frame with a creaking sound, compelling him to grit his teeth. It seemed the magnetic field was excessively strong. Without delay, Hinata Satoru reduced the magnetic force slightly, alleviating the pressure upon him. After several adjustments, he finally discovered an optimal intensity that effectively exercised his physique without overwhelming him. He estimated it to be roughly equivalent to 4 times the normal gravitational pull. However, due to the pressure emanating from the contact between the metallic armor and his body, this method was considerably more crude than simply increasing gravity, making it challenging to train the internal organs. Likewise, since the pressure derived from the attraction between the metals, this method introduced a variety of training techniques. For instance, by altering the direction of magnetic attraction or suddenly switching to repulsion. He could simulate physical conditioning under extreme conditions. The powerful magnetism of the metallic floor attracted lightweight materials like fallen leaves. After a period of training, a layer of leaves had accumulated upon the metallic surface, somewhat detracting from its aesthetic appeal. Hinata Satoru paused, bending down to place his palm upon the metallic surface, reversing the magnetic poles, and covering the fallen leaves with like charges, with a resonant thud. The leaves erupted from the surface, rapidly dispersing across the metallic floor, creating an illusion of a rain of leaves. Under the influence of repulsion, the metallic surface became as smooth as a mirror, rendering any minute foreign objects invisible. Reverting the magnetic poles, Hinata Satoru resumed his physical conditioning. Over the following period, utilizing this self-created physical training technique, his physical strength steadily increased until he reached a specific threshold. Indeed, the judicious application of electromagnetic forces significantly bolstered his physical prowess. Once he shed the inexpensive armor and regained his vitality, his gaze flickered as he solemnly declared, "It is time to attempt opening the 8 Gates of Bypass." Taking a deep breath, he began to gradually shatter the limitations of his body, starting with the opening of the first gate located in his brain. First gate, open. With a low shout, a gentle wave of energy enveloped him. Was it an illusion? Hinata Satoru furrowed his brow. At the moment the first gate opened, he faintly sensed the purple star within his mind tremble. Typically, the star only shifted when his electromagnetic power increased, and he could not discern whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. Regardless, this state was far from his limit. Drawing in a breath, he redirected his focus to the flow of chakra within his body. Second gate, rest gate, open. Was this the state of the rest gate? His physical fatigue diminished significantly, as if he possessed an inexhaustible source of power. Yet this was still not his limit. Third gate, life gate. Open, a faint green aura surrounded him, veins bulging on his forehead in a grid-like pattern. Hinata Satoru experimentally clenched his fist, unable to suppress an exclamation of admiration. Merely opening the third gate had already bestowed him with a remarkable increase in physical strength. Indeed, the 8 gates of bypass could allow an ordinary person to contend against the 6 paths. He then found himself contemplating the peculiar notion that the activation of the 8 gates caused veins to bulge on his face, much like the bulging veins around his eyes when he activated his Byakugan. How striking would the sight be if he used the Byakugan while in the state of the 8 gates? Surely it wouldn't frighten the little ones, would it? Shaking his head, Hinata Gaku dispelled such distractions, feeling that he had yet to reach his limits. Listening to the elder's words, he understood that the real danger of the 8 gates of bypass began after the opening of the 4th gate. He was uncertain what transformations would occur thereafter. After this period of intensive physical training, Hinata Satoru sensed that the 3rd gate was still not his limit. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the remaining chakra to unlock the injury gate located in his lungs. 4th gate of the 8 gates of bypass. Injury gate, open. At the moment the 4th gate was unleashed, Hinata Satoru's pupils constricted sharply, his life magnetic field igniting with a ferocity akin to dry tinder doused in oil. Simultaneously, his body underwent a transformation. His hair stood on end, arcs of lightning flickering between strands, and he found himself uncontrollably levitating into the air, his robes billowing amid the tremendous energy. What was this? This was definitely not the 8 gates of bypass, Hinata Satoru thought. Astonished in mid-air, he gasped for breath to alleviate the shock to his mind and the relentless drain on his body to end this moment. He felt starkly different from the memories of his previous experiences with the 8 gates of bypass. The 8 gates of bypass never granted the ability to fly, even with the opening of the death gate. One could only hover through extraordinary speed. Yet now, he was genuinely soaring through the air, filled with an explosive energy that was entirely distinct from the 8 gates of bypass. The power of the 8 gates manifested as ultimate speed and attack, whereas his current state resembled a domineering force that surveyed the world, imbued with a ferocity capable of life and death over all things. Regardless, he could sense that this state would not last long. Seizing the moment, he decided to test his newfound abilities. Taking a deep breath, he extended his right palm toward the thick metallic floor beneath him. And with a flicker of intent, the substantial metallic sheets he had labored to construct were suddenly uprooted. The heavy metal plates pressed against each other, emitting a shrill, grating sound that made one's teeth ache, and with a swift clench of his palm, the twisted metal instantly contracted, twisting into a helix. What terrifying power! A trace of astonishment lingered in Hinata Satoru's eyes. This level of absolute control over metal was something he had previously deemed unattainable. Could it be that in this state, my enhancement lies not merely in my physique, but in my dominion over electromagnetic forces? Hinata Satoru felt as if he had grasped a profound understanding. In this moment, his life magnetic field surged with vitality, burning fiercely like a blazing inferno. Having found his direction, Hinata Satoru inhaled deeply and slowly raised both hands in midair. The earth trembled slightly, the fallen leaves and branches on the ground quaking rapidly, while the woodland creatures sensed something amiss and scurried away in alarm. With a rumble, as the ground shook, countless metallic shards erupted from the earth like bamboo shoots after a rain, intertwining and piercing through stout trees, sending dust swirling into the air. When the commotion ceased, a menacing metallic jungle had emerged. In the air, Hinata Satoru panted heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, gazing at his masterpiece with a faint smile gracing his pale visage. Indeed, my control over electromagnetic forces has significantly increased, manipulating the metallic particles beneath the surface to coalesce and then directing them to rise and intertwine, creating a metallic jungle, was something he could never have achieved before. The 3rd Hokage's magnet release could harness abundant sand and iron to achieve similar techniques. However, Hinata Satoru had forcibly extracted all the metal from nearly 1,000 meters beneath the surface. A feat of unparalleled difficulty. Clenching his fist, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, crashing down toward the ground. Several trees, each as thick as a person's embrace, were shattered by the ferocious impact, splintering into shards. Not only that, even the surrounding metallic jungle was ruthlessly shattered. With a twist of his waist and a sweeping roundhouse kick, the tree that required 3 men to encircle was obliterated at the point of contact, disintegrating into powder while the massive trunk crashed down with a resounding roar. Each strike of his martial prowess appeared plain and unadorned, yet harbored immense power, brimming with the aesthetics of violence that in stark contrast to the 8 Gates Lotus of liberation. This was a terrifying ability augmented by electromagnetic force. Hinata Wujo's body was enveloped in crackling arcs of lightning. At this moment, every inch of his skin, every cell pulsated with explosive power. As he stepped forward, the towering metallic jungle seemed to come alive, parting to reveal a passage wide enough for his form to traverse. He finally comprehended the true sensation of Magneto. Hinata Wujo smiled slightly, quite pleased with his current state. The surging electromagnetic authority allowed him to faintly savor a hint of Magneto's essence. Approaching the area where the metallic floor had been laid, he raised his palm. The twisted mass of metal was forcibly flattened once more into a sheet, reinstated in its original position. The metallic jungle behind him appeared to respond to some unseen summons, gradually sinking into the ground, leaving behind a disheveled forest. Once the last remnants of the metallic jungle had vanished, the arcs of lightning surrounding Hinata Wujo dissipated, and his hair returned to its normal state. After accomplishing all this, Hinata's complexion appeared somewhat pale, and he gasped for breath. That should suffice. They ought to be arriving soon. He cast his gaze into the distance. Moments later, several members of the Umbu, adorned with animal masks, emerged nearby, their eyes widening in shock at the chaotic state of the forest. What transpired here? How could the surroundings be so utterly devastated? Was it an enemy attack? Hinata Wujo's pale face revealed a hint of amusement as he replied, "My apologies, I was merely practicing a jutsu. It got a bit noisy. It was indeed Hinata Wujo." Some Umbu recognized him. Currently, he was a favored figure beside the Hokage, having completed a significant Umbu mission in the Land of Iron, and his mentor, Shibi Aburame, was a former Umbu member, rendering him familiar to these operatives. Practicing a jutsu and causing such a ruckus, the Umbu found it somewhat incredulous. Given the traces left behind, even a Jonin would struggle to create such destruction. If they had witnessed the previous metallic jungle, they would surely be left in awe. Hinata Wujo deliberately coughed a few times, feigning extreme exhaustion, and with a wry smile, he stated, "I developed a powerful jutsu, but lost control, resulting in this chaos. I see." The Umbu nodded slightly. Hinata's feeble demeanor seemed genuine. His chakra appeared utterly depleted, and no traces of other ninjas were detected around. It seemed the situation was indeed as he described it. In that case, we shall not intrude further. With a few swift sounds, the Umbu vanished without a trace. Sensing that the Umbu had departed, Hinata Wujo exhaled in relief, his gaze flickering. The loss of control during his training was true. Yet the cause was not merely the development of a jutsu, but rather the emergence of a mode. Tyrant mode. This was the name Hinata Wujo had assigned to his recent state. He had not anticipated that upon opening the 4th gate of the 8 gates, his life magnetic field would surge drastically, thereby significantly enhancing his electromagnetic authority. Taking a breath, he still felt the remnants of that shock within him. The ability he had utilized was at least equivalent to electromagnetic power level LV4. In such a state, he would dare to confront even an adversary of Shibi Aburame's caliber, forcing himself beyond the limits of electromagnetic levels and wielding abilities far surpassing his current capabilities. That was Tyrant Mode. It was indeed the substantial enhancement of his electromagnetic authority that greatly expanded his electromagnetic perception range. Even without activating the Byakugan, he detected the approach of Umbu from this direction. However, upon further reflection, this change seemed entirely reasonable. Prior to training in the 8 gates, he had already noted that a robust biological magnetic field could enhance his electromagnetic authority. Each activation of the gates resulted in a significant surge of the biological magnetic field. And the 4th gate marked a watershed moment, making the resonance of the purple star in his mind comprehensible. The The power vastly exceeded that of conventional 8 gates, yet the after-effects appeared considerable as well. Hinata Wujo chuckled wryly. Within a brief span of minutes, his chakra had been entirely depleted, and even the slightest movement of his muscles brought a tearing pain. Nevertheless, it had become his most formidable trump card. When facing foes of overwhelming strength, he would possess a chance for reversal. After a night of fitful sleep, he awoke in the morning still feeling a pervasive soreness throughout his body. He hadn't expected the aftereffects of Tyrant Mode to be so stubborn. His chakra had recovered significantly, yet the damage to his muscles required a period of rest. With a slight grimace, Hinata Wujo supported himself against the headboard, one hand continuously kneading his side, should anyone witness him in such a state. They would undoubtedly suspect he had endured an intense battle the previous night, resulting in severe physical exhaustion. After a simple breakfast, Hinata felt his body had regained some strength and sighed. I suppose I'll need to pause my training for the next few days. Once my body has sufficiently recovered, I can resume. With several days remaining until his next mission with Shibi Aburame, Hinata Wujo wandered onto the streets. The village was still vibrant, children laughing and playing in the streets. Yet Hinata gazed toward the sky beyond the village, his expression tinged with melancholy. How long could such peaceful days last? The third great ninja, war was likely not far off to end the past. He would have never allowed himself a moment's respite. War loomed over him like the sword of Damocles, perpetually pressing upon him. However, the tyrant mode he had inadvertently developed yesterday had granted him a sliver of confidence in the face of an uncertain future. It had been ages since he had indulged in Ichiraku ramen. Stealing a moment of leisure amidst the bustle was a delightful diversion. Hinata Wujo smiled. Just then he noticed a familiar figure, Red Bean, rushing toward him, breathless. "This is bad, Wujo. Rin is fighting Kakashi." Hinata Wujo's smile froze on his face. That white-haired brat must be White Fang's son, right? It must be. He had heard that he was the most talented genius among the village's new generation. That Uchiha brat managed to hold out for so long. It seems he is no pushover. Heh, the Uchiha brat against White Fang's son. What a spectacle. In front of the task management office, a circle of ninjas had gathered, discussing animatedly. The short blades sliced through the air in a white arc, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, continuously clashing with kunai, sending sparks flying with the sound of metal meeting metal. The Scarlet Sharingan spun rapidly as Uchiha Rin, after parrying a strike, felt the weight of seriousness deepen on her face. That Kakashi's swordsmanship was exceptionally fierce, each slash targeting her vulnerabilities. Had it not been for the aid of her Sharingan, she might have been defeated long ago. This guy has improved his strength at an astonishing pace. Uchiha Rin couldn't help but grit her teeth. During their time in the Ninja Academy, she had always competed with Kakashi. Yet after graduation, the gap seemed to have widened. What had happened to Kakashi? Even if Rin mentioned his father, he shouldn't be so ruthless. Kai, a member of the crowd, wore a worried expression. Both were his classmates. And their sudden clash left him at a loss. "I think I remember your name now. It's Uchiha Rin, right? You shouldn't mention that man's name. He's just a worthless failure who couldn't even complete a mission." TCH, Kakashi's words infuriated Uchiha. In terms of strength, she held deep respect for Lord White Fang, yet she hadn't expected a son to rely solely on verbal bravado. "How dare you? I told you not to mention that man's name." To Rin's unexpected retort, Kakashi's anger flared. He leaped back, creating distance, and swiftly formed hand seals. The shrill sound of thousands of birds screeching pierced the air. One hand gripped his wrist while the other crackled with lightning. "Lightning release jutsu. I wonder how it compares to my fire release." Uchiha Rin narrowed her eyes, forming seals just as rapidly. Phoenix Fire Technique, a B-rank fire release technique. It was the strongest fire jutsu she could currently wield. That technique has Kakashi gone mad. The situation has escalated into chaos. It seems this technique remains in its infancy. Does he truly intend to eliminate his opponent? Surrounding ninjas recognized Kakashi's signature move, their hearts tightening in response. A deafening thunderclap resounded as Kakashi's form transformed into a straight line, hurtling towards Uchiha Rin at an astonishing velocity. Uchiha Rin, having completed the final hand seal, displayed no hint of fear upon her countenance, only a fierce determination. Chakra surged within her throat, manifesting as a searing breath. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as Kakashi's hand, enveloped in lightning, halted just 1 meter before Rin, her lips parting slightly as her fiery technique was but a heartbeat away from being unleashed. That was close. I made it in time. Hyūga Widow breathed a sigh of relief, the strain of vigorous movement causing an ache in his still-recovering muscles, prompting a slight grimace. At this moment, his right hand firmly grasped Kakashi's wrist, while his shoulder braced against Kakashi's chest, effectively thwarting his onslaught. "Widow, what brings you here?" Uchiha Rin inquired, astonishment evident on her face. Then, as if recalling something, a flicker of annoyance crossed her features. "Hey, do you have any idea how perilous that was? My fire release was on the verge of being unleashed, enduring the pain in his muscles." Widow gritted his teeth and replied, "If I hadn't come, it would have been troublesome." His gaze subtly flickered towards Kakashi's right hand, still tinged with shock. "Chidori, an A-rank lightning release. I never imagined Kakashi had developed this technique already. Yet he cannot wield it completely, can he? If I hadn't intervened, Rin would have truly been in danger." Meanwhile, Kakashi's attention shifted to the suddenly appearing Hyūga Widow. He disowned the flaw in my Chidori and cleverly utilized his body to block my attack. Could it be Byakugan? No wonder he could achieve such a feat upon seeing Widow's eyes. Kakashi wore a contemplative expression. "What on earth happened? Why did you two suddenly engage in combat?" Uchiha Rin cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi. "I merely stopped by the mission management office to see if there were any suitable tasks, and happened upon this guide. I intended to greet him, but inadvertently mentioned his father, and that escalated into a fight." Even now, she remained bewildered as to how she had ended up clashing with Kakashi. "Is that so?" Widow nodded thoughtfully. He had expected Rin, with her temperament, to be the one to initiate the provocation. Instead, it was Kakashi who had struck first. "I've told you before, do not bring up that man in my presence. He is nothing but a waste who cannot even complete a mission." Kakashi's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. "Look," Uchiha Rin shrugged helplessly. Widow sighed. It seemed that at this juncture, Kakashi had yet to emerge from the pain of that incident. Indeed, he often heard of Kakashi's discord with his teammates in the village, even to the point of physical altercations. That it was only after he allied with Obito that he began to recover. Perhaps, suddenly, Kakashi turned his icy gaze towards Widow. "You're the first dual bloodline user in Hyūga history, aren't you? I believe we have yet to spar." Instantly, the previously relaxed atmosphere grew tense once more. All eyes fixated on Hyūga Widow. "Widow," Akamichi Karui clenched her fists anxiously. "That scoundrel Kakashi, does he still regard his comrades?" Guy cursed loudly. Had he not known he was no match for Kakashi, he might have been unable to resist the urge to strike him. Widow wore a resigned expression. It appeared he was caught between a rock and a hard place. The pain in his body had yet to subside, leaving him with only a fraction of his strength. However, if he declined, Kakashi would likely not relent easily. Moreover, he sensed a subtle, lingering gaze of scrutiny, firmly locked onto the scene. Given the circumstances, Widow turned to face Kakashi, adopting a serious demeanor. "Since you insist on this challenge, let us begin. Look, the Hyūga ninja and Kakashi are about to clash. Another spectacle, perhaps. First Uchiha, now Hyūga. Does Kakashi intend to challenge all the prominent clans today?" The battle between Kakashi and Uchiha Rin drew many ninjas, with increasing numbers congregating at the mission management office, excitedly discussing the unfolding events. Unlike the other ninjas who observed with a detached mindset, the surrounding Hyūga members were now filled with concern. Can Widow truly contend with Kakashi? After all, he is the first dual bloodline user of the clan. It should be manageable, right? Their voices lacked conviction, barely audible amidst the cacophony of chatter. That Kakashi's reputation was monumental. A Chunin at 5. A Chunin at 6. He was the youngest Chunin in the history of Konohagakure, the son of White Fang. Any one of these titles could easily overshadow Hyūga Widow. The only aspect Widow could potentially rival was his dual bloodline. Should he lose to Kakashi in a direct confrontation, it would undoubtedly tarnish the Hyūga clan's reputation. Is Widow truly a match for Kakashi? Guy expressed his unease. Kakashi had always been the rival he pursued during their student days, but the drastic changes over the past 2 years rendered him almost unrecognizable. "He can," Akamichi Karui declared resolutely. What makes you so certain? Guy inquired, glancing at her. While Kakashi may not be a mere human, his strength undoubtedly placed him among the upper echelons of the new generation Tikan. Without a doubt, Wudo will never lose. Even if his opponent is Kakashi, Karui proclaimed loudly, drawing curious glances from those around her. Given his current condition, his physical capabilities were limited, and he aimed to avoid close combat. Hyūga Wudo conducted a brief analysis of his situation, formulating a general tactical approach. Kakashi brandished his white fanged short blade, its blade emanating a faint white glow due to chakra infusion. That I advise you not to wield that blade, Wudo remarked, raising an eyebrow. Why not? Kakashi frowned in displeasure. You'll find out soon enough. With a powerful push off the ground, Kakashi's body surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, rapidly closing the distance to Wudo, the white fanged short blade transforming into a streak of white light. Aimed directly at him, Wudo did not flinch, nor did he move. The short blade seemed to be nudged by an unseen force, its trajectory inexplicably altered, slicing down around his form. Kakashi frowned, undeterred, and swung again. Wudo shook his head, slightly shifting his body to evade the blade once more. Strike, miss, strike, another miss. Kakashi appeared to have transformed into a master of airbrush art, wildly directing his strikes at the air surrounding Wudo, creating a rather comical scene. Am I to understand that you intend to slice the air around me, hoping to suffocate me? Wudo shrugged, a look of exasperation on his face. Uchiha Rin let out a laugh. This Wudo, so mischievous, his words are too cutting. Kakashi inhaled deeply, the gravity of the situation weighing on him more heavily. Magnet release? I never anticipated it would have such a profound impact on my swordsmanship. He was aware that Wudo's magnet release could disrupt shuriken, but compared to shuriken, manipulating a ninja blade posed a far greater challenge, especially with Kakashi's renowned sword techniques. However, it was now evident that he had underestimated Wudo's magnet release. Silently, Kakashi sheathed the white fanged short blade and charged at Wudo with a clenched fist. Wudo raised his arm to block Kakashi's assault. Upon failing to land a hit, Kakashi switched tactics, executing a spinning kick. Wudo sidestepped, narrowly evading the blow. A faint ache pulsed in his arm, causing him to grimace slightly. His body had yet to fully recover, and engaging in physical combat exacerbated the pain. Utilizing his electromagnetic perception to its fullest extent, he anticipated Kakashi's attacks, dodging them before they could land. Only attacks that were unavoidable compelled him to defend. Yet this forced defense, in the eyes of the observing ninjas, appeared as a display of prowess. Incredible! Kakashi's strikes cannot touch him at all. His composed evasion, coupled with the absence of any counterattacks, led many to wonder if the Hyūga ninja was intentionally provoking Kakashi. The earlier skepticism towards Wudo transformed into astonishment. Kakashi's relentless barrage of taijutsu placed Wudo under considerable pressure. Seizing an opening, he deftly stepped aside, converting a punch into a palm strike that landed squarely on Kakashi's chest. Thud, accompanied by the dull thud of his body. A surge of electric arcs erupted from the point where Kakashi's palm had struck. Under the influence of the pulse, his body was hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Was that the gentle fist? The Hyūga members watching felt their eyelids twitch. The stance resembled that of the gentle fist, yet the attack was entirely different. Irio had mentioned something about it being called the magnetic storm fist, and its principle seemed rather complex. Hinata Gaku, this fellow, had never truly studied the family's secret techniques. Kakashi struggled to rise from the ground, arcs of electricity pulsating from his chest, causing his body to convulse. I cannot engage in a head-on confrontation. He silently devised a strategy in his mind. Reaching for the ninja tool pouch at his waist, he withdrew two small orbs and smashed them to the ground. A thick cloud of smoke instantly enveloped his body, as well as that of the battling Hinata Gaku. Within the dense fog, Hinata Gaku shook his head dismissively. This is futile. I in the Hokage's office. The scene displayed in the crystal ball revealed Hinata Gaku striking Kakashi with the magnetic storm palm. Was this a technique combining magnetism and the gentle fist? This child, Hinata Gaku, demonstrated remarkable proficiency in blending the two bloodline abilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in quiet admiration. The Mission Management Office held great significance in the Hidden Leaf Village. Even at the onset of the battle between Uchiha Rin and Kakashi, Umbu had been reporting the developments to him. With Hinata Wazu's arrival, his interest was further piqued. The image in the crystal ball continued to shift, depicting Kakashi throwing the two small orbs, engulfing both combatants in a thick haze. Who would emerge victorious in this clash of the strongest of the new generation? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was intense. Within the fog, Hinata Wazu remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a tremor emanated from behind him. Instantly, he turned, delivering a palm strike to the approaching figure. Bang! The figure transformed into white mist. A shadow clone, it seemed. It appeared that Kakashi could no longer contain himself. Just as he shattered the shadow clone, the ground behind him erupted, and a figure soared upwards, its right palm enveloped in lightning. Emitting a sharp sound, such close range. Failure was impossible. Kakashi's heart soared with joy. Just as he was about to connect, Hinata Wazu, as if anticipating the move, astonishingly twisted his body, narrowly evading the Chidori's assault. With a swift grasp, he seized Kakashi's wrist and thrust him forward, causing Kakashi to tumble to the ground like a dog, as Chidori pierced a large hole in the earth at that moment. The smoke dissipated, revealing the state of the battle to all present. What transpired? Was it already over? Kakashi lay sprawled on the ground, his face bearing a hint of shock at his easy defeat. His right hand deeply embedded in the earth. Behind him, Hinata Wazu stood impassively. Do you understand the meaning behind my earlier warning not to use that knife? He asked. That is the blade of White Fang. You are not worthy to wield it. The sting of Hinata Wazu's words pierced Kakashi's ears like a bomb, causing his face to flush with rage as he shouted, What do you know? You outsider, what do you understand? He was a coward, wasn't he? What of abandoning a mission? What of being humiliated by comrades? Why choose to end it all? Why choose to end it all? Perhaps it was the weight of the past 2 years. Or perhaps the humiliation of being defeated by Hinata Wazu that led Kakashi to break down in tears before everyone, collapsing to the ground. He could have chosen life. What if he was scorned by villagers? Did he not still have me? Why choose death? At some point, the crowd fell silent, Kakashi's cries echoing painfully in the stillness. Oh, this is what you cared about. Hinata Wazu sighed. It seemed the suicide of Kakashi's father had left an indelible mark on his heart. Over the past 2 years, he had brainwashed himself into believing that the man who couldn't even complete a mission was merely a coward. Until now, having been publicly defeated by Hinata Wazu, his internal defenses had been utterly shattered. The surrounding ninjas remained silent, heads bowed, many of them having participated in gravely injuring Hatake Tsukumo. Malicious rumors had thrived, and when the dust settled, they found the man was no longer there. Thus, they tacitly agreed to never mention it again. Kakashi, Guy clenched his fists, having never witnessed such a vulnerable, sorrowful, and powerless version of his friend. Hinata Wazu displayed a complex expression, stating, I have never seen Lord White Fang in person. Yet I have heard tales of his deeds that I believe his final choice was to uphold his own will. Uphold his will? Kakashi's eyes brightened as he lifted his head to look at Hinata Wazu. To die for one's convictions, I believe that is what he intended. Not out of cowardice or fear, but to silently embody his will through his death, perhaps even with a smile on his face in his final moments. Is that so? Kakashi ceased his tears, lost in contemplation. The notion of embodying one's will conjured the image of the man who always wore a smile. Father, was this your thought in your final moments? He had always believed his father chose to end his life out of weakness, but Hinata Wazu's words slightly shifted his perspective. This change, though minuscule, was akin to a seed sown in his heart. In the Hokage's office, Hinata Wazu's words resonated clearly through the crystal ball, reaching the silent ears of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a long pause, he gazed out the window, the image of the gentle, white-haired man filling his mind. Tsukumo, Hinata Wazu's statement stirred his heartstrings to not blame me. You cannot become Hokage. He sighed softly. Before the mission management office, Hinata Wazu shook his head discreetly. In truth, as a time traveler, he understood that the reality of the situation was far more brutal. Entangled in the power struggles of Konoha's upper echelons, linked to the candidates for the 4th Hokage, he could only strive to elevate Hatake Tsukumo's legacy. After all, his words were not solely intended for Kakashi. Upon his arrival, he had sensed a lingering gaze scrutinizing him. A slight deduction led him to conclude that Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed watching. What thoughts would the Hokage, indirectly responsible for White Fang's demise, harbor after hearing his remarks? Bringing his thoughts back, Hinata Wazu turned his attention to Kakashi, his tone somewhat detached. That, I know today's defeat is hard for you to accept. Whenever you believe you can best me, feel free to challenge me at any time. I await your return. With that, he left behind a bewildered Kakashi and the surrounding silent crowd, turning to depart. Hey, Wazu, wait for me. Akamichi Arzu suddenly realized, shouting as she chased after Hinata Wazu. Uchiha Rin watched his nonchalant retreat, raising an eyebrow in slight admiration. Wazu, that guy, is quite cool. Kakashi gazed at Hinata Wazu's vanishing figure, replaying his earlier words in his mind. Lost in thought, once he reached a deserted area, Hinata Wazu leaned against a wall, suddenly grimacing in pain. Damn it, that hurts like hell. His body felt as if thousands of needles were piercing him, making even the slightest movement agonizing. Showboating feels great in the moment, but the aftermath is a funeral pyre. His body had yet to fully recover. To avoid revealing more of his abilities, he had only employed the magnetic storm fist during his fight with Kakashi, which exacerbated the strain on his body. Just then, Akamichi Arzu rushed over, concerned. Wazu, are you all right? Hinata Wazu turned, grabbing her wrist and pulling her close, gritting his teeth as he whispered, Quick, give me that. The distinct scent emanating from a male body wafted into Arzu's nose, causing her face to flush crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. You want to hear? How unfortunate it is to be seen by others. If not here, then where? Do you wish to change locations? The face of Hongdo has turned even redder, as she shyly buries her visage in her hair, but if Rin would find out, she would surely be upset. Wouldn't she? What does that have to do with her? Never mind, I shan't indulge you any further. Quickly cast a healing jutsu for me. Huh. In the Hokage office, after digesting his emotions, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but chuckle as he recalled the scene of Hyūga, defeating Kakashi with such ease. It seems that among the new generation, the strongest member is undoubtedly Hyūga. Moreover, he is well aware that Hyūga possesses a terrifying archery ninjutsu. If he were to unleash it, Kakashi would likely suffer an even swifter defeat. Alas, he belongs to the branch family. A sigh escaped him. Were it not for his branch status, he would certainly nurture Hyūga to join the Hokage lineage, for his talent is remarkable, and Kakashi's words resonated with a will of fire. Such a promising seedling had already inspired him to consider taking on a disciple. However, as a member of the branch family, every decision regarding Hyūga must be approached with caution. He then pondered Kakashi and sighed softly. The boy can no longer be delayed. It's best to have Minato mentor him. He must find a few teammates, but they can only be chosen from those familiar from the same generation. Uchiha Obito's character is quite suitable. Perhaps he could balance Kakashi's gloominess. As for the remaining member, Noara Rin, a medical ninja of commoner origin, would fit perfectly. After contemplating for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. Now he shall summon Minato. The following day, a sensational piece of news spread throughout Konoha like a stone cast into a lake, causing ripples of excitement. Hey, have you heard? The son of White Fang, Hatake Kakashi, was beaten up? No way, right? The super genius Hatake Kakashi actually got beaten? It's true. Many people saw it. Kakashi even cried in the end. Hey, did you hear? Kakashi was beaten to tears. Yes. I heard he was rolling on the ground. What? Did not even fight back, but just laid down and cried, begging Hyūga not to hit him. In the early morning, as Hyūga stepped outside, he was immediately bombarded by rumors, turning his face pale with dread. How has it come to this? What do they mean by saying I beat Kakashi to tears? It was he who cried on his own. What does that have to do with me? And the claims of him begging for mercy and rolling about. What nonsense is that? The most alarming part is that most of those spreading the rumors are members of the Hyūga clan. Walking through the streets of the clan, he could see many clan members gathered in groups, excitedly discussing how the new generation's top genius had made Kakashi cry, even causing Uchiha to bow in submission. Hyūga kept his head down, tiptoeing cautiously, fearing to draw attention to himself. Suddenly, he heard a commotion behind him. Look, it's the genius who made Kakashi cry. Instantly, All the clan members' gazes were fixed upon him. I am not. I didn't. Stop spreading lies. Hyūga Watt's face darkened, and he quickened his pace to escape, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered clan members. In stark contrast to the clamor outside, the main hall was enveloped in a peculiar silence. The atmosphere stifling. The expressions of the clan elders were mostly grim. Hyūga Sujetsu's gaze swept over the faces of the surrounding elders, and he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The reason the Hyūga clan has endured for over a millennium in the ninja world, becoming the oldest family in history, is due to its rules and systems. Yet now, one clan member repeatedly violates these traditions. Hyūga Watt, the first dual bloodline heir in the history of the Hyūga clan, seems never to have settled down since his emergence. Have these branch members forgotten the rules? One elder of the main family scowled, indignantly slapping the table. Since yesterday, he has witnessed numerous members of the branch family gathering together, disregarding etiquette, and loudly clamoring. Even outside the clan, such scenes are visible. The clan's dignity has been thoroughly tarnished by these branch members. Another elder shook his head. Beside Hyūga Sujetsu, Hyūga Hizashi sighed quietly. He understood that the branch family had been suppressed for too long. After Hyūga Watt's decisive victory over Kakashi, that suppression has transformed into excitement and fervor. However, unlike the Uchiha, the Hyūga must adhere to rules. Enough, Hyūga Sujetsu sighed, feeling a wave of headache wash over him. Although the incident was initiated by Hyūga Watt, it would be unreasonable to punish him for it. After all, he has defeated Kakashi and brought honor to the clan. Yet if he were to ignore it altogether, those branch members might ascend to the heavens. Additionally, the Hokage's attitude toward Hyūga Watt is quite intriguing. And that influence cannot be overlooked. With all these factors combined, he found himself at a loss that moment. Hyūga Hizashi suddenly spoke up. Clan leader, allow me to handle this matter, though. What are your plans? Hyūga Sujetsu inquired, intrigued, for he had nearly designated Hizashi as a successor. Hyūga Hizashi smiled slightly. The complexity of this matter arises from the fact that Hyūga Watt is merely an ordinary branch member. Neither reward nor punishment seems appropriate. Since that is the case, let us bestow upon him another identity. Then Hyūga Hizashi began to articulate his thoughts fluidly. Hyūga Sujetsu's eyes gradually brightened. Very well. I leave it in your capable hands. After sneaking back from the streets, Hyūga Watt's heart raced. Throughout the journey, he had heard discussions about himself. The problem is, few of those discussions were credible. Even some of the clan's older women began to set their sights on him, eagerly proposing to introduce their granddaughters to him, causing him to flee in terror, still drenched in cold sweat. How terrifying! It seems best to avoid going out for the next few days. Hyūga Watt patted his chest. Still shaken, just as he was about to rest, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Hyūga Watt immediately grew alert, tiptoeing to the door, cautiously aligning his eyes with the gap in the doorframe. Password. The person outside was taken aback. Why would a visit require a password? Just then, the door opened, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. The visitor was none other than Hyūga Hizashi, a familiar face from the clan. Known for resembling his brother closely, with only the distinction of wearing a forehead protector. Lord Hizashi, what brings you here? Hyūga Watt cautiously scanned the surroundings, ensuring no other Hyūga members were following. What? May I come in to speak? On the wooden table rested 2 steaming cups of tea, the leaves indicating they were not of the rarest quality. Lord Hizashi, I usually have no habit of drinking tea, so I can only offer you this inferior brew. It's no trouble, Hyūga Hizashi chuckled, lifting the cup to take a sip. Among the Hyūga, the culture of tea drinking is significant, and tasting a cup is a matter of etiquette. After the pleasantries, Hyūga Hizashi regarded the still youthful face of Hyūga Watt with a complex expression that I had anticipated you would become a variable within the clan. Yet, I did not foresee this variable growing so rapidly. A genius surpassing Kakashi, the foremost talent of the new generation. Merely contemplating these titles ignited a fervor within Hyūga Hizashi. Undoubtedly, Hyūga Watt is the most exceptional genius the Hyūga clan has seen since the founding of Konoha. I believe a talent like yours would absolutely refuse to be shackled. Hyūga Hizashi gazed at Hyūga Watt with complexity. Hyūga Watt remained silent. The implications of that statement were vast, should the main family hear it. Trouble would surely ensue. Observing Hyūga watched silence, Hisashi sighed, retrieving a scroll from his robe and placing it on the table. What is this? Open it and you shall find out. Hinata Satoru unfurled the scroll and channeled a hint of chakra, his expression immediately shifting to one of astonishment. The contents stored within the scroll were undeniably abundant. Without a doubt the most valuable items he had ever encountered. In one corner lay a staggering amount of cash, which Hinata Satoru estimated to be at least 5 million ryo. On the opposite side, a plethora of secret techniques related to cultivation was displayed, including some that were family secrets not meant to be divulged. The cash was manageable, but the implications of family secrets were daunting. That if the main family were to discover this, Hinata Hayashi would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Why? Hinata Satoru inquired in a low voice. Hinata Hayashi gave a resigned smile. Consider an investment. He then rose and walked towards the door. I truly hope that this variable of yours can stir a wind, revitalizing this decaying ancient tree that is Hinata. Hinata silently observed his retreating figure. It seemed less of an investment and more of a declaration of allegiance, a stance. Did he realize he would never be content to remain a caged bird, intending to rebel alongside him? Had the Hinata Hayashi, who ultimately recognized his fate and took his own life in the original narrative, altered his trajectory under Satoru's influence? Hinata Satoru cautiously secured the scroll. Hinata Hayashi's support would greatly benefit his cultivation. Approximately half an hour later, a knock echoed from outside once more. Hinata Satoru opened the door, and upon seeing a familiar face, almost instinctively blurted out, "Lord Hayashi, what brings you here again?" The words caught in his throat. The other party's forehead gleamed with an undeniable sheen. It is Lord Hisashi. How may I assist you?" Hinata Satoru replied nonchalantly. Once again, they sat at the same wooden table, 2 cups of tea placed before them. As Hinata Hisashi glanced at the tea, he frowned slightly, opting not to partake, but instead spoke directly. "I have come to take on a disciple. Satoru, would you consider being my apprentice?" A faint smile graced his lips as he turned his gaze to Hinata Satoru. The decision to accept a disciple was undoubtedly a result of careful contemplation. It was common knowledge that he was the next in line to become the clan leader. In terms of strength, having just crossed his 20s, he was already a Jonin, more than capable of mentoring a genin like Hinata Satoru. Moreover, once Hinata Satoru bore the title of the future clan leader's disciple, all issues would be resolved effortlessly. The branch family would be more inclined to obey the main family due to Satoru's status. And as for the Hokage, since he had already taken on a disciple, it would likely be inappropriate to interfere with matters. "I refuse." The smile on Hinata Hisashi's face instantly froze, as if he were in disbelief of what he had just heard. "Are you concerned about Yamanaka Shimi? Rest assured, he is merely your instructor, and it does not conflict with being my disciple. Once you become my apprentice, the clan will grant you a monthly stipend of 100,000 ryo. Additionally, some secret techniques from the main family will be made accessible to you." Hinata Satoru gazed at him helplessly. "I believe you are mistaken, Lord Hisashi, that I do not wish to become your disciple. It has nothing to do with Instructor Shimi or any other matters. Once I become Lord Hisashi's disciple, I fear I would be bound by too many restrictions." This response left Hinata Hisashi momentarily speechless. The words he had prepared caught in his throat. How absurd! Do you not understand that becoming my disciple is the aspiration of countless individuals? A surge of anger welled within him, but years of family upbringing compelled him to maintain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he strove to calm his inner turmoil. "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. Although you have not become my disciple, the monthly stipend of 100,000 ryo will still be granted to you as a reward from the clan." Without lingering a moment longer, he rose and departed. Hinata Satoru gazed thoughtfully at his retreating figure. Today, both Hayashi and Hisashi had sought him out. Yet their intentions were starkly different. By declining Hisashi's offer to take him as a disciple, he had, in a sense, made a statement. The future, perhaps, would not be so tranquil. He sighed inwardly. In the forest, several figures moved like phantoms, swiftly traversing the branches, leaving the towering trees behind. Yamanaka Shimi's deep voice resonated, reaching the ears of the 3 behind him. Recently, numerous merchant caravans in the southern Fire Country have been raided. Our mission is to eliminate the bandits. Do not underestimate them. According to intelligence, there are certainly CH9 among them. That is secondary. The crux of the matter is that these bandits are exceedingly cunning. The intelligence has pinpointed 4 potential strongholds, and we may need to split up to act more efficiently. Understood, Hinata Satoru replied somewhat reluctantly. Judging by the nature of the mission, this was likely another Umbu task. Had the Hokage begun to view them as Umbu substitutes? Nevertheless, the task was indeed suitable for them. The mountain bandits excelled in concealment, and both he and Yamanaka Shimi possessed commendable reconnaissance abilities. The rewards were significantly more enticing than those of ordinary missions. As long as they eradicated the bandits in that area, they would complete an A-rank mission, reaping substantial rewards. Delicious, Hinata Satoru couldn't help but smirk. After 2 days of travel, they arrived at the location indicated by the intelligence. Hinata Satoru could distinctly feel the humidity in the air increasing. As his gaze swept over the forest, he could discern the gray border leading to a vast expanse of blue ocean. Though distant, it was as if he could faintly hear the sound of the sea. Having spent his previous life in the heartland, this was the closest he had ever been to the ocean, evoking a sense of nostalgia within him. Noticing Hinata Satoru gazing at the ocean, Yamanaka Shimi joined him in looking out, reflecting, every year, nations across the sea send a plethora of goods to the Fire Country, tools from the land of crafts, specialties from the land of the sea. Hence, caravans traverse this route so frequently. Once we eliminate those bandits, they will feel more secure in transporting goods, which is something you desire, is it not? Yamanaka Shimi turned to Hinata Satoru, a sly smile gracing his lips, the first genius of the new generation, the inheritor of the will of fire, with dreams of world peace. Hinata Satoru chuckled helplessly. Instructor Shimi, please refrain from teasing me. Indeed, Yamanaka Shimi had heard the rumors circulating in the village. He also recalled the dream he had casually mentioned during their first encounter. Satoru, do not be so modest. At the very least, the title of the first genius of the new generation is one you cannot shake off. Uchiha Rin expressed a hint of envy. Speaking of which, when she witnessed Hinata Satoru decisively defeat Kakashi, she was profoundly astonished. After all, she had only recently battled Kakashi and knew how formidable he was. Rin, even you in contrast, Akamichi Anko unusually remained silent, her head bowed, lost in thought. Then let us commence the mission. Yamanaka Shimi inhaled deeply. The intelligence indicated 4 locations, and given the overall weak strength of the enemy, splitting up would enhance efficiency. Yamanaka Shimi turned to Hinata Satoru. I shall team up with Uchiha Rin. Satoru, you will pair with Akamichi. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Hinata Satoru nodded, based on the information regarding the bandit strength. He could easily handle them alone. With the teams established, they set off in separate directions. Hinata Satoru advanced towards the indicated location, and before long he discovered the target's cave, cleverly concealed beneath the dense foliage. Only the entrance vaguely visible. Byakugan, activate. With the Byakugan, he surveyed the interior of the cave in its entirety. The space within was far larger than it appeared from the outside, revealing numerous ninjas moving about in an orderly manner, each with defined roles. Akamichi, there are 9 bandits in total. 3 of them are CH9, 2 are Genin, and the remaining 4 lack sufficient chakra to qualify as Genin. That I will handle the 3 CH9 and Genin. You take care of the rest, if you would. Akamichi? Not receiving a response, Hinata Satoru turned back in confusion. He found Akamichi with her head bowed, her expression despondent, seemingly lost in thought. Akamichi? Hinata Satoru gently nudged her shoulder. Oh. Akamichi promptly lifted her head. Did you hear what I just said? Oh, understood. The voice remained as feeble as ever, exuding an air of lethargy. Never mind. Hinata Satoru shook his head in resignation. You should rest here. I will take care of this band of thieves. As he spoke, he retrieved a scroll from his bosom. As the white mist dissipated, a slender ninja blade materialized within his grasp. Ninja blade. Seichi? For dealing with such a horde of adversaries, this elongated blade proved exceptionally effective. Wait for me here. I shall return shortly. With a final admonition, Hinata Satoru dashed towards the cave, blade in hand. Enemy, attack. What the hell? It's just a kid. Are they out of their minds? Let me teach this brat a lesson. The words halted abruptly, horror flickering in the eyes as a crimson streak spread from the forehead to the chest. The body collapsing helplessly backward. Nearby, Hinata impatiently grimaced. What an incessant chatter. Fools. Attack together. It's merely a child. I refuse to believe that so many of us cannot handle him. Kill him. In an instant, a barrage of shuriken and kunai soared toward Hinata. An astonishing spectacle unfolded as, in the moment of approach, the weapons seemed to be gently swayed aside by an unseen hand, curving around his form. What is happening? Can this kid perform sorcery? Hinata lunged at the nearest bandit. CHGA, slicing at an awkward angle, delivering a precise strike to the man's throat. Brat! Die! Suddenly, a bandit tore open a scroll. Mist enveloped the area as a multitude of metallic ninja tools shot toward Hinata. Explosive tags trailing behind, hissing with smoke. A glimmer of menace flashed in Hinata eyes as he assumed a peculiar stance, spinning rapidly on one foot. H10. In. The swiftly rotating blue hemisphere enveloped his body, and those incoming ninja tools momentarily froze in midair upon contact, before scattering outward in astonishing velocity. In a mere instant, the violent flurry of metallic implements engulfed the entire cavern. Boom! Boom! The explosive tags ignited, lighting up the chaotic cave in succession. The bandit who had opened the scroll never fathomed that his vengeful act would lead to the demise of the entire squad. Eventually, as the explosion subsided, the scene revealed a gruesome sight. No bandit remained alive. Hinata shrugged. I initially intended to leave you all intact. H10. It was a secret technique he developed based on H10. By employing electromagnetic force in conjunction with H10's technique, he created a repulsive magnetic field that instantaneously propelled nearby objects away. Simultaneously, H10 attracted surrounding objects, akin to a cosmic draw. Having navigated the ninja world for an extended period, he was no longer the fragile individual tormented by insomnia after his first kill. That a ninja has always been a profession entwined with death. Storing items needed for mission verification within scrolls, Hinata exited the cave, approaching the position of Akane, who still appeared listless. What troubles you, Akane? He could not help but inquire. Satoru, am I truly worthless? Akane lifted her head, her brown-gray eyes devoid of luster, lacking any vibrancy. Worthless? Hinata chuckled in exasperation. Honestly, I cannot comprehend why you would label yourself as such a term, but I genuinely feel so useless. You and Rin are so exceptional, and Sensei Shirwei is renowned among the Jonin, while Akane's voice dwindled into a whisper. Why do you feel this way, Akane? In truth, you are quite remarkable. Hinata sighed, striving to soften his tone. I merely wish to contribute, even in the smallest of ways. When Rin and Kakashi engage in battle, I long to assist. Yet, I am utterly incapable of matching Kakashi, so I can only seek you out. I despise that feeling of helplessness, being so close yet so powerless. Hinata fell silent. In the original narrative, being chosen as a disciple by Orochimaru marked Akane as a true genius. Yet, under his influence, her trajectory shifted, and the path that should have led her to be Orochimaru's pupil now left her feeling somewhat adrift. This disparity was magnified when compared to Uchiha Rin, creating an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Akane. Hinata inhaled deeply, placing his hands on her shoulders, attempting to maintain a gentle tone. You are indeed quite accomplished. It is merely that you may not stand out among us. Once you discover your strengths and persist, you will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja. Do you understand? Akane nodded softly in response. Hinata exhaled slightly, contemplating that perhaps upon returning, he should discuss with Sensei Shirwei about arranging special training for Akane. Under Hinata guidance, Akane's spirits noticeably lifted, and after a brief pause, they set off to seek the final stronghold indicated in their intel. This location proved to be remarkably concealed. Hinata searched for an extended period, yet uncovered no trace of their quarry. It appeared that the Umbu responsible for reconnaissance had only deduced the thieves' stronghold to be in the vicinity based on their movements, but the precise location remained elusive. This is rather troublesome. Hinata Gaku grimaced in resignation, glancing up toward the meeting point agreed upon with Oil Girl Sherway, now considerably distant from their current position, that if they continued to yield no results, they would have no choice but to return and regroup with the others to devise a strategy. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed they were quite close to the coast, with an unobstructed view encompassing only vast stretches of forest and a cliff by the sea. If a bandit stronghold were indeed nearby, it should be relatively easy to detect. Strange. Hinata Gaku furrowed his brow. Nearby, Akane suddenly voiced her confusion. Satoru, I can't quite grasp why that band of thieves would establish their base here. It hardly seems suitable. Why would they position their stronghold here? A spark of realization flickered in Hinata Gaku's mind as he sensed he was on the brink of understanding, since the bandits had chosen to settle in this vicinity. It suggested the presence of something that fulfilled their objectives. He quickly surveyed the area, his gaze gradually settling on the cliff by the coast. Akane, remain here. I will investigate. Upon reaching the base of the cliff and gazing upward at its face, Hinata Gaku activated his Byakugan, and indeed he discerned some telltale signs. This band of thieves exhibited remarkable determination. The cliff bore evidence of human excavation. Through the lens of his Byakugan, he could clearly see iron spikes and foothold markings etched into the rock face. Following those traces upward revealed a massive pit at the cliff summit. This was the reason for his fruitless search. Had he not come to the cliff's base, neither the Byakugan nor his electromagnetic perception could have reached that height. Hinata Gaku chuckled. No wonder they chose this place as their base. From the summit of the cliff, they can easily monitor any merchant vessels traversing the nearby waters. With this revelation, Hinata Gaku leaped upward, landing on the protruding rock face, and then propelled himself again, steadily nearing the cliff's apex. The bandits were not particularly strong. Engaging in a long-range sniper assault would be time-consuming. Directly infiltrating their stronghold was a far more efficient approach. In the forest, Akane began to grow anxious. Satoru had been gone for quite some time. What could be taking him so long? Surely, he and T encountered any mishaps. Their current location was far from Konoha and situated in one of the most chaotic regions of the Land of Fire, often frequented by rogue ninjas from other villages. This was precisely why the Hokage had tasked them with eradicating the bandits. The prolonged absence of Hinata Gaku ignited her worries. Just then, a familiar voice broke through, easing her anxious heart. Akane, let us rendezvous with Sensei Sherway. Hinata Gaku emerged from the forest, smiling at her. Have we already completed the mission? At present, it seems that all that remains is to rendezvous with Teacher Sherway. Given his and Lin's formidable abilities, they should have resolved the situation by now, shouldn't they? Speaking of which, I feel as though I haven't been of any assistance at all. Hongdo couldn't help but let out a sigh. Do not speak of it in such a manner, Hongdo. Had you not reminded me, I would have never discovered the location of their stronghold. We might still be floundering about like headless flies. Let us hasten to meet Teacher Sherway, he urged. Indeed, Hongdo replied softly. The designated meeting place was quite distant. After walking for a while, Hinata Gaku glanced back at the overcast sky above the sea, where flashes of lightning could be faintly seen. His brows knitted together. It appears that a heavy rain is imminent. We should quicken our pace. The two of them accelerated, swiftly navigating through the woods. After some time, Hinata Gaku suddenly grew serious, grabbing Hongdo's arm and whispering, Wait, Hongdo, there are two ninjas from other villages ahead. His words. Hongdo halted, looking nervously at him. Satoru, are they our enemies? It remains unclear for the moment, but their strength is likely considerable. Hinata Gaku's expression was grave. He had just sensed two exceptionally powerful biological magnetic fields encroaching upon his awareness, indicative of formidable ninjas. Activating his Byakugan, Hinata Gaku discerned the emblem on their foreheads, and upon noticing the ninja blade on one of their backs, he instinctively drew a sharp breath. Hongdo, we must retreat. They are the 7 ninja swordsmen. The 7 ninja swordsmen? Upon hearing those 5 words, Hongdo's heart felt as though it had been gripped tightly by a large hand. Those individuals were the most potent human weapons of the Mist Village, each a highly skilled elite jonin known for their brutality and bloodshed. Even from afar in the Land of Fire, she had long heard tales of their infamy. Are both of them members of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen? Hongdo asked, swallowing hard that no, one of them is not, but their strength may be even more terrifying. Hinata Satoru held his breath, realizing that the one without a ninja blade possessed a biological magnetic field even more potent than that of Oil Woman Jouei. Even if Teacher Jouei were present, he would likely hesitate to confront both of them simultaneously. Uncertain whether the enemy possessed sensory abilities, Hinata Satoru dared not make any loud noises, fearing they might be detected. The air around them felt as if it had frozen, slowing their movements as they held their breath and cautiously retreated. At that moment, the two figures in his Byakugan's view began to move, approaching them with remarkable speed. Damn it, have they noticed us? Hinata Satoru's expression darkened. In the face of life and death, he took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing mind. Hongdo, you must run and seek out Teacher Jouei. And what about you? I will hold them off here. Their speed far surpasses ours. If I do not stay behind to obstruct them, none of us will escape. Hinata Satoru took a deep breath, determination shining fiercely in his eyes. I am not without my chances. As the mist cleared, the ninja blade, long tooth, was firmly grasped in his hand. Such close quarters. There was no time left to use his bow and arrows for defense. In the next instant, a resounding crash echoed as a nearby tree was violently severed, dust swirling into the air. Maru, your nose is remarkably keen. There is indeed the scent of fresh blood here. Once the dust settled, two figures emerged, one shouldering an enormous ninja blade, its sharp teeth adorned with blood-red patterns. Ha ha, Juzu, I told you so. Yet you did not believe me. The other person's laughter was sharp and grating, akin to nails scraping across a chalkboard, sending chills down Hinata Satoru and Hongdo's spines. His eyebrows were stained a vivid red, and dark circles surrounded his eyes, combining with a cruel grin that made him appear exceedingly menacing. The wielder of the decapitating sword, Hozuki Juzu, an elite jonin of the Kagaya clan, caused Hinata Satoru to gasp in shock upon recognizing him. It seems they are ninjas from the Leaf Village. Hozuki Juzu raised his ninja blade, narrowing his eyes at a minuscule chip on the blade's edge. A chip has appeared on my decapitating sword. It is only fitting that I use your blood to repair it. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air, his heavy ninja blade crashing down towards Hinata Satoru. Clang. The immense force transmitted through the long-toothed blade jolted Hinata Satoru's arm, causing his body to tingle and involuntarily stagger back several steps. Hongdo instinctively swallowed hard. Satoru, I will go find Teacher Jouei. Realizing that remaining would only hinder Hinata Satoru, Hongdo steadied herself, hesitating not a moment before sprinting towards the rear of the forest. You think you can escape? Hozuki Juzu's eyes flashed with anger as he swung his decapitating sword at Hongdo. Clang! Longtooth's elongated blade firmly pressed against the decapitating sword, shattering his intentions to end that fleeting moment of stalemate. Hongdo's figure vanished into the thicket. You little brat. Hozuki Juzu's face contorted with fury. Hey, Juzu! Are you even capable? You let a prey escape. The dissatisfied voice of Kagaya Maru echoed in his ears, intensifying the anger etched on Juzu's face. Silence. This little brat is mine. You pursue the one who fled. Hozuki Juzu's gaze fixated on Hinata Satoru, a mixture of rage and confusion that he realized that the only reason Hinata Satoru managed to block him despite possessing lesser strength was due to a powerful attraction emanating from his decapitating sword. Threatening to slip from his grasp at any moment to prevent this, he had to divert a significant portion of his focus to suppress the blade's erratic movements, allowing Hinata Satoru to fend him off repeatedly. You little brat, regardless of your secrets, you will only become a soul beneath my blade. The continuous blocks had pushed Hozuki Juzu's fury to its zenith, blue chakra erupting forth to envelop his entire decapitating sword. Oh no! Sensing the surge of power from the blade, Hinata Satoru instinctively clenched his teeth. With a spark of violence, the long-toothed blade began to slice through the decapitating sword under Hozuki Juzu's brutal onslaught, inching deeper with each moment, until the entire blade was consumed within the decapitating sword. Hozuki Juzu suddenly twisted violently. Clang! The crisp sound of metal colliding rang out as Longtooth's blade was forcibly snapped, breaking into several metal shards. The massive, decapitating sword finally lost its resistance, crashing heavily against Hinata Satoru, sending him hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string. Crimson blood dripped incessantly from his wounds, and Hozuki Juzu's pupils quivered slightly, staring incredulously at his abdomen. There, several sharp metal fragments had embedded deeply into his flesh, blood gushing forth. I now understand the source of that peculiar resistance. He abruptly lifted his head, a sinister glint in his eyes, fixating on Hinata Satoru, who was struggling to rise from the ground. Magnet release? I did not expect you to possess dual bloodlines, if he had not realized it before. The moment the long tooth broke was unmistakably revealing. The ninja blade fragments that had previously scattered in all directions now seemed to be drawn by some unseen force, converging towards his abdomen. The Mist Village, known for its wealth of bloodline limits, led him to quickly associate this power with dual bloodlines, magnet release, and one that can control ninja blades at that, gazing at Hinata Satoru's somewhat youthful visage. A surge of murderous intent surged within him. This child cannot be left alive. The ability to control ninja blades with magnet release at such a young age. Once he fully matures, the 7 ninja swordsmen may face extinction in the ninja world. Maru, do not worry about that woman for now. I have discovered an intriguing prey. Hey, Juzu, are you out of your mind? One moment you want me to chase, the next you don't. Do you think I am your subordinate? Kagaya Maru protested loudly, clearly displeased. This Hinata brat possesses dual bloodlines. Kagaya Maru's expression froze as he slightly narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Hyūga Go. Surely, you must be mistaken. The Hyūga clan has never been known to awaken a double bloodline. It cannot be wrong. It must undoubtedly be magnetic release. Is that so? What is the village's intelligence agency doing? There's been no report of a double bloodline appearing in Konoha. Kagaya Maru was evidently intrigued. Fixating intently on Hyūga Go.it was his first encounter with the Hyūga clan's double bloodline. Pipa Shizo removed the last shard from his abdomen, his palm brushing against the wound, swiftly gliding over the blade of his Executioner S sword, leaving behind a vivid crimson streak. After absorbing that blood, the Executioner S sword began to writhe, as if it had come to life, the gap in its blade vanishing entirely, with the blade directed at Hyūga Go. A chilling glint appeared in Pipa Shizo's eyes. Letting me use my own blood to repair the sword, you are the first to attempt such a thing. Observing this scene, Hyūga Go couldn't help but click his tongue. Indeed, the ninja world seems utterly devoid of scientific rationale. Think that such a massive gash in the sword could be mended with merely that amount of blood. Is this blood made of iron? He felt not a shred of fear, only an intense fire of battle burning within his eyes. Let me see just how far that technique can go. As he slowly closed his eyes, chakra surged wildly, striking against the various points in his body. Simultaneously, his aura suddenly intensified, enveloped by a wave of energy. When his eyes reopened, arcs of blue lightning had completely enveloped him. Tyrant mode in the forest. Trees lay scattered upon the ground, the air thick with dust and the metallic scent of blood, the crackling of lightning echoing distinctly in this peculiar environment. Hyūga Go's feet lifted from the ground. Floating midair, strands of black hair dancing with the arcs of lightning, his clothing billowing in the gusts of wind swirling around him, resembling a transformed Super Saiyan. Pipa Shizo squinted, fixated on the figure wrapped in lightning. And in that fleeting moment, he sensed the immense surge of energy emanating from his opponent, magnified several times over to a secret technique for a short-term power boost, similar to the lightning release chakra mode of the Reikage. Ah, I never expected you possessed such an ability. Now this prey is truly interesting. Kagaya Maru emitted a harsh laugh, something visibly writhing beneath his skin as 2 sharp bone spikes erupted from his palms, firmly gripped in his hands. Maru, he is my prey. A flicker of coldness crossed Pipa Shizo's eyes as his chakra surged, propelling him toward the floating Hyūga Go, the Executioner S sword-wielding terrifying power as it came crashing down upon him. Boom! Accompanied by a dull thud, Pipa Shizo's eyes suddenly contracted. How is this possible? Hyūga Go raised his hand to block the blade's edge, and that massive sword could not advance an inch, firmly immobilized in place. What sort of secret technique is this? How has your magnetic release suddenly become so potent? Peepa Shizo was taken aback. Hyūga Go's palm did not touch the Executioner-S sword. Rather, a terrifying repulsive force manifested just a centimeter away from the blade. As immovable as a mountain, and no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not budge it. Yet, a more terrifying sight unfolded before him. The enormous blade of the Executioner-S sword began to dissolve. Starting from the point where Hyūga Go's palm grasped it, melting into a silvery metallic liquid that flowed slowly along Hyūga Go's arm in mere breaths. Most of the sword had been disassembled. Peepa Shizo's pupils quivered slightly. No longer daring to maintain his stance, he hastily relinquished the Executioner-S sword, retreating in fear. Maru, this kid is peculiar. Shizo, was it not just an attack that was blocked? When did you become so timid? Kagaya Maru mocked with a taunting laugh, failing to witness the horrifying scene due to Peepa Shizo's obstruction. Hyūga Go had completely disassembled the Executioner-S sword. The silvery metallic liquid seemingly animated, coiling around his shoulders and arms like a silver serpent. Material decomposition. Under the terrifying enhancement of Tyrant Mode, Hyūga Go finally approached the threshold of material decomposition. Though not yet at the atomic level, he had dismantled the entire Executioner-S sword into minuscule particles below 10 nanometers in diameter. This special state of metal retained both metallic and fluid properties. Commonly referred to as magnetic fluid, it could transition infinitely between fluid and solid forms. Locking his gaze on a Peepa Shizo, Hyūga Go surged forth like a bolt of thunder. A profound sense of life and death crisis enveloped him. A chill erupting from his tailbone, racing up his spine to the back of his head. Peepa Shizo felt a surge of terror. Bereft of the Executioner-S sword, he was barely stronger than an ordinary Genin. Powerless to withstand this strike, with no time to evade, Hyūga Go's assault had already arrived. The silver serpent darted forward with remarkable speed, transforming into a crescent-shaped blade that swiftly sliced through his throat. Uffed! The world seemed to turn crimson, and Peepa Shizo suddenly felt his body grow lighter, all surrounding objects swirling in his vision. In the final moment before consciousness faded, he thought he heard a soft laugh beside him. Your sword, I quite like it. Thud. His head fell to the ground, maintaining a visage of terror, lifelike as ever. Shizo. Kagaya Maru swallowed hard, stunned. The battle had shifted so rapidly that he could scarcely react. He only witnessed Peepa Shizo retreating in sheer fright. Moments later, Hyūga Go retaliated, and Peepa Shizo's head was flung high into the air. The blood that lingered on the silver curved blade seeped into the metal, and after absorbing that portion of blood, the silver serpent seemed even sharper. Hyūga Go felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the magnetic fluid form of the Executioner-S sword retained the ability to absorb blood. Damn it! Kagaya Maru gritted his teeth. An extreme rage exploding in his mind, causing blood vessels to visibly redden in his eyes. Something beneath his skin writhed violently, and with a sound of flesh-piercing, sharp bone spikes erupted from his body. His chest, elbows, and spine were filled with these jagged protrusions, resembling a hideous monster. Hyūga Go's expression grew grave. The ease with which he had dealt with Peepa Shizo stemmed from the latter being a blade-wielding ninja, completely countered by his abilities. The calcium within bones predominantly exists in inorganic salt form, making it difficult to magnetize, compounded by the Kagaya clan's almost frenzied combat desire. What lay ahead was the true battle. 10-finger-piercing bullets, Kagaya Maru roared, raising all 10 fingers toward Hyūga Go, white bones writhing from his fingertips, shooting forth. Hyūga Go did not evade. The silver serpent flowed rapidly, transforming into a silver metallic shield that stood before him. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by the sounds of metal clashing, all 10 bone bullets were deflected. But it was not over yet. The moment the silver shield began to melt, Kagaya Maru, resembling a malevolent spirit, charged beside Hyūga Go. Sharp bone spikes erupting from his knee, delivering a powerful kick toward him. Once more, the silver serpent writhed and blocked Kagaya Maru's attack. The silver metal pressed against Kagaya Maru's thigh slowly flowed along the white bone spikes into his body. Kagaya Maru felt an icy chill coursing through him and immediately recoiled, slicing through the flowing silver serpent with a swift motion of his hand. Truly cautious. Hyūga inwardly lamented. If only he could let the metal infiltrate Kagaya Maru's body. The outcome of this battle would have been predetermined. Yet, he was surprised that even in a near-manic state, the opponent remained highly vigilant, suggesting that this individual was certainly not a nameless character within the Kagaya clan. He wondered what connection this person had with the future Kagaya Kimu. With the enhancement of Tyrant Mode, he had gained many abilities that had previously been beyond his reach. Yet he was still some distance from atomic-level material manipulation. Otherwise, he could directly control the calcium ions within Kagaya Maru's body, potentially causing him to perish instantly. You little brat, you have thoroughly enraged me. Having narrowly escaped the gates of hell, Kagaya Maru could no longer suppress his furious emotions. His chakra surging wildly. Dance of the early ferns. Countless bone spikes erupted from the ground around him, sprouting like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, swiftly spreading across the entire battlefield. Nearby, the body of Pipa Shirzong was ruthlessly pierced into fragments amidst the chaotic growth of the bone spikes. Hinata Gaku's body floated rapidly upward, evading the onslaught of the emerging spikes. Gazing down from midair, he was confronted by an eerie expanse of white bone forest. Eye in the air. A grave expression crossed Hinata Gaku's face as he beheld the ghostly thicket that had materialized within the woodland. The time for his tyrant mode was running low. He could not afford to delay any longer. Drawing forth a scroll, a white mist dissipated to reveal a multitude of shuriken that appeared out of thin air. Hovering behind him, constructing an electromagnetic propulsion, the shuriken began to rotate slowly, blue arcs of lightning weaving through them, instantly enveloping all ninja tools and forming a net of lightning arcs. Hinata Gaku raised his hand and swept it downward. In that instant, the floating ninja tools transformed into an electromagnetic cannon, launching towards the ground with tremendous speed, producing a thunderous roar that a multitude of bone spikes shattered under the cannon's barrage, bone fragments mingling with dust as they scattered in all directions. Hinata Gaku's brow furrowed slightly. Through his Byakugan, he did not witness the anticipated image of Kagaya Maru being struck. Had he teleported away before the attack landed? What an inconvenient ability. The dance of the early fern was the ultimate technique of the bone vein, allowing the Kagaya clan to teleport to any location covered by bone spikes. Suddenly, a chill crept up his spine. Without turning around, silver serpents coiled around his body, swiftly transforming into a shield that shielded him from behind. Clang! Just as the shield took form, a tremendous force erupted through it, causing his body to stagger slightly, moving several steps forward in midair. Behind him, Kagaya Maru's lower half was connected to a massive bone spike that extended over 10 meters. Appearing directly behind Hinata Gaku, his right hand morphing into a colossal spiral bone spike that pressed firmly against the silver shield. Truly, he never learns. Suppressing the turmoil within, a glint of coldness flashed in Hinata Gaku's eyes. The silver shield suddenly released a metallic serpent that slithered along the spiral bone spike towards Kagaya Maru's body. His pupils constricted in an instant. Kagaya Maru, no longer daring to hesitate, disintegrated the bone spike from his right hand and rapidly descended, vanishing once more into the white forest. Hinata Gaku tore open another scroll, unleashing a multitude of metallic ninja tools. With the terrifying augmentation of electromagnetic propulsion, they transformed into cannons aimed at the ground. Boom! Countless bone spikes were destroyed, revealing a scene of devastation. However, the ghostly white forest seemed to possess a life of its own, rapidly spreading and consuming the gaps left behind. Attempting to buy time. Were we? Hinata Gaku narrowed his eyes. The duration of Tyrant Mode was dwindling, and he needed to eliminate this foe swiftly. He glanced back towards the direction where Akane had fled, murmuring softly, "It has been quite some time. Akane should be far away by now." Taking a deep breath, he ceased holding back, his chakra surging wildly within him. With his right hand aimed at the ground, he clenched it tightly. In an instant, the earth trembled incredulously, and with the quaking ground, a multitude of metallic thickets erupted, engulfing the trees of the forest and ruthlessly shredding the white bone grove. Deep within the bone forest, Kagaya Maru's pupils trembled slightly. What technique is this? Chakra surged violently as he attempted to manipulate the bone forest to grow once more, striving to contend with the metallic thicket. Yet, with barely a moment's pause, it was instantly shredded into bone fragments. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the black metallic thicket completely suppressed the white bone forest, relentlessly advancing towards the center. In midair, Hinata shook his head slightly, clenching his fists. The metallic thicket had nearly extracted all metallic particles from the surrounding area, continuously compressing the gaps between them, significantly increasing their density. Its hardness was far beyond that of bone. Suddenly, his face turned pale, and he staggered in the air. Damn it, is the time for tyrant mode coming to an end? In the distance, Akane, fleeing, sensed the tremors of the ground and immediately turned back. She beheld the black metal piercing through the earth, clashing violently with the white bone grove at the center. The contest of black and white was distinctly visible even from this vantage point. What is that? Akane's pupils quivered as she saw a minuscule figure swaying precariously above the rising metallic thicket, seemingly on the verge of falling. Satoru! Boom! In the air, Hinata face was ashen, gritting his teeth as he squeezed out the last of his chakra. Below, the black metallic thicket had consumed most of the bone grove, continually closing in at the center. Realizing he could no longer withstand the metallic thicket, Kagaya Maru's expression turned frenzied, his eyes bursting with jagged veins of blood as he let out a hoarse roar. I will die, but you will accompany me to the grave. In the final moments, the frenzied bloodline of the Kagaya clan completely engulfed him, abandoning any pretense of resisting the metallic thicket, channeling all remaining chakra to propel the surrounding bone grove upwards towards Hinata in a desperate assault. This was his final strike. Without the support of chakra, the speed at which the bone grove was consumed by the metallic thicket dramatically accelerated, and in the blink of an eye, it was at his side. Countless hard black metal spikes pierced through his body, staining the surrounding white bones with crimson. He laughed, a deranged laughter. You will die too, you will die. The rapidly growing bone spikes closed in. Hinata pale face showed a flicker of alarm. The massive consumption of his energy left him nearly unable to evade. Silver serpents flowed swiftly, positioned before his vital areas. With a sickening sound, several bone spikes pierced through him, blood dripping drop by drop from the white spikes onto the metallic thicket below. The flickering blue arcs of lightning dissipated, and Hinata was engulfed in excruciating pain. Tyrant mode had concluded. The overcast sky suddenly rumbled with thunder as Hinata weakly raised his head. A drop of icy rain striking his face, followed by a second. The rain washed away the blood on his face, taking with it the last remnants of warmth from his body. It's raining. He murmured softly, his eyes trembling as he gazed skyward, his voice barely audible. The long-anticipated torrential rain finally fell as the battle neared its conclusion. Pitter-patter. The June rain always comes with ferocity, within mere breaths. The downpour intensified, relentless raindrops drenching the grim battlefield. Beside the shattered bone grove, Kagaya Maru's body was pierced by the dense metallic thicket, his corpse already cold in the rain, a cruel smile lingering on his face from his final moments. With his last strength, Hinata painstakingly extricated himself from the bone spikes, falling through the air as the silver serpents around him coalesced into a metal sphere the size of a fist. Descending alongside him into the ruins below, in the downpour, Hinata eyelids felt as though they were laden with lead, growing unbearably heavy. In his daze, he sensed someone lifting him, struggling through the torrential rain. Warmth radiating from the stranger's body, in that final moment. His consciousness slipped into darkness. Konoha Hospital, in the most prestigious ward, anxious voices filled the air. The patient has lost too much blood. Initiate a transfusion immediately. Most of his muscles are torn, with 6 penetrating wounds. My goodness, how has he endured for so long? Medical team, prepare to utilize healing techniques. In the corridor outside the ward, Aburame Shibi and others waited anxiously. The atmosphere heavy with tension. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Satoru wouldn't have fallen into danger. Akane sobbed, curled up on the floor beside the ward. Aburame Shibi crouched beside her, gently placing his large hand on her shoulder. offering comfort. No, Akane, if you hadn't risked everything to bring Satoru back, the situation would likely have been far worse. If anyone should feel guilty, it should be me. As her teacher, I should have been there at the first sign of danger. Yunji let out a soft sigh. Gradually falling into silence, he found himself at a loss for words as he recalled the image of Hinata Wataru, bloodied and trembling, making his way through the torrential rain. In all his years as a ninja, never had he felt such a profound impact on his heart as he did at that moment, as if something had struck him with great force. Hinata's injuries were severe. Truth be told, he could hardly believe that, under such circumstances, Wataru was still alive. Without a moment's delay, after performing some rudimentary first aid, he swiftly led a few others back to Konoha village. Thus, the present scene unfolded. Uchiha Rin leaned against the cold wall beside the hospital room door, gazing up at the ceiling, her thoughts a blur, her limbs feeling icy. Wataru, what will I do if you do not pull through? This singular thought circled incessantly in her mind. She was filled with such resentment. Resentment towards herself for not being present. Resentment that she was not the one teamed up with Wataru at that moment. After all, weren't they just the 7 ninja swordsmen? Wasn't she a jonin of the Kagaya clan? Surely, it would have sufficed to eliminate them. Just then, the door swung open. How is Wataru? 3 voices exclaimed almost in unison. Their anxious gazes fixed on the medical ninja entering to put it bluntly. While his injuries are indeed grave, his body is quite extraordinary, actively mending itself. The medical ninja mused, that's so. So Wataru has escaped danger? Hongdo inquired anxiously. I would advise against being overly optimistic. The medical ninja replied, casting a glance in her direction. It seems he has utilized a rather costly forbidden technique, and combined with the severity of his wounds, it remains uncertain if there will be any lasting repercussions. Hongdo's heart tightened once more. Uchiha Rin, however, felt a sense of relief. Merely side effects? That was bearable. At worst, she could care for him later. At that moment, the medical ninja let out another sigh. If only Lady Tsunade were here. With her medical prowess, she could surely resolve this with ease. Tsunade, you say? Yunji's eyes glimmered beneath his mask. I could summon her. If it were me, she would likely owe me a favor. That would be useless. The medical ninja shook his head, glancing at him. Lady Tsunade has developed a severe fear of blood and has long ceased treating patients. This information is known only to a select few medical ninjas. It is only natural that you are unaware. That's so. Yunji's heart grew heavy. The 3 fell silent, the atmosphere growing still. Suddenly, the medical ninja was pulled aside, whispering something. I see. The Hokage has ordered that we spare no effort in treating Hinata Wataru. Very well, I understand. Upon hearing their hushed discussion, the expressions of Yunji and the others softened. Just then, a commotion erupted within the hospital room. He has awakened. The group perked up and rushed into the room. There on the bed, Hinata Wataru opened his eyes, his pure white pupils surveying his surroundings with confusion. Wataru, Hongdo rushed forward, a hint of apology in her voice. That I held you back. Hinata Wataru weakly lifted his head, a faint smile gracing his features. I told you, you simply have yet to discover your strengths. Once you do, you will undoubtedly become an excellent ninja. By the way, I brought this back for you. Hongdo seemed to recall something, retrieving a fist-sized, silver-white metallic sphere from her bosom and extending it to Wataru. She had seen him clutching this object even in his severely injured state, thus surmising its significance to him and bringing it along. Wonderful that a faint smile appeared on Wataru's pale face as he accepted the sphere. Still warm to the touch. By the way, Wataru, what is this thing? Why is it so heavy? After a moment's thought, Wataru replied, if I had to describe it, I would say it is a rather formidable weapon. A weapon, indeed. Uchiha Rin was also drawn to the silver sphere in Wataru's hand. The IT appeared to be made of special chakra metal. However, Wataru claimed it was a weapon to strike with. Wataru attempted to communicate with the silver sphere using electromagnetic force. And upon receiving a response, the smile on his face grew broader, as expected, under the augmented electromagnetic power of his tyrant mode. This metal had acquired the ability to catalyze in his current state. This meant that even without entering tyrant mode, He could switch forms at will, just as he did when battling Kagaya. If he desired a sword, it would become a sword. If he wanted a shield, it would transform into a shield. It could even morph into arrows to be launched in conjunction with his magnetic barrage, albeit retrieval would be a tad troublesome that, in simple terms, it had already become a manifestation of Wataru himself. This was no ordinary chakra metal. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, the decapitating blade was known as the most fearsome. Aside from its ability to absorb blood for healing, it possessed no special capabilities. Yet in Wataru's hands, this ability blossomed with newfound brilliance. The magnetorological decapitating blade retained this characteristic, growing stronger with each life taken and each drop of blood absorbed. A weapon that absorbs blood to evolve. How terrifying is that? Just then, a hoarse voice pierced the air outside the hospital room that I heard that Wataru-kun has sustained serious injuries. I wonder if I might be of assistance. Wataru turned to look, his eyes narrowing slightly. The newcomer had pale skin, purple shadows under their eyes, and wore a smile as they regarded him. Coldkin. Orochimaru. To his astonishment, it was none other than Lord Orochimaru. What could Lord Orochimaru possibly want here? Within the hospital room, one of the legendary Sannin, alongside Tsunade, Orochimaru's arrival left the nearby medical ninja in shock. Orochimaru smiled slightly, stating, in terms of medical ninjutsu, while I may not rival Tsunade, I possess a certain level of skill. I believe I can be of assistance. Hongdo stared at Orochimaru with curiosity, as this was one of the legendary Sannin. For some reason, upon seeing Orochimaru for the first time, she felt an inexplicable sensation welling up within her. Why had Orochimaru come here? On the hospital bed, Wataru frowned slightly. He still harbored a degree of wariness towards Coldkin Orochimaru. The most pressing concern was his current state, if the other party intended to play any tricks. I have come here for Wataru-kun. I'm certain I can be of help that if possible, I would like to spend some time alone with Wataru-kun. Is that acceptable? Orochimaru's voice was earnest, drawing the gaze of Yunji and the others toward Wataru. After contemplating for a moment, Wataru realized that at this point in time, Orochimaru had not yet defected. At worst, he was merely obsessed with the pursuit of immortality. Yunji was outside, so there should not be any issues. Most importantly, Orochimaru possessed what he truly needed. Very well. Bang! The door to the hospital room shut, leaving only Orochimaru and Wataru in the empty space. Lord Orochimaru, I wonder what your intentions are in coming here. Wataru asked directly. He certainly did not believe that Orochimaru had come solely to treat him as expected of Wataru-kun. You have discerned my true purpose, Orochimaru remarked, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. A member of the 7 ninja swordsmen and an elite jonin of the Kagaya clan. Such a partnership would likely cause even me to consider retreating. The fact that Wataru-kun had survived is quite remarkable, indeed. Perhaps he has not merely survived. Wataru gazed apathetically at him. Could it be? Orochimaru's eyes glinted with a sharp light, taking a deep breath as his expression shifted from playful to serious. Wataru mentally mused that it seemed Hongdo had only informed them of the enemies she encountered, and they were still unaware of the battle's actual circumstances. However, upon reflection, by the time Hongdo arrived, the enemy's corpses had already been swallowed by the metallic jungle. Nevertheless, it was essential to deliver a few heavy blows to Orochimaru. After all, engaging in dealings with such a serpent without demonstrating sufficient capital can indeed be perilous. Orochimaru, recovering from his initial shock, approached Hinata Gaku, his gaze appraising the young man's physique with a critical eye. The more he scrutinized, the deeper the amusement glimmered in his eyes, unable to suppress a sound of admiration. Truly, he was the first ninja in Hinata's history to possess dual bloodlines, a prodigy of the new generation. His extraordinary body and unparalleled vitality seemed to harbor a unique force that was actively mending his injuries. Orochimaru's eyes are remarkably keen, Hinata Gaku remarked nonchalantly. His body, having undergone 3 enhancements via electromagnetic forces, had long surpassed that of an ordinary human, and the spontaneous regulation of his life magnetic field was steadily repairing his wounds. However, if it were merely that, it would inevitably leave some aftereffects. After all, it seems you employed a forbidden technique that exacts a heavy toll. resulting in cellular damage, Orochimaru mused, having drawn a more accurate conclusion in mere minutes than that group of medical ninjas could achieve in hours. Hinata Wuzhong remained silent. The tyrant mode significantly drains both mental energy and chakra. Pushing chakra to its limits risks cellular damage. This explains why he would require an extended period of recuperation after employing the tyrant mode. As both his mind and body teetered on the brink of exhaustion, that I am fortunate to be here. This is the cultivation secret for cellular activation, a technique I developed over 3 years. Not only will it repair your cellular injuries, but it will also enhance your unique constitution, Orochimaru continued. What is the cost? Hinata Wuzhong inquired solemnly. Orochimaru smirked, your fresh cellular samples, along with hair and blood samples. As the only dual bloodline in Hinata's history, and with such an exceedingly rare constitution, I can hardly contain my eagerness to explore. Agreed, haha. You truly are a straightforward individual, Orochimaru said, producing a scroll that revealed surgical instruments like test tubes and scalpels. I will be very careful and ensure that you do not feel any pain. Hinata Wuzhong's lips twitched slightly. Orochimaru had a knack for being repulsive even at such a moment. The sample collection was not overly complex, and Orochimaru's movements were subtle, appearing to make little change from the outside. Hinata Wuzhong watched cautiously, ensuring no foul play was afoot. Once completed, Orochimaru handed the scroll back to him. The method for cellular activation is not complicated. With your memory, I believe you will quickly memorize it, allowing you to attempt cultivating while on the sickbed. I trust you will find it enjoyable. As Orochimaru turned to leave, a calm voice interrupted from behind. Wait, Orochimaru, what is it? I hope we can find opportunities for collaboration in the future, Hinata Wuzhong stated, his gaze steady. Orochimaru paused, then suddenly broke into laughter. It seems you're quite an ambitious individual, aren't you? What purpose could Hinata Wuzhong possibly have for collaborating with this serpent? Or was there something binding him, compelling their partnership? The words Hinata branch family emerged his mind, and in an instant, Orochimaru understood that a caged bird, as the most renowned scientific ninja in Konoha, perhaps finding him was the only hope for liberation. Strangely, Orochimaru began to anticipate their collaboration. A Hinata Wuzhong free from constraints would be an immensely formidable existence. With his thought, he chuckled softly and pushed open the door to the hospital room. Wuzhong, how are you? Are you all right? A few anxious individuals waiting outside rushed into the room. That I am well, Hinata Wuzhong replied, offering them a reassuring smile. Since you no longer require my assistance, I shall take my leave. Having obtained what he desired, Orochimaru was eager to return to his laboratory. I truly appreciate your help. Orochimaru, I never expected you to possess medical ninjutsu as well. The change in Hinata Wuzhong's complexion was evident. The surrounding medical ninjas instinctively showered Orochimaru with praise. He nodded in acknowledgement as he exited the room. By the bedside, Akiheim clenched her fists subconsciously, her gaze wavering, as though she were grappling with a difficult decision. Soon, she took a deep breath and dashed into the corridor, bowing deeply to Orochimaru's retreating figure, burying her head against her chest, and declared loudly, Orochimaru-sama, please accept me as your disciple. Orochimaru-sama, please accept me as your disciple. Akiheim's voice resonated clearly in the empty corridor, causing Orochimaru to halt mid-step, turning to regard her with calm interest. She did not raise her head, remaining bent over, but her face buried in her chest radiated an unprecedented determination. Why do you wish to become my disciple? Orochimaru inquired with a hint of playful curiosity, appraising Akiheim from head to toe. Akiheim. The sudden scene left nearly everyone in the hospital room astonished. Uchiha Rin looked on with surprise, for this was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. She had never imagined Akiheim, the typically timid girl, would possess such courage. But why did she feel such a pressing need to become Orochimaru's disciple? Aburame Shibi sighed softly. He too had noticed Akiheim's recent changes, though he had not anticipated such bravery from her. However, he held little hope for her becoming Orochimaru's disciple, as the Sannin was notorious for his discerning eye. Given Akiheim's extended time under Orochimaru's wing, her talent was not particularly exceptional. That I hope she can endure this setback. A faint smile appeared on Hinata Wuzhong's face as he gazed at the ceiling in the corridor. Orochimaru suddenly chuckled, his voice raspy. You wish to protect your companions? An intriguing notion that I accept. What? Akiheim, still bowing, questioned whether she had misheard. Slowly raising her head to look at Orochimaru with tentative eyes, that he smiled gently at her and reiterated, I accept. You shall henceforth be my disciple. Really? Orochimaru-sama. No, Orochimaru-sensei. Orochimaru nodded in affirmation, smiling at her. Splendid. Akiheim nearly leaped with joy. The sudden wave of happiness almost overwhelming her. In truth, she had not harbored much hope of becoming Orochimaru's disciple. She had merely thought to seize any opportunity to to her astonishment. She had actually succeeded. Bursting into the hospital room, she grasped Hinata Wuzhong's hand tightly. Wuzhong, did you hear? Orochimaru-sama has agreed to accept me as his disciple. I heard. Hinata Wuji forced a smile at him, saying, could you be a bit gentler? I'm still a patient. After all that, I apologize, Rin. Did you hear that? Congratulations. Teacher Shirwei offered her congratulations to Hondo, stating, Orochimaru is a renowned Sannin that I hope you won't slack off under his tutelage. Yun Shirwei adjusted her sunglasses. She had not anticipated that Orochimaru would agree, yet she truly felt happy for Hondo to, I certainly will. Hinata, Wuji exhaled. Gazing at the ceiling, it seemed that the ninja world had undergone considerable changes with his arrival. He was curious whether Orochimaru would betray Konoha again. Congratulations, Hondo, he smiled at her, his eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. From now on, you will be training under Orochimaru. Hondo responded softly, instinctively lowering her head. Becoming Orochimaru's disciple meant she would have to part ways with Team 3. Hondo, don't worry. I'll handle matters with the Hokage. Yun Shirwei spoke solemnly, since Hondo would temporarily leave Team 3 to become Orochimaru's disciple. She could take care of the necessary formalities with the Hokage. Thank you. Teacher Shirwei. Hondo's voice had diminished significantly. Though she was now Orochimaru's disciple, the thought of parting from her companions made her heart ache. Hondo, don't think too much about it. Hinata Wuji chuckled. We are all happy for you to become Orochimaru's disciple. Go on. Orochimaru is waiting for you outside. I look forward to the day you grow. Hondo softly acknowledged, her gaze lingering on the few people in the ward, as if to imprint their appearances in her memory. After Hondo left, the ward fell silent for quite some time. Yun Shirwei pondered for a moment, looking at Hinata Wuji, and said, I had initially planned to inform you of this news later, but since Hondo has already departed, it's fine to tell you now. The Hokage has specially promoted you to Chunin, which means you may need to lead a team or undertake missions independently in the future. Team 3 will be disbanded. Lying on a hospital bed, Hinata Wuji leaned against the pillow, staring blankly at the white ceiling. The cell activation technique developed by Orochimaru was proving highly effective, and the training methods were not overly complicated. Even while confined to a hospital bed, he could refine his cells through the flow of chakra. After just 2 days, Hinata Wuji felt an illusion of rapid recovery in his body. However, the emptiness within him was the true source of his current confusion. Yun Shirwei's voice echoed in his mind, considering your current abilities. The Hokage has promoted you to Chunin to maximize your growth, allowing you to undertake A rank and lower missions independently. In fact, the Hokage had initially intended to promote you to Special Jonin. However, considering the potential scrutiny from other villages due to such a significant leap, they had to abandon that plan for your safety. Rin will return to family training, and now that Hondo has become Orochimaru's disciple, I will likely return to the Umbu. Team 3 would thus be disbanded. Although he had anticipated this day would come, its arrival was still somewhat abrupt. Yet upon reflection, given his current capabilities, ordinary team missions would no longer facilitate his growth. The Hokage might have considered this factor when promoting him to Chunin. In a sense, it could be viewed as a positive development. What he lacked most at present was experience. Undertaking missions alone would allow for a rapid accumulation of the experience he needed, which might also align with the Hokage's intentions. Just then, the door creaked open. Uchiha Rin entered, placing a basket of fruits on the cabinet beside the bed. Wuji, you look much better. Yes, that's so. Uchiha Rin sat on the edge of the bed, picking up an apple and peeling it with a knife. For some reason, the atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Only the sound of the apple being peeled could be heard. By the way, I may not be able to visit you tomorrow. Uchiha Rin broke the silence, her expression complex. "Is something going on?" Hinata Wuji inquired. "Yes, my family has arranged special training for me, and since the clan leader is involved, I have no choice but to comply. I am afraid I will have to part ways with you for a while." The clan leader has stepped in? Hinata Wuji expressed surprise. Typically, in a prominent clan like the Uchiha, the clan leader seldom intervened for ordinary clan members. Uchiha Rin nodded, her expression complicated. "I awakened the double tomo." Double tomo. Hinata Wuji inhaled sharply. No wonder Uchiha Rin had awakened it at such a young age. It was indeed a rare talent in the history of the Uchiha clan since the founding of Konoha. When she possessed a single tomo, the Uchiha clan could turn a blind eye, but awakening double tomo in less than a year was extraordinary enough to warrant the clan leaderess involvement. But Hinata Wuji curiously looked at Uchiha Rin and asked, "When did you awaken the double tomo?" To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Rin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her head away, speaking with a hint of impatience. "Why ask so many questions? I just awakened it recently after encountering danger." Uchiha Rin's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the window, her memories seemingly returning to that day. In the torrential rain, a drenched Hondo trembled as she approached Hinata Wuji, who was on the verge of death, leaving a trail of crimson blood with each step. For some reason, at that moment, she felt as if her eyes were about to burst, and when she opened them again, she had already awakened the double tomo. Yet, how could she ever mention such things to Wuji? After Uchiha Rin departed, Hinata Wuji adjusted his emotions and resumed his practice of the cell activation technique. That it must be said that cell activation was an exceedingly remarkable secret art, representing the essence of Orochimaru's research on human anatomy during the first half of his life. By refining body cells in multiple stages, each refinement significantly enhanced the vitality of the cells, greatly improving the user's physical abilities and chakra refinement. Through the practice of cell activation, his chakra had subtly approached the threshold of Jonin. As for the cellular damage caused by forcibly extracting chakra in the tyrant mode, it had completely vanished by the following day of training. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Hinata Wuji opened his eyes, unable to suppress his admiration. Truly, cell activation was a secret art that Orochimaru had spent 3 years developing. Without profound knowledge of the human body, one could hardly conceive such a marvelous method of refining cells. Among Orochimaru's numerous secret techniques, cell activation served as the foundation. Techniques such as the body replacement technique and the impure world reincarnation required cell activation to enhance physical capabilities. It seems that Wuji-kun is quite fond of the secret art I developed. A raspy voice tinged with amusement interrupted his thoughts, causing Hinata Wuji to furrow his brow. "Lord Orochimaru, did you not think to knock before entering? Given Wuji-kun's perceptive abilities, it should be impossible for you not to be aware of my arrival." Hinata Wuji relaxed his brow slightly. A small silver snake coiled around his forearm from within his right sleeve, the very sword of the magnetic fluid transformation technique. With a mere thought, it could transform into a sharp weapon. Thus, he had no concerns about Orochimaru playing any tricks. "Has Lord Orochimaru come for a specific reason?" Hinata Wuji inquired calmly. Orochimaru chuckled. "The results of the cell samples I took previously have come in. They are quite intriguing, so I decided to come and share them with you." "What are the results?" Hinata Wuji's expression grew somber. Orochimaru wasted no time and stated directly, "Your cells are quite peculiar. Based on the experiments, they seem to be approaching a certain high-level form." However, he paused for a moment, then shifted the topic with a smile. "Wuji-kun, your Byakugan's range should be significantly greater than that of ordinary clan members." "Correct?" "Indeed." Hinata Suru nodded slightly, recognizing that there was nothing to conceal. However, what did this have to do with the experimental results? Well, to put it simply, Satoru's physical evolution resembled a form of atavism. Thus, the purity of his Byakugan would continually increase throughout this process. Bloodline atavism? Hinata Suru took a deep breath. While Orochimaru might be unaware of the origins of the Hyūga clan's bloodline, he was acutely aware of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Could it be that he was destined to evolve into an Otsutsuki himself? In the hospital room, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Leaning against the white pillow, Hinata Satoru furrowed his brow. Contemplating the astonishing information brought forth by Orochimaru, he had long realized that each upgrade of his electromagnetic force refined his body. Yet he had only just come to understand that this refinement would lead to his bloodline atavism. Upon reflection, he acknowledged that the purity of his Byakugan had indeed increased significantly, suggesting that Orochimaru was not lying. He did not harbor any expectations for this process. The Hyūga clan possessed only a minuscule fraction of the Otsutsuki bloodline, and whether he could truly become an Otsutsuki through continued atavism remained uncertain. Furthermore, this process was fraught with uncontrollable variables. After pondering for a moment, Hinata suddenly discerned a crucial point, and his furrowed brow relaxed immediately. He had nearly forgotten that once electromagnetic force evolved to a certain degree, it could control atomic arrangements at a microscopic level. At that point, he could dictate his size and shape at will. The Otsutsuki were merely a node in his physical evolution. There was no need for concern. With this thought, Hinata exhaled, his mood gradually lightening. It seemed that Satoru had digested this information thoroughly. Observing the change in Hinata's demeanor, Orochimaru chuckled softly, his voice raspy. Even if my bloodline is experiencing atavism, any significant changes will take a long time to manifest. What matters is to focus on the present, is it not? Hinata regarded him calmly. Truly, he was Satoru. Orochimaru was momentarily rendered speechless, only able to sigh in admiration. And what of Akane? She as well. That child is a rare genius, perfectly aligned with my abilities. When you see her again, you might be quite surprised, Orochimaru replied. That is good to hear, Hinata sighed with relief. After all, in the original narrative, Akane was Orochimaru's disciple, so it was unlikely that he would act against her interests. Then I shall not disturb you any further, and I hope for your swift recovery. Orochimaru smiled softly and quietly exited the hospital room. Hinata sighed, resuming his training in cellular activation, steadily enhancing his physical prowess. After several days of recuperation, Hinata clenched his fists, the surge of energy evoking a delightful thrill within him. His life magnetism also flourishing like a blazing flame. Compared to his condition before the injury, he had noticeably improved after training in cellular activation, and his chakra reserves had significantly increased. His experience with electromagnetic force had surged slightly due to previously utilizing the tyrant mode, forcibly employing a substantial amount of electromagnetic abilities beyond his current level. Additionally, during the intervals after each mission, he would exploit the shadow clone technique to exploit a bug akin to training while idling. Although he would feel utterly exhausted afterward, each session provided him with varying amounts of experience points. Electromagnetic force was at LV3, with just over 10,000 experience points remaining until the next upgrade to LV4. What new abilities awaited him at LV4? Having tasted the exhilarating surge of power from the tyrant mode, Hinata was eagerly anticipating the advanced capabilities of electromagnetic force in the afternoon, with the assistance of Yamanaka Shimi. Hinata completed his discharge procedures as he stepped out of Konoha Hospital. The blinding sunlight compelled him to instinctively shield his eyes with his palm. Satoru, it seems you have been recuperating for so long that you are no longer accustomed to such intense sunlight. Yamanaka Shimi remarked, feeling a twinge of sadness at the sight. Teacher Shimi, do not say such things. Rest is merely a means to achieve greater progress. I am eager to undertake missions once more. The Hokage is waiting for us. Let us hasten our pace. Indeed, Yamanaka Shimi nodded in agreement. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Hinata, who had just emerged from the hospital, with a look of admiration, unable to suppress a nod of appreciation. Very well. You appear quite spirited, he commented, a remark that caused Hinata to internally scoff at the old man's bureaucratic demeanor. Sarutobi Hiruzen, oblivious to Hinata's thoughts, continued to beam with admiration. Satoru, Shimi should have informed you that, given your abilities, you are no longer suited to remain a genin. Therefore, I have decided to promote you to Chunin. In the future, you may accept A rank and below missions independently. Should you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, speaking in a leisurely manner. In truth, he had initially intended for Hinata to join the Umbu. as his archery ninjutsu and unique magnetic techniques were particularly well suited for Umbu missions. However, after much contemplation regarding Hinata's branch family status, he ultimately abandoned that idea, promoting Hinata Satoru to Chunin while granting him privileges not typically afforded to others of his rank would maximize his growth while minimizing unwanted attention. After all, the current shinobi world was anything but peaceful. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and a hint of concern crossed his features as he tentatively asked Hinata Satoru, "Soru, I have heard that you employed a forbidden technique with a considerable cost. I wonder if your body has been affected?" The forbidden technique with a considerable cost referred to the tyrant mode, and Hinata Satoru pondered for a moment before responding, "That technique was something I inadvertently developed. It allows for a significant short-term boost in my power. It was precisely this ability that enabled me to survive after encountering those two missed ninjas that as for the cost. It temporarily depletes my life potential, straining my physical capabilities, thus damaging my cellular foundation, and, to a certain extent, shortening my lifespan." That he lifted his gaze, maintaining a calm demeanor as he met Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. That's so. That sounds rather troublesome." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression soured slightly, realizing that shortening one's lifespan was indeed a steep price to pay for such a technique. He had no doubts, as the information reported by Konoha Hospital had indeed mentioned the damage to Hinata Satoru's cells, and such a deterioration was not easily discernible by the naked eye. Hinata Satoru remained composed, as though his earlier absurd statements were entirely truthful. Damaging his lifespan. It was indeed a reality. He could maintain the tyrant mode for a full 3 minutes. Was 3 minutes not a measure of life? Moreover, the excruciating pain following the technique left him incapacitated for days, preventing him from earning a living, which could also be seen as a form of shortened lifespan. The information provided by Akane only indicated that he had survived the attacks of those two jonin. Hinata Satoru was unaware that the Hokage had not dispatched Umbu to investigate the battle site, nor did he know whether Sarutobi Hiruzen comprehended the true potency of the tyrant mode. Regardless, it was safe to assert that the side effects were indeed significant. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Shimi, standing nearby, felt an even greater sense of guilt due to Hinata Satoru's nonsensical claims. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, regarding Hinata Satoru with a complex expression. "Satoru, you are the true inheritor of the will of fire. Therefore, for this upcoming mission, your remuneration will be doubled as compensation." Hinata Satoru's eyes gleamed, and he promptly selected the 3 highest-paying tasks from the mission scroll presented by the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned green, but having already made the promise, he could not retract in the dimly lit underground space. The air was thick with dust and the scent of blood, as numerous ninjas congregated here, some fierce and intimidating, others bearing scars, and others cloaked in dark robes, their forms obscured. Suddenly, a murmur rippled through the crowd. "The silver-faced Shura has arrived." The previously chaotic throng quieted significantly, parting to create a path, their eyes fixated on the figure making its way forward. Not particularly tall, but exuding an air of intrigue, shrouded in black robes. Even in the underground black market, he could be considered among the diminutive types, adorned with a silvery metal mask. His exposed gray eyes radiated an icy coldness. This must be the 3rd assignment completed by the silver-masked Shura this month. Right? It is said that he often undertakes multiple tasks simultaneously, each of considerable difficulty. One cannot help but wonder what lies beneath that mask. The ninja beside him gazed at him in astonishment. "Are you courting death? Have you forgotten his enigmatic abilities?" Despite the reprimand, the man did not react with anger. Rather, he seemed to recall something and shuddered, falling silent. Whispers circulated around them. The silver-masked Shura had already approached the designated area for task exchanges within the black market. Producing a scroll and placing it on the table, his voice cold and succinct. 3 heads. Payment. The ninja responsible for accepting the task unfurled the scroll. As the white mist dissipated, 3 grotesque heads appeared before them. Truly, the esteemed silver-masked Shura. The bounty for these 3 individuals in the black market was no small sum, and no one had managed to claim it until now. Unexpectedly, the Shura resolved it effortlessly. "Enough chit-chat, just pay up." Understood. Chastised, the ninja bore no resentment, retrieving a large stack of cash, counting it meticulously before sealing it within a scroll and handing it over at a total of 25,630,000 Ryo. Please review. Esteemed Shura, the moment this figure was announced, a wave of gulping sounds echoed through the dimly lit underground market, akin to wolves discovering a feast, their breaths growing heavier. The brow beneath the silver mask furrowed slightly as he tucked the scroll into his cloak and strode towards the exit of the black market. Behind him, a hint of malice flickered in some individual's eyes in the forest outside the black market. The silver metal mask suddenly writhed, transforming into a liquid that flowed beneath his collar, revealing a youthful visage. Hinata Gaku. Removing the colored contact lenses from his eyes, he sighed in exasperation. Having to wear contacts each time he ventured into the black market was quite the hassle. His Byakugan was too conspicuous and needed to be concealed. The liquid metal served well as a mask, but as an eye cover, it was hard to describe. However, once his electromagnetic manipulation reached sufficient levels, he could directly control the arrangement of photons, thus managing the reflection and refraction of light. Not only would he be able to obscure his eye color, but he could even enter a ladies' restroom unnoticed. The location he found himself in was adjacent to the largest black market in the Land of Grass. Due to the unique geographical position of the Land of Grass and the government's inaction, the black market industry had nearly reached its apex. Naturally, Hinata Gaku regarded this place as an arena for honing his skills. The underground black market, a brutal realm of survival of the fittest, was devoid of rules. Here, brute strength was the only truth. While completing missions for the Hokage, Hinata Gaku concealed his identity and sharpened his prowess within the black market, achieving significant growth in strength within just over a month. Earning the moniker of Silver Mask Shirt to his surprise, there were indeed those who dared to challenge him. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Hinata Gaku remarked with a hint of disdain. He sensed two figures stealthily approaching from a distance that, in other circumstances, this might not have been alarming. But here, in the black market, betrayals were all too common. Having just collected his bounty, he was acutely aware of their intentions. Hey, big brother, are we really going to take on the silver-masked Shura? In the forest, a short man exhibited a flicker of hesitation as he tentatively addressed the ninja ahead. What are you afraid of? The lanky ninja turned back, scolding him. Pathetic. We are both Jonin. Together we have nothing to fear. The slim ninja bore a grotesque scar that stretched from his forehead to his chin, his eyes gleaming with greed as he swallowed hard. He had just exchanged over 20 million Ryo, and with that shape-shifting weapon, the bounty stood at 30 million Ryo. Completing this task would net them over 50 million Ryo, enough for a life of leisure. Upon hearing such an astronomical figure, the short ninja's face also lit up with avarice, though a hint of doubt lingered in his eyes. But big brother, that weapon of his is too strange. Its form can shift at will, making it elusive. We might not be able to match him. Fear not. I have made preparations, the lanky ninja declared, lifting his shirt to reveal a layer of gray metallic armor. This is a special chakra metal armor, capable of nearly withstanding all ninja tool attacks. That I acquired it at great expense, and combined with my secret technique, the petrification technique, his attacks will fail to breach my defenses. With that, the ninja produced a similarly styled piece of gray armor, his face reflecting a tinge of reluctance as he handed it to the short ninja. This one is tailored to your size. If Hinata Gaku had heard their conversation, he would have surely marveled at their ingenuity, using metal to shield against his attacks. Once the two were prepared, they stealthily advanced towards his silhouette, calculating the distance before swiftly forming hand seals and simultaneously employing their jutsu. Earth release, earth wall, accompanied by tremor, a massive rock wall erupted from the ground, enveloping Hinata Gaku and trapping them within. Gazing at the composed Hinata Gaku, the lanky ninja narrowed his eyes slightly. Is he not choosing to flee immediately? It seems the silver-masked Shura is destined to be eliminated in the black market this time. Secret technique, petrification technique. The gray-white rock layers began to spread from the slim ninja's skin, gradually engulfing his entire body, leaving only his eyes, greedily fixated on Hinata Gaku. I do not know who instilled in you the courage to attempt an ambush against me, Hinata Gaku said, merely waving his hand. The two bodies unexpectedly floated into the air, suspended without control. The W.S. happening. ISNT your ability derived from that shape-shifting weapon. The lanky ninja felt as though a colossal hand had gripped him tightly, his face reddening as he struggled in vain. Oh, that. Hinata Gaku raised a finger, and the silver metal slithered like a serpent to his fingertip, elongating and thickening into various bizarre forms. I believe you may have misunderstood. This is not the source of my abilities, but rather a manifestation of them. Hinata Gaku shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his tone. In midair. The lanky ninja's pupils constricted sharply, his body trembling uncontrollably. It dawned on him that the common understanding of the silver-masked Shura was profoundly misguided. Magnet release. As he sensed the constricting pressure from his metallic armor, the lanky ninja suddenly grasped something. His expression one of utter shock as he managed to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. I can't believe I'm using metallic armor to defend against the attacks of a magnet release ninja. The lanky ninja was left in a state of despair. The hovering short ninja also appeared dazed, completely oblivious to the situation. Magnet release? What magnet release? Is it really that powerful? Hinata Gaku raised his hand, and both men felt a sudden surge of pressure as they floated higher. But he couldn't help but reflect that with the enhancement of his electromagnetic manipulation and the growing proficiency in using his abilities, he was beginning to resemble Magneto. The scene before him was akin to a replay of Magneto effortlessly dominating Wolverine. The lanky ninja gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to bring his hands together in an attempt to form seals. Hinata Gaku clenched his fist, and with a sickening sound, the metallic armor on both men shrank, accompanied by their screams, the scene turning gruesomely vivid. When he released his grip, what lay upon the ground were two disfigured corpses. Hinata Gaku shook his head, speaking with a hint of resignation. These two truly possessed talent. To think they attempted to use metallic armor against my attacks. Otherwise, it would have taken considerable effort to eliminate them. Indeed, Hinata Gaku possesses a profound understanding that battles among ninjas are rarely dictated by mere chance or luck. Rather, they hinge significantly upon intelligence and strength. The adversary's adoption of an utterly misguided strategy stems from the advantage of keeping their own intelligence shrouded in secrecy. The persona of the silver-faced Ajura embodies a cold-blooded assassin wielding peculiar weaponry, who refrains from revealing excessive capabilities during combat. Should the enemy attempt to exploit this aspect, they may find themselves facing dire consequences. Hinata Gaku exhaled a cloud of stale air, directing his palm toward the lifeless bodies on the ground. After a few breaths, the metallic armor adorning the two figures astonishingly transformed into a molten red akin to lava, causing the ambient temperature to surge dramatically in electromagnetic furnace. By harnessing electromagnetic forces to accelerate the relative motion of molecules, an abrupt rise in temperature is achieved. The principle is not overly complex, rendering it exceptionally effective for obliterating evidence. In mere seconds, the bodies had vanished, leaving only pools of molten metal, coalescing into spheres the size of a fist. Grateful for the chakra-infused metals provided by his comrade, Hinata Gaku stowed the solidified spheres into a scroll. With a gentle leap, he alighted upon a branch, swiftly moving into the distance. He had other missions to fulfill on a hillside. A figure crouched low, silently observing a cadre of ninjas making their way along the road below. Their garments were stained with blood, indicative of a recent skirmish, and they exuded an air of exuberance, their faces flushed with excitement. To their astonishment, this haul proved to be exceedingly lucrative. After plundering numerous merchant caravans, this particular group contained several young women. A delightful experience indeed. And why comrades are in for a feast today. After a brief respite, we shall seek more loot tomorrow. Upon hearing their laughter, Hinata Gaku's brows furrowed beneath his mask, a flicker of disdain surfacing. These brutes, he had undertaken a mission from the Hokage to eradicate the bandits plaguing the Land of Fire. Though the enemy was not particularly formidable, they were exceedingly cunning, perpetually operating along the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. During his time in the black market, Hinata had been diligently gathering intelligence on them and had finally located his targets today. Alas, it appeared yet another merchant caravan had fallen victim to their treachery, and on the road, the bandits continued to chatter excitedly. Suddenly, their leader halted, squinting at a figure that had appeared unexpectedly on the path. The figure was cloaked in a black robe, adorned with a silver metallic mask, and the eyes visible beneath it radiated a chilling intensity. "Who are you?" The leader, accustomed to a life on the edge, had become exceedingly cautious and refrained from rash actions. The figure offered no response. Instead, 3 silver metallic claws gradually unfurled from clenched fists. Glinting ominously, the leader's eyes narrowed as he barked, "Seeking death, do you truly believe we fear you?" In an instant, the figure moved, appearing beside the leader in the blink of an eye. The claws intersected and sliced through, severing the leader's head, which soared into the air, his eyes reflecting disbelief. The leader, "Damn it, kill him!" In a flash, the bandits, their eyes ablaze with fury, charged at Hinata Satoru. Unfazed, he shifted his form, delivering a punch to the nearest assailant. The sharp claws piercing through the victim's body with alarming swiftness. Strangely, the blood did not drip away, but was absorbed by the metallic claws, as if they were a desiccated sponge. At that moment, a massive axe descended upon his back with tremendous force, producing a jarring metallic clang. The bandit wielding the axe felt his arm go numb, his eyes wide with disbelief. What just happened? Hinata swiftly turned, a flash of cold light as the claws sliced through the bandit's throat. Beneath the black robe, the silver metal had transformed into armor, firmly encasing his back. "Enough of this charade," he muttered, a smirk crossing his lips beneath the mask. Due to the limitless malleability of the magnetorheological fluid, he had whimsically decided to emulate a certain feral character. However, his unfamiliarity with claw-like weaponry nearly led to his downfall. The metallic claws gradually morphed into a metallic gauntlet, enveloping his entire fist. Witnessing this transformation, the surrounding bandits' pupils dilated in terror. Yet, what ensued next was even more harrowing. Hinata Satoru was enveloped in arcs of lightning, vanishing from sight and reappearing beside one of the bandits. The unfortunate soul had no time to react before he was struck with a terrifying force to the chest, crashing to the ground. Spiderweb-like cracks radiating from the impact site. What speed is this? The remaining bandits were aghast. Hinata lifted his head. His body moved once more, blue arcs of lightning trailing in his wake, as the ninja blocking his path was sent hurtling backward like a broken kite. This marked Hinata's inaugural application of electromagnetic propulsion upon himself, utilizing the magnetorheological metal to exert electromagnetic forces on his body, granting him an astonishing surge in speed and impact. In simpler terms, he had become a human electromagnetic cannon. "Who are you, and why are you attacking us?" The remaining bandits, trembling in fear at Hinata's bizarre abilities and terrifying might, could scarcely muster any thoughts of resistance. Their voices quaking. "Consider it retribution for the merchant caravans you have plundered," Hinata replied coldly, fixing his gaze upon them. Once more, the arcs of lightning flickered and a cacophony of agonized cries filled the air. Until a moment arrived when silence enveloped the surroundings, the scent of blood permeating the atmosphere. All the bandits lay lifeless upon the ground. The silver metallic mask writhed, revealing a relatively youthful visage. Hinata gazed into the distance, suddenly sensing a transformation within himself. Perhaps it was during his solitary confrontation with those 2 mist ninjas, or perhaps it was during his trials in the black market. He had begun to resemble the indigenous people of the ninja world more closely, feeling indignation at the injustices faced by ordinary individuals, while also growing increasingly ruthless toward his enemies. The mission he had received from the Hokage entailed not only the extermination of that bandit group, but also a higher-level task: to eliminate the rogue ninja, Usuji Tetsu, from Konoha. Usuji Tetsu hailed from a rather inconspicuous family within Konoha, almost blending into the civilian populace. However, he was a prodigious talent, having mastered the family's secret technique for erasing pheromones, granting him exceptional stealth capabilities. This skill had earned him the rank of Special Jonin. Regrettably, upon attaining this rank, he became obsessed with restoring his family's former glory to the point of madness, harboring intense animosity toward the Hokage. He believed that if it were not for the Hokage's policies, the Usuji family would not have fallen into such decline. He even attempted to assassinate the Hokage, with an outcome that was, of course, predictable. Utilizing his pheromone erasing technique, he managed to evade the ANBU's pursuit. The intelligence Hinata had received was derived from the ANBU's investigations into Usuji Tetsu. Initially, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Usuji Tetsu. After all, there were many families in Konoha that had experienced similar downfalls. The Kato clan was another prime example. Not that Kato, but the one with the rare S-rank soul technique, who had even caught the attention of Tsunade. Kato Duan. Though his life was brief, it was undeniable that the Kato clan had once flourished prior to the Second Great Ninja War. Alas, due to a multitude of compounding factors, this clan could now scarcely find a single jonin within Konoha. Even the ancestral secret technique of spiritual transformation has been recorded in the Book of Seals, which is truly lamentable. However, after Hinata Satoru learned more about Usuji To's background, he felt that this man's demise was hardly regrettable. With his ability to erase pheromones and his stealth capabilities, he seemed to unleash his true nature after defecting, mercilessly slaughtering countless ordinary individuals. His name even graced the bounties posted in the black market. Hinata Satoru could not help but marvel at the power of black market intelligence. Even enemies who had repeatedly eluded the Umbu could be traced down in the black market, provided one was willing to pay the price. According to the information obtained, Usuji To had recently been active near the capital of the Land of Grass. The journey was not long, and Hinata Satoru arrived in half a day. What followed was a contest between predator and prey. Usuji To was exceptionally cunning. The Umbu had returned empty-handed multiple times, and Hinata Satoru had to remain composed. The capital of the Land of Grass was relatively small, and utilizing his Byakugan and electromagnetic perception, Hinata Satoru quickly identified a suspicious individual. The reason for this suspicion was that the individual's chakra level appeared to be near that of 8 Nin from the perspective of the Byakugan. Yet their biological magnetic field was merely at the level of an ordinary person. Generally, the amount of chakra is proportional to the biological magnetic field, unless one is a ninja practicing a special secret technique. Cross-referencing this with the intelligence provided by the Hokage, Hinata Satoru confirmed that this was indeed his target, Usuji To. The man was indeed quite astute, having concealed himself among the commoners of the capital. Without the Byakugan and electromagnetic perception, even if Hinata Satoru had passed by him, he likely would have regarded him as an ordinary person. Hinata Satoru patiently awaited his moment. During his time in the underground black market, he had honed himself into an exceptionally patient hunter. By evening, Usuji To made his move, venturing into the wilderness outside the city. After ensuring the area was uninhabited, he entered an exceedingly concealed cave. From a distance, Hinata Satoru narrowed his eyes. It appeared that this was his hiding spot. Astonishingly, he had established a base so close to the capital, clearly confident in his concealment techniques. Unfortunately for him, he encountered me that the gleam sparked in Hinata Satoru's eyes. Now was the perfect moment for the hunter to ensnare his prey. Silvery metal flowed from the sleeves of his garments, coalescing into a silver metal sniper rifle. Previously constrained by the limitations of the ninja world's industrial technology, developing a magnetic storm sniper rifle had only been possible using metallic bows and arrows. Now, with the advent of magnetorological fluid, he could directly mold a sniper rifle from memory of his past life. The interior did not conform to traditional firearm structures, but instead retained a portion of the cavity for electromagnetic propulsion, with a longer barrel serving as an acceleration track, bestowing the projectile with immense velocity. The classification of electromagnetic cannons is rather ambiguous. Generally, any application of electromagnetic propulsion technology can be categorized as such. Therefore, the coin fired by the electromagnetic sister can also be considered an electromagnetic cannon. However, strictly speaking, common military electromagnetic cannons fall into two categories. One utilizes multiple coil windings through which alternating current flows to achieve acceleration effects, known as coil guns. The other is an electromagnetic railgun, which generates immense electromagnetic force through the interaction between two parallel rails, propelling the projectile to accelerate. The metal sniper rifle currently, in Hinata Satoru's hands, employs the principle of the latter. Truly, the magnetic storm sniper rifle. Taking a deep breath, Hinata Satoru aimed at Usuji To in the distance. From the perspective of his Byakugan, he could not escape Hinata Satoru's lock-on. Inside the sniper rifle, a droplet of silvery metal solidified into a bullet, accompanied by a rising hum, with blue lightning flickering at the muzzle. Once the electromagnetic propulsion reached its limit, Hinata Satoru pulled the trigger in an instant. A blue flash erupted from the barrel. Yusuji To, several kilometers away, suddenly felt a chill erupt from behind, and before he could react, a spray of blood erupted from his chest. His face bore an expression of disbelief and confusion as his body fell backward. From afar, Hinata Satoru lowered the rifle. Yusuji To's biological magnetic field had weakened to the point of near undetectability. After instantaneous death, the body retained a trace of basic cellular activity. Once this activity ceased, the biological magnetic field would completely vanish. Approaching the corpse, a droplet of silvery metallic liquid slowly floated from his chest, drifting toward Hinata Satoru's sleeve. After absorbing some of Yusuji To's blood, its volume was noticeably larger than the initial bullet. Regarding the special properties of the decapitation blade, Hinata Satoru speculated it might be a type of regenerative metal. If it merely absorbed the iron ions from the blood, such a significant change would be impossible. The total iron ions in human blood amount to only about 2 to 3 grams, insufficient to form even a coin. However, if it also absorbed chakra, it would make sense. Chakra has an inherently extraordinary nature. Thus, Hinata Satoru deduced that the material of the decapitation blade should be a very special regenerative metal capable of generating more metallic atoms through the absorption of blood and chakra. The initially meteorological decapitation blade, which was only fist-sized, had now approached the size of a soccer ball. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Hinata Satoru severed Yusuji To's head. Yusuji To also had a bounty on the black market. The head could be exchanged for the reward .as for his rogue ninja, forehead protector, and personal belongings. They could be exchanged for task rewards with the Hokage, a single accomplishment yielding double rewards. Task acquisition in the black market is confidential. As long as he remains cautious, even the Hokage would be unaware of anyone profiting from the black market. Hinata Satoru chuckled. He then began to search Yusuji To's body. His fingers encountering something hard in the chest area that was wrapped very thickly, indicating it was something of great importance to him. Unwrapping the outer black cloth, Hinata Satoru beheld scroll, and upon opening it, the words corrupted wood technique came into view. This the secret technique Yusuji To used to evade umbu tracking. Hinata Satoru's brow furrowed. The corrupted wood technique, as its name suggests, allows the body to become like decayed wood, erasing all pheromones and rendering one undetectable. It is an extraordinarily powerful stealth technique. It is said that the Yusuji clan once flourished for a time due to this technique. Hinata Satoru pondered. When it comes to stealth techniques, aside from the corrupted wood technique, there exists another renowned bloodline limit. Ton. Not only does it erase pheromones, but it also allows the body to become visually invisible, achieving true perfection in concealment. However, it possesses one weakness: movement. Any movement results in revealing oneself. Hinata Satoru suddenly understood why that kid, Moonlight Ship, was so inept. Remaining still grants invisibility, while movement reveals one's presence. A rather absurd bloodline ability, one that conjures vivid imagery just by contemplation. Therefore, strictly speaking, techniques that do not alter their effects upon movement are, in some sense, more useful than Ton. Should I hand this in? However, the task given to me by the Hokage seemingly does not include this technique. Does it? After a brief moment of hesitation, Hinata Satoru made his decision. Hand it in? Not a chance. The Hokage likely has no idea that Yusuji To carried the training method for this technique. Otherwise, it would surely be noted in the task book, and such a remarkably effective technique is one that would be a disservice not to learn. The sky gradually darkened, and Hinata Satoru decided to kindle a fire in the cave. Delving into the training methods for the corrupted wood technique, the flow of chakra is quite peculiar. After operation, the body's life responses begin to diminish, heart rate fluctuations decrease, breathing slows, and the biological magnetic field becomes significantly less pronounced. Akin to a creature in hibernation, this the reason behind the inconsistency between Yusuji To's biological magnetic field and chakra levels. Hinata Satoru revealed a look of realization. Seems that ultimately, it was his arrogance that led to Yusuji To's demise. The technique of corrupted wood is indeed formidable, capable of evading detection even by certain perceptive barriers. However, to Hinata Gaku, who possesses dual sensory abilities, such a transformation is as conspicuous as a deformity. Subsequently, he began to cultivate this technique in the dim cave. The flickering yellow flames cast a glow upon his face, which was tightly shut in the land of grass. Within a certain town, the flourishing black market had attracted a multitude of unfamiliar ninjas. Walking through the streets, one could observe numerous ninjas concealing their visages. Some even swathed their entire forms in black cloaks, leaving only their eyes visible. Among a small squad, the leader, Rasha, suddenly furrowed his brow and turned back, puzzled. "Lord Rasha, what is it?" inquired one of the ninjas beside him, leaning closer and speaking in a hushed tone. "It is strange. Just now, I felt as though I were being watched," Rasha mused, a hint of confusion flickering across the features obscured by his mask. That sensation felt familiar, as if he had experienced it before. But the specific moment eluded his memory. That it must be an illusion. Rasha shook his head, his expression gradually darkening. Following a failed mission in the Land of Iron, that Tsuchikage had been furious, and to appease his wrath, Sunagakure had paid a hefty price. Furthermore, fueled by the machinations of Yakura, Rasha's standing in the eyes of the third Kazekage had also diminished. After a long wait, he finally seized the opportunity to take on the task of eliminating the rogue ninja, aiming to restore his reputation. This mission is of utmost importance. We must locate that traitor and avoid unnecessary complications. Understood, murmured the ninjas around him. Not far away, Hinata Gaku slightly raised his head, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth beneath his silver mask. "Rasha, he has actually come here. How intriguing." Initially intending to return and collect the bounty on Yusujito, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a significant target. Each individual's biological magnetic field is unique. Having encountered Rasha once in the Land of Iron, he naturally remembered the characteristics of the other's magnetic field. Hinata Gaku harbored no fondness for Rasha. He recalled that during the Third Great Ninja War, Rasha had forcibly instigated a purge of dissenters within Sunagakure to secure his position as the fourth Kazekage. Once the war ignited, it signified a direct threat to his existence, drastically reducing his developmental time frame, an affront to his fundamental interests. "I am rather curious about what brings them here," Hinata Gaku pondered. The following day, a disguised sand ninja quietly pushed open the door and reported to Rasha inside. "Sir, we have confirmed that the rogue ninja Pa has been active in this vicinity, accepting black market missions for bounties." "Humph. A trader with a bounty on his head dares to exchange it in the black market. What audacity!" Rasha couldn't help but clench his teeth slightly. It had once been a highly regarded puppet master in Sunagakure, held in great expectation. Yet, he had betrayed the village, committing atrocities against his comrades for the sake of the puppet technique, White's secret arts. Given the already sparse population of Sunagakure, his betrayal had resulted in considerable bloodshed. Fueling Rasha's resentment, continue monitoring. Inform me immediately upon discovering the traitor's whereabouts. Yes. On the rooftop of the house they occupied, a slender figure crouched, ears attuned to the conversation below. Rogue ninja, surveillance. Hinata Gaku furrowed his brow, vaguely guessing the intentions behind their visit. It seems they aim to eliminate the rogue ninja of Sunagakure. Major ninja villages maintain a zero-tolerance policy towards rogue ninjas. The task he had recently completed was also the eradication of rogue ninjas from Konohagakure. With the exception of Kirigakure, where the number of rogue ninjas had become unmanageable, Hinata Gaku couldn't help but marvel at the might of the corrupted wood technique. At such proximity, the sand ninjas failed to detect him, despite the presence of sensory ninjas among them. Although the Byakugan could discern their physical forms from afar, it could not capture the content of their conversations. He had previously encountered Rasha in the Land of Iron, where he had painstakingly combined his electromagnetic abilities with the insects of the oil woman Shiwi to eventually obtain intelligence. Now, although Shiwi was no longer present, the corrupted wood technique had compensated for this deficiency. Hinata Gaku resembled a piece of fallen timber upon the rooftop, emitting no discernible fluctuations as he stealthily lay in wait, until the evening, when the sand ninja who had gone out to observe returned to report. "Lord Rasha, Pa has appeared and is approaching. He should not have detected us. Good. Rasha's eyes brightened. Once he apprehended this rogue ninja, his reputation within the village would surely soar, thereby increasing his chances of ascending to the position of fourth Kazekage. Let us commence our operation. After a few individuals in the room prepared, they swiftly made their way to the location indicated by the intelligence that on the rooftop, Hinata Satoru watched their departure, his eyes narrowing gradually. In the forest, Rasha stood upon a branch, frowning as he gazed into the distance. Swish! A sand ninja appeared beside him. Lord Rasha, the setup is complete. We await the traitor's descent into our trap. Excellent. You've searched the surroundings thoroughly, right? I do not wish for any interruptions. Rest assured, Lord Rasha, we have established a sensory barrier, and there are no traces of other ninjas nearby. That is good. Rasha exhaled in relief, since the failure of his last mission in the Land of Iron. He had grown increasingly paranoid during tasks, fearing the sudden strike of a hidden arrow. Upon returning, he had combed through a multitude of intelligence reports, yet he could not pinpoint when a bowman of such caliber had emerged within the ninja world. Though filled with ire, he felt as though he were grappling with air, utterly a loss. This time, I shall not make another mistake. Rasha narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth. Several hundred meters away, Hinata Satoru lay concealed among the foliage of a large tree. His Byakugan activated, quietly observing Rasha. The corrupted with technique slowed his heartbeat significantly, emitting almost no vibrations, rendering him undetectable even to sensory ninjutsu. Before long, his brow furrowed slightly. Through the perspective of the Byakugan, he discerned a figure swiftly approaching their vicinity, nearing the range of Rasha and his companions. He is coming. Prepare yourselves, Rasha commanded in a low voice. The atmosphere grew tense, laden with an oppressive silence, until a figure shrouded in black cloth entered their line of sight. Strike! Rasha bellowed. In an instant, several sand ninjas formed hand seals, causing the ground beneath the figure to tremble violently. Before the individual could react, he plummeted into a massive pit that had suddenly formed beneath him. This is bad. It's a trap. Just as he regained his footing and tried to react, he found Rasha looking down at him from above. Traitor Pa, did you ever think this day would come when you fled from Sunagakure? Rasha? It is you. I demand to see Elder Chiyo. I am innocent. A laughable notion. The evidence of your betrayal is irrefutable. And your harm to your comrades is an unforgivable crime. As for Elder Chiyo, she has tacitly approved of this operation. Rasha scoffed. Seeing this, Pa ceased his pretense, tearing away the black cloth that enveloped him and drawing forth several scrolls from behind. As the white mist dissipated, 3 peculiar puppets materialized out of thin air, special puppets modified with white secret arts. So this is the reason for your defection. Upon witnessing the puppet's appearance, Rasha's teeth clenched in fury. You will never understand the allure a top-tier puppet holds for a puppet master. Pa manipulated 3 puppets that encircled him, gazing at them with a cold demeanor. Raza inhaled deeply and slowly raised his palm. In an instant, a torrent of sand gold surged forth from beneath his feet, akin to a crashing wave, flowing into the vast pit. The mechanisms on the puppet's arms skillfully opened and closed, forming a blue chakra barrier to withstand the onslaught of the sand gold. Soon, the sand gold completely covered the bottom of the pit, and Pa could only lament silently. The magnetic ninja's control over the puppeteer was overwhelming, especially with Raza, who possessed the ability to manipulate vast quantities of sand gold. With a squeeze of his hand, a pair of enormous hands emerged from the surging sand gold. Descending heavily upon Pa, the puppet's mechanisms activated, launching a large blade to intercept the attack from the sand gold. Suddenly, Pa felt his footing slip as he continuously sank downward. Looking down, his pupils contracted in alarm. He found that the sand gold beneath him had transformed into quicksand, relentlessly consuming him. Struggling to manipulate 2 puppets to fend off Raza's assault while another puppet clutched him, he narrowly escaped the engulfing sand gold. He had to flee. Taking a breath, Pa realized he could not possibly win. Fortunately, the pit was now close to the surface due to the relentless erosion by the sand gold. The 3 puppets formed a staircase, and Pa stepped onto them, leaping swiftly out of the large pit. Futile. Magnet release. Sand gold tsunami. Raza spoke coldly, clenching his fist as a massive wave of sand gold surged towards Pa with tremendous force. In a frantic moment, unable to evade, Pa, along with his nearby puppets, was engulfed entirely on a branch not far away, observing the grand spectacle of the battle. Hinata Gaku couldn't help but click his tongue. So much shimmering sand gold, each frame worth a fortune. Surely, it wouldn't be unreasonable for me to take a little. Unbeknownst to everyone, a corner of the sand gold on the ground seemed to come alive. As a golden snake slithered into the depths of the forest, Hinata Gaku grasped a handful of the sand gold he had manipulated, kneading it delicately. The texture felt remarkably similar to real gold. Yet upon closer inspection, it differed from true gold. Hinata Gaku couldn't help but click his tongue again, and oh wonder Raza, as a major gold producer, could easily drop tons of gold. Sunagakure remained the poorest among the 5 great ninja villages. With ninjas struggling to fill their stomachs, this sand gold, constructed through ninjutsu, indeed contained a small amount of gold elements, but primarily consisted of chakra, differing fundamentally from real gold. Thus, it could not circulate as hard currency in the ninja world. However, for Hinata Gaku, this posed no issue. Using an electromagnetic furnace to melt it down and then employing electromagnetic force to draw the real gold atoms together would yield genuine gold. Such a wealth of sand gold surely amounted to a considerable sum. He retrieved a sealing scroll and, unnoticed, filled it to the brim. Gazing at the distant red-haired figure, Hinata Gaku found himself increasingly fond of him. Resembling a harbinger of wealth, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Raza, truly a good person." At this moment, the battlefield experienced a new turn of events. Pa, encircled by the surging sand gold, had only his head visible, struggling in vain to "It's over." Raza tightened his fist, feeling the pressure around him increase sharply. A flicker of hatred flashed in Pa's eyes. "You forced my hand." With several deafening explosions, the puppets ensnared by the sand gold detonated suddenly. The immense force caused the sand gold to scatter instantaneously. And Pa, drenched in blood, dared not linger for a moment, fleeing into the distance. Did the puppets self-destruct? The aftershocks of the explosion reached Raza, causing him to stagger back a few steps, raising his hand to shield himself from the flying debris. "Pursue!" He is seriously injured. He won't get far. Nearby, Hinata Gaku observed the unfolding situation intently. Without a moment's hesitation, silver metal flowed to his feet, transforming into the shape of a long sword, propelling him swiftly through the forest. With the all-seeing perspective of his Byakugan combined with the speed of the electromagnetic fluid metal, he quickly positioned himself ahead of Pa. "Damn it, I'm too injured. That scoundrel Raza." Pa clutched his blood-soaked chest, frantically fleeing. Suddenly, his eyes flickered as he saw a figure standing before him on a flying sword. Before he could react, he witnessed the figure raise a hand. A silver flash streaked by, and his chest was pierced through. "You!" Pa fell, begrudgingly succumbing, his final sight being a face concealed behind a silver metal mask. "Have you found him?" "No, Lord Raza. The trail ends here." "Damn it, could that fellow possibly fly?" Raza angrily struck a nearby tree trunk. Pa had vanished. This mission was likely a failure. Unrefined sand gold. 200 kilograms, value unassessed, Karyupa's head. 30 million Rio. Several puppet scrolls. Estimated at 500,000 RY in a secluded cave. Hinata Gaku sat beside a fire, calculating his bounty from the night. Outside, darkness had enveloped the forest. After a rough tally, a broader smile spread across his face. The spoils of this night were immense. Raza was indeed my lucky star, providing more in one evening than I had garnered over the previous fortnight. The sand gold could wait. When the time came, I would refine it with electromagnetic force, undoubtedly yielding a substantial fortune. Karyupa, a rogue ninja from Sunagakure, had a bounty in the black market of 30 million Rio, which would also be credited to my account. Naturally, Hinata Gaku wouldn't choose to redeem it just yet. Raza was still scouring the forest for traces of him, allowing them more time to search. Suddenly, a peculiar thought struck him. If he could capture Raza and compel him to produce sand gold, then use electromagnetic force to refine it into true gold, how exceedingly profitable that would be. Yet upon reflection, such ideas remained mere fantasies. Raza already possessed elite strength. Given his current capabilities, it was uncertain whether he could capture him. Nevertheless, the notion lingered. Perhaps one day, when his electromagnetic abilities had advanced, he could venture into Sunagakure. Morning arrived in the forest. Raza, with dark circles under his eyes from sleepless night, anxiously awaited news, with a series of swift sounds. Several sand ninjas appear by his side. Any news? We've searched everywhere, but there is no trace of Pa, damn it. Raza struck out with a fierce punch, shaking a nearby tree and causing several leaves to flutter down. Could he have truly sprouted wings and flown away? Nearby, a few sand ninjas exchanged glances, hesitating before cautiously suggesting, Lord Raza, should we return and report the situation to Lord Kazekage? Absolutely not. Raza vehemently rejected. We must find him alive or dead. It's absurd to think I could return empty-handed. I'd be the laughingstock of that little wench, Yakura. His prior defeat had already diminished his standing in Kazekage's eyes. If he failed this time, his prospects of ascending to the position of the fourth Kazekage would be exceedingly bleak. Seeing Raza's unwavering determination, the sand ninjas fell silent, exhaling resigned sighs, while Raza frantically scoured the world for Pa. Who had already been sealed within a scroll, another uninvited guest arrived at the underground black market. Ah, Lord Kakuzu, what brings you to our humble black market? A ninja from the task management office fawned over him. Less chatter, he commanded. Bring me the most lucrative tasks available. The visitor wore a black mask, with eyes gleaming an eerie green. IT was none other than the ninja world's foremost financial expert, the Diamond Bachelor. Kakuzu, who had once battled the first Hokage for 300 rounds. The task management ninja presented Kakuzu with a stack of task listings, smiling as he inquired, Lord Kakuzu, here are all the recent tasks. Please see if any catch your interest. How has it become so thin? Kakuzu furrowed his brow. Every time I visited before, the bounty missions were quite substantial. Alas, little do you know, a formidable newcomer has recently emerged in the black market. Known to all as the Silver-Masked Shura, and many lucrative tasks have been claimed by him. Is that so? Kakuzu immediately felt disdain for the unknown Silver-Masked Shura. There are only so many valuable tasks in the black market, and if he takes them, they are lost to others. As he scrolled through the significantly reduced list of missions, Kakuzu casually selected a few bounties for heads that were not too low in price. Just as he was about to conclude, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a particular bounty, a reward for the Silver-Masked Shura's shape-shifting weapon. Bounty, 30 million Ryo. Next to it was a photograph depicting a gaunt figure shrouded in a black cloak, wearing a silver metallic mask that left only a pair of icy eyes visible. Is this person truly the so-called Silver-Masked Shura? Indeed, Lord Kaku, you possess keen insight. Many have attempted to take on this task secretly, only to vanish without a trace. However, if you were to engage, it would surely be a simple endeavor. The ninja extolled Kakuzu with fervent praise, making him feel quite pleased. Those were the days when I battled the first Hokage for 300 rounds. Kaku reminisced, recalling the glorious years of fighting alongside the first Hokage, a surge of ambition swelling within him. Be sure to prepare the bounty, he instructed, as he tucked the bounty notice for the Silver-Masked Shura into his chest and strode out of the black market with purpose. Behind him, the ninja at the mission management office could not help but click their tongues, their eyes glimmering with anticipation that a confrontation between the Silver-Masked Shura and Kakuzu promised to be quite the spectacle. Just then, Hinata Gaku returned, suddenly knitting his brows. Within his electromagnetic perception, an extraordinarily powerful biological magnetic field had emerged in the black market, and among the ninjas he had encountered, only Might Guy could overpower him. Who possesses such a formidable biological magnetic field? Hinata Gaku swiftly leaped onto a large tree, discreetly activating his Byakugan. Through the grayish-white perspective, a familiar figure soon materialized before his eyes. Is that Kakuzu? Hinata Gaku's expression shifted to one of relief. In the black market, only Kakuzu could exude such a potent biological magnetic field, with 5 hearts far surpassing the vitality of a normal individual, naturally resulting in an even more terrifying magnetic field. Upon seeing the bounty notice pinned to Kakuzu's chest, Hinata Gaku's heart involuntarily tightened. Although the image was in black and white, he could clearly discern that the depiction was of himself. Hinata Gaku knew that a bounty of 30 million ryo had been placed on his weapon in the black market, and previously many ninjas had attempted to ambush him, only to disappear thereafter. The black market operates without rules. Strength reigns supreme. Hinata Gaku had previously been unconcerned, as there were no ninjas here capable of threatening him. They were merely opportunities for experience. However, if the one attacking were Gaku, caution would be paramount. Although he had thrown a shuriken from 800 miles away at Senja Hashirama, it must be acknowledged that Kakuzu remains a seasoned shadow-level powerhouse. Given his current strength, the odds of defeating him seemed bleak. This could prove troublesome. I never anticipated Kakuzu would be drawn here. Hinata Gaku clicked his tongue, feeling a headache coming on. What to do? Should I abandon this black market? It would be utterly disheartening to relinquish the hard-earned reputation and guise I have built. Wait, Hinata Gaku suddenly brightened as a thought struck him that I almost forgot. Isn't he here as well? I got an idea. Kakuzu had been in a foul mood lately, realizing that a powerful competitor had emerged in the black market. With all the missions he had set his sights on being claimed, that my heart bleeds. You're robbing me of my money. You're stealing my life. Kakuzu silently noted the name of this individual. The Silver Masked Shura, the man with a bounty of 30 million ryo. His routine over the past few days involved exchanging other people's heads for bounties while searching for his rival's whereabouts. The rogue ninja from the Mist Village, Su, had a bounty of 5 million ryo, a rather cheap target. Kakuzu, unfazed, compared the fallen individual before him with the bounty notice in hand, skillfully severing the head and disposing of the corpse. Kakuzu seemed to hear a familiar electronic notification in his ears. Payment received, 5 million ryo. This transaction had been completed, and he moved on to the next target. No, the next assignment. The life of a worker is often so plain and monotonous. A noble from the land of grass. Someone has offered 10 million ryo for your head. Do you have anything to say? With arms crossed, Kakuzu coldly regarded the terrified noble, who stuttered, Why, you are the legendary immortal ninja of the underground black market. Right? I am willing to pay 20 million for my own head. Humph. I, Kakuzu, am a man of my word. Do you think 20 million ryo can buy me off? If my peers in the black market were to learn of this. How could I, Kakuzu, continue to operate? The noble gritted his teeth. 30 million ryo. Deal. The noble, already resigned to his fate, was momentarily stunned by Kakuzu's prompt agreement. Wondering if he had misheard, Kakuzu let out a cold snort. My loyalty to money is as clear as day. If I, Kakuzu, have not accepted a task, I hope you can understand that it requires more money. 30 million is far above the market price for an ordinary noble's head. This transaction was an extraordinary success. Kakuzu again heard the familiar electronic notification in his ears. Payment received, 30 million ryo. The bounty notices in his possession had dwindled significantly, with the next being a wandering ninja skilled in the use of ninja blades. Valued at 20 million ryo, Kakuzu cared little for the past of his targets. He only focused on their worth. 20 million ryo was high among his current assignments. Correspondingly, the adversary was quite cunning. Kakuzu experienced an unusual slip-up, allowing the opponent to escape severely injured. Kakuzu pursued without hesitation, and prey escapes from my grasp. If they do, it only means that letting them go could yield even greater rewards. This is one of Kakuzu's maxims. Soon, he caught sight of a golden sand wave surging forward, sweeping away the fleeing ninja. By the time he arrived, only a layer of residual golden sand remained on the ground. As for the ninja he had been pursuing, he had long since vanished without a trace. How dare they steal my money? Rage surged within Kakuzu as he felt his heart constrict, as if gripped by 5 hands simultaneously. The shimmering sand on the ground caught his attention. Kakuzu crouched down, grabbing a handful and rubbing it between his fingers. Cheap artificial sand. Worthless. He tossed the sand aside in indignation. Having been played twice in a row had filled his anger meter to the brim. How dare they rob me? Kakuzu. Kakuzu recalled the scene he had seen from afar, where the opponent had utilized a ninjutsu that formed a wave of golden sand. Who in the ninja world possesses such a capability? With a moment's thought, he pinpointed his target. Raza. There is only him. Although it seemed a bit too coincidental, Kakuzu could not think of anyone else who could wield sand-based ninjutsu. Moreover, as far as he knew. Raza had recently been present in this black market. A trace of malice flickered in Kakuzu's emerald eyes. Raza, I shall hold you accountable for this grudge in the town adjacent to the black market. The Sand Ninja, having searched for several days without results, had lost hope. Lord Raza, given the current situation, the traitor Paku is either dead or has escaped a considerable distance. Even if we continue searching, it is unlikely we will find anything. The surrounding Sand Ninja wore worried expressions, despite having disguised themselves upon arrival. However, the extensive searches over the past few days have undoubtedly drawn the attention of many ninjas. A squad of Sand Ninjas has been scouring the vicinity, and it is no secret in the black market. Luo Sha gritted his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing across his face. Let us search for one more day. If we do not discover Pa's whereabouts within a single day, we can retreat without delay. Little did Luo Sha know the trouble this hastily issued command would bring him. Jiao Du returned to the black market, his expression icy. Give me Luo Sha's exact location. I have heard he is near the black market. Understood. The ninja from the task management office shuddered. He had never seen Jiao Du appear so cold. Did Jiao Du intend to take action against Luo Sha? But Luo Sha's bounty is not particularly high. Moreover, he is a disciple of the 3rd Kazekage and a candidate for the future 4th Kazekage. If Jiao Du were to act against Luo Sha, he would likely face the wrath of an entire ninja village. Gazing at Jiao Du's menacing demeanor, the ninja marveled internally. Indeed, he was a man who had fought against the 1st Hokage. Showing utter disregard for the entirety of Sunagakure, news arrived that someone had seen Luo Sha heading toward the northeastern forest half an hour ago. If you head there now, you should encounter him. Jiao Du snorted coldly and strode out. Watching Jiao Du's retreating figure, the task management ninja suddenly felt a sense of unease, his brow furrowing in confusion. Wait a moment. Wasn't Jiao Du supposed to be seeking trouble with the silver-faced Ajura? How did he end up confronting Luo Sha? In the forest, Luo Sha was engulfed in frustration and anger after yet another fruitless search. Damn it! Where did it all go wrong? Why can't I find him no matter how hard I look? They had confirmed before the ambush that there were no other ninjas in the vicinity. There should have been no one else on the route Pa fled. Yet suddenly, he had vanished into thin air. Could it be that Pa has mastered the space-time ninjutsu? Although the odds are exceedingly low, it would explain this bizarre occurrence. Luo Sha narrowed his eyes, pondering various possibilities. Just then, a chilling voice pierced through the silence behind him. Magnet released Luo Sha. You are indeed here. Luo Sha turned around to see a face shrouded in a black cloak, its green eyes fixated upon him. Are you the immortal ninja of the black market? Jiao Du. Jiao Du's appearance was quite distinctive, and the notoriety of the immortal ninja was well known. Even he had heard of it. What do you want with me? We have no business with one another. Luo Sha replied in astonishment, only to have Jiao Du suddenly erupt in anger, gritting his teeth, still pretending to be ignorant. You intercepted my goods and refused to admit it? Intercepted? What are you talking about? Luo Sha asked, a look of bewilderment on his face. He had been searching for the rogue ninja's whereabouts these past few days. How had he crossed paths with Jiao Du? Seeing Luo Sha's utterly perplexed expression, Jiao Du felt his anger boiling over, that he never expected that the illustrious magnet release Luo Sha would turn out to be a cowardly individual, stealing his goods and then feigning ignorance. You have no choice but to acknowledge this. I will present my evidence, Jiao Du declared, reaching into his chest and scattering a handful of golden sand towards Luo Sha. The sand coalesced in midair, forming a mass that floated beside Luo Sha. This is my gold sand. How do you possess my gold sand? The familiar sensation of chakra connection confirmed to Luo Sha that this was indeed his own creation, deepening his confusion. Now do you concede? You used the gold sand ninjutsu to steal my goods. How will you compensate for my loss? I stole your goods. Luo Sha felt as though he were spiraling into confusion. Yet he grasped Jiao Du's intent. Someone had utilized his gold sand ninjutsu to intercept his goods, prompting Jiao Du to seek trouble with him. That no, I've been investigating rogue ninjas in this area. I could not have stolen your goods. Then what is this gold sand? Is there someone else besides you who can wield gold sand ninjutsu? Luo Sha was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, the most astonishing aspect of the entire situation was that someone else could use gold sand ninjutsu, and their sand was identical to his own. Could it be his long-lost brother? The evidence is irrefutable, Luo Sha. As a notable figure in the ninja world, you wouldn't dare to act without facing the consequences, Jiao Du said coldly, regarding him. Luo Sha clenched his teeth. I have been in this vicinity for the past few days and have not left. The sand ninjas around me can vouch for that. They are your men. Naturally, they will speak on your behalf. There are intelligence agencies in the black market, and numerous black market ninjas have seen me here the entire time. You could have used a shadow clone to disguise yourself. Luo Sha felt his blood pressure rising, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. It seemed that Jiao Du had already condemned him, and no matter how he explained, it would be of no use. Should he resort to direct confrontation? His magnet release was certainly formidable, and with several sand ninjas nearby for support, perhaps he could take Jiao Du on. But Jiao Du saw through his intentions and sneered. I suggest you remain calm. When I battled the first Hokage, your father had yet to be born. In short, I have experienced more than you have walked. To challenge me is to overestimate your abilities. This statement undoubtedly struck a chord with Luo Sha. Not only that, but the sand ninjas beside him also displayed expressions of terror. A person's name carries weight, just as a tree casts a shadow. The first Hokage single-handedly quelled chaos and established the era of one nation, one village, and Jiao Du was a ninja of the same era who had engaged in battle with him. The mere thought of such a reputation extinguished any desire to fight. Jiao Du clearly relished the reaction of the others. Every time someone dared to disrespect him, a mention of his past battle with the first Hokage would leave them dumbfounded. Such lowly characters dare to challenge me. Compared to Senja Hashirama, you are worlds apart. Wait, how did I fight him? Forget it. I can't remember. As long as I fought him, that's enough. So, have you come to a decision? My time is valuable. Jiao Du glared at Luo Sha with a sinister expression. Luo Sha's face shifted between various emotions, ultimately resigned to submit. How much is your cargo worth? I will compensate you. He no longer wished to entangle himself with Jiao Du. If it came to blows, the odds of victory were uncertain, and Sunagakure could hardly sustain further losses. If paying a certain sum could persuade Jiao Du to withdraw, then that outcome was not entirely unacceptable. After all, they had come not only to hunt down the rogue ninja Pa, but also to procure supplies, so they carried a considerable amount of cash. Offering some of it to make Jiao Du leave would not constitute a significant loss. 60 million. Luo Sha's eyes widened in disbelief, biting back in outrage. There is no bounty of 600 million in this black market. How did you come by this task? This is extortion. Not far away, Hinata Gaku, quietly lurking among the branches, was equally astonished by this figure. 60 million. How utterly absurd. Clearly, that wandering ninja was only worth 20 million. It had tripled directly to Skate. Upon witnessing Kakuzu's furious return, Hinata Gaku knew that a spectacle awaited him. His elaborate scheme was not in vain. While it was not particularly complicated, it was highly directed. The magnetic release of sand gold was a technique known only to Raza, a consensus shared throughout the ninja world. And coincidentally, Raza was nearby the black market, ensuring that Kakuzu would inevitably confront him. There was no escape. The crux of the issue lay in the confidentiality and utilization of intelligence. Raza's information was too conspicuous, every move reeking of opulence, making it impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. In contrast, his own disguise had revealed only one piece of information. He possessed a unique weapon capable of transformation, a detail he had deliberately misled others to believe. No one would suspect him. This was the advantage of proficient intelligence work. Even if his electromagnetic abilities were exposed in the future, by then, his strength would have grown sufficiently formidable, such that he would not fear confronting Kakuzu and Raza together. The more misfortune Raza faced, the more delighted Hinata Gaku became. After all, it was this very individual who had instigated the Third Great Ninja War, the lower the probability of Raza becoming the fourth Kazekage. The more likely the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War would be postponed, granting him ample time to prepare for the threats posed by the conflict. Meanwhile, Raza's expression was decidedly grim. Since becoming the disciple of the third Kazekage, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, ironically, his adversary was someone he could not afford to provoke, that a ninja who had battled the first Hokage. Those words weighed heavily upon his chest like a boulder. Extinguishing any thoughts of rebellion. 60 million was simply impossible. There were no bounties of such magnitude within this black market, and what the time I've lost, doesn't that count as a loss? Kakuzu prattled on. If it weren't for you, I would have undoubtedly completed several bounty missions by now. Isn't that a loss? You. Raza felt himself nearing madness, entirely unwilling to continue the argument. He withdrew a scroll from his pocket and tossed it to Kaku. Inside, there was precisely 60 million, sufficient, surely. To his surprise, Kakuzu received it, opened the scroll, and began to meticulously count the notes, even moistening his finger with saliva as he proceeded. In total, there were 59,728,200 ryo, still short by 277,200 ryo. Kakuzu spread his hand toward him. Raza's blood pressure surged, and several individuals began rummaging through their pockets, producing a disheveled pile of bills, which they hurled toward him. All of it. It's definitely more than 27,000. Kakuzu accepted the money, leaving with a satisfied expression. Raza gazed at his retreating figure, fury igniting within him. His form swayed, and he stumbled a few steps, several sand ninjas hurriedly supporting his trembling frame. The mission to eradicate the rogue ninja had failed, his coffers had been depleted, and his pockets were now emptier than his face. Consider me, Raza, a name renowned throughout history, he bellowed to the heavens. Who is it? Who is conspiring against me? His voice echoed through the forest, reverberating outward and startling several birds in a flight. It had been over 2 months since he left the village. During this time, Hinata Gaku not only completed several solo missions assigned by the Hokage, but also crafted a persona known as the Silver-Faced Ajura within the black market of the Land of Grass. Through this guise, he reaped considerable rewards. Not only did he amass a wealth of bounties, but his good friend Raza also showered him with gifts. First, a pile of unrefined sand gold, then a bounty for the head of someone worth 30 million ryo. And finally, he boldly stepped forward, disregarding his own safety to shield him from Kakuzu's threats. One must ask, could one not feel moved? The gains were already substantial, and the purpose of his training was fulfilled. It was time to return to the village. Hinata Gaku had never yearned to return home so fervently. According to his plan, upon returning, there were numerous matters that required his attention. Konoha, the Hokage's office, a knock echoed through the room. Come in. Sarutobi Hiruzen lifted his gaze, smiling upon seeing the visitor. Gaku, you've been away for over 2 months. How did it go? Were all your tasks completed? The one entering was none other than the travel-weary Hinata Gaku. Hokage-sama, I have successfully completed all 3 missions. The B-rank task of eliminating thieves, the A-rank task of assassinating the rogue ninja Yusuji Tetsu, and another A-rank intelligence task. Saying this, Hinata Gaku presented the proof of his completed missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the items, nodding in appreciation. Excellent. I knew I did not underestimate your abilities. Did you encounter any difficulties? Aside from Yusuji Tetsu being a bit troublesome, as I had to track him for quite some time before locating him. Everything else went smoothly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Yusuji Tetsu was an exceptionally cunning rogue ninja, with even the Umbu failing multiple times to apprehend him. Hinata Gaku's success in completing the task was indeed impressive. Noticing that Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed disinclined to inquire further, Hinata Gaku breathed a quiet sigh of relief. His statement served 2 purposes: to justify the 2 months spent under a legitimate pretense, and to gauge whether the Hokage would mention Yusuji Tetsu's secret techniques. However, since he did not bring it up, Hinata Gaku had no intention of voluntarily reporting his discovery regarding the secret techniques of the Yusuji clan. After all, the task did not include retrieving the Yusuji clan's secret techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment, then said, As for your rewards, take the proof of your completed missions to the Mission Management Office for your compensation. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Hinata Gaku nodded. In the past, it was always his teacher, Shimi, who handled the bounty collection, but now he had to manage these ancillary matters on his own. After exchanging the rewards for the 3 missions, Hinata Gaku's savings increased slightly. Yet for him, at this moment, money no longer ignited his desires. I have never cared for money. I have no interest in wealth. Only the enhancement of his abilities could provide him with genuine exhilaration, especially during the time spent honing his skills in the underground black market. Hinata Gaku gained a profound understanding of the significance of strength. The third great ninja war could erupt at any moment, hanging over him like the sword of Damocles. After preparing the necessary tools, Hinata Gaku chose not to return his clan, but instead headed toward the back mountain, a place where he frequently trained. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his chakra and called out, "Multiple shadow clone technique." Instantly, with a series of explosive sounds, a multitude of shadow clones materialized before him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Hinata Gaku's complexion paled somewhat. This was his first time creating so many clones. The chakra of the original body was divided equally among the clones, meaning that if he created 99 clones, only one chakra remained, effectively exhausting 99 chakra in a single technique. Only someone like the prince could summon thousands of clones at once, each capable of simultaneously performing techniques. Hinata Gaku briefly contemplated why Senju Tobarama categorized the multiple shadow clone technique as forbidden. The consumption was indeed terrifying. Chakra is a mysterious energy that ninjas extract from their physical and mental selves. And once it is completely depleted, one meets their demise. That in the original story, Kakashi, in his battle against pain, overexerted his chakra and ultimately sacrificed himself heroically. Thankfully, the prince employed his verbal prowess to turn Nagato's heart, leading him to sacrifice himself using the rebirth technique. Hinata Gaku endured the emptiness brought on by the substantial chakra expenditure, leaning against a nearby tree as he gazed at the dense throng of shadow clones before him. In a solemn tone, he began, "Brothers, I have summoned you all for a specific task in which I seek your assistance. I ask it that we are to wield ninja tools again." One clone responded, "Your matters are our matters. You are too courteous." Hinata gazed at the multitude of himself before him, each striking a proud pose, and was instantly filled with a profound sense of satisfaction. It appeared that he had trained these shadow clones quite effectively during this period. Unlike ordinary shadow clones, these multi-shadow clones possess self-awareness, and through numerous interactions with them, Hinata had devised an efficient training methodology. Ever since acquiring the multi-shadow clone technique, he had not forgotten to exploit the bugs. Due to the immense chakra consumption and the fatigue that followed their dissolution, Hinata needed to rest for several days after each session. This was also the reason he did not utilize the technique frequently. As for the rewards, the experience points for LV3 electromagnetic force were considerably harder to obtain than for LV2. Each time he exploited a bug, he could garner between 800 to 1,000 experience points. This figure far exceeded the speed of his normal training. Thanks to this, Hinata electromagnetic force experience points had now reached 12,000, leaving him only about 8,000 points shy of the 20,000 needed for an upgrade. Given his usual training pace, coupled with the occasional bug exploitation for acceleration, he anticipated reaching LV4 within 5 months. However, in the current tumultuous state of the ninja world, Hinata could only lament, "Too slow." Thus, today he intended to take decisive action. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the throngs of shadow clones below him, proclaiming, "Before you lies a considerable amount of metallic ninja tools. Your task is to form groups of 3 and melt these tools down, then solidify them into new ones that... Oh, you understand?" "Understood." The clones responded in unison, their spirits high. Hinata nodded in satisfaction. Thus commenced the grand forging endeavor. The clones, working in trios, expertly manipulated the metallic tools to levitate at the center of their palms, their 6 hands gliding over the surface, causing the black metal to flush a faint red. While the surrounding air grew scorching. It resembled a prince summoning his retinue for a moment of camaraderie. Simultaneously, Hinata felt the experience points in his mind surging upward, noticing the speed surpassing that of previous bug exploits. He exhaled in relief. The ability employed by the clones was the LV3 electromagnetic furnace, coupled with density compression capabilities. The former was a new ability developed upon upgrading to LV3, while the latter involved compressing the atomic gaps within a metal, significantly enhancing its density. Both were advanced electromagnetic powers, as his electromagnetic force level increased, it became increasingly challenging to gain experience from simpler abilities. For instance, during his time at the Ninja Academy, he would manipulate shuriken each night to amass experience. However, now, even when controlling dozens of shuriken simultaneously, the experience points remained stagnant, that a single shadow clone had limited control over electromagnetic abilities. Hence, Hinata Satoru instructed 3 clones to work together, thereby amplifying their higher-level capabilities. This way, the feedback and experience points would also be greater. However, the consequence was that upon dissolution of the clones, the resulting fatigue and memories would be considerably more overwhelming, should it exceed Hinata Satoru's endurance. He could potentially perish on the spot. This was a high-stakes gamble. Yet, in the face of an ever-looming threat of war, Hinata Satoru had no alternative. He had to exercise utmost caution and ensure no mistakes were made. In the forest, the searing heat caused the surrounding leaves to begin curling. The sound of the shadow clones gritting their teeth in determination echoed as they held a glowing mass of molten iron, sizzling and releasing steam between their palms. The main body needs our assistance. Let's put in more effort, everyone. All right, let's get it done. Observing the scene, Hinata Satoru nodded with satisfaction. The so-called self-awareness of the multi-shadow clones, in essence, was merely a deeper manifestation of the main body's consciousness. That Naruto's frequent banter with the shadow clones likely stemmed from a subconscious inundation of solitude. Thus, the resulting shadow clones were influenced to engage in quarrels, alleviating the main body's feelings of loneliness. By approaching it from this perspective, Hinata Satoru found it easy to control the consciousness of his shadow clones. The method was straightforward, akin to a pyramid scheme, albeit applied to himself. A form of self-brainwashing. By embedding the capitalist ideals of hard work and dedication into his subconscious, the resulting shadow clones became like compliant chives, tirelessly glowing and radiating energy, with the main body as their focal point. After some time, a batch of shadow clones had successfully melted down their ninja tools. Compared to the original metallic tools, these newly forged items boasted superior hardness and practicality. While Hinata Satoru himself might not require the magnetic fluids, they served as formidable weapons for the clones. The combination of multi-shadow clones and high-quality ninja tools equated to high-quality shadow clones. Should the Magnetic Storm Infantry Brigade encounter a multitude of foes in the future, they could very well compete in terms of soldier quality. The molten iron in the hands of the shadow clones transformed into ninja blades, arrows, and higher-quality kunai and shuriken. The categorization of military units commenced from this moment onward. At this juncture, the experience points had surged by nearly 1,000, prompting Hinata Satoru to take a deep breath. Aware that the time had come, after centering his focus and preparing himself, he dissolved a portion of the shadow clones. Boom! Boom! As the white mist dissipated, Hinata Satoru clenched his teeth, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The instantaneous feedback of memories and fatigue from the dissolution of the shadow clones crashed upon his mind like a tidal wave, rendering his complexion pale and his clothing drenched in sweat. That was close, he gasped, a flicker of relief crossing his face. Thankfully, he had calculated the staggered dissolution. Otherwise, the simultaneous feedback could have overwhelmed him, leading to an instantaneous demise. Once he had processed the feedback, Hinata Satoru calculated the time difference and dissolved the second batch of shadow clones. With the experience gained for the first round, the second was considerably easier, and he managed the volume with greater finesse. The decision to dissolve in batches was primarily due to the sheer number of shadow clones he had created, nearly the maximum he could manage given his chakra capacity. This had subjected him to an undue amount of stress. If he were in battle, such complications would be unnecessary, as he would never recklessly use multi-shadow clone technique at near-exhaustion levels of chakra. As the operations unfolded, the time transitioned from day to dusk. Nightfall gradually enveloped the forest, leaving only the final batch of shadow clones. Thank you all, Hinata Satoru mused with a slight smile. With the resounding pops of shadow clones dissolving and the clatter of metallic tools falling to the ground, the forest descended into silence and darkness. Hinata Satoru inhaled deeply, tilting his head back to savor the final wave of impact. A perfect curtain call, he whispered in a voice only he could hear. The experience points ultimately settled at 15,394. he was still 4,606 points away from upgrading to LV4. However, at this moment, Hinata Gaku desperately needed rest. He had nearly reached his limits, both mentally and physically. Collapsing to the ground, he gasped for breath, his body soaked as if it had just emerged from water. After resting for over 2 hours, he regained a modicum of strength, leaning against a tree as he unsteadily made his way back through the night. Uncertain of how long he had slept, he awoke with one pressing thought: to find water. His stomach growled in hunger, and he consumed nearly all his stored food before feeling a semblance of energy return. Leaning against a chair, he rubbed his temples and sighed. He truly wished to avoid experiencing this sensation again. Not a single drop remained, in his current state. Severely depleted of energy, he knew it would take a long time to recover. This particular training method could only be employed under secure circumstances, that if he were to encounter enemies outside, he would be left defenseless. For the foreseeable future, he would have to abandon the notion of exploiting bugs. It would be perilous. Nevertheless, the rewards had been substantial, netting him over 3,000 experience points. If one were to consider his previous cultivation pace, it would take at least a month or so did AS for the remaining 600 experience points. If he were trained at full speed, it would likely take about 2 months to level up. No, if he were to push himself further, perhaps 1.5 months would suffice. Of course, one must account for the time spent on missions. During this 1.5 months, under normal circumstances, the Hokage would undoubtedly assign him tasks. He could select some simpler missions, with the priority being focused on training. After finalizing his plan, Hinata Gaku began to contemplate another matter, equally significant to him. The caged bird, and no one would relish having such a thing affixed to them, particularly someone like Hinata Gaku, who had been educated in the 21st century. Even if the electromagnetic force were upgraded to level 4, it would likely be futile against the caged bird, and upgrading to level 5 seemed far too distant. Hinata Gaku could not afford to wait that long. Orochimaru, I hope you do not forget our collaboration. Hinata Gaku gradually narrowed his eyes. This time, Orochimaru had yet to descend into madness, making him the ideal collaborator within Konoha. Orochimaru was drawn to the secrets of his ever-evolving physique. Eager to glean insights into the path of immortality, in turn, Hinata Gaku sought Orochimaru's technical support to free himself from the shackles upon his forehead. Both parties had their needs, and thus, a mutual agreement was reached. In his past life, he had also been a science student, familiar with experiments, and perhaps he could persuade Orochimaru to secure a laboratory for research on the nature of the caged bird. Hinata Gaku murmured to himself. He had developed some hypotheses regarding the enigmatic curse mark of the caged bird, yet more experimentation was necessary for validation. However, approaching Orochimaru at this moment was not prudent. His current physical state was far too depleted. If Orochimaru were to perceive his weakness, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Having just returned from a mission, it was unlikely that the Hokage would seek him out in the short term. Therefore, it would be wise to rest for a couple of days, allowing himself to recover to a significant degree before seeking out Orochimaru. After careful deliberation, he made his decision, following 2 days of rest. The sense of emptiness in Hinata Gaku's body returned to normal. Externally, he appeared far more vibrant than before, and once he felt adequately prepared, he resolved to find Orochimaru. However, Hinata Gaku was unaware of Orochimaru's exact location. After all, for a cunning serpent like him, he often resided in secret laboratories. The great snake was elusive. Fortunately, he had other channels. Akane. The reason he had maintained close contact with Akane in the past was largely due to his desire to leverage her connection to Orochimaru. And now, he finally had a lead. Knock, knock. A few knocks sounded from outside the door. Akane, somewhat puzzled, thought that at this hour, Orochimaru-sensei should not be seeking her out. Who could it be? Upon opening the door and seeing a familiar figure, Akane's surprise lit up her face. Gaku, it's you. Have you completed your mission? Yes, Hinata Gaku nodded, smiling. I just returned a couple of days ago. Akane had undergone significant changes. In just a few months, her biological magnetic field had flourished greatly, and her chakra reserves had increased considerably. It seemed that Orochimaru had indeed invested substantial effort in her training. Hinata Gaku mused inwardly. Akane, I've come to ask for your assistance regarding something. Do you know where Orochimaru is? I need to find him Hinata, Wu stated directly, Orochimaru-sensei. Akane pondered, resting her chin on her hand. Like tea this time, he should be at the experimental base. After a brief moment of hesitation, she raised her head. I'll take you there. In the dimly lit sewer, the air was exceedingly damp. With each few steps, the sound of water dripping from the narrow ceiling echoed, creating a soft plopping sound. Akane, you're not mistaken, right? Orochimaru is truly here. Hinata Wu wrapped his clothes tighter around him. This path was not only dark and damp, but also quite cold, the sound of his voice reverberating within the pipes and returning to his ears. Akane hesitated briefly before nodding. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei spends a lot of his time in this laboratory. However, he does not seem particularly fond of me seeking him out. This was the reason for her initial reluctance. But considering it was Wu's first time asking for her help, she ultimately decided to lead him there. Suddenly, Hinata Wu recalled that, in the original story, it seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen discovered Orochimaru conducting human experiments in a dark sewer, which resembled this place closely. It appeared that this was indeed his secret experimental base. However, at this point in time, he likely had not yet ventured into human experimentation. After walking for a while, a glimmer of light shone from the exit, and a space opened up before them. What came into view was a row of wooden shelves, upon which various jars and containers rested, some containing biological tissues that Hinata Wu found difficult to identify. Orochimaru was intently observing something through a microscope, his back turned to Hinata Wu. Didn't I tell you that unless there was significant business, you shouldn't come looking for me? His raspy voice echoed. Akane cast a complex glance at Hinata Wu beside her and replied, Orochimaru-sensei, it's Wu who has come to find you. Orochimaru's silhouette trembled slightly. He turned around and smiled faintly at Hinata Wu. It seems I was too engrossed and failed to notice the arrival of Wu-kun. Hinata Wu chuckled and said, Orochimaru-sama, may I ask what experiment has captivated you so? A comparison of two extraordinary types of cells. Orochimaru replied, filled with admiration, I have never encountered such wondrous cells. One possesses superhuman vitality, continuing to rapidly divide even decades after leaving the body, while the other is equally remarkable, with a lifespan and cellular function far surpassing that of ordinary cells. Hinata Wu vaguely grasped the implications. Orochimaru turned his gaze towards Akane. Akane, you may return to rest. That Wu-kun and I have other matters to discuss. Akane nodded and exited the laboratory as soon as she left. Orochimaru's eyes glinted with fervor as they fixated on Hinata Wu. Hinata Wu silently rejoiced in his prudence for having waited until his body had sufficiently recovered before coming here. Had he appeared in his depleted state from 2 days prior, Orochimaru might have entertained some less than favorable thoughts. Under the intense scrutiny of Orochimaru, Hinata Wu felt somewhat uneasy and shifted the topic to Orochimaru-sama. Could you elaborate further on the comparison of those two types of cells you mentioned earlier? Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. Wu-kun should have discerned by now. The first type is the cells of Senju Hashirama, which contain immense vitality, while the second type is, naturally, your own cells, though they do not possess the same vigor as Hashirama cells and divide at a much slower rate. Their cellular activity, energy conversion efficiency, and lifespan far exceed those of ordinary cells that, in comparison, Hashirama cells seem rather singular in capability. I initially assumed that Wu-kun's physique was a result of atavism. However, it appears now that it is not entirely so. It resembles a unique form of evolution. Hinata Wu comprehended Orochimaru's meaning to it was indeed atavism, but not entirely so. Just then, Orochimaru continued, exclaiming, I finally understand why Wu-kun can become the first double bloodline user in Hyūga history. Hinata Wu's heart tightened, and he tentatively inquired, is that so? Subsequently, Orochimaru paused, reflecting for a moment before exclaiming, the Hyūga clan is one of the oldest families in the ninja world. It is entirely normal for unexpected occurrences to arise during the process of heredity. This change likely began during the embryonic stage. Wu-kun is incredibly fortunate to have borne this change and been born successfully, continually adapting to this transformation throughout his growth. Truly remarkable. Orochimaru rambled on, each statement accompanied by an involuntary note of admiration. Hinata Wu found himself a loss for words. Orochimaru's self-indulgent monologue was rather exasperating, as he was circling around the main point without addressing it directly, eventually returning to the notion of genetic mutation. However, upon further reflection, it was indeed true that the ninja world had given rise to a scientific genius like Orochimaru, as well as a medical prodigy like Tsunade. Yet it seemed to have yet to produce a Faraday who discovered electromagnetic induction. Perhaps there are some, yet they are merely commoners, failing to catch the attention of the ninja world in any case. The understanding and application of electromagnetic forces within the shinobi realm remains exceedingly rudimentary. Orochimaru is indeed a prodigy in scientific research, but given the limitations imposed by differing levels of knowledge and systems, it is only natural that he arrives at such interpretations. Hyūga Widow pondered for a moment, redirecting his thoughts towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I have come to seek your assistance in utilizing your laboratory to a laboratory. You say? Orochimaru mused quietly, then broke into a smile. It appears that Widow can hardly contain his eagerness to break free from his constraints. What could Hyūga Widow possibly require from his laboratory? A caged bird. Yet he did not expect Widow to approach him so directly. However, this works to my advantage. Mutual needs pave the way for a longer-lasting collaboration. Orochimaru is unfazed by the opinions of the clan heads. Rather, for the sake of his pursuit of immortality, he is willing to disregard everything, even taboo human experimentation. Hyūga Widow surveyed the laboratory, which was cloaked in layers of dust, the array of scientific instruments reminiscent of those he had encountered in his previous life. In addition to the experimental apparatus, numerous medical devices lay scattered about, though they were also shrouded in a thick coating of dust due to years of neglect. This laboratory was once utilized by Tsunade, but it had remained dormant since she developed her hemophobia. In Konoha, Orochimaru was the only true scientific enthusiast, thus he naturally took over the space. However, it seemed he did not frequent it often. Hyūga Widow felt a twinge of frustration. Orochimaru wouldn't be deceiving me, would he? With this dilapidated state, who knows if it is even operable? Tsunade's hemophobia developed during the Second Great Ninja War, and upon reflection, it had been quite some time since then. Whether these instruments could still function remained uncertain. On the bright side, as they had been abandoned for so long, they would not draw attention. Constructing an electromagnetic field, he began to remove the minuscule dust particles from the instruments, akin to a vacuum cleaner, thoroughly cleansing both the interiors and exteriors. He then proceeded to test for any functional deficiencies in his previous life. He had been a student of engineering, and he had conducted numerous experiments. Under Orochimaru's guidance, he had already compared and integrated the experimental apparatus of both worlds. The differential centrifuge functioned perfectly. The cell culture device operated without flaw. The high-powered microscope was in pristine condition. Aside from the long period of disuse, the equipment did not exhibit significant deficiencies, which relieved Hyūga Widow, should he perhaps establish his own laboratory in the future. Hyūga Widow could not help but ponder. If he had to come here for every experiment, it would prove quite cumbersome. Procuring experimental apparatus would require substantial financial resources, the bounty amassed under the guise of In Mian Shio Luo. In addition to a generous gift from his good friend Luo Sha, meant that while he could not claim to be immensely wealthy, he was certainly better off than most, if worst comes to worst. He could borrow some funds from Lin. Surely she would not refuse him. Hyūga Widow chuckled softly. However, the immediate priority remained to address the caged bird. Otherwise, even if he were to set up a laboratory, the clan would likely object. Exhaling deeply, he cleared his mind of distractions and commenced his experiments. The process was not overly complicated. By studying his own cells and genes, he cleverly estimated the mechanisms and principles underlying the caged bird's effects. When one delves into the essence of anything, the problems become considerably simpler. As for the method, he had consulted Orochimaru, who showed no reservations about such forbidden matters. On the contrary, he seemed eager, perhaps unable to contain his anticipation of witnessing a flawless Hyūga Widow. Orochimaru's provided methodologies and insights illuminated Hyūga Widow's understanding. Being a scientific genius, after a brief contemplation, he established several research directions regarding the caged bird's mechanisms, elucidating them one by one. Orochimaru's experience and thought processes combined with Hyūga Wudou's prior learning, yielded significant results in his experiments concerning the caged bird. Essentially, the caged bird appears to be a cursed seal involving both yin and yang release. The yang release rooted in the optic nerves and surrounding brain, while the yin release is anchored in the soul, the specific operational mechanism remaining elusive. Hyūga Wudou mused quietly, articulating his findings and hypotheses. The physical aspect of the cursed seal is easily comprehensible. Yet the soul-bound component is rather sinister. The ninja world possesses scant techniques that pertain to the soul. Should any issues arise with the soul, the consequences could be dire. Suddenly, Hyūga Wudou recalled that in the original narrative, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Hyūga Hizashi was resurrected through impure world reincarnation. Yet the caged bird curse seal remained on his forehead. If the caged bird were solely a physical affliction, then the soul, summoned from the pure land, could not possibly retain the seal. This implies a greater likelihood of its connection to yin and yang release. The sample size for his experiments was too limited. Being alone, the information he could gather was exceedingly restricted, necessitating an expansion of his sample range. Hyūga Wudou furrowed his brow, contemplating the next steps in his experimental process. Suddenly, a figure emerged in his thoughts. Hyūga Hizashi. He had sought Wudou's assistance twice before, hinting at his willingness to support him. Their goals and stances were completely aligned. As the brother of the future clan leader, Hizashi held significant esteem within the branch family. If anyone could procure a substantial number of samples from the Hyūga clan without drawing attention, it would be him in a room that exuded a certain understated elegance. The copper furnace upon the wooden table emitted wisps of delicate white smoke. "I never anticipated you would come to find me," Hyūga Hizashi remarked, his tone imbued with surprise. He had approached Hyūga Wudou on several occasions, yet this marked the first time Wudou sought him out. "Lord Hizashi, I come bearing a pressing matter, and hope you can assist me." "Speak," Hizashi replied. Hyūga Wudou hesitated for a moment before softly stating, "I hope you can provide me with some organizational samples from the branch family. Tissue, flesh, skin, hair, anything, but preferably without the main family's knowledge." "Organizational samples, you say?" Hizashi's expression turned grave, deep in thought. Why would Wudou require samples from the branch family without the main family's awareness? A sudden realization struck him, causing him to look up at Hyūga Wudou in shock. Wudou gently shook his head, signaling him to refrain from speaking further, though he had observed the surroundings prior to his arrival and noted the absence of surveillance. Hyūga Wudou adhered to the principle that too many words could lead to missteps. "That I understand," Hizashi responded, taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment, a flicker of excitement glimmering in his eyes. Was Wudou contemplating a method to alter their circumstances? Would their descendants no longer be bound to such a life, able to live freely? Merely thinking of those two words quickened his breath. The family had several medical establishments frequented by the branch family. Beginning there would be the least conspicuous approach. Indeed, Hyūga Wudou paused, directing his gaze towards Hizashi. "Lord Hizashi, there is another piece of intelligence I require from you. I believe you are the only one in the family who possesses this knowledge." "The only one?" Hizashi furrowed his brows, revealing a hint of confusion. "But if you say so, I certainly will not withhold it." Hinata clan territory. Hinata Wataru gazed solemnly at the towering wall before him. It was the residence of Hinata Hayashi. Within the Hinata clan, the main house and the branch families were segregated to distinct locations within the clan grounds. Although Hayashi and Hiato were brothers, they did not reside together, and their living conditions were markedly different. However, if anyone in the clan truly understood Hinata Hayashi, it would undoubtedly be his younger brother. Even during the period before they were confined like caged birds, the two had lived together, sharing a profound familiarity with one another's daily lives. From the information gleaned from Hiato, it was known that Hinata Hayashi had a habit of taking a 1-hour nap at 1 p.m., a routine he had maintained for many years without deviation. The most perilous places often turned out to be the safest. Within the Hinata clan, no branch family dared to show disrespect to the main house. Therefore, although there were branch family guards stationed before Hayashi's residence, they merely stood duty with unwavering diligence, lacking the vigilance to survey their surroundings. This created an opportunity for Hinata Wataru. Calculating the distance to Hayashi's room, Wataru raised his finger, allowing a droplet of silvery magnetic fluid to flow to his fingertip. transforming into a diminutive metallic mosquito, which flitted its wings and soared over the wall. Wataru concentrated intently on its maneuvering. Such precise electromagnetic control consumed a considerable amount of his mental energy, with a range limited to approximately 200 meters. Nonetheless, it was sufficient. As long as he exercised caution, he should be able to procure a flawless control sample, a sample of the main house's blood that bore no trace of confinement. In the courtyard of the main house, a servant knelt on the ground, diligently wiping the floor with a towel. Years of service to the main house had rendered their spirit numb, focused solely on meticulously completing their tasks. A tiny silver mosquito darted past the shadow of the servant's back, unnoticed. The mosquito had a singular purpose, deftly navigating around various obstacles as it flew toward an elegant room in the center. The door to the room was tightly shut. The mosquito landed steadily on the latch, its body suddenly dissolving in a silvery fluid that seeped through the crack. The perspective shifted. The silvery fluid infiltrated the other side, reforming into a metallic mosquito. The interior of the room was rather sparse. Aside from a low table adorned with a teapot and a seemingly luxurious mat, there remained only a square bed on the right side. On it lay a young man, his back turned toward the door, black hair cascading over the bed. The mosquito seemed to have identified its target, heading straight for the slumbering young man. Outside the wall, Hinata Wataru struggled to control his racing heartbeat. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. He could not afford any mistakes. Should Hinata Hayashi detect something amiss, the branch family guards would undoubtedly become alert and begin a thorough search. At that point, he would need to carefully craft an explanation for why he found himself near the residence of the main house. The mosquito hovered beside the edge of the bed, lingering momentarily before descending onto Hayashi's back. His long black hair concealed it, making it difficult for the young man to notice, even if he sensed something unusual. If the quantity of magnetic fluid was minimal, Wataru could temporarily suppress its blood-sucking properties. This way, he could obtain a sample of Hayashi's blood. The metallic mosquito, seemingly imbued with sentience, stealthily approached, positioning itself near Hayashi's lying back. Its proboscis suddenly elongated and narrowed. Simultaneously, the abdomen of the mosquito swelled, leaving a cavity to store the blood. Outside, Wataru's face had paled slightly. This intricate manipulation of electromagnetic forces was incredibly taxing on his mental faculties, especially over such a distance. Yet, the true challenge was only just beginning. He took a deep breath and carefully maneuvered the metallic mosquito to insert its proboscis into Hayashi's back. The motion was painstakingly slow, inching deeper. The primary distinction between this magnetic fluid imitation of a mosquito and a genuine biological one was that real mosquitoes secrete a substantial amount of saliva to serve as an anesthetic the moment their proboscis penetrates the skin. With the assistance of the anesthetic, victims often remained unaware until the mosquito had consumed a significant portion of their blood. However, the magnetic fluid mosquito lacked this capability. Employing a proper anesthetic in its place would alert Hayashi to the unusual occurrence, leading to a thorough investigation that would be detrimental to Wataru. Hence, he could only taper the proboscis, making it as fine as possible to minimize the likelihood of detection. Similarly, this would extend the duration required to absorb blood. Progress appeared to be smooth until the proboscis reached a sufficient depth, with no signs of Hayashi awakening. Due to the pressure differential, the blood within Hayashi's body, situated in a high-pressure zone, instinctively flowed toward the low-pressure cavity of the mosquito's abdomen. Wataru carefully manipulated the size of the magnetic fluid cavity, meticulously controlling the flow of blood to minimize exposure. The abdomen of the silver mosquito began to exhibit a deep crimson hue, the red intensifying as it gradually filled a significant portion of the cavity. Almost there! Almost there! The quantity was nearing sufficiency. Beads of sweat cascaded down Wataru's forehead, his teeth gritted, his veins bulging with exertion, rendering him a picture of intensity. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The slumbering Hinata Hayashi seemed to sense something, abruptly rolling over and pressing his back fully against the mosquito. How peculiar. Why did his back suddenly feel so itchy? He sat up in bed, tossing aside the thin coverlet draped over him, scanning the bed with a furrowed brow. Nothing was amiss. Was it merely an illusion? Shaking his head, Hayashi lay back down, shifting to a different position to resume his slumber. Beneath the bed, silvery fluid began to seep through the gaps in the wooden boards. Unlike at the outset, a deep red trace marred the fluid's pristine appearance. That was close. Outside, Wataru was gasping for breath. Had he not promptly allowed the magnetic fluid to permeate beneath the bed's boards, he would likely have been discovered. The particles of the magnetic fluid metal ranged from 1 nanometer to 10 nanometers in size, while retaining both magnetic and fluid properties that, in contrast, the primary cells in blood, red blood cells, measure approximately 6 to 9 micrometers in diameter, while white blood cells range from 7 to 20 micrometers, and platelets are even smaller, measuring around 1 to 4 micrometers, coupled with plasma and numerous trace elements. Even water molecules, which are smaller than 1 nanometer, find it challenging to escape through the gaps between the magnetic particles. This was why the metallic mosquito could still carry blood as it seeped beneath the bed. The most arduous step had been accomplished. All that remained was to transport the blood discreetly without drawing attention. The silvery fluid once again transformed into a metallic mosquito, flying toward the door. This time, however, its abdomen was laden with a thick, deep REDI in the laboratory. Hinata Wataru surveyed the ample array of samples before him. Hinata Hayato had acted swiftly, and he now possessed the DNA samples from the branch family that he required. Among the tissue samples, 2 test tubes caught the eye. Particularly conspicuous point 1 contained Hayato's blood, and the other Hayashi's brothers. Their DNA was inherently similar, making one a perfect control sample for the other, one marked as caged and the other unchanged. This would greatly aid Wataru's research. With a sufficient range of samples, he could begin experimenting with the mechanisms and operational methods of the caged birds, and upon collecting enough data, he could attempt to devise a means of unraveling them. Multiple experimental comparisons, especially between the data from Hayato and Hayashi, provided Wataru with the desired insights. The operation of the caged birds was not without vulnerabilities. They merely manifested under exceedingly stringent conditions. Once a flaw was exposed, Wataru could endeavor to exploit it. Based on current speculations, there was a 53% probability of successfully extricating the caged bird from the physical body, a 32% chance of being killed by the caged bird, and a 15% probability of unknown consequences. Hinata Satoru furrowed his brow, deep in thought, as he elucidated the results of the experiment. The caged bird served as a seal for the yin-yang escape technique, divided into the yang seal pertaining to the physical body and the yin seal concerning the soul. Should the surgical procedure proceed smoothly, I should be able to successfully detach the yang seal from the physical body. In such a case, the threat posed by the caged bird could be neutralized. Hinata Satoru contemplated. Based on the experimental results combined with his deductions, the reason the Hyūga clan could disregard the distance of the branch family's Byakugan was due to the yin seal of the soul, which functions akin to a receiver and locator, capturing and conveying the orders issued by the main family. The yang seal in the physical body bears the responsibility of output, directly harming the Byakugan and the minds of the branch family. If the output mechanism were to be destroyed, even if the seal could still receive commands, it would not inflict any damage upon his body, thereby achieving the effect of confounding the main family. However, the current success rate was not as he had anticipated. What to do? Should he temporarily abandon this opportunity? In the future, if the electromagnetic level were to increase, the likelihood of a successful surgery would certainly be higher. Yet Hinata Satoru's brow knitted with concern. Given the current state of affairs in the ninja world, war could erupt at any moment. Once hostilities commenced, he would have no chance to undertake such a delicate procedure again. The uncertainties of warfare loomed large, and with such a burden, he inhaled deeply, his eyes gradually steeling with resolve. Let us do it. In the laboratory, the ceiling's incandescent lights cast a pallid glow. Positioned centrally was a medical bed, upon which Hinata Satoru lay quietly, an unsightly X-shaped seal emblazoned upon his forehead. Unlike a conventional medical bed, the surface was covered with metallic plates, assembled seamlessly to resemble a massive iron slab. The metal was intended to amplify the magnetic field he controlled, thus enhancing the probability of success for this operation. Even if the enhancement was marginal, Hinata Satoru was unwilling to relinquish any opportunity. Failure could very well mean death at the hands of the caged bird. This laboratory had once belonged to Tsunade, and aside from the experimental apparatus, it was equipped with an abundance of medical instruments. Greatly aiding his surgical endeavor, in this moment, Hinata Satoru was reminded of a science fiction film he had watched in a previous life, where the protagonist in Prometheus struggled in despair, alone in a medical pod, as she extracted an alien fetus from her abdomen. The parallels to his own situation were striking. Taking a deep breath, Hinata Satoru cleared his mind of distractions. The surgery ahead was of paramount importance, and there could be no room for error. Silver metallic fluid oozed from his collar, trickling down his supine neck to the X-shaped seal on his forehead. The magnetic fluid rose like a silver serpent, its head splitting into 3 elongated needles. The needle tips slowly approached the forehead, dividing into 3 points, piercing into the skin adjacent to the X seal. Hinata Satoru clenched his teeth in silence, determined to prevent any involuntary movements that might disrupt the surgical process. The slender needles penetrated the dermis, gradually embedding themselves within the cranial cavity as the silver magnetic fluid flowed into his skull like an injected liquid. While controlling a small quantity of magnetic fluid to temporarily deactivate its blood-sucking properties was within his capability. As he had done previously with the store blood, the particles of magnetic fluid seemed to take on a life of their own, swiftly organizing and moving to various targeted areas. The diameter of these magnetic fluid particles ranged from 1 to 10 nanometers, while conventional cells generally measured in micrometers, significantly larger than 1 nanometer. Thus, the magnetic fluid moved effortlessly, akin to tiny nanobots navigating through Hinata Satoru's blood. He concentrated all his mental faculties on control. This delicate manipulation of electromagnetic forces was his first attempt since awakening his abilities. Fortunately, the area of focus was quite limited, confined to the forehead, preventing undue strain. With the first step completed, he inhaled deeply and gently closed his eyes. The use of his eyes was unnecessary now. The battlefield lay within his own body. Electromagnetic interference disrupted cranial electrical signals, obstructing the transmission of visual nerve signals. His vision seemed to vanish entirely from his body, leaving him enveloped in darkness, with no glimmer of light penetrating. Hinata Satoru's expression was serene as he maintained his steadied control. The neural electrical signals were generated by the flow of ions. And since electromagnetism was not selective, his electromagnetic power could likewise influence these signals. Although his current level did not permit overly complex manipulations, he could still sever the transmission of visual nerve signals, temporarily extricating his eyes from the body's nervous system, as anticipated. The instant the transmission of the Byakugan's neural signals was obstructed, the seal on his forehead began to seethe with heat. A surge of violent chakra emanated from the seal, rushing towards the Byakugan. The caged bird was activated. There were 2 triggering mechanisms for the caged bird. One was the main family, initiating it to punish or destroy the Byakugan, and the other was a passive trigger that activated upon detecting the Byakugan being extracted from the body, leading to the annihilation of both the Byakugan and the branch family's mind. Hinata Satoru's objective was to mislead the caged bird seal into misinterpreting that the Byakugan had been removed by interrupting the transmission of visual nerve signals, thereby passively activating the caged bird. The second step was completed. Now came the third step, the most crucial one that Hinata Satoru was exceedingly cautious. There could be no mistakes at this juncture. The calculated probability of death at this stage was alarmingly high, with a significant portion occurring during this very step. The ferocious chakra of the caged bird surged beneath his forehead, akin to a newly awakened primordial beast intent on obliterating everything in its vicinity. Hinata Satoru was well prepared. The previously injected nanobots transformed into devoted guardians, bifurcating into 2 streams. Point 1 group enveloped the visual nerves and the Byakugan, while the other flowed toward the cerebral cortex, like a silver armor. They merged with Hinata Satoru's chakra, blocking the violent incursion of the caged bird. Close call. Upon realizing that the caged bird had not breached the protective layer of magnetic fluid, Hinata Satoru inwardly exhaled in relief. This method of obstructing the caged bird was the culmination of extensive experimentation and meticulous calculations. However, theoretical constructs remained merely constructs. He held no absolute confidence in their efficacy. The diameter of human visual nerves was approximately 100 nanometers, while neuronal cells were even larger, Consequently, the nanometer-level magnetic fluid protection did not cause Hinata Satoru significant discomfort. The cage bird had been activated but could not target the Byakugan or the brain, resulting in a peculiar state that it was akin to a beast that had lost its prey, helplessly venting its fury while exhausting its energy. This was the objective of the third step, to induce a bug in the operational mechanism of the caged bird, thereby transforming it into a peculiar state of malfunction. In this state, the activated caged bird, unable to locate its target, would be compelled to continuously expend chakra. Hinata Satoru's ability to devise such a strategy stemmed from his understanding of the caged bird's underlying logic through relentless experimentation, allowing him to make slight alterations that would induce operational bugs. Once a bug manifested, even the most indomitable seal could be rendered vulnerable to destruction. Step 4. The final step is quite simple. Once the chakra of the caged bird is nearly depleted, the extraction procedure begins. Perhaps the ancestors of the Hyūga clan never anticipated that someone would exploit a loophole to keep the cursed seal in a state of continuous activation, losing its target. Thus, the chakra contained within the seal is rather limited. Before long, that rampant chakra becomes impotent, transforming a ferocious primordial beast into a languid little creature. Hinata Gaku, filled with elation, recognizes that the opportunity has arrived. The magnetic fluid particles remaining in his blood once more morph into dedicated nanobots, tasked with the vital role of detaching the cursed seal clinging to his optic nerve and brain. At this moment, the caged bird has become a mere shadow of its former self, devoid of any ability to resist, and can only be toyed with at will by Hinata Gaku. Soon, the 3 silver syringes piercing his forehead begin to withdraw, visibly drawing out a black fluid through the needle holes. Time passes, and Hinata Gaku opens his eyes, revealing a pair of pure, immaculate white eyes that gleam with delight. Success! I have successfully detached the caged bird from my body. Never before has it been this effortless, not just physically, but spiritually as well. The air of freedom is so sweet. Hinata Gaku takes a deep breath, a satisfied smile gracing his face, attempting to activate his Byakugan. He finds that without the oppressive weight of the cursed seal, the range of his vision expands from 4 kilometers to 5, eliminating the once existent blind spot. The mark of the cursed seal on his forehead remains, yet it has become an empty shell devoid of function. Even if a member of the main family were to stand before him and use the caged bird, Hinata Gaku could easily counter it, demonstrating the vibrant beauty of the flowers. Once the shadowy caged bird afflicting his soul is also removed, the mark on his forehead will vanish entirely. However, Hinata Gaku is unaware of whether the main family will detect any anomalies following the unlocking of the shadowy caged bird. After all, the physical curse seal serves as an operational directive, while the soul's curse seal functions to receive commands. Hinata Gaku recalls that during the 4th Great Ninja War, Hinata Hayashi was reincarnated through impure resurrection, and the curse seal remained on his forehead even as his soul returned to the ninja world. This indicates that the cursed seal on the soul may be more tenacious, potentially remaining even after physical death. Nevertheless, Hinata Gaku has devised 3 solutions. The first involves obtaining a method from Orochimaru to fragment the soul. Orochimaru's immortality stems from having divided his soul into numerous fragments, hidden within various cursed seals. Should the main body perish, the dispersed soul within the seals can resurrect as the primary entity. If Hinata Gaku were to acquire this method, he could directly sever the portion of the soul that harbors the caged bird. It is a straightforward yet effective approach. However, the aftereffects may be significant. The loss of soul fragments could impact his mental strength and bring about numerous unknown adverse effects, rendering it a last resort. Orochimaru's later encounters with the Sharingan resulted in him being incapacitated, largely due to the extensive fragmentation of his soul, which diminished his mental resilience to its nadir. The second method, akin to the first, is far more intricate. The Kato clan's spiritualization technique allows a ninja's soul to exist in a spectral form. Mastering this secret art would enable one to study the cursed seal from the perspective of the soul, employing clever methods to detach it as one would with a physical seal. The theory is not difficult, but given the complexity of the soul, practical application would likely surpass that of the physical yang cursed seal. The third method is the simplest. Wait. The now hollow caged bird poses no threat to him. Once his electromagnetic force reaches sufficient levels, eliminating the soul's caged bird will merely be a thought away. Hinata Gaku takes a slight breath, gazing through the window at the sky outside the laboratory, a faint smile gracing his lips as he begins to envision the future. He has no intention of betraying Konoha. Rather, he has other plans for the Hyūga clan that in the future, he could lift the caged birds from all branch families and instigate a coup within the Hyūga clan. Hinata Gaku muses with a smile. This is not a mere fantasy, but rather a future within reach, and perhaps it will not take long to realize that a Hyūga unshackled by the caged bird, a Hyūga liberated in thought under his leadership. A Hyūga on the path towards Marxism. What would that be like? Hinata Gaku wonders curiously. Having resolved the lingering issue of the caged bird, Hinata Gaku feels as if a massive weight has lifted from his heart, bringing him a newfound sense of ease. For the next 2 days, he immerses himself wholeheartedly in training, drawing ever closer to a breakthrough to electromagnetic force LV4, until the Umbu delivers a message that the Hokage has summoned him. Hinata Gaku briefly gathers himself and heads to the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office. Upon seeing Hinata Gaku enter, Sarutobi Hiruzen's frown vanishes instantly, replaced by a grin that lights up his wrinkled face. "Excellent! You appear to be in good spirits," he exclaims, echoing his classic opening line. It seems that Gaku has rested well these past few days, looking revitalized. Hinata Gaku internally scoffs. "Of course I've rested well. The past 2 days have been the most peaceful since arriving in the ninja world. The sword hanging over my head has disappeared, making discomfort nearly impossible." Naturally, he keeps these thoughts to himself. "Hokage-sama, have you summoned me for a specific mission?" "Indeed." Sarutobi Hiruzen's previous smile fades, replaced by a serious expression. "My scouts have discovered a small number of hidden rock ninja near the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. Based on their behavior, it appears they are acting in a reconnaissance capacity that I suspect that a Wagakure is planning significant movement soon. They would not dispatch so many scouts otherwise. Their counter-reconnaissance capabilities are formidable, and they possess the ability to move beneath the earth, leaving us at a disadvantage in this engagement of scouts." Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen raises his head, gazing intently at Hinata Gaku. Hinata Gaku takes a breath and nods. "I understand, Hokage-sama. You wish for me to investigate their intelligence?" "Precisely." Sarutobi Hiruzen takes a deep breath. "You possess the Byakugan, and your reconnaissance abilities are unparalleled. Furthermore, with your long-range ninjutsu, escaping unexpected encounters should not pose a challenge. You are the ideal candidate." He then fixes Hinata Gaku with a deep gaze, adding a cautionary note. "If you encounter any unforeseen circumstances, remember to prioritize your own safety. Your existence is the greatest contribution to the village." "I understand, Hokage-sama." Hinata Gaku swallows hard, suddenly feeling a chill in his lower body. It seems the Hokage's words carry a hidden meaning. Does he intend to treat me as a breeding stallion? After leaving the Hokage's office, Hinata Gaku sets off without delay toward the border of the Land of Grass. If the Hokage's intelligence is accurate, the Wagakure is surely planning significant action soon. Otherwise, they would not deploy such a large number of scouts. Given the current tense situation in the ninja world, conflict could ignite at any moment. Should war break out, the initial advantage in intelligence will expand, aiding the ninja village in seizing the initiative in the early stages of combat. This is why the Hokage places such importance on this intelligence war, even going so far as to deploy his own forces. Hinata Gaku is acutely aware of this, and thus he approaches the task with utmost seriousness. Konoha's passive involvement in war would serve him no benefit. Before long, he arrives at the location indicated by the intelligence. Silently seeking a concealed vantage point, he quietly activates his Byakugan and surveys the surroundings. After searching for a while, Hinata Gaku's expression darkens. The Hokage's intelligence reported the discovery of 4 rock ninja scouts. However, within the 5-kilometer range of his Byakugan, he has already identified 10 hidden rock ninja scouts. Among the trees and the grass, even underground, the rock ninja scouts are silently observing and communicating. The situation is likely far more dire than the Hokage has imagined. Longshore, what is the status? Behind a massive rock. A black-haired AWA ninja, armed with a ninja sword, crouched low, glancing back at a companion stealthily approaching from behind, whispering softly, "We have not detected any Konoha scouts nearby. Our position is quite concealed, and it seems the enemy remains unaware of our presence." Upon hearing his companion's words, a hint of arrogance surfaced on the face of the black-haired IWA ninja. Of course, I am a renowned dark ninja from Iwagakure. When it comes to stealth, how could that group of Konoha trash possibly compare to me? Acting in the capacity of a scout, the objective being to gather intelligence, one generally does not engage directly in combat. Should a confrontation arise, it signifies a failure in one's mission. Thus, the competition between scouts from the two nations can be summarized in 3 scenarios. I am watching you, yet you are unaware of my gaze. I know you are observing me, which prompts me to watch you in turn. Or I am oblivious to your scrutiny, but my companion is keenly aware of your watchful eye upon me. Tetsu naturally believed himself to be in the first scenario, which filled him with delight. Lord Suchikage has finally resolved to commence war. After such a long wait, my body is nearly rusting away. This time, I shall ensure the demise of several Konoha ninjas. Nagashi cast a glance at him, quietly remarking, "Konoha's strength is formidable. We must remain vigilant. What is there to fear?" Tetsu retorted, rolling his eyes. The vanguard led by Lord Ditsu was stationed in Rin town, with the main forces expected to arrive shortly. Indeed, Nagashi nodded. That Suchikage had been planning for quite some time, intending to seize the initiative in the early stages of the war. The main forces should have already entered the Land of Grass. Should they engage hastily, Konoha would likely find themselves at a disadvantage. So the vanguard from Iwagakure has already established a presence in the Land of Grass. "Thank you for the intelligence provided." Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from behind, causing both men to startle and hurriedly turn around. They beheld a ninja, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector and pure white pupils, standing several dozen meters away, observing them intently. "Damn it! When did you arrive?" A surge of shame and anger erupted within IWA Tetsu, instinctively reddening his face that he suddenly comprehended that he indeed belonged to the first scenario. Yet he had misidentified the subject. "You little brat, you should have fled with the intelligence. How dare you remain here to face us? I am the legendary Dark Ninja of Iwagakure." The IW ninja, named IW Tetsu, drew the sword from his back. Hinata Gaku smirked, suddenly recalling his identity. In the original story, Jiraiya, accompanied by the prince in search of inspiration, encountered 2 Iwagakure Sishinin. One of them boasted about giving Jiraiya a hard time, claiming to be the legendary Dark Ninja of Iwagakure, asserting that a single strike would humiliate Jiraiya, only to be sent flying 18 meters by a dumpling. That it seemed this was indeed the very individual before him, with an understanding of his opponent's identity. Hinata Gaku could now grasp the rationale behind his reckless behavior, which seemed far from intelligent. IWA Tetsu, oblivious to Hinata Gaku's thoughts after delivering his threats, immediately melded into the ground. When he reemerged, it was directly behind Hinata Gaku, his ninja sword gleaming ominously as he lunged for Hinata Gaku's throat. "Die." Beside him, Nagashi grew excited, anticipating the unveiling of IWA Tetsu's renowned technique. Yet he watched in disbelief as IWA Tetsu's blade plunged into his own neck. A look of incredulity etched upon his face. "You little brat," he gasped, blood frothing from his mouth as he struggled to utter a few astonished words. Hinata Gaku had no intention of wasting time. He manipulated the electromagnetic force, causing IWA Tetsu to meet his end instantly. Nearby, the dazed Nagashi finally reacted, swiftly turning to flee. Hinata Gaku raised his right hand, a droplet of magnetic fluid coalescing above his thumb into the shape of a bullet, which he flicked with his finger. A burst of blue lightning erupted as a silver metal bullet, infused with terrifying power, shot forth. Bang! A small hole erupted in Nagashi's forehead, brain matter and blood splattering in the impact, his body collapsing backward. Hinata Gaku approached, reclaiming the magnetic fluid from the fallen body. Given the peculiar circumstances, the battle had to be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, if other IWA scouts discovered the situation, things could turn dire. The electromagnetic furnace activated, and within moments, The two corpses evaporated in the sudden surge of heat, leaving little trace behind. Ever since he had developed the electromagnetic furnace ability, Hinata Gaku found himself predominantly employing it for the purpose of obliterating evidence. He then began contemplating his next course of action. With other IWA scouts still in the vicinity, he was at a significant advantage due to his abilities. Utilizing his Byakugan for enhanced vision, he conducted a broad-range scan with magnetic field perception, concealing his presence with the wood release technique that it would be a disservice to himself not to create some chaos, crouched behind a large rock. Hinata Gaku adjusted his position. Silver magnetic material flowed from his sleeves, assembling into a silver metal sniper rifle. The muzzle formed into a silencer, extending his left hand to aim at the grass below. He drew out metal particles from the ground, compressing the molecular gaps under electromagnetic control to significantly enhance their strength, molding them into the shape of bullets. After repeating this process, a layer of bullets soon filled one corner of the rock where Hinata Gaku lay. Compared to conventional gunpowder-propelled sniper rifles, the electromagnetic-powered sniper offered superior noise reduction and concealment. The primary noise came from the sound of the bullet breaking the sound barrier. However, the batch of bullets Hinata Gaku had forged, due to their unique mechanical structure, produced minimal sound, especially with the added silencer, a perfect sniping apparatus. The electromagnetic force guided a bullet into the sniper rifle's chamber. The bullet was now loaded, scanning with electromagnetic perception. He had identified a target. The Byakugan locked onto his perspective that he had aimed at. The smirk danced across Hinata Gaku's lips. Damn, let this group of sneaky IWA scouts witness the terror of the sixth. The gun barrel glimmered with blue lightning as Hinata Gaku pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, a blue beam shot forth. 2 kilometers away, a crouched IWA scout hidden in the grass suddenly had his head explode, blood spraying across the surrounding foliage. The second bullet was loaded, target locked. This time, it was an IWA ninja crouched amidst the trees who had no time to react as a gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared in his chest. Disbelief etched on his face as he fell backward. The third bullet found its mark in an IWA ninja concealed underground, now reduced to fertilizer. Since there was no concern regarding the retrieval of magnetic fluid, Hinata Gaku felt no remorse for the bullets used. However, these bullets, forged from underground metal particles, despite his efforts to compress molecular gaps and enhance strength, still had a maximum effective range of only 3 kilometers. Beyond that distance, they would be gradually incinerated by the friction of the air, losing their intended power. Nonetheless, Hinata Gaku was quite satisfied. Even in his previous life, a 3-kilometer effective range surpassed the limits of conventional sniper rifles. Hinata Gaku was also selective with his targets, preferring either lone operatives or specific angles for double kills, striving to minimize noise while maximizing the elimination of scouts. That day, the scouts from Awagakure recalled the terror of being dominated by the Sixth, along with the humiliation of being unable to see their enemy. Have the scouts not returned yet? No, it's been 3 hours, by now. They should have reported back every 2 hours, yet there's been no sign of them. Inside the camp, a gaunt IWA ninja furrowed his brow. Beside him sat a burly IWA ninja, his cheeks marked with what resembled Highland blush, shaking his head. They must have discovered something that delayed their return. The slender ninja hesitated for a moment before cautiously inquiring, Lord Ditsu, could it be that they encountered trouble and were unable to return in time to relay their intelligence? No sooner had he spoken than the robust IWA ninja slammed his hand upon the table. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How many scouts have we dispatched? None have returned thus far, if something has gone awry. Could it be that all of them have met with misfortune? Dontu found such speculation utterly ridiculous that a dozen scouts, each exceptionally skilled in the art of stealth, if all had encountered calamity, how formidable must the enemy be? Not only would they have to detect their presence with precision, but they would also prevent any intelligence from being relayed back, rendering them as if they had vanished from existence. It is inconceivable for even him, let alone that Suchikage to achieve such a feat. When did Konoha produce such remarkable shinobi? Let us wait a while longer. Dontu spoke with impatience. After a moment's thought, he added, if after another hour there is still no sign of the scouts, we shall send out another batch to ascertain what has transpired. Understood, Lord Dong-tu, the emaciated ninja, nodded in agreement. Approximately 500 meters away, Hinata Wu crouched upon a tree branch, quietly observing the small town. His body lay still like a decaying log, devoid of any discernible presence. Windmill Town, a well-known locale nestled in the heart of the land of grass, derived its name from the several windmills that stood sentinel around it. However, the tranquility of yesteryears had dissipated. Chaos now reigned supreme within the town, with ninjas rummaging for supplies, and the ground still bore the unprocessed corpses of fallen grass ninjas. Hinata Wu furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "There are likely around 200 of them." According to the intelligence relayed by Iwa Tetsu, this contingent is the vanguard of a Wagakure. Given the current turmoil in Windmill Town, their arrival must have been less than a day ago. Hinata Wu couldn't help but reflect. Such is the nature of war. The land of grass, weakened and caught in the crossfire of mighty nations, becomes a mere battlefield, subject to the plundering of great power ninjas. The grass villages gained a reputation for its opportunism, bowing to the strongest. Now, with the war's onset, they would only cower in their shells, as for the grass ninjas who dared to resist. The unprocessed corpses served as a grim testament to their fate. Hinata Wu suddenly recalled the chaotic global situation before his crossing, having heard of conflicts between major powers and the ensuing sanctions and aid discussions. Now, after such a passage of time, he wondered how things had evolved. As Hinata Wu fell into contemplation, the IWA camp had descended into disarray. The IT was already evening, yet still no scouts had returned. Lord Dong-tu, we still have not received any reports from the scouts. However, we have dispatched new ones as per your instructions. Dong-tu's expression darkened. As the vanguard, the number of scouts was minimal, and now that they had all been sent out without any desired intelligence. What could have possibly happened? Despite his earlier composure, the passage of time was beginning to weigh heavily on his heart. At that moment, the tent flap was abruptly pushed open and a ninja rushed in. Flustered, Lord Dong-tu, we have a situation. It was the sensing squad Shido, a jounin. What have you discovered? As the ninja recounted the events, Dong-tu's eyes narrowed. Meanwhile, atop the tree, Hinata Wu continued his silent vigil. From the perspective of his Byakugan, he could see into the largest tent, where several ninjas seemed to be in a state of frantic discussion. Gradually, they settled down, issuing commands. Soon after, a few ninjas were dispatched, scattering in various directions. Hinata Wu's brow furrowed slightly. It was evident that they had uncovered something and were formulating a response, that a sense of foreboding crept into his mind as dusk began to envelop the landscape. He decided it was no longer prudent to continue his reconnaissance and silently began to withdraw. However, his expression soon soured. The IWA ninjas who had previously dispersed had circled around, stealthily surrounding him from behind. They had evidently surmised his considerable sensing abilities and employed various ruses to mislead him into thinking they were embarking on a mission, only to encircle him from behind, by the time he realized the situation. The encirclement was already complete. Am I exposed? Hinata Wu couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Among this vanguard, there must be exceptionally skilled sensing ninjas. Otherwise, they would not have detected his use of the decaying wood technique. Hidden within the thicket, he cautiously retreated. The enemy's efforts to conceal their approach had resulted in a relatively sparse encirclement, if they had not locked onto his position, but merely anticipated where he was hiding. There might still be an opportunity to escape through a gap in their formation. Hinata Wu had no intention of engaging in combat. He was surrounded by a vanguard of over 200 ninjas, many of whom were jounin. Fighting here would spell disaster. Although he could fly at low altitude, being shot down would create an even greater predicament. He noticed a gap in the IWA and ninjas' encirclement. If he proceeded with caution, it might be possible to slip through. However, his expression grew increasingly grim. As he began to shift, the movements of the encircling IWA and ninjas altered in tandem, and no matter how he moved, he remained at the center of their encirclement. Damn it! Hinata Wu couldn't help but curse softly. They had not merely anticipated his hiding spot. They had thoroughly locked onto him, the moment he took action. They received information about his movements. Inside the tent, an IWA ninja sat cross-legged with eyes tightly shut, sweat beading on his forehead. T3 o'clock. The target moved 12 meters. The target has changed position and is now moving towards 6 o'clock. One piece of information after another was transmitted via his sensing techniques to the IWA ninjas who were encircling Hinata Wu. Well done, Shido, Dongtu praised. Fear not, Lord Dongtu. He will not escape. Shido opened his eyes. Pale, but managing a faint smile. Connecting with so many IWA ninjas at once was a considerable drain on his energy. A cold glint flashed in Dongtu's eyes. He had not anticipated that a Konoha scout had infiltrated their ranks. It was imperative to capture him. The air seemed to thicken, weighing down on Hinata Wu's breath. What to do? The surrounding IWA ninjas were drawing closer, and given that his position had been pinpointed, escape was no longer a feasible option in that case. Hinata Wu took a deep breath, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a kunai appeared in his palm, and propelled by electromagnetic forces, it transformed into a lethal projectile. A blue streak of light flashed through the air as it pierced the chest of an encroaching IWA ninja, creating a gaping wound. The look of disbelief on his face as he fell backward. Inside the tent, Shido suddenly opened his eyes wide in horror. This is bad, Lord Dongtu. The target has discovered our intentions and has initiated an attack. I had intended to capture him alive, since he seeks his own demise. Dongtu scoffed dismissively. They had only one adversary, while he had dispatched 6 Chunin and 1 Jounin. Even if he wished to perish together, it would be impossible. But just as he finished speaking, he heard Shido's panicked voice. No, the enemy is extraordinarily powerful. He has already killed one of the Chunin, and now a second, a third. He had already slain 3 Chunin. How could this be? Not only had he anticipated their intentions, but his strength was also terrifying. Dongtu's pupils contracted as a chilling thought surged through his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, a powerful chakra erupted from him. And with a resounding crash, he burst through the tent's entrance, charging toward Hinata Wu's position. What is happening? Is that Lord Dongtu? What on earth has transpired? The surrounding rock shinobi were momentarily taken aback by the unfolding scene. In their flustered state, Shiryu steadied himself against the tent door that had been flung open by the force of frozen earth, coughing amidst the swirling dust. Cough, cough. Lord Dongtu has discovered the Konoha scout lurking nearby and has rushed to pursue him. What? A scout from Konoha? How audacious to venture so close to the camp. A shuriken, enveloped in azure lightning, zipped past at an almost imperceptible speed, instantly piercing the throat of a rock shinobi. That made it the 4th. Hinata-en's gaze turned frigid. In merely a few breaths since the battle commenced, he had already dispatched 4 encroaching rock shinobi. Each strike was executed with lightning speed, resulting in a swift kill. At that moment, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the direction of Windmill Town, where an ominous chakra surged violently towards him. Hinata Wien realized he could no longer delay. Otherwise, he would soon face an onslaught from the entire encampment of rock shinobi. Earth-style, cracking earth palm. A senior rock shinobi hidden in the rear bellowed, slamming his palms onto the ground. With a thunderous rumble, the earth trembled violently beneath them. Hinata staggered slightly. Just then, a furious roar erupted from behind him. As a burly rock shinobi leaped forward, his fists encased in thick stone, crashing down upon him. Hinata nimbly leaped back, evading the attack. Boom! Under the sheer force of that terrifying strike, spiderweb-like cracks erupted around the rocky fist, sending debris flying. Dongtu's towering form emerged slowly from the fissured earth, his gaze icy as he fixed a stare on Hinata. I previously believed those scouts failed to report back due to some discovery. But upon realizing you had infiltrated the vicinity of the camp and could easily eliminate mid-level shinobi, it seems likely that those missing scouts fell victim to your lethal hands, doesn't it? His gaze narrowed upon those pure white eyes. Byakugan, indeed. Who are you? Hinata pondered for a moment before replying. Namikaze Minato. Dongtu, who had been seething with rage, was suddenly rendered speechless, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Namikaze Minato. That can't be right. While he is indeed a genius J-nin from Konoha according to the intel, the person before me is clearly a blonde, and he is not even from the Hyūga clan. His age doesn't match up either. After a prolonged moment of bewilderment, Realizing he had been played for a fool, Dong-tu's anger ignited. "You little brat, how dare you toy with me?" Transforming his punch into an open palm, he struck the ground heavily. Earth style, earth flow slash. The ground beneath his palm fractured abruptly, a gaping chasm resembling a beast's maw lunging towards Hinata. Executing a deft backward somersault, he evaded the onslaught while silver magnetic fluid spread from his sleeves. Forming a sleek silver metal sniper rifle, chill radiated from Hinata-Win's eyes. The gun's muzzle flickered with blue light as a bolt of lightning erupted forth. Yet his target was not Dong-tu, but the encampment in the distance. Shirtu was in the midst of relaying Hinata-Win's intel to the remaining rock shinobi when a sudden chill shot down his spine. His pupils constricted, and before he could even dodge, a blood hole the size of an infant's fist erupted from his forehead. With a lingering expression of disbelief in his eyes, he slowly toppled backward. "What is happening?" "Lord Shirtu." The gruesome scene sent the remaining rock shinobi into disarray as they rushed toward the fallen Shirtu. Meanwhile, Dong-tu's eyes fixated on the trajectory of the previously seen blue light, his pupils trembling slightly. Was it that very technique that eliminated the scouts from the village? Hinata-Win's face bore a hint of murderous intent. The rock shinobi were steadily surrounding him. He could not afford to leave behind anyone capable of sensing his movements. For this reason, he was even willing to reveal his sniping abilities. The night was gradually descending that a swarm of rock shinobi, dark as a shadow, charged forth toward him. Hinata-Win knew he could not linger any longer. With a mocking smile, he turned to Dong-tu and taunted, "I'm off. Are you ready to chase me?" No sooner had he finished speaking than his body was enveloped in faint arcs of lightning, his speed accelerating as he darted away into the distance. Dong-tu watched his retreating figure, finally recovering from his shock, gritting his teeth in frustration. Such an ability at such a distance was unheard of. This child must not be allowed to escape. Though he appeared to be merely 13 or 14 years old, he was already so formidable. Perhaps even the Sannin would not compare to him at this age. The thought of his complete maturation was too terrifying to contemplate in a fleeting moment. Dong-tu resolved with great determination, his murderous intent surging to AT that instant. The alerted rock shinobi from the camp also converged on the scene. Drawing a deep breath, Dong-tu bellowed at his comrades as he pursued Hinata-Win. "We must catch up to him. Under no circumstances can that Hyūga ninja return alive." "Yes," the rock shinobi responded with a resounding roar. Their momentum immense. Night had fallen. The sight of a throng of rock shinobi pursuing the figure ahead appeared magnificent against the backdrop of darkness. In the pitch blackness, as visibility dwindled, the numerous rock shinobi raced after their target with great fervor. "You, and you, each of you take a team of ninjas and encircle him, blocking his escape route." Dong-tu issued commands while pursuing, pointing at several rock shinobi. "Yes," they responded in unison. No sooner had he spoken in the night, seemed to illuminate instantaneously. As blue lightning surged past them, casting terrified faces into stark relief, one of the sensing rock shinobi in the ranks suddenly had his head explode. "Damn it! Not again!" Dong-tu gritted his teeth. As they pursued, Hinata-Win continued to retaliate, selecting his targets with precision, predominantly those skilled in reconnaissance or sensory abilities. He attempting to render us blind. A shiver ran down Dong-tu's spine. It was nighttime. If all the sensory ninjas perished, they would indeed be left as a group of blind men, devoid of the ability to pinpoint their enemy's location. Has the intel reached Lord Suchikage? The communication team has all been slaughtered by that bizarre jutsu. A pale-faced rock shinobi said, his expression one of terror. Although they held a significant numerical and strategic advantage, the pursuit had yielded little success, with Hinata occasionally picking them off one by one. They could barely graze the hem of his clothing. How infuriating! Dong-tu was beside himself with rage. First, it was the sensory ninjas, and now the communication ninjas. Was Hinata aiming to sever all their connections to the outside world, rendering them blind and vulnerable to his sniping? What a farce! There were over 200 ninjas. Dong-tu's heart was consumed with fury. This terrifying ability, it was no exaggeration to say, could potentially alter the course of a war. He must not be allowed to live. Kill him! Kill him! Such thoughts flooded his mind. With his Byakugan activated to its utmost limit, he scrutinized the movements of the rock shinobi. Upon detecting any sensory-type ninjas or those attempting to communicate, he would swiftly dispatch a powerful shot. Hinata Gaku understood that in a direct confrontation, he could not possibly match this advance party. However, under the cover of night, he was shrouded in darkness while the enemy stood in the light. As long as he could thoroughly dismantle their sensory and communication capabilities, he could remain hidden within the shadows. Electromagnetic experience, 128 electromagnetic experience, 131 perhaps due to the life-threatening circumstances, Hinata Gaku's latent potential surged dramatically. The rate at which his experience points increased far surpassed normal training. With only 2,000 more experience points until reaching LV4, it seemed there was no rush to escape, as he could use them as a sharpening stone. Breaking through to LV4 in one fell swoop. Hinata Gaku's eyes narrowed slightly. Once he reached LV4, this group of rock shinobi would likely no longer pose a threat to him, given the scale of this vanguard unit. Even a ninja of Orochimaru's caliber, classified among the legendary three ninjas, would undoubtedly find themselves in dire straits if engaged in direct combat. However, Hyūga harbored a steadfast confidence. As long as he could endure until the electromagnetic force reached level 4, he would be capable of decimating even a vanguard unit of rock ninjas. It seemed he had yet to employ this technique in battle. The faint smile played at the corners of Hyūga's mouth. The situation was just right. He swiftly formed hand seals and uttered a low command. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, a multitude of shadow clones erupted around his body from the darkness. Hyūga retrieved a storage scroll from his bosom, and as the white mist dissipated, a plethora of metallic ninja tools materialized, floating around the shadow clones. Bows, crossbows, an abundance of shuriken and kunai, and even several massive black cannons. All of these were ranged ninja tools. Drawing a breath, Hyūga bellowed, "Do you see those rock ninjas pursuing us? Grab these weapons and unleash hell upon them." "Damn them!" the shadow clones roared in unison, their momentum surging. Meanwhile, at the rear, the formation of the pursuing rock ninjas had shifted, with the last two sensory-type ninjas embedded deep within the ranks, layered with protective measures. Should Hyūga continue his assault? The first to fall would inevitably be the outermost rock ninjas, essentially sacrificing the lives of ordinary ninjas to preserve the sensory ones that Dongtu's gaze turned cold. Even at such a cost, he was resolute in his aim to eliminate Hyūga. If allowed to mature fully, the consequences would be unimaginable. With this determination, he continued issuing orders, recklessly pursuing Hyūga's position. Suddenly, the sensory ninja in the center of the rock ninja formation exclaimed in horror. "Sir Dongtu, there's a significant fluctuation of chakra appearing ahead. There must be some form of special clone technique." A special clone technique? Numerous in number? Could it be the multiple shadow clone jutsu? Having experienced the Second Great Ninja War, Dongtu knew that Senju Tobarama had developed a forbidden technique known as the multiple shadow clone jutsu, capable of producing a vast number of clones at once. However, the side effects of this technique were reportedly severe, draining substantial chakra and inflicting excruciating pain upon the user when the clones were dispelled. It seemed they had reached a dead end. Were they attempting to confuse our vision with shadow clones to escape? Ridiculous. A trace of disdain flickered across Dongtu's face. If Hyūga continued to wield that terrifying sniping technique, he would undoubtedly be left with a throbbing headache. Yet he was astounded that the opponent had opted to utilize the relatively lackluster multiple shadow clone jutsu. It appeared the outcome was already sealed, but almost in the next moment his smile froze. In the darkness, the ground ahead suddenly illuminated, arcs of blue lightning flashing, revealing numerous figures of Hyūga and the dark cannons crackling with electric energy in their hands. A leading shadow clone bellowed. "Second Lieutenant, where the hell is the electromagnetic cannon? Bring it up?" "Yes," responded the standing shadow clone loudly. They stood beside several massive black cannons, their barrels emitting faint arcs of electricity. The leading shadow clone's hand fell sharply. Unleashing a series of piercing roars, as the cacophony erupted, Dongtu felt a chill run down his spine. a wave of dread washing over him. Massive black iron balls, enveloped in arcs of electricity, hurtled through the night, crashing down towards their position. Boom! Boom! The terrifying power unleashed obliterated several rock ninjas at the center, sending shockwaves that toppled the surrounding rock ninjas. The formation was shattered. What kind of technique is this? Dong-Tu's eyes widened in disbelief. Just a moment ago, it was a sniper rifle. How could it transform into heavy artillery in an instant? In the distance, hearing the commotion, Hyūga Widow couldn't help but smirk. The first real battle of the Electromagnetic Storm Corps had not disappointed him. Electromagnetic experience increased by 145. That electromagnetic experience increased by 243. As the shadow clones rained down cannon fire, the experience points in his mind surged rapidly. I took out at least 3 rock ninjas with this shot. That I eliminated 5 with mine. What the hell are you all still doing? The leading shadow clone slapped down on the heads of the clones that were caught up in their own competition, scolding them loudly. The danger to the main body had not yet passed. The immediate priority was to annihilate those rock ninjas. Do you understand? Understood, Captain, the shadow clones replied sheepishly, scratching their heads as they resumed loading ammunition into the electromagnetic cannon. To maximize the combat effectiveness of the Electromagnetic Storm Corps, Hyūga Widow had been employing militarized training that IT seemed to be paying off. Although currently, with his abilities, he could only muster a battalion of a few dozen. In the future, once his strength significantly increased, he would be able to truly field a full brigade. When the Electromagnetic Storm Corps descended upon the ninja world, it was likely that even a major ninja village would tremble in fear. Hyūga Widow did not personally engage in this battle. Seizing the opportunity, while Dong-Tu's forces were occupied with the shadow clones, he meticulously began to set traps along his path, having resolved to turn the rock ninja unit into his whetstone. He knew he needed to prepare several gifts. A slight smile crept across Hyūga Widow's lips. Stunned by the relentless bombardment, Dong-Tu finally regained his senses. Turning around, he found a formation of the rock ninja unit completely scattered. The ground pockmarked with enormous craters, littered with the limbs of fallen ninjas. Damn it! Grinding his teeth, Dong-Tu immediately began forming seals, slamming his hands on the ground. Earth release! Earth flow wall! With a resounding crash, rows of rock walls erupted from the earth, blocking the path of the electromagnetic cannon's onslaught. Boom! Debris flew as the earth flow wall was blasted away in layers, yet it momentarily halted the enemy's advance. This brief respite allowed the remaining rock ninjas to react swiftly, employing earth release techniques to defend against the electromagnetic cannon strikes. After all, this was an elite vanguard unit from Iwagakure, comprised of the best. With solid combat skills and mental fortitude, in the wake of the brief chaos, they quickly regained composure and entered a battle state. One team utilized earth release techniques for defense, while another group launched ranged attacks. Knowing that the opponent was merely shadow clones, hitting them would cause them to vanish. Dong-Tu forced himself to remain calm, issuing orders in a steady voice. Suddenly, an absurd sense of farce washed over him. Am I seriously strategizing against a bunch of shadow clones? What a joke! Aren't shadow clones supposed to be used for reckless assaults? To employ a strategy of attrition, to exhaust the enemy's stamina, or to obscure their vision so they cannot locate the real body? Does the multiple shadow clone jutsu even serve this purpose? Is this truly a shadow clone? It resembles a ninja unit. Just as his thoughts spiraled into confusion, the surrounding rock ninjas hurriedly approached to report. Lord Dong-Tu, it's bad. Those shadow clones seem to be clad in special metallic armor. Our attacks can't penetrate their defenses. Dong-Tu felt his blood pressure spike, his heart racing as if it might explode. He leaned out to see that the rock ninjas' ranged attacks, upon striking the shadow clones, produced a metallic clanging sound, bouncing off without effect. Armor on the shadow clones? What the hell is this? His teeth nearly ground to dust. Dong-Tu realized he could no longer afford a delay. Previously, he had refrained from using his full strength to avoid expending too much chakra on these shadow clones, reserving more energy to deal with Hyūga Widow's true form. But now, faced with a horde of inexplicable shadow clones, if he delayed any longer, he might not even catch a glimpse of Hyūga Widow. Taking a deep breath, Chakra surged violently within him as Dongtu quickly formed hand seals and slammed his palm onto the ground. Earth release. Mountain earth technique. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath the shadow clones cracked open. Like a beast opening its gaping maw, devouring the surrounding shadow clones and their metallic tools. Damn it, playing dirty, are we? A multitude of shadow clones plunged into the pit, cursing vehemently in their fury. The colossal hemispherical rocks on either side slowly closed in, producing a deafening roar as they ground towards them. Under the weight of such terrifying power, even with the shadow clones clad in specialized metallic armor, they were utterly defenseless against the onslaught. The sound of their obliteration echoed with a series of thuds, dissipating into white mist. "Captain, what shall we do?" The few remaining shadow clones turned their gaze towards their leader. Suddenly, the foremost shadow clone glanced back in the direction where Hinata Wataru had fled, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Master, our mission is accomplished." With a resounding crash, the rock walls sealed completely, engulfing him entirely. Meanwhile, Hinata Wataru, who was setting up traps, was abruptly inundated with a flood of feedback, instinctively leaning against a nearby tree as he gasped for breath. Having managed to delay them for so long exceeded my expectations. You have all performed admirably. Once he had processed the feedback, a subtle smile crept upon his lips as he soared into the distance. Frozen Earth, I have prepared your second gift. I hope you shall not be disappointed. Count the numbers, report the casualties. After concluding the Earth-style technique, Frozen Earth took several deep breaths before issuing his command in a somber tone. Report. Currently, there are 139 remaining, with 87 casualties. The brute, Frozen Earth, clenched his teeth in fury. Just a group of shadow clones had cost them over 80 lives? The humiliation, coupled with horror, fueled his murderous intent even further. The pursuit had already dragged on for quite some time. If they failed to eliminate Hinata Wataru soon, they would be nearing the borders of the Land of Fire. The main forces were still a considerable distance away, and entering the territory of Konoha would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Even more concerning for Frozen Earth was the evident presence of numerous scouts that the Hokage had deployed within the Land of Grass. Despite the cover of night, such a commotion would surely have drawn their attention. It was possible that the Hokage had already prepared reinforcements, with ninjas en route. Frozen Earth's gaze turned icy. At this juncture, there was no turning back. The threat posed by Hinata Wataru was immense, not solely due to his terrifying talent, but also for the implications it held for the impending Third War. The Tsuchikage had meticulously orchestrated plans for this conflict, and Hinata Wataru's peculiar abilities, if wielded effectively, could significantly sway the tide of battle. Even if they were to abandon the mission now, the losses sustained would be unacceptable, and the Tsuchikage would undoubtedly impose severe penalties upon him. As the leader of the vanguard, he had sworn a military oath. Then so be it, Frozen Earth declared, his eyes glinting with resolve. We must eliminate the thorn in our side, Hinata Wataru, at all costs. Can we still locate his position? The last remaining sensory ninja, his face still etched with residual fear, stammered. It seems the enemy has exhausted considerable energy. Their speed after using shadow clones is not swift. If we pursue, we should still be able to catch up. Excellent. Advance at full speed. This time, we must kill him. The murderous intent radiated from Frozen Earth's twisted expression. The night was already deep. The starry sky above was tranquil and serene. Yet the scene on the prairie was entirely opposite. A ragtag group of rock ninjas frantically pursued their quarry under the cover of darkness. A palpable murderous aura seemed to rise from them, solidifying in the night air. Suddenly, a rock ninja let out a blood-curdling scream. What happened? Frozen Earth felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly turned his gaze, his expression darkening immediately. He witnessed one of his comrades plummet into a pit, impaled by the forest of metallic spikes at the bottom. Be cautious. It appears that Hinata scoundrel has laid traps along the way. As long as we remain vigilant, we should be fine. Frozen Earth barked, his face grim. Under normal circumstances, they would not have paid heed to such traps. However, the darkness was so profound that one could not see their own hand in front of their face, and the continuous pursuit had drained their stamina significantly, leaving them wearied. The moment of inattention could spell disaster. The rock ninjas carefully circumvented the area laden with traps, proceeding with caution, but a second scream pierced the air. Anticipating their evasion of the previous trap, Hinata Wataru had set another trap precisely at the location they chose to detour. Frozen Earth bit down hard on his teeth. The darkness was too thick. They were entirely oblivious to the subtle changes around them. You lot, scout ahead and report back with information," he commanded, pointing at several individuals. They could not afford to linger here any longer. Otherwise, Hinata Wataru would escape. The unfortunate souls braved the path ahead, initially encountering no issues, until one of them stepped into thin air, plummeting into a concealed pit. This time, the bottom was not lined with metallic spikes, but rather molten metal. An intricate cover concealed the heat emanating from above. As the individuals screamed and struggled, they gradually melted away. A wave of dread washed over the rock ninjas. The harrowing cries of their comrades echoed in their ears, and the pervasive fear began to spread among them. Having journeyed thus far, they had yet to even graze the hem of Hinata Wataru's garment, and already they had suffered such catastrophic losses. Frozen Earth clearly sensed the rising panic among the remaining rock ninjas. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the last remaining sensory ninja and spoke in a low, commanding tone. "How far is that Hinata scoundrel from us?" The sensory ninja's face displayed an odd expression as he stammered. "He hasn't moved. It seems he's waiting for us." Frozen Earth gritted his teeth. Is he mocking us, deliberately setting traps, and yet refusing to flee? That scoundrel. The remaining sensory ninja suddenly experienced an absurd thought. Could it be that he had survived this long because Hinata Wataru had intentionally left him to guide the rock ninja forces towards him? It seemed improbable. After all, they were a vanguard unit, and no single individual could stand against them. Yet the grim fates of their fellow rock ninjas continually validated this notion. Frozen Earth inhaled deeply, his gaze slicing through the remaining rock ninjas with steely resolve. "I am aware that many of you have begun to feel fear, but the enemy is merely a young Hyūga ninja, and he has already caused us such grievous losses that you realize what this portends? If he grows stronger, Iwagakure shall never know peace. Your friends, your families are all there to you wish to let them bear the consequences of your momentary weakness?" From the initial sniper techniques to the subsequent shadow clones, and now to the traps set along the way, it was evident that the scoundrel was nearing his limit. If we could just hold on a little longer, we would surely be able to kill him. At that moment, I shall personally take credit for our victory to Lord Suchikage. Frozen Earth's impassioned speech struck a chord, and the previously despondent rock ninjas were now infused with determination. Very well, let us press onward. After sustaining the loss of several more rock ninjas, Frozen Earth and his contingent finally emerged from the traps laid by Hinata Wataru. The sky was beginning to lighten. Dawn was approaching. Having pursued throughout the night, the rock ninjas were utterly exhausted. Just a little more effort. That Hinata's scoundrel must also be at his limit. If we can hold on a while longer, we will surely kill him. The Frozen Earth shouted at the rock ninja. Behind him, Ati did not wish to pursue alone, but the elusive abilities of Hinata Wujin instilled within him a profound sense of pressure. He feared he could not confidently overpower him in solitary combat. That moment, a flash of lightning streaked past, grazing his shoulder and striking the rock ninja behind him. The cold gaze of the Frozen Earth sharpened. Since not long ago, the frequency of Hinata Wujin's sniping had significantly diminished, indicating that his chakra was likely completely exhausted. As long as they encircled him, the outcome was already predetermined in the distance. Hinata Wujin was panting heavily, stuffing several soldier pills into his mouth, occasionally taking aim with his silver sniper rifle to fire at the rear. Just as the Frozen Earth had surmised, he was indeed nearing his limit. However, he was not devoid of sniping capabilities. The reason he had slowed his attacks was that he had devoted his remaining chakra to constructing an electromagnetic furnace. This was not to set a trap. Rather, given his current state, it was the means by which he could gain the most experience points. The electromagnetic experience points were tantalizingly close, just a fraction away from leveling up to LV4. Gritting his teeth, Hinata Wujin strained every last ounce of strength within him. The distant sky began to blush with the first light of dawn. Daybreak was approaching. Suddenly, The frozen earth noticed that Hinata Wujin had ceased his movement, standing before a cliff with his back turned toward him. Huh! He had nowhere left to flee. Had he chosen the wrong escape route? Ha! Even with your Byakugan, you would make such a rudimentary error. A wave of ecstasy surged within the frozen earth. Before him lay a precipice, and Hinata Wujin's fate was sealed. The surrounding rock ninjas seemed invigorated by this revelation, their eyes gleaming with joy as they exhausted their final reserves of strength. Staggering towards Hinata Wujin, they closed in until they were within 100 meters of him. The frozen earth leaned against a nearby tree, gasping for breath as if he had just emerged from water. His clothes drenched in sweat, he turned back. The once formidable force of over 200 rock ninjas had dwindled to fewer than 100, all battered and in disarray. You little beast, why aren't you running anymore? Ha ha, I have finally caught you. The frozen earth sneered coldly, slowly advancing towards Hinata Wujin. Yet he soon found himself at a loss for words. He observed that Hinata Wujin's expression bore no trace of the anticipated terror. Instead, he gazed serenely at the distant sky. What are you doing? Don't you find the sunrise beautiful? Beautiful. How absurd. You still have the leisure to appreciate the sunrise. Of course this is your last, the frozen earth mocked, inching closer to the oblivious Hinata Wujin. Suddenly, a chorus of agonized screams erupted behind him. He froze momentarily, turning to find the smile on his face abruptly frozen in place, beneath the feet of the rock ninjas. A surge of pitch-black fluid erupted, resembling demonic tendrils reaching from the depths of hell, voraciously devouring the surrounding rock ninjas. Some screamed in panic, while others met their gruesome fate as the black tendrils transformed into lethal spikes. Shredding them to pieces amidst blood-curdling cries, a harrowing tableau assaulted the frozen earth's senses, rendering him motionless, as though all strength had been siphoned from his body. Who on earth are you? He stammered in trepidation. Did I not mention? I am Wave Wind Minato. Hinata Wujin chuckled lightly. By the way, I owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for the pressure you exerted, I would not have broken through so swiftly. Breakthrough. The frozen earth turned back, only to see a silver coin materializing in Hinata Wujin's palm, ascending into the air. The coin spun slowly, as if time had decelerated. In that moment of realization, the frozen earth's pupils constricted, and he desperately attempted to flee. But by then, the coin had already begun its descent. Hinata Wujin's fingertips sparked with electricity as he deftly flicked it. Super electromagnetic cannon. Boom! In an instant, the coin unleashed a cataclysmic force, transforming into a blinding white beam. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the frozen earth vanished, along with the screams of the rock ninjas, leaving behind only a deep chasm stretching from Hinata Wujin to the horizon. The sun timidly peeked over the edge of the sky, casting golden rays upon the cliff and illuminating Hinata Wujin's silhouette, as well as the seemingly endless ravine before him. In the Hokage office of Konohagakure, Tsuruto paced anxiously. Soon, the door swung open, revealing a young figure. Hokage-sama, you call for me? Minato, you have finally arrived, Tsurutobi Hiruzen exclaimed with relief, striding towards him. Not long ago, scouts from the Land of Grass reported that there has been a large-scale mobilization of ninjas from Iwagakure. Are we on the brink of war? Wave Wind Minato's expression turned grave. Yes. I have convened a high-level meeting regarding the matters of war. The reason I summoned you here is to assign you another task. Tsurutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened. Just yesterday, I dispatched Hinata Wujin to investigate the Land of Grass, and now we discover a large-scale mobilization of rock ninjas. I am concerned. I understand, Hokage-sama. Wave Wind Minato inhaled deeply. His voice steadied. I will depart immediately for the Land of Grass. Indeed, Hinata Wujin is the only double bloodline user in Konoha, and as a precious first-generation bloodline holder, we cannot afford to lose him. Minato, you are Konoha's fastest ninja. With you on the mission, I will rest easy in the Land of Grass. Hinata Wujin basked in the glow of the rising sun, eyes closed as he inhaled deeply. The electromagnetic force had finally upgraded to LV4. He opened his eyes, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Had it not been for the pressure exerted by the rock ninja forces, it would have likely taken him much longer to achieve this breakthrough. The Third Great Ninja War had erupted, and now he felt unafraid. Estimating his newfound strength at LV4, he was undoubtedly poised to enter the ranks of shadow-level powerhouses. Material disassembly. This was the novel ability bestowed upon him by the upgrade of his electromagnetic force. However, this disassembly came with a suffix. Nanoscale, he could now effortlessly deconstruct any metal into nanoscale particles, which could then be manipulated into magnetic fluids under his electromagnetic control. His earlier assault against the nearly 100 pursuing rock ninjas was achieved by splitting underground metal particles into magnetic entities, erupting from below like symbiotic venom, obliterating those rock ninjas. Hinata Gaku had already experienced the terrifying potential of magnetic fluids. Previously, he could only wield the magnetic fluid derived from the decapitation blade in Tyrant mode. Now, he could freely create substantial amounts of magnetic fluid. Assembling it into a giant mech was also within the realm of possibility. Common metal atoms have diameters smaller than 1 nanometer. Copper atoms measure approximately 0.25 nanometers, while iron atoms are about 0.125 nanometers. Nanoscale magnetic fluids are very close to atomic scale, with a single magnetic fluid particle containing dozens or even hundreds of metal atoms. However, if he attempted to further decompose, he would encounter significant resistance. This resistance ultimately stemmed from the inadequacy of his electromagnetic authority. Hinata Gaku vaguely speculated that when his electromagnetic force could manipulate atomic-scale specifics, a monumental qualitative change would occur. Some of the fearsome abilities he envisioned would require the application of atomic-scale electromagnetic manipulation. For instance, hand-rolled nuclear bombs. Additionally, the elevation in rank had enabled him to develop a highly renowned ability: the super electromagnetic cannon, the signature technique of Cannon Sister, and now he had become Cannon Brother. In truth, had it merely been a matter of imitation, Hinata Satoru could have accomplished it long ago. However, the magnitude of his power would not have been nearly as formidable as it is now. The common varieties of electromagnetic cannons are generally classified into two categories: coil guns and rail guns, alongside two less prevalent types known as thermal cannons and heavy contact cannons. Thermal cannons utilize the accelerated projectiles created by evaporated high-pressure plasma, a principle that is relatively intricate. Conversely, heavy contact cannons represent the latest form of electromagnetic weaponry, with significant resources invested by the United States in their research, hailed as the future of space-based hypervelocity electromagnetic cannon structures. These so-called space-based weapons employ satellites to deploy high-density tungsten rods from Earth's orbit, which, through gravitational capture, continuously accelerate, becoming a terrifying pure kinetic weapon. Its impact is akin to that of a meteorite crashing to Earth, earning it the moniker God's Scepter, in an era where nuclear weapons have devolved into mere deterrents. This space-based kinetic weapon is regarded as the optimal substitute for nuclear arms, devoid of concerns about nuclear retaliation or humanitarian crises, effectively embodying a nuclear weapon without the contamination. Yet, this remains an idealized conception. The practicalities are fraught with numerous challenges, and its power may not be as impressive as envisioned. The space-based electromagnetic cannon combines the principles of electromagnetic acceleration with gravitational capture from Earth, representing a 2.0 version of God's Scepter. Hinata Satoru speculates that Misaka Mikoto's electromagnetic cannon is also a unique variant of the heavy contact cannon. The moment a coin is tossed, a virtual magnetic field is constructed along the trajectory of its descent, and as the coin flips and falls, the magnetic energy accumulated upon it gradually intensifies. Ultimately, with a gentle flick of the finger, the electromagnetic cannon is unleashed. Thus, before unleashing her ultimate move, Misaka Mikoto must toss the coin high into the air and recite a multitude of incantations, which may not merely be for show, but rather a means of secretly gathering energy. Lastly, there's the matter of range. In Academy City, Misaka's electromagnetic cannon employs standard coins that are incinerated by intense heat beyond 50 meters, whereas Hinata Satoru utilizes high-strength coins composed of magnetorheological fluid, greatly enhancing their heat resistance. The seemingly endless chasm before him serves as testament to this. Hinata Satoru exhaled deeply, feeling an unparalleled lightness in his body. With an electromagnetic force of LV4, as long as he does not encounter those few anomalies from the ninja world, he should be able to traverse with relative ease that, in fact, he finds himself eagerly anticipating the upcoming third battle. With such an array of formidable abilities, how remarkably will they manifest in the conflict? Thanks to the physical refinement obtained through the enhancement of his electromagnetic powers, despite having played through the entire night, he does not feel fatigued in the slightest. Rather, he is invigorated, and all the chakra he had expended has fully replenished. Without delay, Hinata resolves to return to Konoha. According to the intelligence he has gathered, a significant force from a Wagakure has already arrived in the land of grass and is steadily approaching Konoha. Whether Sarutobi Hiruzen has received this information or not, he must return to relay the news. He swiftly leaps across the grasslands, steadily advancing towards Konoha. Suddenly, he furrows his brow slightly. A powerful biological magnetic field appears ahead, moving at an astonishing speed, seemingly closing in on him. Is it merely passing by? Activating his Byakugan, upon seeing its form, Hinata cannot help but wear an odd expression, and oh wonder it moves so quickly. It turns out to be the renowned yellow flash of the ninja world, Namake's Minato. Just moments ago, he had invoked his name to deceive Dodo. Surely the other party is unaware of that. As he contemplates this, Namake's Minato has already arrived. Excellent. It appears he has not come too late. I am so relieved to see you safe, Satoru. Upon noticing the peculiar expression on Hinata-Satoru's face, Namake's Minato pauses for a moment, then brushes his hair back with his right hand, revealing an awkward yet polite smile. Ah, right, I almost forgot. You probably don't know me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the guiding Jonin of Kakashi. Namake's Minato, a hint of embarrassment colors Minato's features. He considers his smile to be less than handsome, yet at least it can be deemed attractive. Whenever that fiery red-haired girl becomes enraged, she cannot bring herself to strike him after catching sight of his charming grin. Why does he always feel that Hinata-Saru's expression is somewhat strange? Hinata-Saru hesitates momentarily, returning a similarly awkward yet polite smile. Oh, you are Kakashi's guiding Jonin. This is the first time I have heard your name. Thus, they become acquainted. Well, war has broken out, and the Hokage is concerned for your safety in the land of grass. So he sent me to escort you. Namake's Minato's expression takes on a serious tone. The Hokage is currently convening a meeting to address the war, having just returned from the land of grass. You possess first-hand information, and returning now might allow you to make it in time. By the way, I forgot to mention, I possess a forbidden technique called the Flying Thunder God, which allows me to return to Konoha in an instant. However, since there is no mark here in the land of grass, I had to travel here instead. With that, he takes hold of Hinata-Satoru's forearm and instructs him, first, take a deep breath and prepare yourself. All right. With a whoosh, the two vanish from the grasslands, leaving only a gentle breeze rustling the grass. It is akin to falling from a great height. Hinata-Saru suddenly lands on the ground, stumbling forward into a room. Is this the sensation of traversing through the space of the Flying Thunder God? It feels somewhat akin to bungee jumping. Fortunately, his stomach is empty at the moment, or it would have been quite embarrassing to vomit. Hinata-Satoru, with a hint of curiosity, savors the experience he has just undergone. Satoru, are you all right? I'm fine. Upon seeing Hinata-Satoru's normal demeanor, Namake's Minato cannot help but feels slightly astonished. Such a vast distance of spatial movement is not something an ordinary person can endure. He recalls that when he first used the Flying Thunder God, he spent quite some time retching. His face flushes red as he unconsciously returns to his own bedroom, where photographs of Kushina are scattered chaotically on the bed, and Hinata-Satoru finds himself staring at them intently. How embarrassing. Namake's Minato rushes over, pulling the covers to conceal the photographs on the bed. Hinata-Satoru cannot help but click his tongue in amusement. Satoru, do you need to rest for a moment? Lord Hokage is waiting for you. Minato says, his face reddening. No, we should hurry to see the Hokage. The war takes precedence over everything else at the Hokage's tower. In the conference room, a massive long table is set in the middle, surrounded by the senior officials of Konoha, all wearing somber expressions. The head of the table, Sarutobi Hiruzen, rests his chin on his hands, speaking gravely. According to intelligence received from scouts, a large force from Wagakure has already arrived in the land of grass. It seems that war is unavoidable. Iwagakure has grown bold. Have they forgotten the lessons of the Second Great Ninja War? The speaker, with thick bandages wrapped around his arm and only one eye visible, exudes a sinister aura. It is none other than the leader of the Akatsuki, Danzo. If it were only a Wagakure, we would not need to worry too much. Sarutobi Hiruzen takes a deep breath and continues. According to the latest intelligence, the third Kazekage of Sunagakure has been missing for quite some time, and the newly appointed fourth Kazekage, Raza, has similarly declared war on Konoha. It appears we're to face threats from two major ninja villages simultaneously. Upon hearing this news, the majority of those present in the conference room fall silent. Confronting two major ninja villages at once poses a significant burden for Konoha. Just then, the door to the conference room swings open. Namake's Minato sheepishly scratches his head as he enters with Hinata Satoru. Sorry for being late. It's Minato. You've finally arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen beams. Satoru has returned safely as well. That's splendid. Please find a seat. Kakashi Hitaki led Hinata to a more secluded position at the table. Hinata, filled with curiosity, surveyed the ninjas gathered around the long table. There were Tenten, Mito, the heads of various clans, and among the legendary three, Jiraiya and Tsunade. Orochimaru, noticing his gaze, offered a faint smile in return. Suddenly, Hinata felt a chilling stare directed at him. Turning his head, he saw Danzo. It seemed this was the first encounter with the infamous root leader. Hinata mused. The look he received was far from warm, carrying an air of scrutiny and judgment. Previously, Danzo had likely refrained from confronting him due to his branch family status, but it was unclear what he was contemplating now. Hinata returned a cold glance that, in the past, he might have felt pressure from Danzo's presence. However, now, with his electromagnetic force at LV4, if Danzo truly dared to overstep, he would not hesitate to create a metaphorical Golden Gate Bridge. After all, blowing up bridges was Danzo's specialty. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued his narration, his expression somewhat grim. Kakashi spoke of his experiences in the Land of Lightning. Prior to this, he had clashed multiple times with the AB brothers from Kyomogakure, only to be recalled by the Hokage due to the impending threat from the IWA and Ninja Army. Considering the situation, it appeared that aside from the distant Kirigakure, which was still inactive, the other three villages had already joined the fray. Hinata wore a peculiar expression that he had not anticipated that his good friend Rasha, with his assistance, would rise to the position of Kazekage. Calculating the timeline, it seemed to coincide precisely with the period when he had outmaneuvered Rasha in the black market, leading to the demise of the third Kazekage. It was uncertain whether this was fortunate or unfortunate for Rasha. Once the situation had been assessed, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to strategize that he declared in a firm voice. On the IWA battlefield, Danzo and Jiraiya will lead 4,000 ninjas. Orochimaru, you shall take charge on the Suna battlefield, commanding 3,000 ninjas, while Tsunade will serve as the head of the medical corps, overseeing support operations. As he concluded, the ninjas called upon responded with steady affirmations, except for Tsunade, who appeared somewhat fatigued and weak. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly. Tsunade had developed a fear of blood during the Second Great Ninja War and had yet to recover. Even when on the battlefield, she could only manage logistical support. This lack of top-tier combat strength was a significant setback, especially given the fewer numbers dispatched to the Suna battlefield. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted his gaze to Kakashi and Hinata. Kakashi, you will accompany Hinata to the Suna battlefield. I will assign others to handle matters in Kyomogakure. Understood, Kakashi replied firmly, although uncertain of the Hokage's intentions. Hinata's eyes brightened slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision to send both him and Kakashi to the Suna battlefield undoubtedly aimed to have them collaborate. Was it a combination of Flying Thunder God and Magnetic Storm? Was the sixth Hokage preparing for an infinite flash? A subtle smile crept onto Hinata's lips, realizing it was time to seize the opportunity to master the Flying Thunder God technique. After the strategic meeting concluded, everyone promptly departed from the Hokage's office to commence preparations. Orochimaru approached Hinata, a raspy chuckle escaping his lips. Congratulations, Hinata. Congratulations for what? Hinata shot him a quizzical glance that I can see that your physical form seems to have evolved again. Your vitality appears more robust than before. This observation from Orochimaru struck Hinata as astute. He had just advanced to LV4, and yet Orochimaru had already noticed. Nonetheless, he felt untroubled. With LV4 electromagnetic force, few in Konoha could rival him. Orochimaru, you are about to head to the Susanoo battlefield as the overall commander, that I hope you can bear the responsibility. Hinata remarked casually that of course. I am also curious to see whose magnetic release is superior, yours or the new Kazekage Rasha. Orochimaru replied with a grin that Hinata's expression turned peculiar. His good friend Rasha was likely still searching for him everywhere. Would he be enraged upon discovering that the one who had outmaneuvered him was within Konoha's ranks? Deciding not to linger, Hinata bid a brief farewell and exited the meeting room. Orochimaru gazed intently at Hinata's departing figure. Hinata has changed, he murmured in a tone only he could hear in the past. While Hinata did not fear him, he had always approached their interactions with a degree of caution. Though well concealed, Orochimaru could sense it. Now, however, that wariness had dissipated. Every word and action emanated a sense of nonchalance and indifference. This was the most terrifying transformation of all. Orochimaru wondered, had a mere physical evolution granted him such confidence? Upon returning home, Hinata swiftly engaged in some preparatory tasks for the impending battle. The atmosphere in Konoha was decidedly grave due to the impending conflict. The streets were nearly deserted, and within the Hyūga clan grounds, some members were hurriedly stocking up on supplies for battle. Reflecting on this, Hinata decided to take a brief nap under the covers. It wasn't that he was reluctant to prepare for battle, but rather that there was little left to ready. His abilities had escalated to a nano level. With a clap of his hands, anything he desired would materialize. What was there to prepare for? Compared to that, it was far more crucial to rest well, especially since he had spent the entire previous night training with the Frozen Ground unit, despite feeling invigorated from the LV for physical refinement. Having gone a night without sleep, it was paramount to seize the opportunity to recuperate and restore his energy. After a short rest, a knock sounded at the door. Upon opening it, he found a messenger ninja sent by Kakashi. The main forces had assembled and were ready to depart. Upon reaching the entrance of Konoha, Hinata beheld a grand assembly of ninja troops, though their total number was merely in the thousands. They exuded the imposing presence of tens of thousands. At this time, Konoha had barely over 10,000 registered ninjas, most of whom were Genin. 1 should not underestimate this number, as it still ranked first among the 5 great shinobi villages. Having held the title for so long, their foundation remained strong. As Hinata stepped into the ranks, he spotted a familiar figure waving at him from the crowd. "Hinata, over here!" It was Akane, looking significantly changed. Hinata smiled. After all, the commander of this unit was Orochimaru, making Akane's presence here quite natural. Nearby, Uchiha Rin stood with her arms crossed, a haughty expression on her face. "Hinata, you still love being late, don't you?" "My apologies, I may have overslept a bit," Hinata replied sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. The moment his words fell, the surrounding ninjas widened their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. "Overslept? Are you kidding? Do you think we're going on a picnic? This is war. How could you sleep at a time like this? At your age, how can you sleep through this?" Uchiha Rin, perhaps accustomed to Hinata's antics, lowered her head slightly and let out a resigned sigh. "By the way, this is our third team's first reunion, isn't it?" Hinata's expression grew somewhat melancholic. Since their last team division, it had been a long time since they had all gathered together. "Indeed, it's a pity that Shimi-sensei is still in the Umbu. Otherwise, our third team would be fully assembled." Akane nodded in agreement, smiling. After exchanging pleasantries, the main force began to set off, marching resolutely towards the battlefield. Due to the large number of participants, they were divided into several squads. That Hinata's group was the first squad led by Orochimaru, followed by a second squad and a medical support unit led by Tsunade. Suna's cunning nature was evident. They knew that wind techniques would be countered by Konoha's fire techniques in a group battle. Thus, the battlefield was deliberately chosen to be near the land of rain. Although the Hokage refrains from utilizing fire techniques, the ninjas of Konohagakure predominantly rely on fire jutsu. The land of rain is perpetually shrouded in heavy rainfall, resulting in high humidity levels in the surrounding air, which dampens the effectiveness of fire techniques. In such circumstances, the advantage of fire overcoming wind may not be as pronounced. Naturally, the forces of Konoha are aware of Tsunagekyu's schemes. However, with the enemy choosing to launch their assault near the Land of Rain. They have no choice but to brace themselves for battle. As the main contingent advances steadily, they gradually distance themselves from the Land of Fire, and in the distance, a dark and foreboding country comes into view. This land, perpetually cloaked in rain, lacks sunlight. From afar, the atmosphere seems to have shifted dramatically, gloomy, heavy, and dark. The Land of Rain, a nation that eternally weeps, due to its unique geographical position, is almost invariably caught in the throes of war. During the Second Great Ninja War, an extraordinary scene unfolded with 3 great ninja villages clashing within its borders. The peculiar environment also heralded the rise of the demigod's name, Hanzo of the Salamander, the man who conferred the title of the legendary 3 ninjas. Orochimaru slowed his pace, gazing wistfully at the weeping land. His thoughts drifted back many years, to a time when he had just become 8 J-nin, standing alongside Jiraiya and Tsunade to confront that man. They were ultimately defeated. The opponent did not strike to kill, but instead bestowed upon them the title of the legendary 3 ninjas. As they continued to grow, the name of the 3 ninjas resonated throughout the ninja world to this day. Whenever the 3 ninjas are mentioned, one cannot help but recall the man behind them, the demigod Hanzo. Hinata Widow gazed longingly at the perpetually rainy nation and suddenly remarked, "With such abundant water resources, it is indeed ideal for rice cultivation." His offhand comment instantly drew the attention of those around him. Cultivating rice? What on earth? The service was splendid, yet they insisted on delivering it personally. Hinata Widow merely shrugged. Beside him, others clearly failed to grasp his meaning. Uchiha Rin's lips twitched slightly. She questioned her ability to keep up with Hinata Widow's thought process, but found herself utterly baffled by his words. Cultivating rice? Home delivery. Have ninjas become insufficient to satisfy your desires, planning to venture into commerce instead? Widow Rin Rice Cultivation Company, Limited? She pondered whether to provide Hinata Widow with some seed capital. Of course. Hinata Widow remained oblivious to her thoughts, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The Third Great Ninja War marked a pivotal turning point, as well as the beginning of Obito's grand design. From then on, Nagato would wage war across the world. Hinata Widow mused, should he preemptively harvest his rice? In the tent, Orochimaru stood at the entrance, a hint of concern etched on his face as he surveyed the Sand Ninja front lines from afar. They had been at the battlefield for 3 days. Although large-scale combat had yet to erupt, both sides had effectively gauged each other's strengths. The number of ninjas mobilized by Sunagakure significantly exceeded their own. After all, Konoha was simultaneously facing both Sunagakure and Hyūga. In contrast, Sunagakure only needed to focus its full might on conquering Konoha. As for Sunagakure's defensive capabilities, the unique sandy environment of the Wind Country rendered the strength of other ninja villages considerably diminished, making it relatively easy to defend but challenging to attack. Furthermore, due to its geographical position, only Iwagakure, which is in close proximity, could reach its heartland. However, it was evident that Iwagakure and Sunagakure had reached some form of agreement to simultaneously assault Konoha. Orochimaru couldn't help but feel anxious. With Tsunade unable to participate in battle, they remained at a disadvantage compared to the Sand Ninja forces. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His eyes brightened as he rasped a laugh. I nearly forgot. Before we set out, the old man reminded me to make good use of Minato and Widow. They might yield remarkable results. Although he was uncertain of the duo's potential impact, he could only place his hopes upon them for the time being. Inside the tent, Hinata Widow noticed Minato had also been summoned by Orochimaru, and a vague suspicion began to surface in his heart. Could it be that the Flash, the legendary 6th Hokage, was about to descend upon the ninja world? Orochimaru took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Minato, Widow, I have heard from the old man that the special ninjutsu you possess, when combined, will play a crucial role in this war. Special ninjutsu? Minato pondered for a moment, likely referring to his Flying Thunder God technique. But what about Widow's? He curiously glanced over. Hinata Widow deliberated briefly before replying. I have developed a unique archery ninjutsu with a range of approximately 3 kilometers. The moment he finished speaking, everyone present gasped in astonishment that a 3-kilometer range for ninjutsu. This nearly surpassed the conventional limits of ninjutsu. Even someone as knowledgeable and experienced in forbidden techniques as Orochimaru had never heard of an archery ninjutsu with such distance. Conventional bows could only shoot a few hundred meters at most. Could it be that? He looked at Minato, suddenly wearing an expression of enlightenment. As long as the flying Thunder God seals were set in advance, they could teleport almost infinitely, if paired with this unique archery ninjutsu. The two of them could wreak havoc upon the Sand Ninja forces. Minato, upon hearing Hinata Gaku mention a 3-kilometer range for his archery ninjutsu, also displayed a look of shock. Amidst his astonishment, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry. He grasped the Hokage's intentions, but wondered if such a long attack range would result in diminished power. After all, most ninjutsu are developed with balance in mind. To increase one aspect inevitably means decreasing another. Shooting from such a distance, the impact might be insufficient. However, the extreme range of 3 kilometers certainly offered considerable advantages, even if it were slightly shorter. He could still use the Flying Thunder God to escape afterward. Hinata Gaku remained nonchalant. With his electromagnetic force LV-4, his magnetic sniper rifle could already reach targets 5 kilometers away. He simply wished to avoid shattering the preconceived notions of these unworldly ninjas. Hence his conservative estimate. As for power. Come on, give me a demonstration. Within the largest tent of the Sand Ninja forces, a tense meeting was about to commence. At present, it appears that the number of ninjas mobilized by Konoha is fewer than ours. Once full-scale war ensues, we will hold the advantage. Loza's low voice resonated, his eyes narrowing as he keenly observed the expressions of the surrounding Sand Ninjas. Although he had successfully ascended to the position of the 4th Kazekage, his seat was hardly secure. Many high-ranking Sand Ninjas were watching him closely. Fortunately, he had inherited much of the political legacy left by the 3rd Kazekage, which he, as his disciple, had naturally taken over. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether he could maintain the position of 4th Kazekage. By leveraging the war, he aimed to purge the internal factions opposing him within Sunagakure, while nurturing his own confidence to solidify his position as the 4th Kazekage. Actions he deemed necessary. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but clench his teeth in frustration. Who is it? Who has been scheming against me all this time? The magnetic release Loza, a man of great wisdom, had repeatedly stumbled as a result. If I ever catch that person, I will make them pay. Text continues with further details. Kazekage-sama, how confident are you in this conflict with Konoha? Inquired Chiyo, the Sand's advisor, her voice low as she fixed her gaze upon Loza. To be honest, she held little hope for this war. Sunagakure was in a weakened state, and even if Konoha was partially restrained by a Wagakure, defeating them would undoubtedly come at a considerable cost. However, Loza's insistence on war, fueled by a desire for revenge for the 3rd Kazekage, had garnered the support of many Sand Ninjas, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. The circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage still harbored numerous uncertainties. It was utterly absurd that one of the leading nations of the ninja world had vanished from its own territory, that it was akin to Trump suddenly disappearing while urinating near the White House, flanked by hundreds of bodyguards, only to be struck from behind. What a farce! Only the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konohagakure, could achieve such a feat. The Hidden Leaf Village is renowned for its abundance of talent. If it truly wished to take action against the 3rd Wind Shadow, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. It was precisely through such verbal prowess that Raza successfully persuaded 2 rival ninja villages to engage in warfare. Do you grasp this? I remain uncertain. Raza exchanged glances with Chiyo, surveying all the Sand shinobi present before speaking in a low tone. However, I believe that if the entirety of Sunagakure can unite as one, fearlessly, we could surely triumph even against Konoha. Raza's rhetoric was undeniably compelling. Do not inquire about my chances of victory. Rather, ask yourself if you are willing to face death. If you are, then we possess a full 10-fold assurance. Indeed, many Sand shinobi were moved, their spirits invigorated. What Lord Wine Shadow said is absolutely correct. As long as we in Sunagakure stand united, what does Konoha amount to? Yes, it is indeed time for Sunagakure to rise. This war shall be ours to win. Victory is assured. Raza's lips curled into a subtle smile, a mere gathering of chaff. Meanwhile, approximately 3 kilometers away from the Sand Shinobi encampment. Watanabe, must it truly be here? If not here, then where? Should we move closer? Closer still. I feel we are already quite near. Any closer, and we would be within their midst. Minato Namikaze helplessly raked his fingers through his golden hair. Truly, does Watanabe possess such unwavering confidence in the archery ninjutsu he has developed? To fire from a maximum range of 3 kilometers, right at the 3-kilometer mark? At such a distance, what if he misses? What if the shot lacks sufficient power? Regardless, he has the Flying Thunder God technique. After firing, he can simply change positions and continue. It is all the same. Alas, why is Watanabe so obstinate? I cannot comprehend. Just as Minato's thoughts became a tangled mess, Hinata Watanabe stealthily drew forth a peculiar bow. Though it was termed a bow, its appearance was strange, crafted entirely from a pitch-black metal, resembling more of a crossbow. With a long track running through its center, Watanabe, is this the bow you intend to use? Minato hesitated before inquiring. Indeed, while its exterior may be unusual, it is undoubtedly a bow, Watanabe replied thoughtfully. After all, there has never been such a thing as a sniper rifle in the ninja world. If he were to produce a true electromagnetic sniper, Minato would surely have questions. Explaining would be exceedingly complex. It is far simpler to present it in the form of a crossbow. Compared to traditional metal bows, the efficiency of electromagnetic propulsion is higher, and it spares him the effort of explanation. With his current abilities, crafting a crossbow shaped from magnetic fluid is remarkably effortless. With his Byakugan activated, the Sand Shinobi encampment lay within his sights. After reaching electromagnetic force LV4, the range of his Byakugan had expanded to a terrifying 7 kilometers. A mere 3-kilometer distance is but a drizzled. He retrieved a metallic arrow and placed it on the track of the crossbow, silently selecting his target. The patrolling Sand Shinobi would only venture within a kilometer's radius. Even with scouts dispatched, his Byakugan's advanced reconnaissance allowed him to evade detection. Long as he swiftly changes positions after each shot. No one could apprehend him that it appeared that a high-level meeting had just concluded. For through his Byakugan, Watanabe observed numerous Sand Shinobi emerging from the largest tent. Perfect, that saves me the trouble of searching for targets one by one. Watanabe smirked subtly. Why, good friend Raza, thank you for marking my targets. Soon, Watanabe locked onto a particular J-Nin, who seemed to hold a significant position within Susanoo. That's the J. A Nin returned to his tent. Intending to rest, Watanabe took a shot. Whoosh, accompanied by the sound of sonic boom. A bolt of blue light, crackling with lightning, erupted from his fingertips, vanishing in an instant. Beside him, Minato, previously skeptical, found his mouth agape, his eyes filled with astonishment upon witnessing the arrow's release. The unfortunate Sand Shinobi, selected by Watanabe, had just settled into his chair when an icy chill surged down his spine. There was no time to react. His head exploded instantaneously. The wooden table before him shattered into countless fragments. Just then, a Sand Shinobi carrying food entered. Witnessing this gruesome scene, crash, the tray fell to the ground, eliciting a gasp. Good heavens, the Lord's head has exploded! In the distance, Watanabe knocked another metallic arrow onto the crossbow. He had already chosen his second target, who appeared to be preparing for a bath. Just as he had begun to disrobe, Watanabe exploded his head. Meanwhile, Minato swallowed hard. Although he could not see the horrific aftermath within the tent, he could estimate the arrow's power based on its speed and impact. Thankfully, he possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. If he were the target, he should be able to evade it. However, should a battle ensue, that would undoubtedly be quite troublesome, that it was easy to imagine the sense of helplessness regular ninjas would feel once targeted by Watanabe. The astonishment in their gazes directed at Watanabe only deepened. The second arrow had been fired. After finishing his shot, Watanabe turned to Minato. Let us change positions and fire again. After all, there are thousands of Sand Shinobi, among whom are numerous sensory and swift ninjas. Firing and relocating is the most prudent course of action. Minato nodded, taking a deep breath. Grasping Watanabe's arm, he transported them to a prearranged location. Whoosh! Their figures reappeared beside a massive rock, upon which were inscribed the 4 black characters. Sword of Ninja Love. Having experienced the spatial transfer a second time, Watanabe felt no unusual sensations as he pondered whether to acquire the Flying Thunder God. Minato suddenly spoke, tentatively asking Watanabe, "Does your archery ninjutsu have a name?" "A name? Does electromagnetic cannon count?" Watanabe suddenly recalled something, a vague sense of foreboding creeping in. Beside him, Minato rested his chin on his hand, appearing deep in thought, before exclaiming, "Since it lacks a name, allow me to bestow one upon you. Rapid as the wind, shimmering with blue lightning. How about magnet release? Lightning gale, arrow zero." Upon finishing, he eagerly gazed at Watanabe, as if seeking approval for the name. Watanabe felt an overwhelming urge to remain silent. What the hell is magnet release? How could I possibly remember that? One shot from the electromagnetic cannon could easily obliterate a target, but by the time I call out the name, the enemy would have already fled 800 miles away. He may look decent, but his intellect leaves much to be desired. Taking a deep breath, Watanabe suppressed the urge to voice his exasperation, activating his Byakugan to silently search for his next victim. Meanwhile, Minato, noticing Watanabe's silence, sheepishly raked his fingers through his golden hair. Through the Byakugan's perspective, a target was locked. Fire! Another shot from the electromagnetic cannon. The unfortunate sand shinobi, who had been heading to bathe, had wandered into the tent to witness the commotion. As fate would have it, Watanabe had precisely aimed at him. Two headless corpses lay side by side. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. The sand shinobi around them erupted into chaos. Raza hurriedly emerged from the tent. Had they not just concluded the assassination conference? How could trouble arise in the next instant? How many enemies were there? Where are the sensory ninjas? Quickly relay the enemy's intelligence. The surrounding sensory ninjas turned crimson. Stammering, "I cannot sense them. The enemy is likely very far, beyond my sensing range." Then how'd he manage to kill so many? Raza's eyes narrowed. Did I ask this? A trembling sand shinobi handed Raza a black arrow. Raza's pupils dilated in an instant. Painful memories surged over him like a tide, completely engulfing him, time and time again. Damn it! The teeth emitted a high-pitched squeak as they viciously tore through flesh. Blood vessels coursed through Raza's eyes, a vivid reminder of the humiliation he endured when he was struck by that mysterious arrow, even after ascending to the position of the fourth Kazekage. Damn it! Everyone mobilize, regardless of who they are. We must locate that beast. For the first time in his life, Raza realized how perilously close he was to the creature that had been haunting him. So near that he felt he could almost sense its breath. The sand ninja camp descended into chaos. Numerous reconnaissance and sensory ninjas were deployed, frantically scouring the area as if to upend the very ground around the camp. Yet, that enigmatic arrow continued to strike unexpectedly. The death toll continued to rise, with the locations of the strikes becoming increasingly bizarre. It was as if the mysterious assailant was playfully toying with them. Each time a sensory ninja locked onto the opponent's chakra, the moment the main force began to advance, the presence would vanish in an instant, leaving them grasping at shadows. Raza felt as if he could see the wicked grin of the adversary, mocking his helplessness. Overwhelmed by rage, he spat out in frustration, barely managing to steady himself against a nearby tent to avoid collapsing. "Who are you? Who on earth are you?" That day, the fourth Kazekage Raza recalled the fear instilled by the lecherous sixth and the humiliation of being unable to touch the enemy. "Watanabe, have you truly given no thought to my acquisition of a name?" On the journey back, Minato Namikaze's expression was earnest as he repeatedly expressed a sentiment that it was not due to his thick skin, but rather his anticipation that this technique would undoubtedly become renowned throughout the ninja world. Failing to utilize his chosen name would be a lifelong regret. And oh way. Hinata Watanabe's voice was resolute. What a joke. If this name were to be used, he would surely be too embarrassed to face anyone in the future. That magnetic release light. Minato Namikaze interjected immediately. It's the magnetic release. Light wheel. Gale lightning arrow zero style. That not melodious? Hinata Watanabe's expression stiffened, and he helplessly replied, "Only you could remember such a thing." However, he pivoted the conversation, revealing a hint of a smile as he looked at Minato. "If you agree to one condition, using this name could be acceptable." What condition? Teach me the flying thunder god technique. Huh. Minato Namikaze was momentarily taken aback, his expression contorting with inner conflict. It's not that I am unwilling to teach you. I recognize the terrifying synergy between your technique and the flying thunder god, but he hesitated briefly, then spoke in a lowered tone. The flying thunder god is an S-rank forbidden technique included in the Book of Seals, and I do not possess the authority to teach it to you alone, that if you truly wish to learn, you must first exchange for the training methods from the Book of Seals, and then I will instruct you in the corresponding techniques. Hinata Watanabe nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Great Ninja Village has stringent controls over ninjutsu, particularly regarding forbidden techniques documented in sealing arts, with severe consequences for unauthorized transmission. However, Minato hesitated, adding, Watanabe, the Hokage should be aware of your capabilities and their compatibility with the Flying Thunder God. Your achievements in the war should suffice for you to exchange for an opportunity to view the sealing scroll. Therefore, you need not worry. It may only be delayed, but you will still acquire the training methods. While he spoke thus, Minato held little hope within. Obtaining the training methods is one thing. Mastering them is an entirely different matter. It could be said that apart from the developer, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, no one in the ninja world was more familiar with this technique than he. The principles of the Flying Thunder God are not overly complex. Indeed, quite straightforward, akin to a complex version of reverse summoning. Yet the requirements for mastering it are exceedingly daunting. Since its development, only he and Tobirama Senju have mastered it for whether Hinata Watanabe possesses the requisite aptitude. He remained skeptical. Hinata Watanabe, however, was unconcerned. After all, mastering the Flying Thunder God was already atop his to-do list. In the Konoha camp, several female ninjas quietly gathered, seemingly engaged in hushed conversation. Hey, have you noticed? Lord Minato has been sneaking out with Hinata Watanabe every afternoon for the past few days. Yes, I noticed too. Lord Minato is renowned for his good looks, charming and radiant, while Hinata Watanabe seems to be the top prodigy of the new generation. They wouldn't be sneaking out to... One female ninja hesitated. Speaking softly, engage in some clandestine activity, perhaps. The task of Hinata Watanabe and Minato Namikaze to hunt down the sand ninjas was indeed classified as absolute secrecy within the Konoha camp, known only to Orochimaru and a select few high-ranking officials. Although Minato had a partner, he remained popular among the female ninjas in Konoha due to his striking appearance. Upon hearing this, one female ninja displayed an expression of utter disillusionment, sighing dramatically in a way. No way. A handsome man like Lord Minato is actually... Just as she finished her sentence, another female ninja suddenly smirked mischievously. If that's the case, I find myself even more intrigued. The rest of the female ninjas gazed at her in shock. Watanabe, would you care to explain? Explain? Explain what? Hinata Watanabe looked at Uchiha Rin, who stood at the entrance of the tent with her arms crossed, observing him with a condescending gaze that, "Oh, you truly not wish to provide me with an explanation?" Uchiha Rin coldly reiterated, "Sister, I genuinely have no idea what you want me to explain." Hinata Watanabe felt like crying. Would a roll of tape suffice? A flicker of anger crossed Uchiha Rin's face. But then, as if recalling something, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her head away in a huff. "You sneak out every afternoon, supposedly with Minato Namikaze. Do you mean say you two are..." Uchiha Rin's voice grew softer, nearly inaudible as she lowered her head. Hinata Watanabe was dumbfounded, utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, is the ninja world this gossipy? Over the past few days, he'd been going out daily with Minato to hunt sand ninjas. Achieving significant success, the sand ninja forces were in turmoil, with multiple high-ranking officials eliminated by Hinata Watanabe. It was astonishing that while he toiled on the front lines, they were gossiping behind his back. What in the world is going on? He then looked at Uchiha Rin, who was pouting with an icy expression, feeling a headache coming on. What should I do? How should I explain this to Rin? Suddenly, he froze. Why on earth do I need to explain anything to Uchiha Rin? Yet upon learning this news, his first instinct was to worry that Rin might misunderstand and felt the urge to clarify. Hinata Watanabe suddenly smiled slightly, a warm feeling blooming within him as he scratched his head, stammering. "Well, Rin, you know me. I'm not that kind of person. Although Minato indeed is quite handsome, bright and tall, if a girl were to say so, she might really. Initially, Uchiha Rin's expression softened as she listened to Hinata Watanabe speak, her cheeks turning a shade pink. However, the more she listened, the more she felt something was amiss. So, you two really are involved? She shot Hinata Watanabe a fierce glare. No. Rin, you know me. Oh dear, how to put this? I am working with Minato Namikaze on a special mission. The task is of utmost importance, which is why it is confidential and not publicized. It is truly not as you imagine, Hinata Watanabe blurted out. Uchiha Rin's expression calmed, and she turned her head slightly, speaking softly. I see. Through the relentless efforts of Hinata Watanabe and Minato Namikaze, numerous high-ranking members of the Sand Ninja forces were eliminated, leading to utter chaos within their ranks. In the Konoha camp, Orochimaru gazed at Hinata Watanabe and Minato Namikaze with a smile, saying, "Excellent work. I never anticipated that your collaboration would yield such significant results. The Sand Ninja side is in disarray. It seems the time has come for us to take the initiative in our attack. Konoha's Wave Wind, feeling a touch of embarrassment, rubbed his head. It is all thanks to Yukon. I haven't exerted myself too much." He credited the achievements to Hinata Yukon, not only because of his inherently modest nature, which shuns the pursuit of accolades, but also in the hope of assisting Hinata Yukon in amassing some military merit to exchange for the training methods of the Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru scrutinized Hinata Yukon as if he were examining an unparalleled treasure. The more he observed, the deeper the amusement in his eyes became. Think that the archery ninjutsu developed by Yukon would prove to be so remarkably effective. It appears my understanding of Yukon has been rather superficial, Lord Orochimaru. The priority now is to strategize the offensive against the Sand Shinobi, Hinata Yukon remarked with a slight pout. After all, with Watergate present and Orochimaru being the nominal highest commander, he felt restrained. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity for a more profound exchange with Orochimaru. Not in that sense. Orochimaru took a subtle breath, recognizing the fleeting opportunity, and his expression turned grave as he spoke solemnly. I shall summon the higher-ups at once. It is time to initiate the assault. In the Konoha command tent, gazing at the sand table map adorned with an array of small flags, Orochimaru placed a hand on the edge of the map and lifted his gaze, scanning the numerous jonin within the tent. Esteemed colleagues, the moment for our counterattack has arrived. Until now, we have passively endured the assaults of the Sand Shinobi, but now it is time for us to take the initiative. Jonin Riku, you shall lead the 2nd and 3rd units to flank the enemy's camp from the left.